This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Outside the house on a day of 3 volts, but quiet as sound is not. Cicadas. Frogs. The sound of people have disappeared. Only a wind blowing through the forest, leaves rustling between the interlacing sound from time to time to remind the house of the time is still flowing. Empty dark hall corner of the dark. Filled with a bloody stench. Right in the middle of a set of black leather sofas. Sitting quietly in a body of cold temperament of the thin youth. His body was so stiff and straight that from a distance he looked like a marble sculpture from northern Europe. His waist and back were so straight that the naked eye could see that he had exerted himself very hard. And his eyebrows seemed to be shrugged with disinterest. His elbows are horribly scarred. And the flesh of his right hand seems to have been gouged out of a piece. Seemingly casually resting on his knees. Hidden between the sleeves of his coat. But the veins are popping out. And look hideous and beautiful on the white, somewhat overexposed skin. Suddenly there was a movement in the dark corners around them. And a low growl, violent and weak, rang out, as if pressed from the throat of a wild beast. The youth heard the commotion. And, as if awakened from his meditations, rose hastily to his feet, paused again where he was, and slowly sat down in a crumpled heap on the sofa. It was, he knew, the wail of starving weakness. But the water and food had been cut off since the 6th day of the siege in the house. So what if he had awakened his spatial ability? What was there to talk about storing supplies when he couldn't even step outside his home? After a wrestling, a part of the corner that had turned into darkness slowly revealed its true appearance. A black python that was as thick as a bucket of water, could not even see its tail from here, swam out with great difficulty, followed by a bloodstain. And only after a while did it stumble to the side of the youth. It put its surprisingly large head on the sofa on the side of the youth. The forked slender red tongue carefully towards the youth quickly probed, retracted, probed, and retracted. The youth looked sideways at the python, feeling some comfort while guiltily reaching out to touch its head. Cold rough touch is no longer smooth and delicate. Look closely to see the scales gray, dull. Belly and tail tip there are a few deep visible white flesh bullet holes. Blood has been drained and condensed on the scales. The youth's pale and slender fingers gently brushed over the wounds. Somewhat afraid to touch them, raised his head and looked round in the surroundings. The original darkness, to look closely, is slowly creeping and crawling. Suddenly the window shot into a beam of flashing light. A moment to illuminate the dark corner of the room. That moment countless huge hideous limbs interlocked. Deformed and strange angular scales and armor between the occasional flashes of bloodthirsty cold light of the vertical long pupils flashed past. The torch outside was naturally the first time he caught in his eyes. Touched the head of the python, soothing it a little calm. Straightened up to look at the window directly opposite the mysterious dark night. The bottom of his eyes flashed through the cold and crazy. Hanging on the side of the fingertips, cannot stop trembling lightly. Turning to look at the side of the still muddled and unable to wake up the animals. The bottom of the eyes is the fish death net of madness and despair. Since they couldn't escape, none of them should live. His babies were already so hungry that they could barely hold on. And it seemed good to smell the fire-broiled meat before leaving. Ding bell. Jiang Bui was woken up at once. The burning sensation of the fire and the suffocating sensation of choking on the smoke still vaguely lingered in the depths of his brain. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the familiar bright bedroom, he was still a bit dumbfounded, not knowing what year it was this evening. His brain is still screaming with a vague pain. He lies on the bed with an uncertain face, staring at the sunny sky outside the window. His body gradually trembling, from subtle to intense. Raising a hand in front of his eyes to cover the wetness within them, he let out a low laugh, getting louder and louder, and finally grinning broadly, as if he were nervous. He lay on the bed for a few moments before getting up, wiping his face to gather himself, smoothing out the creases in his coat, his face returning to its usual color. Taking his phone, he unlocked it. Year 2056 of the world calendar. August 5th. 1:49 p.m. He was reborn. In his previous life, he had thought countless times that if he could have awakened his spatial ability earlier, even if he usually stocked up on more meat at home, wouldn't he be able to let them barely get through the week period before awakening? If he hadn't replenished his energy in time, he wouldn't have been unable to move because of his weakness, and would have been blocked at his door. There are still 47 days until the end of the world. Everything is still not too late. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the action of putting back the mobile phone gave a start. Jiang Bui stared at his hand thoughtfully. His heart silently thought, collect. The hand was immediately followed by an empty one. The mobile phone disappeared. Jiang Bui felt the mobile phone in the space of consciousness and looked down at his hands with a light smile. The spatial ability of his previous life actually followed him. He was in an unusually good mood, humming a little song, feeling a little hungry. He planned to go to the kitchen to fill his stomach, but walking down the stairs always felt like he had forgotten something. It wasn't until he encountered a small black snake at the top of the stairs that he remembered exactly what he had forgotten. With a sheepish look on his face, he locked eyes with a small black snake coiled on the ground. He'd forgotten to feed the critters. The bell that woke him up in the morning was the special feeding bell that he had set up specifically, only to be completely thrown out of his mind when Rebirth interrupted him like that. Looking at the little black snake's small black bean-like eyes, Jiang Bui hurriedly fished it out and rushed into the basement. As soon as he entered the basement, the first thing that collected into his eyes was a giant python that was thick enough to be a bucket of water. Little flower. It coiled around the top marble pillar in the center, circling round and round, and finally burying its head in it. Such a behemoth could actually feel a little shyness and coyness from it. On the right side of the huge mire pool, two Nile crocodiles are snuggling with each other. One is more than 6 meters long. The other is less than 2 meters. The small one is called Dolomite, only 1 year old this year. And the big one is Big Bear, already 4 years old. A pair of half-brothers. The left rows of large and small thermostat box, full of small animals. From left to right is a hawksbill turtle, a Chinese grass turtle, 2 small yellow flower snake, and 3 small lizards. As for the innermost thermostat, there was an egg lying comfortably. He bought it from the hands of the farmer's market grocery seller, and thanks to him passing by a few more eyes to let this suspected snake eggs escape the fate of being scrambled as a plate of eggs. The egg is very tenacious. As for the species, cannot be seen for the time being. Have to wait for the hatching out. Now also rely on his arm does not go this small black snake called Black. A pet shop to buy ordinary snake. But since Jiang Bui raised it, found it more and more intelligent like a snake spirit, Jiang Bui first threw a piece of meat to Blackie. The little black snake immediately did not stay in the master's arm, carrying the meat twisted away. He hated all birds and rodents with patterned feathers, which were very unlucky to have followed him. And on weekdays, there were only portion chunks of fresh meat and no living creatures. Starting from the right first, he threw meat to Nobita and Doraemon, and as soon as they both saw it, their 4 little eyes lit up, and they quickly separated, each striking out, and would fight for the other's mouth. Plastic brotherhood blink of an eye rupture. Jiang Bui took the opportunity to touch a few handfuls one by one. Touched a handful of sticky grease. Heart attacked. This is too dirty. Again need to change the water to wash and brush. He walked to the center to feed little flower. Large chunks of scarlet meat were swallowed by the python in a big gulp, and his abdomen bulged visibly. He raised his hand and stroked it, feeling the smooth and cold sensation of the scales under his hand, and finally had the real feeling that he had really been reborn. Looking at the still healthy and growing little flower, at this time had not been starved and incapacitated by the villains with a gun. Little Flower was the first pet Jiang Bui bought. When he first gave it the name Little Flower, Jiang Bui didn't think that it would grow so big. As a result, it grew and grew into a python. When you find out that something is wrong and then go to find, the shop has been empty. A white paper on the roller shutter door with a large black letter, G shop for rent. The white piece of paper swaying in the wind looked like it was mocking him. And Jiang Bui still has this eyesight. When I bought it, it was a pet ornamental snake. Not big enough to grow. Just a little more expensive before not sold. Perhaps the small flower is really just an ordinary pet snake, but it is unknowingly mutated. The size of the dramatic increase. In his previous life, he had not thought deeply about why there would be such a change. And some animals, such as the black boy, are all one as if they have become a spirit. The end of the animal before the mutation is too smart. He is allergic to animal hair. Cannot raise those furry little things. After graduating from the university is not out of the door. Relying on the name of some investment dividends and family fun life is also quite moist. Friends only these small animals. Refine some more suitable for a friend. Jiang Bui even think that if they really are monsters, there is nothing wrong with it. The animal mutation in the end of the world is according to the individual difference. How to mutate. When to mutate. Mutation out of the supernormal ability is what are unknown. Jiang Buwei was stuck at home in his previous life and did not know what the specific situation of animals outside. Without a control group, he could only speculate based on the sporadic information coming from the radio in his previous life and the changes in the animals. That the forced dormancy of the animals in the house during the time when the end of the world was coming and the weakness after dormancy were both preparing for the next stage of the awakening period. After surviving the period of forced dormancy that requires a safe environment and the period of weakness that requires a lot of food to replenish energy, the period of awakening will be transformed. Unfortunately, the animals in the house didn't make it to the awakening stage at all, and were targeted during the dormant stage, and just woke up to the weak stage and were trapped alive. And if you want to get through the weak period as soon as possible, you need to eat a lot. That's why the meat hoarding program should not be delayed. Listening to the radio. Other animals before the awakening period are different, and the time is also long and short. Animals like cats and dogs will become very agitated, barking, and some will attack their masters. But there are also exceptions that recognize their masters with a clear mind from the start. Fish in the sea float ashore in large quantities, but when fishermen hit the boat, they become alive again. Birds and birds appear to migrate around in a chaotic manner, and towards the source of light to crash to death of the abnormal. These were all news that Jiang Buwei had deduced by combining the news reported in the months before the end of his previous life and the things reported on the radio after the end of the world. Counting the days, the precursor should have appeared long ago now. The fighting strength of mutated animals was very considerable. But where there was toughness, there was a time of pre-emergence weakness. Unfortunately, they didn't survive that period of weakness. At least when they faced the group of outlaws that killed and set fire to them, they were defenseless. Fortunately in this life, he was prepared and able to avoid risks in advance, completely avoiding the danger and saving his life in the clear. Carefully cleaned up the excrement and rubbish. Such a large basement and animals, he had to do it himself once a day. It is better to change the water once a day as well. Otherwise the snakes are prone to skin diseases. This hobby of his was a bit special, even if he added a few times the amount of money, but also scared away the 3 bellboys, and then simply take care of all their food and drink by himself. The good thing is that these things look a lot, and after doing it for a long time, you will get used to it. On his way out, he counted the inventory of fresh meat in the cold storage room that was newly delivered this morning. Thanks to those elite business parents, he still had some money, and enough property and trust funds in his name to spend a lifetime doing nothing. So the animals' meals were usually paid extra to be freshly killed and delivered from suburban chicken farms, all in one meal at a time, and no more than that. In this period of time before the end of the world, he must prepare their food. Must not happen again like the previous life. In the previous life, when they were dormant and there was no one at home, he didn't dare to go out. And when he waited until they were in their weakened stage, he even took to the back of the mountain a few times and hunted to replenish the energy for the evolving animals. The back of the mountain is said to be a mountain, rather than a small slope. Originally there were no large animals. After the end of the world, there were domestic animals, or pets mutated on the mountain. The bottom of them have finished bare hands and cannot beat the combat strength of the courage of the mutant beasts. He did not go up to the mountain again. Unfortunately, the amount of prey for the animals in the villa can only be said to be a drop in the bucket, just to keep them alive. What happened after that? Jiang Buwei would carefully recall every day, every memory engraved in his mind. Each and every one of them will be remembered. Chapter 2, Hoarding. After feeding the wailing critters, it was time to settle for his own food. Jiang Buwei felt the feeling of hunger coming from his body, as if it was engraved on his soul. And from the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat looking forward to the next breakfast. And a smell of impatience was cast between his paces. Doing the maths, he hadn't had a full meal for almost a month. Opening the fridge, the ingredients were fresh and plentiful, and he replenished it regularly every week. Jiang Buwei lifted a bag of toast, a packet of bacon, 2 eggs, a bag of oatmeal, and a cabbage out of it. He put the toast in the toaster, and while he waited, the oatmeal soaked, the cabbage washed, the bacon and the egg were fried together in a pan, and after frying the 2 eggs to a half-burnt and half-runny yolk, the toast was ready too, and folded up into a huge, incredibly tempting sandwich. After an early breakfast, Jiang Buwei felt comfortable all over, lazily reclining on the sofa, squinting in contemplation of something, with the light at his back. The golden morning light struck him obliquely, varying layers of golden edges on his white shirt, and also on his pale declining face, dissolving the decadent and icy aura of his body. For a while, the spring light was beautiful and amazing. In the following few days, Jiang Bui fumbled with the usage and characteristics of the space while integrating the assets under his name and cashing out quickly. After all, in his previous life, even though he had supernormal abilities in his hands, there was no opportunity for him to use and fumble with them all. On the subject, this was the first time he had ever put food in it. After experimenting, Jiang Bui was a bit surprised. His spatial supernormal ability was unexpectedly powerful. The time inside was actually static. He put a cup of hot water in it, and after a few days, the temperature didn't change at all. It seems that fresh meat or vegetables and fruits with a short shelf life can be prepared more often. It really is a sleepy person who sends a pillow. As long as you put your hand on the item you want to grab and meditate in your head, it will immediately disappear or be taken out. Except that you can't take a small part of the hole that's too big. For example, if you put your hand on a mountain wall, the wall is a part of the whole mountain, and you can't get into the space. There was almost no limit to the size of other items. The assets in his name now were all divided to him by the Jiang family's old man after he became an adult. Excluding this villa he is living in now, there is also a large flat in the city center, and a small high-rise in the S-City. Fund money he in addition to the monthly account automatically transferred into the 100,000. He cannot move. But every month in addition to the small animals meat expenses are larger, but also save 3 or 4 million funds. H-City is not considered a first-tier city. Coupled with the sale of the urgent 2 sets of houses finally set out only 3,310,000. But the S-City lot is expensive. 12 million or so. A few sets of property add up to a total of 15 million or so. As a matter of fact, the Jiang family and the Shin family business is so big, and he is the only son of Zhang's father and Zhang's mother. He should not have only these in his hands. But his parents are not true love couple. Not yet divorced on both sides of the cheating. The big head of nature in their respective outside the hands of the small family. And then also in the hands of uncles, aunts and nephews. The reason why Jiang Bui can get these, or because the Jiang family old man valued the name of the legitimate son, only allocated to him a few sets of property and a fund. Both sides will not appear in his name at all. As if he was never born this son. Jiang Bui was calm about all this from the beginning. As for the distribution of such neglect and favoritism towards his biological parents, there was no affection between him and Zhang's father and mother. So naturally he could not talk about caring or having emotions. Just blood-related strangers. At least they had provided the environment to raise themselves. During the sale of the house, he also put up for sale all those fancy sports cars in the garage, which were a birthday gift from his parents before they divorced. And no one thought twice about the point of buying a sports car for a kid under 8. He didn't like the flashy ones, and they usually sat in the garage gathering dust. So this was a good time to put them to good use. Finally counted, the hand can be used actually also as 27 million. During the period of his large-scale sale of property, action caused the attention of the Jiang family. Asked a time, was he casually put off the past? And after that there is no further information. Far suburb of Ping City. Warehouse number 8. After Wang Shan organized his brothers to unload the last box of goods, he approached his temporary employer, rubbed his hands together, and laughed nervously. Boss, the 3 trucks have all been unloaded. Take a look. Order a little. What else do you need? Wang Shan looked at the small boss in front of the good-looking, and then looked at his own this kind. Countless times lamented how people are so different. The birth of a child must also be a technical work. However, although the small boss looks better than the big stars on TV, he sometimes still feared this young man from the bottom of his heart. I can't say that there is anything, but Wang Shan has been in society for decades, and it is only by his keen intuition that he has brought all the young and strong people in their village to run goods together to make some money. So this trip was transported by him personally with a team, to ensure that there is not a hint of catnip. Jiang Bui looked at the order and simply checked the warehouse. And on the spot, he sent the labor money to Wang Shan, and smiled and turned another pin. Everyone rushed to work all night, also worked hard. I also have nothing to thank. Wrapped a small red envelope. Eat something good tonight. Work well. And not greedy for small advantages of people who like. Pack a small red packet only. To Jiang Bui really cannot count for anything. The guys over there are also happy. These days, there are not many patrons who give money so neatly. Jiang Bui after they left the small truck into the warehouse. Fake loading and unloading in the warehouse. In fact, after the door pulled down, he reached out and launched the supernormal ability. 3 carloads of rice, flour, grain and oil unloaded directly piled into a small mountain. The other side there are some seasonings and miscellaneous beans. All collected already after more than half an hour. Jiang Bui rubbed his sore wrists and briefly moved his body twice. His alien energy was still too weak. After using it for half an hour, he could barely hold it up. And a pain like a pinprick came from the depths of his temples. It also reminded him that he would have to strengthen his exercises if he wanted to be skilled at gathering large quantities of supplies. Not only his psychic abilities, but also his physical fitness. He didn't want to be able to run away when he met a zombie in the future. He couldn't even run. 3 carloads of food spent a total of more than 1 million. Rice, flour, oil and miscellaneous beans spent less than 300,000 in total, of which rice accounted for 60,000. Mainly expensive seasonings, in addition to oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, hot sauce and all kinds of conventional sauces. He also bought a lot of hot pot base and barbecue material. The favorite sesame sauce, of course. Also arranged on. If it wasn't for the lack of space and the need to reserve a lot of space for meat, he would have stocked up on more. But with just these alone, he could have eaten for 40 years alone. The left side of the space was topped off by the stacks of supplies that had just been put in. And Jiang Bui had a bit of a headache looking at the roughly 3/4 of the space that was still left. Meat should take up half of him. Vegetables and fruits as well as quilts and clothing for the cold should also be more than enough. Petrol, diesel, coal, and perfectly safe barrels of water. These are the ones that are going to take up space and account for the bulk of the spending. Petrol is the key to traveling in the post-apocalyptic world. Without enough petrol, even the strongest and fastest vehicle is just scrap metal. Wanting to buy enough petrol in one go was unachievable under the general environmental policies of Country Z. He could only drive his car back and forth to various petrol stations every day to fill it up, and then put it away in the space. But after 2 days of implementation, the effect was minimal. This cannot be solved. Good thing there are still 2 months. Slowly collected, should be enough to support him to the end of the pre-apocalyptic period. Wait until the end of the evolution is complete. Go to the gas station directly collect petrol. Diesel and coal is the choice of a wider range of some. Jiang Bui has contacted some of the coal production in the mountain province. 1,000 pounds of coal. A few hundred pounds of diesel. Deposit paid. The balance and so on after receiving the goods and then pay. Diesel hoards some mainly because he ordered 2 diesel generators on the internet. When in solar panels, with the use of not afraid of insufficient energy supply, these scattered look insignificant. Add up to more than 3 million. The original 27 million smoothly erased to 0. Because Jiang Bui also bought a small compound in the far suburbs, along with his planned barrel-like renovation, and paid more than 2 million. It was still in the process of being rectified and renovated, and he estimated that he would be able to bring the critters to live in it before the end of the world, and he would have to avoid the risk of a forceful conflict before he had the power to defend himself. He did hope that the group would survive the pre-apocalyptic period and live until he found them. Jiang Bui slightly closed his narrow peach blossom eyes. Under his eyelids, he did not see the warmth and calmness of the past, but a murderous gloom. Back to the villa. The day is already late. The last tail of the setting sun disappeared in the horizon, leaving a touch of carmine red, moving and mysterious. After Jiang Bui parked the minivan into the garage, he didn't wait to enter the house, but he saw 2 little snakes at the entrance of the house that were eagerly waiting and looking forward. It was Xiao Ming and Lin Lin. Jiang Bui froze and hesitantly stepped forward. Wait for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he secretly laughed at himself for overthinking. He might have been too tense these past few days. Usually a little bit smarter is still understandable, but smart to this extent, afraid that it has not become a spirit. In the next second, he saw that the 2 snakes, which were not to be messed with at first glance, nodded their heads in a naive manner. That speed of response? Afraid that others would not know that it had become a spirit. Jiang Bui. This mutation is quite a long knowledge. Chapter 3 smartened up a bit. Jiang Bui entered the door and realized that the 2 that were following him now were really a little bit smarter. The animals in the house have turned over. The house is dark. The curtains were roughly pulled by someone. A corner also with a vase pressed. Fixed eyes. Found that the vase is not complete. Under the table there are some pieces of broken porcelain. The small flower dragged its huge body wrapped around the stair railing in the hall, with a few grass roots gathered from the potted plants on its head. Nearby, the pillows on the fabric sofa were by now scattered and thrown on the floor, arranged crookedly in a circle, were 2 tortoises, 3 lizards, and a squarely seated Blackie, one pillow at a time, were gravely holding a meeting. Blackie took the important position, presiding over the meeting, and everyone nodded from time to time. 1 or 2 nods. Okay. A circle of 6 nodding their heads together would be kind of weird and funny. Jiang Bue counted the number, and found that 2 were missing. Turning round, he found 2 Nile crocodiles cuddled together by the floor-to-ceiling window in the kitchen, lazily basking in the sun. Since the only floor-to-ceiling window here in the kitchen is without curtains, blackout shades are used, which the critters don't always use. Just right for the crocodiles, such amphibious animals, to visit. After looking round, Jiang Bue found himself in a really complicated mood, like a kindergarten child suddenly got into Qingbei. But as a result, he turned his head and looked at himself. He was still staying in junior high school. This doomsday is very powerful. The whole of mankind forced to the road of retreat, forced to the dead end of the earth. Improve the evolution of not only animals and humans, but also plants. Humans and animals evolved at the very beginning, while alien plants only began to become widely known in the middle of the end times, and were not obvious at first, since Jiang Bue had only lived less than half a year in the end times. The end was very quickly scribbled, and by now he was also in the dark, relying purely on himself to slowly grope around. In the previous life, when they were about to run out of ammunition, the radio broadcast had a signal, and the cold mechanical female voice finally transmitted the news of the outside world. Humans have established several large security bases to defend against zombies. As for how the zombie virus actually spread cannot be determined. However, the new combination of the end of the United Genetic Science Academy has a 10 certainty that the zombie virus is a kind of genome that does not belong to this world, outside the solar system of the extraterrestrial visitors to break into the galaxy to bring. And the most shocking thing is that he should have long been in the edge of the solar system, and has been moving slowly towards the star sun. Until the end of the day it completely stopped, rooted in the 8 planets around. Bizarrely formed its own orbit around the sun. Looks like it is also intended to stay down. As for the meteorite or planet, exactly how far away from the Earth, where it is located, in the total collapse of human technology and civilization, no one knows. The unknown sphere was named by Ura by the United Nations Academy of Genetic Sciences, which contains and continues to radiate outward alpha rays, will tamper with the existing genome of human beings, turning into zombies or evolving into the same extraterrestrial genes. Moreover, the zombie virus is very strong and bizarre, and has a very dangerous and highly transmissible. It is expected that the entire galaxy of life forms will be affected, undergoing immeasurable mutations. Scientists generally agree that this is an apocalyptic calamity for the current human race, even devastating. Of course, there are dissenting voices. It is said that this is a galactic level of great evolution of carbon-based lifeforms, a test given by the universe to human civilization, and even undiscovered civilizations in the solar system. It suggests that evolution and obsolescence will come to mankind, which may not be a bad thing. The Academy of Science has tentatively named the failed gene that caused this lesion the Mayan virus. The Mayan virus was specifically revealed in a sudden increase in size in 2056 AD, September 21st, at 6:17 a.m., when the body of Bahara shut down for a historic pause and homed in on its orbit. Humans, animals, and plants will initially be exposed to a large amount of alpha radiation until the energy reaches a peak, at which point it will drop back down. At this point, life forms also experience an orgy of genetic evolution, as their own genes have been altered into Mayan genes. And one of the things that makes humans different from plants and animals is that the genetic sequences that humans currently possess are inherently complex. And with the intervention of the Mayan virus, a portion of the population's genes will mutate in the other direction, that of zombification. On the other hand, plants and animals do not have this kind of regret at all. The original gene sequence determines that they will not develop towards zombification. Moreover, humans and plants and animals do not evolve in the same way. There are only 2 ways for a human to evolve, and developed special abilities. One is the evolution completed 3 days before the beginning of the doomsday, and the other, at the critical moment of life, when the potential of human beings may become evolved people. Jiang Bui belonged to the former. The former was much tougher than the latter in terms of both alien potential and crystalline core volume. But it also had its drawbacks. The weakness of the first few days of the end times was enough to kill most of the aliens in the cradle. Based on this, there were few potential evolvers who were killed as zombified in the first 3 days of the end times. On the other hand, plants and animals will first undergo the awakening of spiritual intelligence in the first 3 days, accompanied by abnormalities such as huge size, rapid speed, sharp claws and teeth, and deformed plants. To a few years after the end of the middle of the world, there will be a large number of animals gradually evolved and human-like ability. Physical class, 5 elements, special class and so on. The mutation rate of animals was originally very small, only 20% of the ordinary animals, and is based on the original size and type of beasts to filter the mutation. The more ferocious beasts before the end of the world, the more chance of mutation. Otherwise, just the rats and bugs that can be found everywhere can make the human race directly extinct. There are animals that can evolve supernormal capabilities at one time, but the odds are even lower. There can be Jiang Bui's home so a nest are beginning to go dormant. The odds are probably Jiang Bui obsessed with cold-blooded animals. As destined by heaven, Jiang Bui used the destiny of fate to forcefully convince himself not to be angry, and resigned himself to returning to the living room to prepare to clean up the mess made by the little ancestors. The first thing I did was to get the kids out of the house. And I was able to get them out of the house. And I was able to get them out of the house. And I was able to get them out of the house. And I was able to get them out of the house. And I was able to get them out of the house. The coiled black boy up, only to find that the pillows are surrounded by the center is actually the egg. Closer look. Jiang Bui surprised to find that the egg actually has cracks. This moment of effort is still constantly shaking. Jiang Bui, in a circle of small ancestors of the 16 replica mung bean-sized small eyes watching, carefully wrapped the snake egg, and the egg felt an external force. Immediately did not move, pretending to be dead. Put into the thermostat. This time, Jiang Bui only had the opportunity to properly observe the egg. Cannot help but wonder in the heart. Should not awe. So early to start cracking the shell. This day is not right awe. Just thinking. Did not notice the external force of the egg began to shake up again, left and right, shaking his head. Jiang Bui was amused by it, and couldn't help but think. This is still a bouncing egg. After getting the preparatory procedures for breaking the shell done, he hurriedly left, so as not to delay the child bouncing. Little Flower was staring at the handrail with wide eyes in a daze. And when the fork moved, he felt his master coming up from the basement with an easy gait. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a shallow arc, and his peach blossom eyes squinted, exuding a pleasant aura. It wagged its big tail, and continued to lie down. Early the next morning, Jiang Bui finished feeding them one by one, hastily settled his own breakfast, and set off on today's journey. He is going to H City not far from the city of Chihua, to meet farming export famous. He wants a large amount. Variety. The chicken farm in front of the door can only be supplied to the supply of a 10-mile radius of the fresh home delivery. This time out of the day is certainly not back. Jiang Bui specially called chicken farms to send a one-time amount of 3 days, with the newly promoted small animal head of the black boy to know how to open the fresh cabinet. Carefully explained a number of, looking at the black boy a serious face, and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Bui. My disheveled and cold persona is not going to be able to maintain. Looking at a snake day after day actually do personnel, but also do like a decent. The heart strange twisted. But the biggest beneficiary is still Jiang Bui. The children have grown up. The old father naturally liberated the labor force, sitting and enjoying happiness. Chihua City's innate advantage there. All the way to the butcher's shop and deli number than H City a lot more. Jiang Bui went straight to Chihua City. A private farm. Dawn Farm. The scale and quality is quite good. The important thing is that it's farm, and fresh meat export is together. Handling up live animals more convenient. Chihua City. Large-scale meat farms only accept large quantities of factory single. Scattered small households they do not see that little oil and water. After arriving at the factory, the person in charge of the previous contact with Jiang Bui has been waiting there. A car. Did a brief introduction. Went straight to the chicken farm. Jiang Bui visited the chicken farm. Cold Eyes visited a circle. On the spot with the chicken farm, ordered 1,000 chickens. Lu Quan is the person who contacted him. Originally thought it was a small single. The attitude is still a little cold. The results of Jiang Bui came to order 1,000 chickens. Immediately the attitude changed. Warmly and Jiang Bui introduced other products in the factory. The heart is still chagrined, reflecting on the attitude just now. There is no big customer to give a bad impression. 1,000 chickens. Although not as large as the factory single. But the factory single are those government-supported large-scale, meat breeding plant monopoly. They can only eat these private factories some small single just. Jiang Bui is not want to order more. Is really limited space. And wait through the evolutionary period. The animals can go to hunt for food themselves. After visiting the whole factory, Jiang Bui counted the size of the space in his heart. And said to Lu Quan, in addition to chickens, pigs order 200. Cows and goats come to 100. Rabbits also come to 50. Lu Quan even nodded his head and agreed. Smiling, his whole face is wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. He docked the customer. He himself has a commission. This opening at least worth several months of wages. Lu Quan on-site accounting. Even the meat with slaughter processing labor costs a total of 1,300,000. Jiang Bui also directly on-site for him to swipe the card. Slaughter and clean up and send it to this address. Trouble as soon as possible. It must be fresh. Jiang Bui gave Lu Quan the address of the new warehouse he had rented when he arrived. It was right next to the Dawn Meat Factory for convenience. Mr. Jiang? Handle all of them? It's a hot day. I'm afraid I can't put them away. Lu Quan see Jiang Bui also does not look like on behalf of the factory to purchase. Rather like a private purchase. Such a large batch. 3 volts day has not yet passed. It is estimated that the first half of the stink before the night. Looking at the large commission that will be credited. He intended to buy a good to Jiang Bui, otherwise. I let the slaughter side to give you more ice, this is no money. Is my gift to you. This point of ice in the outside may also have to spend the money. Cheap is cheap, but cannot afford to want a large amount. But in the farm. This is also the most worthless. After all, the factory's ice machine are almost idle here. If Lu Quan didn't mention it, Jiang Bui did forget that he needed ice. So he thanked him and agreed dryly. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Afterwards, Jiang Bui drove around the nearby petrol station. And only after the space was filled with a few more barrels of oil did he call it a day with satisfaction. Those miserable experiences still left him with a not-so-small shadow in his heart. And the hoarding fetish he already had got even worse. After scraping together a meal at the convenience store at noon, he parked his car in front of the warehouse and simply closed his eyes in the car, intending to wait for the meat factory to deliver the coal before departing to Wakayama province to hand over the coal. Originally he did not intend to sleep. Probably because he drove all night last night. Once he closed his eyes, he squinted uncontrollably. Half asleep. Suddenly his mobile phone dinged. Jiang Bui was awakened. Took his mobile phone and casually glanced at it. It was a new friend notification. That is, the note was a bit familiar. A little puzzled. But he was just woken up. The brain has not yet turned. These harassment applications are not important. The mobile phone a throw. Close your eyes and continue to squint. After 3 seconds of silence in the car, he violently fished over his mobile phone and fixed his eyes to see. Boss Blackie. Good lord. What a way to refresh his perception of tiger heads and snakes every day. In the end, this bizarre accident ended with Jiang Bui praising Blackie's clever little brain over the phone. Jiang Bui praised Blackie's clever little brain flower over the phone as the end. The biggest bug is that he can't read the garbled code sent by a snake. So he has no choice but to end this open class on family internet knowledge. It wasn't necessarily that it was sent by it, because there were 10 little brothers standing behind Big Brother Blackie. Jiang Bui sighed for the 6th time in the 1825th day since he started raising pups. Today was another day when the old father retired and fell behind. Chapter 4 Cousin. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock in the night that the meat factory's car arrived late. Lu Quan with the car, once landed, immediately explained to Jiang Bui. Processing plant workers do not know what is going on. One after another all collapsed. High fever the day before yesterday was released home. He said it may be the change of season. The body does not adapt. Lu Quan accompanied the smile and carefully explained to Jiang Bui. noticing that the big patron's eyebrows immediately wrinkled when he heard the fever did not go down. Can't help but secretly bitter in the heart. Afraid that he is not happy. Think they factory food safety cannot want to return. Face to Jiang Bui assured that the chicken is really safe. Jiang Bui at this time is indeed in a bad mood. But angry is not Lu Quan's anger. But just found in the end of the world so early in the zombie infection of the first signs of the heart of the crisis and a deep weight. On the contrary, Lu Quan, if he does not say how this batch of meat is delayed today, will not lose anything. And even for him to speak of the benefits far more than the disadvantages. On the contrary, if he said it, he might not be able to cover this order. Jiang Bui's heart is clear that this batch of chicken nothing naturally will not be difficult for him. Along the steps down, waved goodbye to Lu Quan them. Jiang Bui rare light a cigarette. Just 2 fingers. Not put into the mouth. Just staring at. Look at the greenish-gray smoke filament. Blurring his thoughtful look. Quietly watch it burn out in the fingers. He stood in the afterglow for a long time. And had the feeling that he was the only one left in the world. Worried about the animals at home. Jiang Bui was in a hurry to leave after buying the meat. But was disrupted by an incident. In the cafe. See. The table at the bottom. Look. Extrema. Spin scum. Oh my god. It's my favorite. Obviously it's the sickly pretty brother. What your type? I don't care. The 2 girls in yellow uniforms inside the bar were busily working with their hands and feet. But their mouths kept chattering non-stop. And out of the corner of their eyes. They also glanced at the innermost table from time to time. Or to be precise, the man behind the table. Aside of the shopkeeper to see them discuss. Hand movement is not slow at all. Let them go. Anyway, it does not affect the work. The little girl has vitality is also quite good. And part-time so long have not seen the 2 of them like this. Usually a bite of what has no desire to live. Today is very abnormal. However, that little brother is no wonder. Really good looking. Temperament is also good. If she was 10 or 20 years younger, she would only be more excited. Not only the bar clerk is looking. There are many women in the shop looking there. Standard model figure casually leaning on the back of the chair. Cold white long index finger from time to time tapping on the keyboard. Black eyeglasses are tightly focused on the computer screen has been flowing data. Silver-rimmed glasses set on the high delicate bridge of the nose. Long and slender eyebrows more and more tightly frowned. The left hand supported in the shape of a good chin. Face like a jade face with a bit of pallor often do not see the light. At this moment, his face was frosty. His right hand slipped the data. Read a few pages. Frown more and more tightly. Simply out of sight, out of mind. Snap. The notebook closed. Not to go back for such a long time, only to leave some small animals at home to look after the house. The heart is always a little uneasy and worried. Don't worry about the food. They only need to be fed once every half a month. Just before he left, he is now only worried about the egg that is still at home and will be broken in the next 2 days. For this reason, he also picked up years of paintbrushes, drew a sketch, mobile phone shot to the black boy, so that it is always observing the egg has not broken shells to tell him. And by the way, constrain the little brother. These days do not go out of the villa, and do not casually appear in the ground floor. Otherwise, through the floor-to-ceiling windows are afraid to see a few snakes watching TV, 2 crocodiles and turtles sunbathing, lizards playing hide and seek. That picture and the consequences were too exciting. Jiang Bui didn't dare to continue to think about it. And the reason why he stayed here and didn't go back was because he wanted to finish one thing. Jiang Bui was walking to Xian County, which is adjacent to Mountain Province, when he was interrupted by a phone call that interrupted the rest of his plan and journey. There was a problem with the running of the fund that the Jiang family had allocated to him, and they wanted him to go back to discuss it. That's what the word said. But what the Jiang family needed him to discuss. Presumably to go back and divide the family property. He remembered that in his previous life should also be this time. But at that time, he was too lazy to go back to get involved, incurring all the trouble. So simply did not go back. So naturally, he was given up by the furious elder Jiang. And the inheritance he received also shrunk. But times are different now. Buying supplies, purchasing a car, which do not need money. He has to go back and at least get his share of the inheritance. So this trip to Jiang's house is imperative to complete. And the fact is really as Jiang Bui expected. 2 days ago, the old lady of the Jiang family body is a little bad. These days within the Jiang family more than 10 mouth has been in the inheritance of the land. After all, the old lady of the Jiang family has the right hand accompany the old man Jiang to start a new business. The name of the shares, and the money is not much less than the old man Jiang. Moreover, the Chang family's old man has already made his purpose clear in his words this time, which is to divide the family property. In other words, the heir of the Jiang family will gradually surface this time. Candidates of course also include Jiang Buwei, the nominal eldest son of the first grandson. Naturally, some people did not want to let him go back smoothly. Just as Jiang Buwei waited with low pressure brewing all over his body, the call from the Jiang family's side finally arrived late. Eldest young master, I'm waiting for you at the entrance to the city of Tianjinshan. The driver's careful voice came from the opposite side of the microphone. Jiang Buwei got up and held up his glasses, hiding the hostility under his eyes for a moment before striding out. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Buwei raised his eyebrows slightly. There is actually a person in the car. Pull over jeans random set. Lazy reclining in the seat. Heard the sound of the car door open, sat up. Jiang Buwei looked at the boy in front of him with a young and green face, and had to feel that Master Jiang really expected him not to want to come to the mentality, and actually put his cousin in the Jiang family still have some feelings to find together. He remembered that Zhuang Jinong should be settled in B City now, which is still some distance away from Chihua City. But this time he will go. Should be his is his. Even if it is for now, has spent half of the money to sell the house, he will also come. Zhuang Jinong saw Jiang Buwei come up, grinned and said, Brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How come you don't have a letter as soon as you go back? Is it that you have forgotten about your younger brother me long ago? Jiang Buwei smiled and joked. I'm afraid I'll delay you from pursuing your dream. Zhuang Jinong after the college entrance examination and his parents' showdown. Want to go to become a love bean. Jiang's second aunt and aunt husband how can agree with the only son does not inherit the family business, but instead to go to the stage to sing and dance to let people evaluation. After resisting to no avail, he ended up taking a direct break from his freshman year to go abroad to follow his dreams. Both of them tacitly avoided the issue of distributing the Jiang family's property. Don't mention it. It's okay to practice abroad. As soon as I returned home, my parents made a statement in the circle. Now no one dares to look for me to run circulars. The combination is almost called them to stir up the yellow. I'm now a hobo as a whole. Jiang Buwei looked at the not yet 20 full of youthful boy in that like a middle-aged man sighing. Sighing life is not easy look. The corner of the mouth cannot help but slightly hooked up a curvature. Zhuang Jinong looked at his brother, curved lips a smile. The words in his heart could not help but blurt out. Brother, you do not consider going to the entertainment industry development? Zhuang Jinong said the words out of the mouth before suddenly reacted. And Jiang Buwei looks under the gaze snappily touched the tip of the nose. Play stupid like a simple smile. Blame it on the fact that the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was too excited all of a sudden and got carried away. The road from time to time to say a few words. Unknowingly, the car is parked in front of Zhang's house. Outside the sky is already dark. The two people in the car who did not move. The driver swept the rearview mirror several times. Did not dare to make a sound. After a stalemate for a while, Zhuang Jinong first couldn't hold back. Brother, you with younger brother through a bottom. In the end what plans? Even the New Year's holidays are not contacted. Zhang's siblings' family are invited. Zhuang Jinong sure that this time Zhang's old man is going to move the real thing. Looking at his cousin's stolid appearance, he was anxious for him, without endangering his own interests. He certainly preferred Jiang Buwei over Jiang Qinjing, when he had given up the family business to become a love bean. All those sneers from that bastard son of the Jiang family in the dark. He remembered them all. The youth who was stared at closely by Zhuang Jinong smiled helplessly and returned to him. No plans. While doing so, he sidled his jaw towards the front seat, signaling that Zhuang Jinong had ears through the wall. Although this cousin of his usually let himself go, he was actually a human spirit since he was a child. However, there were also times when a human spirit was young and unable to hold back. Then he pushed the door and got off the car first, entering the Jiang family. What he just said to Zhuang Jinong was his innermost thoughts. Before the end of the world, he didn't want it because he was afraid of trouble. After the end of the world, it was even simpler. He didn't want to get involved in this pile of trouble. Nor did he want to take over the Jiang family. Nor did he have any messianic thoughts of wanting to take the entire Jiang family flying. He came here today to make sure that no matter what the outcome was, his original property and fund would not be repossessed. And with only half of his money spent, was it hard to take that truckload of grain and meat against it? If you really want to do that. Not only the Jang family is not happy now, he is also not happy. Was left in the car. Zhuang Jinong head hidden in the shadows of the carriage. Expression is not clear, but the eyes are still tightly following the back of the departure of the smear. Stared for a while, until the figure completely disappeared in the door. Only then took back his eyes, lowered his head, rubbed his fingers, coldly opened his mouth. Li driver is it? The words were a question, only to be spoken in an affirmative tone, with no intention of asking him to answer at all. The body of the driver, who was originally still wondering why young Master Zhuang hadn't gotten off the bus yet, was inexplicably cold. The doorway stood an old man with a white beard. Is the old housekeeper of the Jiang family. From the time of the old Master Jiang followed. Served 3 generations of the family named Jiang. The first time I saw a long time not come back to the eldest young master finally came back. Smilingly rushed to welcome up. Jiang Bui subconsciously put away the cold aura around his body, and his face became milder. Come to think of it, the old housekeeper was the only person in the entire Jiang family who genuinely and simply cared about him. Although he cared like this for every young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Bui had never experienced it since he moved out of the old mansion and left the old housekeeper in his 2nd year of high school. Because it was so rare, he actually cherished it in his heart. Chapter 5 Zhang's house. In the middle of the Chinese-style hall, there were several sets of plain and simple ebony seats and ornaments. The plain marble looked extraordinarily elegant, but the floor was covered with a thick layer of wool-woven gold carpet, and there were several rainbow-colored pillows scattered in a haphazard manner, which made it look extraordinarily unorthodox. On the sofa sat 6 men and 7 women. On the left side of the sofa sat 3 young girls, who were talking and laughing. Jiang Jianzhou and his lover's daughter Jiang Wei sat in the middle. The other 2 saw someone come in, and looked up at him curiously. Jiang Bui casually glanced at them, and turned his eyes away, when he realized he didn't recognize them. On the right side, a group of single sofas sat the Jiang family's 2nd uncle and 2nd aunt, as well as their son Jiang Chang'ai. Jiang's sister-in-law Jiang Wenwan also came today, with her husband and young daughter sitting on the side. The teenage girl was fiddling with her fingernails by herself. When she saw him come in, she skimmed the corners of her mouth for a moment, and lowered her head again. On the side of his half-brother Jiang Qinjing and his sister-in-law's son Li Songran sat together laughing and chatting. On the sofa in the middle was a couple whose age could not be discerned. The woman painted her lips and eyebrows and wore gold and silver. The man, however, had only hastily put on a suit and was unusually thin. The 2 were exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Erjuan and his sister-in-law's family. Before Jiang Bui came in, the picture was harmonious, at least on the surface. As soon as Jiang Bui came, all the jokes paused for a moment, and the atmosphere chilled down. The silence was eerie, making the 2 girls on the sofa, who were guests, a bit puzzled, and it was hard for them to sit still. Jiang Bui also does not care. Swept round, did not see the figure of old Master Jiang and old Mrs. Jiang. Casually found a single sofa and sat down. In this way, he sat on the side of Li Chuting. Said the side is not exactly separated by several sofas. As soon as the little girl saw him sitting down, she immediately showed dissatisfaction, rolled her eyes, and got up to move out a seat. Zhuang Jinong was 1 step slower and arrived just in time to see the scene, smiled and didn't say anything, and sat down in the middle of Jiang Bui and Li Chuting. Jiang Wenwan and his wife both laughed awkwardly at the situation, and rounded off the scene by saying, "Ting Ting, what's going on? That's the older brother, Xiao Wei. Don't take it personally. Ting Ting, this child is still young, afraid of being born since childhood. You guys have seen less. It's inevitable to be rusty." The words to not mention Li Chuting's not, just to avoid the important. Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows, meaning unknown, seemingly smiling. Did not say anything. He did not care to in a little girl of adolescence. Also not in his way what? Just cold eyes look at his sister-in-law's family put the treasure on Jiang Qinjing. His embarrassment on behalf of people's fault to commit again. How could they think that Jiang Jianzhou would let go? Naive. Jiang will want all these years of pampering. Only in Jiang Bui planted a heel. At this time to see him look like he did not put her, as the elders, in the eyes, only to feel a stifling fire in his heart burning straight upwards. In the end, remembering that today is their family's big day, forcibly suppressed the fire, did not open his mouth again. On the contrary, the woman in the middle seat laughed and opened her mouth. This child of yours. It's not easy to go back home. But you're still separated from your little aunt. No wonder Ding and you are rusty. Your father and I have to make an appointment to see you. Right. Jianzhou? Turning her head to look at Jianzhou. She saw the man fiddling with his skewer without a word. Tian Mengshu skimmed her lips and got used to his behavior for so many years. But she still got angry every time she looked at him. Then turned her head to Jiang Wenwan and smiled as if rounding up. You see? This time if not I led Jinan to invite. Still do not know people appreciate my face as a stepmother. When Zhuang Jinan heard this, he grumbled bitterly. This is what he said. He is not a good person on both sides. Jiang Wenwan in the Jiang family has always been the existence of the wall grass. Jiang old lady's health is good. Every day back to her mother's home to please the old lady. Now a look at the wind direction has changed. Tian Mengshu is the future mother of the house. The attitude immediately changed. And even echoed. I say small for at least a win the big brother. How to go home even a hello and your parents do not play. Or Chenjing good. Know how to do. 2 days ago, not also heard in the company and took a big project. Zhang's second uncle and aunt both frowned. Want to speak. And finally did not speak. Not because Jiang Buwei. Mainly Jiang Chenai is also in the company. How to single out the old family is a treasure. Not even mention their son into the company to do what big things. Jiang Chenjing face smiled modestly. But the heart is not thought. Simply diaphragm say this person. When his mother had not yet entered the door. The frame is higher than the sky. Sentence high and mighty. Clip knife with a stick. The son is also the same as his mother. The dog's eyes look down on people. He really despised this family. Not as good as Jiang Buwei, who has always been a disdainful attitude to the end. Jiang Qingjing thought of Jiang Buwei naturally will not know. Listening to the ear obviously clip gun with stick conversation. His heart no fluctuation. Face also just as did not hear. Like suddenly on the table on the hands of the research interest. Head down to carefully study up. Some years ago. He had not moved out. The old lady is still living in the mansion. Cynicism is far more powerful than this. The old lady from the Jiang father Jiang mother married from the dislike of the flower like Jiang mother. Learned that Jiang mother cheated on his wife is even more spiteful very. And also associated with aversion to Jiang Buwei too. The old Jiang Buwei is not their old Jiang family seed. Seeing that things were getting more and more outrageous. Zhuang Jinan quickly changed the subject and said to Jiang Jianzhou and Tian Mengshu. Uncle. Auntie. My grandmother in the hospital this morning easily woke up. Parents have gone to take care of. Really cannot get away. So today I came alone. His grandmother woke up this morning is true. But cannot get away is false. Although the Zhuang family is not as good as the Jiang family. But also thin assets. Children are not only Jiang 3 aunts and aunts. Care of people is not missing. Not today. Purely do not want to come to toss around. Jiang Weining then Jiang Wenwan and Jiang Jinyan see through some. No matter how the property will not be related to their 3 houses. At most a bit of fly legs. Why would you want to drip this muddy water? Other people are not happy do not know. But the oldest 2, and the oldest 4 family can be seen on the face of a lot better. Joy cannot even cover. Without the intervention of the oldest 3 family. Just send a child to. Can compete for how much property. It is also really stupid. Even if the son does not want to inherit the family business now. When the play enough to come back is not to ask for the family property. Besides, if the son is not competitive, there are still grandchildren. For a while, women and men's inquiries were filled with gloating and watching the show. Which could not be hidden. Alright. Since everyone is here. The lean man who had been sitting silently on the middle sofa frowned and interrupted Meng Shu. Go up and ask the old man to come down. Once Jiang Jianzhou opened his mouth. The room only then quieted down. Only on the surface. Secretly eyes exchanged. As surging as a secretive and twisting dark river. Jiang Buwei lowered his eyebrows. Eyelids slightly closed. On the surface like waiting earnestly. But in fact, his heart has long gone 100,000 miles of God. Thinking about how to use the funds in hand to maximize the benefits. To buy more things. After a while, the village of that small compound modified. But also fill it up. He also learnt from the village to get a cellar. can be stored for a longer period of time. Fruits and vegetables can be stocked up some more. He was walking brightly, when he suddenly felt a line of sight that was hard to ignore fall on him. Nothing malicious. Just very uncomfortable. Jiang Bui screwed up his eyebrows. Opened his eyes. Looking for that line of sight to come. A look up just on a young girl's line of sight. The girl did not expect to be found. Hastily moved away from the line of sight. Hiding, not dare to look at him. Rose red of face. He recognized that it was one of the two girls who sat with Jiang Wei at the beginning, and was a little cold and annoyed in his heart. Staring at him all the time for what? And how can Jiang Wei still bring an outsider home as a guest at this time today? Jiang Jianzhou agreed. Jiang Bui ignored the girl's sight, lowered his head, and took out his mobile phone, fiddling with something on some app. Instead of caring about some unrelated people, it is better to do something serious. Naturally, he didn't notice another line of sight quietly moving away the moment he raised his head. On this side, the girl he happened to catch peeking was called Guan Jingjing, and the other girl was called Lin Mingyao. Both of their families were friends of the Jiang family, and their family backgrounds were not to be underestimated. They had come to look for Jiang Wei to play today, and it just so happened that Lin Mingyao and Jiang Chenai were engaged, so they were half of their own family. Guan Jingjing was a little embarrassed. What was she doing here? She wanted to leave, but as soon as Auntie Tian saw her, she was especially enthusiastic to keep her, and with Lin Mingyao and Jiang Wei's persuasion, she couldn't resist, so she could only stay here without embarrassment. Originally, Auntie Tian still wanted her to sit next to Jiang Qingjing. She firmly refused this time, vaguely sensing her purpose. She had thought that she would be on pins and needles by the strange atmosphere, but she had never expected to be so mesmerized by a man that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Originally, she had thought that the Jiang family were already good-looking enough, especially Uncle Jiang, and Jiang Qingjing had originally looked okay. Now it seems that these are all small things. Not only the face and body is good-looking, the temperament is also very absolute, and cold and lust and noble. Simply, she felt that those little boyfriends she talked about in the past were all grass, and this was the heavenly dish. The little claws in her heart were secretly scratching and itching. A few old men and women soon came down. The old man walked in the forefront. Tian Mengshu carefully assisted him on the side. In the middle of the long sofa settled in a circle, the original seated juniors have risen, waiting for them all to sit down. Before sitting down one by one, the old master coughed twice after he sat down and scanned the surroundings, pausing for a moment when he swept over Guan Jingjing and Lin Mingyao, his brows furrowing a bit. Soon after, he saw Jiang Bui and paused again without saying anything. With an unchanged countenance, he nodded to Jiang Jianzhou and said, "Well, they're all together, so let's take out the documents for the property distribution." After saying that, he closed his eyes and did not look at the other few children. Although Jiang Jinyan and Jiang Wenwan were secretly biting blood from both sides of their cheeks, they still didn't show a trace of it on their faces and smiled, like they didn't care at all that their father had favored this elder brother since they were young. And even the property distribution document was in the hands of their elder brother. Jiang Jianzhou also noticed that the old man just had his eyes lingering there. Unhappily glanced at Tian Mengshu. In his heart, he somewhat disliked this wife's short-sightedness and lack of understanding of the situation, and smiled gently and lightly at the two girls and said, "Xiao Guan Mengyao, look, it's not quite convenient at home today. Wei Wei, you first take the two of them to the small garden at the back to stroll around." Jiang Wei glanced at Tian Mengshu after not getting a response from the other party, and when she turned her head, she met her dad's dark and heavy eyes, and hurriedly answered cautiously. His mother specially arranged this show today just to finalize Crown Jingjing as her daughter-in-law. But now that his dad had stepped in, she didn't dare not to respond. The two girls also felt embarrassed, and once they heard that they could go out, they hastily agreed and hurriedly thanked and left. At this point, except for Jiang Weining and his wife, all of the people in the Jiang family who have the right to inherit have arrived. Chapter 6 Rejection. Second Uncle Zhang's family got their hands on it first, and once they took a closer look, they immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and their faces turned ugly. The youngest Jiang Chenai has been unable to hold his breath. If it is not the second ant in the back pull, he can be a high child scampered up. Jiang Wenwan's face is smiling, but the face of the stiffness can be seen by anyone. She urged her son to be good to Jiang Qingjing. The result of the end, but bet on the wrong treasure. Li Songran sat next to Jiang Qinjing. Face is very bad. So many years to endure. Jiang Qinjing looked down on, and call in the dark. To the end of the basket of water is empty. Change who is also not good. Jiang Qinjing and Jiang Wei originally did not intend to see. The heart is sure that they are certainly the big head. Just look at the look. Actually saw Tian Mingshu's face is getting worse and worse. Heart a sudden. Slowly some panic. Immediately turn over the hand of the document. A look. Directly stunned. Then came a huge anger and unbelievable. How can it be? What does he have? Questioning and anger in the bottom of the heart rolled. Jiang Bui cold eyes to see some not quite right. Lazy to turn up to see. A finger quietly stabbed Zhuang Jinong. What's going on? His documents are clearly at hand. The oppressed Zhuang Jinong expressionlessly spat in his heart. He could only turn over his still untouched documents to take a look for Master Jiang. And after taking a look, he glanced at him with a smile. Badgering him. Good thing. Great thing. He admitted that he gloated. This out in front of him also makes him laugh. Cannot want. Cannot get the dream want to have. Jiang Bui heard the back of the head a cold. The heart has a bad guess. Just this guess really let him frown. Whether before the end of the world or predictable after the end of the world. He can conclude that Jiang Jianzhou control, so strong people are not likely to put down the hands of the big power. Now that he was being pushed out was just a victim and target for the alternation of power between the two generations of that father and son. Over there. Tian Mingshu mother and son with a heart full of anger and amazement. 3 people have not yet opened their mouths. There is already someone to speak out for them. Jiang Bui. What right does he have? Who is he to get such a large number of shares? He's an outsider. Li Chuting. Shut up. What are you saying? Jiang Wenwan ruthlessly interrupted her daughter shouting this time. And after finishing, she glanced towards the old master's place with some fear. As expected, the old master opened his eyes at once and frowned fiercely. Jiang Wenwan originally did not want to care. She also wanted to know what was going on. She and Jiang Jinyan even do not have shares. Only some pathetic funds and dividends. These she had already prepared in her heart. Originally thought that all cheaper Jiang Qinjing. Before letting his son to please him. And his relationship. The result is surprisingly the last is the big house, that father do not want mother do not love. Jiang Bui became the final winner. But the rest of the light saw her father and elder brother's face become more and more ugly in disapproval. Then woke up. The heart a moment cold. And hastily interrupted his stupid daughter's words. She just now is also a ghost lost heart. Actually let her daughter to go to do the head out. Sister-in-law are not anxious with their family anxious. Thought to think that without a trace of a glance at Tian Mingshu. Elder Zhang's dark eyes took everything in. Countless times in his heart disliked this mouse-eyed daughter. Hated iron is not steel. Tian Mingshu, who was being thought of by Jiang Wenwan, didn't care about her at all. She stared at the page of equity distribution in disbelief. And repeated several times to make sure that she couldn't believe that they didn't have a single share of equity. What about the promised heir to the company? Only some dividends and property funds. Even Jiang Jianzhou has no equity. Then what is she doing these days to please him every day and give Jiang Jianzhou pillow talk for? She has been with Jiang Jianzhou all these years. And also gave him 2 children. In the end, actually no match for the son left behind by his ex-wife. What is the purpose of all these years? No. She didn't believe it. What about Jianzhou? Jianzhou probably didn't know. He clearly said that the people he loved the most were the 3 of them. Mother and son. It must have been the old man himself who took the liberty. Yes. It must be. Tian Mingshu silently recited this many times in her heart. And in the end, she was on the verge of convincing herself. But as a result, when she turned her head and met the calm eyes of the people around her, the psychological construction she had done earlier collapsed. In fact, she knows better than anyone else. This document from beginning to end is Jiang Jianzhou together with the old man together with the proposed. There is no such thing as not knowing the situation. He was more informed than anyone else. More sober than anyone else. When the crown should be the city of Jiang Daji, how to be confused it. He will not be affected by the long love of children. His relatives that call him since the beginning of the only Jiang Bui a person. Living together for more than 20 years and how? No name. Not even a piece of paper to prove that there is not. Tian Mingshu at this time finally from many years of love and paper-drunken life and some wakefulness. Ask yourself. This she loved the obsessive man is never looked down on her. Over the years. rather than him being her fascination. It is Jiang Jianzhou playing with her. The more Tian Mengshu thought, the more sober. The heart is more and more feel absurd and pain. Dead look at Jiang Jianzhou. Want to see the true face of this man. To see the bottom of his eyes. In the end, there is not even a little bit of guilt and weakness for them. But she was destined to be disappointed. The man who was being watched by her fiercely and sadly. His eyes were calm. Not hiding. Not avoiding. Calmly looking straight at his lover, who had been with him for more than 20 years. And asked in a warm voice. What's the matter? Mong Suk. Where are you uncomfortable? The end of that was gentle and deep. Knowingly asking. Tian Mengshu only feel irony and absurdity. To this time. The mind outside the calm down. Not only the heart. The whole body is cold. Only feel the whole person is frozen. Face wooden. This had Jiang Qinjing and Jiang Wei even give his mother to make eyes. The result is not even give a response over. The heart is anxious almost to stomp. Jiang Buwei at this time also finished reading the document in his hand. Can be counted to clear up the status quo. He does not quite understand why things will develop to this point now. Just because he came in this life. So invariably change something? It seems that cold-blooded and self-absorbed psychopaths are a lot better than reckless and short-sighted stupid deficient eggs in the heart of Jiang's father. Elder Jiang. He also thought that Jiang Elder and Jiang Jianzhou would be more subordinate to Jiang Chenai, this kind of obedient and good manipulation of puppets. Also do not know which step went wrong. Looking at the mother and son of the three clearly revealed. Almost printed on the face of the heart. Jiang Buwei just want to laugh. How can think Jiang family heir is them? He this nominal father. Since he was 5 years old has been uncommon. After his parents divorced, he was even more invisible. And the father-son relationship was unusually cold. Rarely see each other once a year. To say the least. This is the first time to meet this year. But for some reason, Jiang Buwei vaguely feel able to guess him this father in the end what is thinking. Perhaps because they are the same cold-blooded in the bones. When he and Tian Mengshu get along. Even at the expression of deep love and infatuation. He always felt that the man from beginning to end are exceptionally calm. He heart only himself. All external objects or feelings are unimportant and can be discarded at any time. Even his own life can be used for gambling and fun without any care. Over the years, the relationship between father and son has been strange and unusual. Cold and tacit towards each other. At the same time as the world's most disgusted enemies. But also the world's closest blood. The same personality. The most understanding of their own people. Each other to maintain an absurd but reasonable relationship. If there are no objections, then disperse today. Not for. Move back to the old mansion tomorrow. Elder Jiang woodenly made a final conclusion and gave the order to disperse. Jiang Jianzhou was silent. As if he hadn't heard anything. But the Jiang family's current family members didn't have any objections. They just didn't dare to open their mouths if they had any more objections. Don't look at the fact that usually he didn't open his mouth. Indulging in setting up his own infatuated dimwit persona. But in reality, the majesty of the Jiang family's previous generation heir could not be underestimated. Jiang Qinjing yanked Jiang Wei, who wanted to scream. Didn't see his mother, didn't even make a sound. His father is not at all the good temper on the surface. He will not spare her at all. He has to think long and hard. The company has long been infiltrated by them in every aspect. When Jiang Buwei into the company, that is their own into the dead end. Which worry about the opportunity to bring down him. Jiang Qinjing eyes sullen. Flashed a trace of hatred and calculation. Imagined that he was in his hands like a turtle in a jar. Could not help but feel pleasure. At this point, everything is going to settle. Li Songran skimmed his mouth. Cursing that his family is here to accompany the crown prince for his show. His buttocks are leaving the sofa. Suddenly a lazy hey. Interrupting the movements of the crowd. I have an objection. At a time, all the eyes of the people present gathered on it. There is surprise. There is doubt. There is incomprehension. There is anger. There is hatred. And there is calm. Jiang Buwei. Don't you get a bargain and still sell your good behavior? Even if you are now the heir of the Jiang family, so what? Let me tell you. The Jiang family is my brother's. It has nothing to do with you. This wild seed. Jiang Qinjing did not pull the dog. And let it out? Looking at the topic shifted to them at once. He cursed this spoilt stupid sister in his heart. In addition to Jiang Buwei, Jiang Jianzhou and Tian Mengshu. Jiang family only Jiang old man knew that they did not get a license. Even the old lady Jiang who loved her grandchildren did not know about this matter. So, it is clear that Jiang Qinjing and Jiang Wei until now do not know that his so-called parents did not even receive a certificate. Jiang family, and they do not even have a legal relationship. The wild seed in her mouth was not Jiang Buwei. It was none other than themselves. Tian Mengshu, originally calm mood, once heard the word wild seed. The heart immediately, a sudden, desperate embarrassment filled the mood at once. She did not even have the courage to look back at Jiang Jianzhou. Not to mention not dare to look at Jiang's old man's ugly face all of a sudden. As if the strength was all of a sudden drained. The body fell down softly. Jiang Buwei did not change his face, and did not pay any attention to it. He just looked at Tian Mengshu with a smirk. Even Jiang Qinjing was provoked by the implication that he clearly did not put them in his eyes. Since we are all together today, let's make it clear here. I don't want a single cent of Jiang's group shares, excluding the property that is now under my name. Please settle the rest on your own. He was not interested in the cake in front of him in the slightest. The supplies of the end times he had already planned. Now more money and more supplies. No strength is a sin in the bosom. And now refused is also for the end of the world after the arrival of suddenly be remembered Jiang family still have a him how to do. The end of the day to find people admittedly needle in a haystack. Even if the slightest possibility. He does not want to be involved with the Jiang family again. He has taken so much money to be able to afford these people in Jiang's family. Right. Jiang Buwei can imagine the face of those people. However, Jiang Buwei pondered, remembering that the Jiang family still had a Jiang Jianzhou. In the post-apocalyptic world where morality has collapsed, it is not known whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. After saying that, not caring how the people of the Jiang family behind him were shocked and delighted, he turned around and went out the door. Before leaving, he smiled at the old housekeeper who was still at the door. And without moving, he swiftly slipped a note. So fast that even the Jiang family behind him didn't notice. Immediately after that, he got into the taxi waiting at the door. After getting into the car, Jiang Buwei was still lamenting his own rainy day. If it wasn't for the online taxi that he had just booked while looking at the contract, he would now have to face the dilemma of awkwardly waiting for a taxi here in the same place after just letting out his harsh words. And probably would have to listen to the unrelated people yelling at each other again. As for what was written on the note, it's a matter of opinion. Chapter 7 Vanguard. The sun is falling in the west. Jiang Buwei sped all the way to the edge of the speeding to catch the tail of the west. Rushed to return to the villa in the evening of the 5th day away from home. The car engine startled the small animals in the house. After a rustling movement, the villa on the ground floor of the hall lights suddenly lit. Jiang Buwei froze for a moment when he saw it, and a warm current surged into his tired body and mind. Rushing to and from several cities and provinces in the past few days had indeed made his heart tired. But as long as this light is still on, the thought of the city lights and a light is for himself, then all the efforts and running around is worth it. Because he is not only himself. He also has his animal friends. The cruel end of the world has turned the earth into a purgatory. Everyone has become a devil. For Jiang Weiwei, the biggest luck is that his animal friends can really become friends. The phone call from the mountain province rushed several times. He left Zhang's home 2 days ago and drove directly to the mountain province in a hurry. After handing over the coal and some equipment, he ran to his home by day and by month. It's not that he didn't want to do the plane and high-speed train. It's fast and not as tiring as self-driving. But it's no longer safe to be in a place that's densely populated and closed. The alpha ray causing Mayan virus genes have been seeping into the human body. And reports of people with mild zombification symptoms can already be seen on the news lately. Jiang Buwei certainly wouldn't mistake them for rabies or drug addicts. Once one of these people appeared on a confined plane or high-speed train, it would really be a call to arms. Parked the car and entered the house. Jiang Buwei saw the situation inside the house. Stopped at the door. Backed up. Closed the door and started over. Pushed the door. Or just now the scene. Taking a deep breath. And reciting a few times. It's okay. They are still children. They don't know anything. Pushed the door before he is done like last time. Fully prepared. After all, put them alone in the house for 5 days. The lethality is no less than a group of cat smacks the dog ignores the small children. But demolition of home demolition to this point. His heart is still a thump one thump one thump. The whole ground floor has no place to stand. A few dirty little green eyes flashing heart. Whoosh from the rubbish. Smelly meat. Sofa cracks poked his head. and soon play dead shrink back. No matter how much he shouted, do not go out. He alone cannot be salvaged. The suburbs of the house is still under renovation, cannot be moved in. So I had to triple the money. Call the housekeeping company to clean up overnight. It's getting late now. And I'll have to ask the renovation team to make a trip when tomorrow rolls around. Taking advantage of the housekeeping has not yet come to this period of time. Jiang Bui one by one to fish out a few little guys. The big guys are honestly behind. They are placed in the basement. And then go to the garage to go to fetch today's copy of the dinner. One by one, after a full meal, are nesting back to their own nests. I do not know if it is not intentional. The ground floor demolished directly redecoration. The turn of their own nests, but no to cherish the basement of a whole layer of clean. Even a little crumbs. The basement is clean. Not even a little crumbs. Visible is not can't take care of themselves. Also is not do not know clean. Is deliberately demolished home. Jiang Bui can do. Can't beat. Can't scold. Can only spoil. He can only spoil him with a smile. He remembered that when he left 5 days ago, the egg had some cracks. And rushed to check. These days, he was most worried about the egg. And before he left, he put some snake food in the thermostat and adjusted the lighting. Who knows that as soon as he came back, he was so overwhelmed by the demolition team that he actually forgot about it. The snake egg has not yet hatched. But the cracks are densely covered with the surface of the eggshell. Jiang Bui frowned. Not right. Generally the cracks on the eggshell are mostly concentrated in one place. Broken out of a mouth to drill out. Which has such an even distribution. And look at the degree of fragmentation. Obviously should have come out. Jiang Bui thought more and more alarmed. Just thought it would not be suffocated. Right. See, cracked eggs violently shook a bit. Which put down the heart. Indeed. If White Jiao were a real snake, it would have broken its shell 2 days ago. But he wasn't. 2 days ago was the day he slowly awoke. Probably because the original small snake was about to break its shell to the point of dying, and was taken over by him. The cracks in the eggshell were also of his own making. The aggrieved little white snake curled up in the eggshell, struggling to move his little thin body. Sighing for 2 whole days, he wanted to get out. 2. At first, he couldn't get out. Now he can't. His Dantian and Zifu were damaged too much, resulting in simply not being able to retain the spiritual energy to repair his self-inflicted injuries, resulting in his own malnutrition. He still has to stay in the eggshell where nutrition still exists to feed his little body that doesn't contend for it. 2 days ago, the demon emperor Bai Jiao who died at the Dragon Gate was alive again. Only as soon as he opened his eyes, he was completely confused. And it was hard to figure out that he was in an egg. So he was even more confused. Sometimes, the badly damaged Dantian Violet can still feel the presence of a strange breath in the outside world. And at first, he was a bit wary. But with more contact, he slowly found that the breath seemed to be very weak, not strong, and had no malicious intent towards him. Bai Jiao guessed in his heart, he may be a failure to leap the Dragon Gate. By the heavenly Tao back to its original form. After which it was a weak demonic beast gripped back to the cave, or a human cultivator brought back to the mansion. Just now is not sure grip back to his things in the end want to do. If it is a premeditated words, then even if it is to make him to be driven as a knife, even if it is to suffer all the humiliation and torture, as long as he is given the opportunity to regain strength, he does not mind or even enjoy being able to walk the thorny blood road again. He will let that person. Bai Jiao narrowed his already small eyes dangerously, and scarlet light flashed under his eyes, begging for life, begging for death. If he had unknowingly picked it up by mistake, as long as he gave him a way out, he would surely return to the throne and pay back heavily. Of course, there was one last possibility. He might be eaten by mortals as an ordinary egg. At the thought of this, Bai Jiao directly blackened his snake face. After just a few days of being torn back and forth like this, after his fiery eyes recovered, he finally understood his situation. No matter how seasoned and ruthless Bai Jiao was, the moment his sight was restored and he met with an icy and organic eye that was more than a few times enlarged. His heartbeat still briefly stopped for a moment. It was only once those eyes retreated that Bai Jiao could see the mansion clearly. The whitewashed walls. The entire room was dimly lit with only a lamp shining above his head. And the place was also covered with large and small transparent boundaries, all containing different creatures. Outside the boundaries there was also a black snake coiled on a pillar watching over it. And it was the abnormally small lizard in the next boundary that had just locked eyes with him. In addition, there are many instruments he has never seen before. Some kind of demonic beast fur made of strange-shaped chairs or futons. Glowing with a metallic luster will glow strange night pearl. The snake, who had always been immovable, could not help but swear in his heart. The heart at the same time welled up a huge doubt. Is there really such a mansion in the cultivation world? He lived for hundreds of years, and saw these things for the first time. Is he still in the cultivation world? If not, then all of his hypothetical situations in the past 2 days would be useless. Because no one had told him what he should do if he was not in the original time and space. Unleashing all the pitiful spiritual energy in his body, he despaired to find that the outside world's aura content was negligible, and was completely incomparable to the cultivation realm. The little white snake in the egg tried to unfold its body, fiercely storing up its strength and frantically slamming into the egg shell, looking like it had gone mad. There is no spiritual energy can be absorbed. Do not crash to death with a small white snake to be slaughtered and live on. Even the most difficult, painful and humiliating situation was acceptable to him. But only the weak and powerless could not be tolerated. Eggshell was hid by the cracks densely. The shell is very fragile, but with his current strength, but simply cannot be shaken. White Snake was uneasy, slowly curled up. After venting silence for a long time, slowly calmed down. Something's wrong? He normally wouldn't move at all. Not to mention seeking death and greed for this kind of thing. Then, it could be that something was wrong with his severely damaged Dantian Violet mansion. His entire spiritual roots were sour and abnormal. As soon as he surged into his spiritual chi, there would be pain like pins and needles. Something was wrong with his spiritual roots and his Dantian, and they were fusing with this snake's body non-stop. If he couldn't obtain a large amount of spiritual energy in time to repair his Dantian and spirit root, then his mind and strength would become weaker and weaker until his original spiritual chi was exhausted. His spirit root and Dantian withered and decayed, and he would completely turn into an ordinary little snake that didn't even have any sanity. Endure the pain of the impact. Hard to slightly unfold the activities of the snake body. Just a moment ago was struck by a faint hair frenzy, did not forget to reduce the force. And now wake up. It is even more unlikely to go to seek death. So difficult to survive. How can he easily go to death? Today, he waited for 2 days, and finally waited for the person who gripped him back. The white Jiao looked at the clear and handsome man in front of him, who exuded a reserved and cold aura. His fire eyes that could see through flashed with malice. And all of a sudden, his distaste for the visitor rose to the highest level. The entire snake's body was secretly storing up its strength. Its alert value pulled to its highest. The entire cultivation world knew that he hated this kind of spin scum and fake noble people. And the visitor actually took all of them. Damn it! Chapter 8, Breaking the Shell. The white Jiao charged outwards with great force, while vigilantly observing the lean and upright youth outside through the eggshell, carefully debugging the lights. Jiang Bue glanced to the right unobtrusively, and suddenly paused, only to see the eggshell suddenly agitated, shaking left and right like an angry little cannon egg. It was about to break its shell. Leaning over to look at the egg in the thermostat, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger, breaking in chunks as if on impact. Click, click, click. After a few sounds of eggshell cracking, a small protrusion topped out, tenacious to drill out. A few times, a nearly transparent white triangular snake head emerged. A small green bean eyes on a layer of film, still not quite controlled by the tiger's head to wiggle. Jiang Bue froze at the sight of it, and then was elated. The prince was born safely. He decided to amnesty the whole world tonight. Spared those a few troublemakers and housebreakers. Looking at the just broken shell of the small white snake is still frozen in place, also do not know to move. Jiang Bue put on gloves, disinfected after opening the plastic screen. Reach in and fish the snake in the palm of the hand. The white Jiao immediately nervous alert up. Estimated the strength of both sides of the enemy. Decisively chose to camouflage itself first to confuse the enemy. Jiang Bue felt the small white snake that immediately became soft and obedient in his hand, and was surprised for a moment. The first time, he saw such an eye-catching critter that had just broken out of its shell, and he wondered if it could be because of the alpha rays. It was not easy to have a small white snake at home. The name that had been prepared for many years finally had a use. As the only small white snake in the house, his owner solemnly bestowed a new name upon him. Growing so white. Let's call you Long. The Long of the white stripes in the waves. Jiang Bue had wanted to use this name for a long time, but unfortunately, His family was full of strange dark color schemes, none of which looked so white and flawless, which made him regret it for a long time. Today finally let him hope for it. The body of the white Jiao, that was pretending to be dead, could not help but stiffen. Is it his fault for growing white? The irritation of being offended by this weak cultivator had not yet had time to burn, and he was thrown into the water with the whole snake, and his body was so cold that any small flames disappeared. Jiang Bui pulled it out and put it into the small water basin in the thermostat. In the water basin, he spread a layer of fine sand in advance. The amount of water was just enough to be able to get it in for a bath. Put the adjusted egg white into the syringe. The original needle on the syringe has been thrown away. Now on top is a clean valve core. The snake's jaws were soft and easy to pry open. Jiang Bui easily shoved the syringe into the snake's mouth and slowly pushed it in until it was all in. At first, the pinched jaws of a long resistance is still fierce. Long not yet open all the small teeth to bite him. After he easily restrained, the body is still writhing, until the egg white into. He subconsciously swallowed a few times, and then do not need Jiang Bui to stuff into the syringe. His own hard to swallow the syringe into. If it wasn't for Jiang Bui clutching the back half of the syringe, I'm afraid that this snake would have died in the syringe today. The small mouth baw's straight force, but the body is still unyielding, twisting, rolling, resistance. The mouth is too much for the body. Ah no. It is the body that is too much for the mouth. After hitting it all in and swallowing hard a few times to make sure there was really no more food in the tube, it was only then that he slowly struggled to stay still on a full stomach, completely paralyzed into a dead snake on his hand. Only the middle of the snake's body was still undulating and digesting. Inexplicably mental degradation of the white Jiao directly led himself paralyzed in the warm and comfortable palm of this human. The beautiful name is, save strength. Reduce the enemy's vigilance. Determined not to admit that they have milk is mother. Jiang Bui finished feeding. Just as soon as he loosened the force, his hand was light, and the snake flew into the water basin. I can't help but laugh. The little snake's vigilance is quite strong. Simply set up the surrounding for him, and went upstairs to clean up. When the housekeeping arrived, it took him and the housekeeping ants a full 3 hours to tidy up the ground floor together. During this time, he also faced all kinds of complicated and different gazes from the ants. Jiang Bui could only smile bitterly and put the pot on his own head. Bitterly swallowed into his stomach. The moment he finished cleaning, he took a long breath of relief. When he went upstairs to sleep at night, he purposely brought the baby snake's thermostat upstairs and put it at the bedside, so that he could observe and take care of it at any time. He was also afraid that the now elite Blackie would lead his minions to lift the nest of the prodigal white stripe. The space was already mostly filled. In addition to coal, meat and rice, flour, oil and seasonings, and the petrol that he had added in his spare time over the past few days, there were already 30 to 40 tin caddy buckets. There were still many empty barrels left on one side. Jiang Bui put all of them full of pure water, and also bought several cases of mineral water piled up in the corner. After looking at Along's condition again, it was dormant most of the time. Jiang Bui now cannot leave them at home for a few more days, so that the money in hand is still very generous, can withstand the toss. It is intended that the rest of the supplies will be close to the city center to pick up supplies. He is also in contact with a special driving school, signed up for a license training and examination. In the future, when fleeing the famine, cannot care what model, will not drive. Preparedness is always right. Taking advantage of today's weather sunshine is just right. Eat breakfast. He drove to the suburbs of the largest warehouse supermarket. The reason why he bought a small yard in the suburbs is also a large part of the reason because of this supermarket. Covers an area of more than 2,000 square feet. Living supplies are very sufficient and diverse. Roughly round the trolley is full of. There are pearl milk tea soft candy, net red seaweed, pickled pepper phoenix claws, spicy lotus root slices, hand-torn beef jerky. A variety of snacks and drinks are actually Jiang Bui's favorite. And finally had to go back and push a car. This time pushing the new car first stroll deli area. Lasagna and roast chicken Jiang Bui take the most. On the box to take. Roasted chicken, he bought a dozen boxes. Home are some small chicken stomach. Specializing in chicken. Originally, he did not dare to give them to eat these additives and seasonings too heavy. But since this group of animals early awakening, they have become omnivorous animals that eat everything. He is relieved to let them pick their own meals. Of course, the favorite was chicken. Vegetables and fruits were also picked and bought some. Only bought enough for today, and tomorrow's quantity he stopped. Finally strolled to the cold chain area. Fresh food and meat arranged in a well-organized manner. He picked a box of lamb rolls, and a box of beef rolls. A Wellington steak. And at the end of a pocket of crayfish. Just saw the seafood Jiang Buwei just remembered. But also have to hoard some seafood to prepare. Occasionally add a meal. Change a pattern. Said to do. A few bulging shopping bags are stuffed into the trunk. Drive to the nearest aquatic market. A variety of fish and shrimp. Octopus. Crabs. Clams and oysters, and so on, a variety of seafood. Bought a few boxes. Collectively with the stall holder and talk about the price to pay the money. And then directly to the goods to the villa. From the aquatic market out. And ran the flower market and vegetable market. Cabbage. Potatoes and turnips. Such as the most able to put was he directly bought 2 carloads. Paid the money in 2 days, to go directly to his compound in the outskirts of the city. Others such as broccoli. Baby vegetables. Mushrooms. Carrots. Beans. Leeks. Celery and so on add up to half a car. These are arranged by him to the villa. He also prepared some vegetable seeds in the flower and bird market just in case. After returning a few phone calls from the property, Jiang Buwei pinched the bridge of his nose and felt it go from taut to relax before he let out a long breath. He wasn't worried about the subsequent trouble that would come from transporting them so directly to the villa. Anyway, he was going to move to the suburbs in a couple of days, and it would be after the end of the world when he realized or was being watched. So where could they go to look for him at that time? However, a large number of vegetables and seafood can still be said to be the animals raise more. Everything to eat. But he also need to buy some sealed packages of portable food and a large number of living supplies. Especially medicines and control devices. These will have to find a discreet shield, lest they be targeted by special departments. No matter before or after the end times. He didn't want to challenge the bottom line and concerns of certain departments. After the end of the social order collapse, there are some illegal organizations acting wildly. In case of acting too eye-catching, really to the private organizations to find. Then he did not have to struggle. Directly into the laboratory flat slicing forget. After the plan in his head, quickly contacted a few buyers and shops. Those contacts have hesitation. But most of the high prices and buyers require urgent lure. Did not bother to pursue the urgency and simplicity of the opening of the shop. Overnight shipment is expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Most of those not shipped are medicines that cannot be bought without a business license. Jiang Buwei is also clear. Just try to find out that does not work. It went around the city to the pharmacy or bought a circle. Small to some basic alcohol. Iodophor. Gauze. Cotton swabs. Band-aids. More to stomach medicine. Painkillers. Ointment and so on. The spores and the Silanamics are even taken in boxes. The latest supermarket address left. Jiang Buwei, this is touching his hungry stomach. Some pain. Demolished a box of durian lasagna cushion stomach. To be stomach is not so painful. Which drove back to the villa. The first thing to do, when you get home, is to leave dozens of boxes of seafood and half a car of vegetables in the garage outside to receive the space. Originally thought it was a wave of the hand. As a result, a part of the seafood boxes remained in place in the next second, while a variety of live seafood appeared out of thin air above his head. Like a rain of seafood, coldly slapping Jiang Buwei in the face, making him doubt the authenticity of this world. What is the situation? Space is full? Spiritual power carefully checked in his mind and found that it was not. And there was still a quarter of the place that was empty. Then because of what? Jiang Buwei depressed thinking. Eyes unconsciously along with the front of the teeth and claws passing by the big crab unconsciously moving. Thinking. Dead to the end. But also quite energetic. Wait, vitality. He thought he knew where the problem was. Jiang Buwei looked at these numbers of delightful living seafood in silence. Squatted on the ground. And got a headache. So many. Just the simplest steaming would require hundreds of pots, right? Chapter 9 Humiliation Demon Emperor Online Eating Broadcast. From the sky wiped dark to the top of the moon now. Jiang Buwei finally got up. Stiff as a 1,000-year-old zombie. Stretched hard and stretched. Looking at a pot of freshly baked seafood laid out on the ground. The heart is quite a sense of achievement. With a wave of his hand, he put all the pots and pans into the space. He has not eaten seafood at all in recent days. And the smell of seafood is going to make him vomit. Then open the remote control ventilation. A room of seafood smell. He sniffed himself, frowned, took a change of clothes into the bathroom. Water flow along the curve of the body suddenly fast, and slow charming flow down. Hot air in the closed bathroom room rise. Diffuse. Steam. The water vapor quietly blurred the mirror. Snap. A switch sound. The sound of water then disappeared, followed by a pair of cold white flesh and bone uniformly slender hand casually forced to wipe open the veil. The field of vision at once clear, on a pair of quiet black eyes. In the mirror, the man's eyebrows and eyes were drenched in water vapor, but they were suppressed by the lazy and decadent temperament of his body and blended perfectly with each other. Ascetic and decadent. The extreme black and white contrast between eyebrows and skin, set off by the brightly colored lips, gave a person a great impact and compulsion. A droplet of water shifted in her jaw and rolled into the groove of her collarbone with a seductive sheen. Further down, a succession of rolls skipped over thin pecs. A smooth, flat stomach. No basted abs but no excess flab either. And finally with a mermaid line deep into the unspeakable. The lids of his eyes were slightly closed with lust and mourning, and his thick lashes hung down to hide the hostile tinged eyes. The house over in the suburbs was still a few days away from completion, and after borrowing a supermarket to collect a wave of living supplies and medicines, he would move with the animals to a small farmhouse in the suburbs. Starting over again. The only thing he relied on was that he had gained a head start, and had also obtained the spatial ability in advance. However, when the animal's evolution was not yet complete, and did not have any self-preservation, he could run away from the monk, but not the temple. It would even cause the attention and malice of certain people because of this procurement of his big action. As the saying goes, a man who is not guilty of a crime is guilty of a crime. Without the power of self-preservation before he would not choose to take on those villains in his previous life. Despite the strong killing intent, he would not take his own life. The bath towel simply wiped the water droplets on his body, and came out of the bathroom with a body of water vapor. Lowered his head, and wiped his head while walking to the bedside. Only then did he see that the thermostat at the bedside was empty, and there was no snake in sight. The hand rubbing his hair gave a lurch and looked down to take a closer look. It was really gone. Before taking a shower, he also saw Long sleeping in the thermostat. Jiang Bui put down the towel in his hand and searched back and forth in the room for its shadow, and finally found the little white snake under the sofa. When Jiang Bui found it, if it wasn't the only white one in the house, he really didn't dare to recognize it. In the blink of an eye, it had instantly swelled several times from a noodle less than the thickness of a finger, and was now as thick as 2 fingers. The little guy was still stubbornly resisting when he was found. Resisting fiercely. Jiang Bui surprisingly saw the valor and humiliation of vowing to die from those tiny green bean eyes. After a fight to the death, the little white snake that tried to escape was mercilessly thrown onto the bed. The snake's body chastely curved up, held up for a while to see the way Jiang Bui didn't even put him in his eyes. His heart burned with anger wanting to provoke. His body stood up straight and opened his bloody mouth. How about it? Scared? Right? Jiang Bui set up the clothes, then saw a 2-finger-thick small white snake standing straight on the bed. Opened his own not even a tooth cherry mouth. Small green bean eyes staring at him tightly. It was kinda cute. Walking to the bedside, his body paused for a moment. After so many years of raising snakes, he was certainly aware that this was the state of attack. Ignoring the little white snake's alert attack posture, Jiang Bui straightly stuck to the snake and sat down by the bedside, interspersed with scrutinizing measurements of the little white snake with its sudden increase in size. Well, not only was its growth suspicious, the look in its eyes just now was suspicious as well. So anthropomorphic that even the smartest blackie couldn't show into it. Is this something a newly hatched baby snake could do? Or is it because it was irradiated by alpha rays right from the egg that it was different at birth? Jiang Bui's eyes darkened, unsure if this would have an effect on its habits or character later on. Since the body size has grown so big, the syringe and a series of other things used last night are useless. So it should be able to eat meat. There was still some fresh chicken meat left in the cold storage. The way it was growing like this, Jiang Bui wasn't sure whether to feed it in the same way as a cub. After thinking about it, he still planned to feed it once a week, at least to ensure its nutrition during the developmental period. All Lang, it's time to eat. Come with Daddy. The little white snake that was originally still in a state of vigilant combat sniffed. A not-so-large snake's face was actually able to make out an expression packet. Ignorant human cultivator, do you know what you're saying? You are offending the Demon Emperor. As it turned out, he knew. A quarter of an hour later, the little white snake, filled with humiliation, curled up on the side of the rice bowl, hatefully swallowing the chicken that had slid down his esophagus, struggling to digest it with stomach acid. The not-so-small eyes contained a bubble of hot tears. This was the meat that was exchanged for being touched on its ice-clear body. And not a single bit of it could be wasted. The intense mental activity and death struggle that the white former Demon Emperor, now wandering White Stripes Jiao, had just experienced, Jiang Buwei did not know in the slightest. He touched along the body of the white snake. The scales with a cold white luster were cold and smooth to the touch, like touching a piece of warm jade. The feel was excellent. After leaving the snake, Jiang Buwei was still a bit reluctant to leave. Evening a good deal of tossing and turning also led Jiang Buwei did not have the mood for elaborate cooking, and fed the things he bought today roasted chicken one by one. But he didn't anticipate that all Lang grew so fast, so he didn't buy its share. When he went downstairs, the little guy was still crashing far behind him, still sulking on his own because of the betrayal of his color just now, separated from Jiang Buwei by a full 5 meters. When other nocturnal critters come out to pick up shopping bags, they hide behind the sofa and look far away, watching with bated breath. The small appearance of pity. Jiang Buwei inexplicably heart was touched. Sour and soft and cute. Straight bubbling. Hurry to take out the original share of his own, not eat. In his opinion, this is the little cute just broken shell has not yet integrated into this big family. Poor, still afraid of life. I have to say, Jiang Buwei's IQ does not apply to his little animals that come with a cute filter. Once he meets them, his brain will not turn. If the snake and scorpion beauty really existed, then he would be the actual dim king. At this time, the pitiful and fearful little white snake heart is planning how to kill this treacherous human. Squinting eyes flash countless hunting plans. The more you think, the more fun. The heart is imagining the comfort is very much. In front of the eyes suddenly a shadow hit down. Immediately after, a box of fragrant roasted chicken that had been unwrapped was placed in front of him by a pair of hands. The little white snake tilted up to look along with these hands, and was caught off guard to see the owner of the hand smiling at him with a loving fatherly care. Dignity or tummy is important. This question early pressed on the young white snake's tender and thin shoulders. Early the next morning, when the sky was still dark and dreary, Jiang Buwei's mobile phone was almost blown up by delivery calls, waiting for one by one back to the past. The sky only do gold edge and sunshine. Simply wait until the first ray of sunshine in the morning on the dining table. He got up and set off. Zhang Dongqing graduated into a foreign enterprise. Competition and discrimination are big. Want to find a way to camp, cannot find. Everyday overtime work to vomit blood. It is easy to fight for a few years to rise to the position of the director. Talked about a schoolgirl a few years younger. The result is that even meat have no time. Today it is not easy to end the project. Drive to the university door ready to pick up his girlfriend. I did not expect in the traffic jam on the road can run into Jiang Buwei. His university classmate, the veritable school grass, is also his crush on the goddess, who likes people. With this layer of relationship, the university 4 years, he secretly always pay attention to Jiang Buwei's every move. From the results to the family, all to secretly compete. The result is naturally a miserable failure. From the small town out of the famous school Golden Phoenix, from coming here mentality has been a little unstable. This blow, the heart of the dark and sour repressed for a long time. The whole person becomes a little neurotic and sensitive inferiority complex. After graduation, he has been to his own workability, while privately inquiring about the way Jiang Buwei. The results of the classmates did not know, and in the end became a knot in his heart. Who would have thought that he would see Jiang Buwei here, looking at the handsome young man surrounded by a bunch of people in the street shop? Zhang Dongqing's inner sense of expansion is constantly fermenting. He also noticed that the door behind the youth is being renovated. The warehouse door is wide open. Look at the posture of the group of people. This shop should be Jiang Buwei open. This street Zhang Dongqing no. Near the highway import and export. But also remote. Usually so cold that even the dog does not care about it. Open a supermarket here. Under the heart thought to be clear. The more I think, the more excited. Face flooded with abnormal flushing. In exchange for the past, he has certainly not dared to go to find Jiang Buwei chat. But this time is different. The school is not compared to the community. The two of them personal social status is now a little upside down. At this end, Jiang Bui was a few uncles and aunts' enthusiastic forehead are sweating. Even the 8 winds of the cold face are squeezed out of the small expression of shock. It was not easy to sign the bill. Pay up. Just to breathe a long sigh of relief. Just to see in front of a shadow cover down. Followed by a familiar voice came. Jiang Bui? Really you are. I just saw this back like you in the car. A car? Really? The person who came was a bit good-natured. After he finished speaking warmly, he casually pointed to the BMW that had already got off the highway and was parked by the roadside. Jiang Bui raised half an eyebrow. His intuition let him feel the unsavory intentions of the visitor. Followed his intention to look at the BMW. And dug deep into his long-ago memory. Still couldn't remember where he had seen him. After half a day's thought, he decided it would be better not to embarrass his little brain. And just looked at him with a polite smile. Perhaps his disguise as a harmless and simple youth was too successful. The man saw this and instantly became familiar with Jiang Bui's shoulder and began to chatter. Jiang Bui. The gentle arc of his eyebrows flattened out at once. The eyes hidden under his eyelashes turned cold. And the curve of his mouth still remained in a mold. With a fake smile on his face that pretended to be fake. He was sincerely puzzled. Do they really know each other well? Or does he have a good-tempered face? Zhang Dongqing obviously didn't notice the mental activity and expression of the person under his shoulder. With a puzzled and careless face, he picked up the topic. You didn't have any contact with our classmates after you graduated. Right. Where are you in high school now? Graduation? He went to Germany before middle school. So that would be high school and college classmates. Without a trace. She moved her shoulder away. And replied in a cold and polite manner. Opening a small shop. Doing a small business. The man in front of him seemed to have just discovered this shop directly behind Jiang Bui. His face was surprised and subtle as he stammered out. How can you open a shop here? This. With a suspicious tone. As if he only just remembered something. He glanced at Jiang Bui with an apologetic face and added. There is no other meaning, huh? This mouth is fast. But, if you really have no place to go. I am now in Misan as a supervisor. Still some face. Leave an assistant position to you or no problem. Really have difficulties. Do not hold back. Our old classmates. Zhang Dongqing in the dark mockingly measured. In the heart sourly added, there is really no place to go. But also can be a white boy. Evening a rich woman or something. Here. Jiang Bui completely understand what this is to do. The heart of the helpless. He is what he did when he went to school. Pulled such a big hate. Graduated more than 4 years. Actually still remember firmly. Chapter 10. Sheep Pots and Pans. Jiang Bui looked down at the table. Surprised. This morning light busy paying. Did not pay attention to the time. So fast at noon. The goods have long been unloaded. Are based in the back warehouse. This small supermarket does not look at the front is not big. The back is also connected to a large warehouse. A few large cargoes go down. And even there is room. Even delivery of people have advised him not to enter so much at a time. The shop cannot be set up. The location is not good. It is not looking for a loss of money in the ground. For this kind of well-intentioned reminder, Jiang Bui certainly will not have a bad attitude. Smacking people meddling. Just smiled and diverged from the topic. This lot is a hot potato for serious business people. But for him at this stage, it is naturally the most suitable. Close to the high-speed import and export. To a certain extent also belongs to the suburbs. The traffic is convenient. The flow of people is almost no. Not only convenient to transfer supplies, but also can hide people's ears. Is simply tailor-made for him. But in front of him, this is obviously the visitor is not good. Naturally there is no need to stay merciful. He previously answered the dialogue is also just out of politeness. But it was obvious that any further conversation would delay his lunch time for the day. And those who had experienced the end times were always a little more obsessed with food. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Please? I have something to do later. So excuse me. Jiang Bui thought that what he said was polite enough. Who knew that as soon as the words left his mouth, the opposite man's face changed. Annoyed. Probably blaming him for not knowing how to be nice. But the next moment the man paused for a few seconds, and then pretended to smile again. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. It's hard to find a job these days. You graduated for several years. How can you compare to a fresh graduate? Between the words probably means that since he does not mix well. Old classmates can give a small assistant position is already very good. Don't be too high-minded. But also posing. Jiang Buwei. Half of his body had already entered the shop. When he turned back to him, and said with a gentle fake smile, "Then I'll trouble you to help me find one." He didn't want to waste his effort, and this kind of person to pull the wool over his eyes. And answered in a prevaricating manner. Really, he was afraid that that person would be endless. And he couldn't wake up a person pretending to be asleep. Zhang Dongqing after he entered the shop. Bitter expression instantly changed face. Cleared his throat. Towards the shop door Jiang Buwei disappeared place. Viciously bah. He cleared his throat. And towards the place where Jiang Buwei disappeared from the shop entrance. He viciously spat. He really think he is rare to introduce him. Wait for it. After closing the door, Jiang Buwei first spent half an hour to collect the supplies in the warehouse. First collected medicines and sealed bags of simple snacks. Then fruits and clothes and quilts and so on. Lastly, daily necessities and tobacco, alcohol and sugar, etc. Catching the gaps and stuffing them in. Medicine variety. But each is very little. Some daily alcohol iodine POV gauze can be stocked more. Prescription drugs and anti-inflammatory limited purchase. Anesthesia is more can only be seen in the hospital treatment. Can only spend 2 more days on the internet. Sporadically buy a few more shops. After finishing, lock the door and get in the car and go straight to the 4S shop. Order a cross-country and a van. As for the shop, at this time has been an empty shell. The future time will also be empty. Half a year's rent he has paid. There will be no one to idly look at. This shop for him to say has been completed. Jiang Buwei arrived at the shop after only 10 minutes to do the car test drive and pay the bill procedure. The salesman followed the expression of magic. Who doesn't like customers who have more money? Under this premise, naturally, the modification requirements put forward by Jiang Buwei should be accepted in its entirety. Of course, there is also one aspect of the reason that it is really a favor. They have their own garage. And it's not like they won't pay to fix it. Leaving an address and phone number. It was a rush to get home. The animals could all fix their own meals now. Even the newest member. Along. So Jiang Buwei only needed to fix his own now. Opening the fridge and taking out the beef and mutton rolls he bought last night. He planned to have a hot pot. Counting his previous life, he hadn't eaten hot pot for more than 2 months. And as a fan of all kinds of pots and pans, Jiang Buwei felt like all his cells were stirring. In addition to being delicious, the hot pot was also really convenient. By the time he had dealt with all the ingredients, 20 minutes had barely passed. The familiar copper pot was set up. And half a box of beef and mutton was set up. Each. Green vegetables he watched radish and baby vegetables. Half meat and not vegetarian there is a plate of tripe. A plate of duck blood. Some hot pot meatballs. There is a plate of 1,000-leaf tofu and frozen tofu. Tofu tender is also very tasty. But unfortunately the refrigerator does not have a fresh one. Only the previous frozen on. These days, he has been to the supermarket once. Some eaten out has not had time to make up. The space did of bags of the supermarket's incoming goods. But they were giant bags. With hot pot pills and soya products piled up in small mountains. Hidden behind a large number of quilts and petrol drums. He hadn't bulk organized the space yet. And it was troublesome to take things first. So Jiang Buwei quickly gave up this idea of going through the motions with himself. What's the matter? Let's talk about it, after we've eaten our fill. He ceremoniously washed his hands and took his seat. Opened the pot. And soon a spicy and fresh aroma wafted and filled the entire floor, with the table as the center. The aroma also drew out certain uninvited guests. At the corner of the dining room and the living room sat a half-man tall wooden sculpture. And the corner of the wall cleverly formed a modest shadow. At this moment, there was a pair of eyes in the shadows that were glittering with an evil essence. And their sights were tightly falling on the steaming and fragrant pot on top of the dining table. The pot boiled. Jiang Buwei just put the tripe down. Is silently counting 7 on the 8 down 10 number. Counting. Feel not quite right. The back of the head is a little cold. The line of sight to the side of the body suspiciously swept. Accurately in a corner to stop. Jiang Buwei mouth corner of this smile cannot be held back to the outward bubbles. Look at the small eyes with interest. The small eyes have not realized that he has been discovered. Still staring intently at the pot. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds 12. Are 12 seconds. How he is still not fishing. The tripe is old. Small eyes filled with deplorable and anger. Hate to replace Jang not for their own on. Side thought angrily side head to see what he was doing. This can be distracted. As a result, when he turned around, he was facing a pair of rakish eyes. The entire snake stiffened. After keeping it for a few days, Jiang Bui more or less understood the nature of the little white snake. With so much idolatrous baggage that sometimes it didn't even look like a snake. So in the long silence, the atmosphere between one person and one snake became subtle. One amused in watching the show. One pretending to be stupid and embarrassed after being caught. Early in the morning Jiang Bui had already risen. Simply stuffed some food into his stomach and began to pack his things. Used to the big furniture and stove yesterday has contacted the moving company to move away. The rest is some commonly used clothing and toiletries, as well as his cute and cuddly pets. Thinking of the only remaining supercar in the garage that has not been sold by him, and the size of the small cute pets. He rarely a little bitter. He ordered a car and the Ford shop has not yet arrived. It had been thought that a reliable removal company could just ship them off together. As it turned out, the person who came to see what was going on just looked at Doraemon and Nobita in alarm. Didn't even see the little flowers. And scattered his legs and ran away. The 8-foot-tall man was gone in a puff of smoke. Jiang Bui couldn't catch up with him even if he chased after him. And bitterly smiled as he clicked his mobile phone, wanting to talk to him again, indicating that he could raise the price higher, when he realized that he was being blackmailed. This time he completely gave up on outside assistance. Rolling up his sleeves, the supercar made 3 trips back and forth, moving the small stuff first, leaving behind what the little car really couldn't do anything about. Jiang Bui sat on the sofa and thought. By the way, and the size of the 4 now still for some reason stranded in the old home silently stared at each other. His eyes swept through the small flowers, Doraemon and Nobita, stopping his eyes on the last one, and the pair of wide-open small green pea eyes to stare at each other. A small white snake, 2 fingers thick and an arm's length long, was sandwiched between several behemoths. Excessively abrupt. He hadn't seen the white stripe since yesterday's midday stare-off. The little white snake's pride was surprisingly strong. And he'd emptied his home today when he'd moved before catching the fugitive snake proper. The wandering white stripes. Chapter 11 Moving. Guy thing is too big. Can only call the 4 shop in advance to let them send the car in advance. Fortunately, the lorry has been converted in advance. First send the lorry over. 4 shop people parked the car in the doorway and left. This time to show that he had the foresight to enroll in a driving school in advance. Although only one practical lesson. Jiang Bui estimated the height of the car door. Easily jumped into the driver's seat. Compartment tailed backward into the garage. He jumped out of the car and closed the garage door first. Then pulled the rear compartment down to its maximum and left it completely open. Little Flower went in first. Doraemon and Nobita followed closely. Jiang Bui looked at the small white snake located at the back of the queue that had been motionless, and scooped up its body and put it in his arms, suppressing it with absolute force. After everything was ready, Jiang Bui threw the key into the flower pot at the door, took one last look at the scenery of the house, and closed the door, ignoring the little white snake with teeth bared that hid far away in the corner of the driver's side. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Bui nonchalantly fished it out and stuffed it into the casually carried, signaling for the chauffeur who had long been waiting outside to get into the car. His driving license is only a C certificate. Cannot drive a small van. The end of the world is approaching. He does not want to be arrested for driving without a license. The chauffeur is a chubby young man. A black short-sleeved plus sleeve cap, covered tightly. See Jiang Bui with a cage to leap up, still a little nervous. He still does not know what is behind the carriages. Or, Jiang Bui slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. Moved the cage a little behind him. Warmly opened his mouth to try to ease his nervousness. Don't be afraid. It's a pet snake. It's not poisonous. It can't run out. A hand lifted the cage, gesturing for him to look at it. The young man took a look at the cage's fine mesh and sealed wooden boards. And only then did his heart relax a bit, letting go and focusing on the car and the road ahead. Jiang Bui had 2 things on his mind, while occasionally supplementing his navigation to give the driver directions. He also stuck his fingers into the mesh and occasionally soothed the little white snake, who was still angry with him for having rudely stuffed it into the cage. The subtle itch from his fingers was irrelevant and only made Jiang Bui tease it even more. Along the way scenery from the busy city center to gradually desolate green area gradually increased in the suburbs. sped more than an hour before arriving at the new home, coupled with a few trips back and forth during the day transport. At this time the sky has blacked out. 6 o'clock. The new home is located in the suburbs of H City, a village called Jinha Village. Here and next door to the city between the National 4A level scenic area, so Nanjiale extraordinarily much, and gradually developed into a tourist village. Every family is an independent yard with facade. But at this time in the off-season, the staff is depressed. Honestly speaking, this nature of the village is not very good. People come and go. Not far behind is the scenic area. After the end of the plants and animals will evolve. The danger is heavy, but it can't help that its geographical location is really superior. Into the city can attack H City to collect supplies and information. Can retreat into the next door, to the province of Vietnam. And in the case of dragging the family is difficult to move a long distance away from Chihua City. Less than 2 kilometers nearby is a large warehouse supermarket. Sufficient supplies. It is very suitable for the principle of the first period of meticulous. The back cannot be withdrawn. Jiang Bui got out of the car and looked around. Among the many yards with a strong rural idyllic style, the small courtyard surrounded by steel and concrete conversion proudly straightened itself and stood among them. Instantly recognizable. After paying the money and thanking the little man, Jiang Bui climbed into the driver's seat by himself and once again repeated what he did this afternoon. Only this time there is no garage. Open the big iron gate and pour directly into the courtyard. Yard predecessor is also a farmhouse. The main building is a small 2-story building, plus a sizable cellar. The front yard is a small country garden for guests, with a few green vegetable beds occasionally interspersed among the pink and yellow flower branches. And the middle gate leading to the small building is paved with stone slabs to make a wide path. The left side of the backyard is a cement-built sink and tap for washing vegetables, while the right side is divided into several pieces to raise different livestock, so that Jiang Bui directly shoveled, leaving only 3 hens, a rooster, and 2 gray rabbits of unknown gender. The trees in the front and backyards were all rooted out by him. Firstly, to prevent mutation, and secondly, most of the trees were planted along the courtyard wall, which made it easy to climb in and out by and unsafe. In addition to this, he also rebuilt all the previous masonry walls into reinforced concrete walls up to 3 meters high. The backyard originally had a small door was also demolished by him. Directly sealed wall. The iron gate in the front yard is made of a whole steel plate welded together, just enough to allow a van to enter. At this time, the gate is closed. The house of small animals are one by one from the house. Backyard. Garden vegetable field climbed out, only missing 6 small bats. Jiang Bui raised his head to look at the sun. His heart was clear. Up the stacked boards were thrown directly to the villa. The effort of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, tired and panting before the whole thick boards on the trunk. The 2 Nile crocodiles were able to come down. All 4 of the little ancestors were transported down and sent off in the house clean. He started by removing the dust cover from the sofa, cleaned it with a rag, swept and mopped the floor. After cleaning one room and then the next to repeat the steps just now, until the ground floor was all cleaned by him before he realized that the sky had already darkened. Rubbing his sore shoulders and neck, and went out to look for the children of the animals, who do not come home in the dark. Open the door. The most conspicuous is the small flowers. Twisting huge body and several hundreds of times smaller than his small snake in the small garden tumbling joyfully. Originally grew a thriving pink flowers piece by piece, all were crushed. Jiang Bui rushed over to rescue the few remaining vegetable beds from the clutches of the small flowers. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately fortunate. He bowed and stroked little flower's large head, taking it as understood. From now on just play in the flowers, and leave the green ones alone. Little flower bowed the upper part of its body, and obediently coiled its body in the flowers, also carefully avoiding the green vegetable beds. Jiang Bui herded the 4 of them into the house, stood up and roughly swept the front yard to determine the location, walking towards the corner of the yard where messy grass and dead branches were piled up, probably left over from the previous owner's pruning of the flower branches. Casually peeled open the side of the branch, and fell out too. Another also rustling climbed out. The 3 small lizards carried back to the house. When he came out again, he had 2 more tools in his hand. He originally had this idea. Only today they gave him a wake-up call to properly build an open-air nest for the animals in accordance with their habits, and to adapt to life in the wild in advance. although the animals he raised were all extremely capable of surviving in the wild. And some of them were even considered large beasts. They were exquisitely kept in artificially created constant temperature environments from the moment they were born and broke their shells. Taking lizards as an example, their living environment could not be lower than 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise they would die. Thinking about this, Jiang Bui still worried in his heart. Now is the summer of 3 days. There is still half a month to the end of the world. Water and electricity after the end of the world less than a week will gradually stop. Thermostat and heating will not be used at all. When the weather turns cooler after entering autumn, it is not yet known whether the lizard and little Ming Linling can survive this late autumn and winter, and whether the end-time evolution will overcome this situation, smoothing out all the small spikes on the branches and thin branches, knocking and picking to base a clump of a not too large area of low-profile version of the shrub. After doing this, Jiang Bui looked at the sky, patted his mud-covered hands, and pressed them into his lap to support himself as he got up and headed for the backyard, eventually finding 2 crocodiles and 2 tortoises in the concrete pool, which was roughly the size of a 2x2, with Daxiong only able to get in for half of his body. The rainwater from the previous day's rains and the dead leaves and messy branches had mixed into a pool of muddy water, and each was as dirty as a mud monkey. His footsteps lurched. His toes inexplicably wanted to turn backward to retrace his steps. His originally disheveled and cold face completely collapsed into a batch face, full of dangerous aura towards the concrete pool. And I don't know how the 2 turtles crawled in, directly in the face of the Daemon King breath of the 4 shrunk their heads. The Nile crocodile completely lack of dignity as a jungle beast. Blinking big eyes. A sweep of the tail. A hump one. The 2 small turtles on the back of the slow crawl towards the home. At that time, the former homeowner may be for the convenience of washing vegetables or scrubbing in the pool on one side of the 45-degree angle of the slope. The result of the 2 short-legged crocodiles climbed up and down conveniently. Chapter 12 News. The refrigerator in the new home is still brand new. There are no additional ingredients, so I took out some from space. The animals also need to be fed in batches. Some, like the snakes, are fed anywhere from once to twice a month, while other kinds need to be more frequent. Took out a few whole chickens, chopped them into a few large pieces on the board and distributed them, and also had an extra small bowl of diced meat specifically for the 2 turtles. Then it was time for his own dinner. Tonight he planned to eat fatty beef pot, wash the baby vegetables, and put 2 of them. The golden mushroom neatly cut off the buttocks in 1 slice. Wash it and put it in the pot. Add water. Wait for the water to boil, and directly add a box of fatty beef rolls. Soon it will be ready to open the pot. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Bui fried himself another popped pork belly. Is a quick dish. Out of the pot, onion and chili fragrance aroma. Put all the dishes on the table, and gave himself a dinner. He looks thin. In fact, the amount of food is not small. There is still half a pot of rice left in the rice cooker. Originally wanted to close the lid of the hand, hesitated, or took out a large iron pot, found in the nook of the space to do sushi tools, which is still a small supermarket at the time, when a big sister to collect goods with the add-ons. Transparent gloves on. The pot of rice spread on the bamboo curtain. Instead of vegetable strips and eggs and crab meat fillet, is a spoonful of fat beef and pork belly pulled out of 2 dishes. The rich aroma of the soup, so that the whole rice ball seasoning do not have to add, has been very perfect. Each just pinched into 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. Pinching the solid rice and fat beef. Well done on the large iron basin. 1 by 1 yard arranged neatly. Jiang Bui pinched this not for his own food, but for the little white snake preparation. From the roasted chicken to the sheep pot yesterday lunch, I can see that the little white snake is very interested. And on the raw cold meat, unless hungry, or not very interested. White Jiao, of course, is not eat raw meat. His previous life in the cultivation world of the original body is a common small white snake. At best, the color is good looking. Not starved to death, was eaten, and can be cultivated into a generation of demon emperor into the Jiao, is bound to be able to tolerate the common people cannot tolerate. As long as the entrance to fill up the stomach of the things he can eat. Just that is when he did not have the conditions. Now, this human's own food is so fragrant. Actually give him to eat raw. Think he is like those small demons whose spiritual wisdom is half open that he raised? Jiang Bui stopped after pinching a pot. Along wasn't a big eater, and had just fed him a meal 2 days ago. So he had been able to determine that they were all omnivorous now. As soon as he turned around, He saw the sneaky figure of the little white snake at the kitchen door. Jiang Bui beckoned it over. The little white snake's body hesitated for a moment, thinking that this human was scheming, and could not be so kind as to let the snake hard-cook delicacies. Jiang Bui saw the little white snake hide far away, so directly put the basin in front of the kitchen door, go to the ground floor bathroom to see 2 crocodiles and 2 turtles bathing wash how. The white scaly dragon's eyes fluttered as it followed Jiang Bui out of here, and waited in the same spot for a while before slowly snaking its way towards the large iron basin, squinting at the white donut in the basin, the bright red fork in its mouth rapidly moving in and out from time to time. How fragrant! But what is this? How does it compare to immortal monarch Chang'e's spiritual rice? White Jiao just want to try. Opened the mouth, but encountered some obstacles. Rice pinch even tighter. Snake mouth from the top of the fork will be loosened into rice particles. Relying on the long and thin forked red tongue is not useful at all. Not even licked up rice particles. White Jiao was annoyed. But the fork was still uncontrollably licking the soup that leaked out of the basin. And on the way, after unremittingly licking the plate from all directions and angles, most of it still went into its stomach. He squinted his eyes comfortably, feeling a warm current flowing inside his body rushing through all the corners of his body's meridians because of the energy replenished from yet another meal. His strength was surprisingly recovering a little bit, and he found out that not only would he recover after filling his stomach with raw meat, but also eating these cooked foods would also produce spiritual energy. Only all of them are very little. To rely on eating every day to recover the strength level, it can be said to be a pie in the sky, a drop in the bucket. However, Bai Jiao had made another discovery in the past 2 days that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. The outside world's spiritual chi was getting denser by the day, growing very fast, and there was an incremental trend. Of course he was happy about such a change. Just that. In the cultivation world, but whenever any small world has a change in aura from nothing to something, it has to go through a huge catastrophe. With his current strength, he was only afraid that he would be sent to his death before he grew up. He was in a very bad condition now. Meaning not just physically. His current body was just an ordinary little snake with an undeveloped mind before he came over. The fusion of his divine soul and his body allowed him to gradually assimilate as well. And his mind drove with his beast instincts from time to time. This annoyed him greatly, especially since he simply couldn't control losing face and doing stupid things in front of this human. Either he should find himself a backer before he regained the strength of his previous life. Either that, or he should just take over his current nominal master and use his physical body to cultivate. This was also the fastest and safest method. The white Jiao was hidden behind the bathroom door, reminiscing about the aroma of the meat just now. Its cold machine-like snake eyes black and heavy, looking at Jiang Bui like a wild beast looking at its prey. Flashing through icy teasing. Feeding a few times would not sway him in the slightest. He was not one of those demonic beasts that had milk as a mother. However, with his current body to forcibly take over that human, I'm afraid that it will hurt his cultivation fundamentals, making the already traumatized Dantian even more injured, leaving behind dark wounds, and not conducive to long-term cultivation. This matter has to wait until he recovers some before thinking long-term. This had Jiang Bui scrubbed good for. Made of water. Simply took a bath. Change clothes out when the table meal has been cold. He did not care. Just look at the food is very civil. But the speed is fast. A few chopsticks down directly disc. After dinner, backhanded hammer sore shoulders. Rare stolen half a day of leisure. Sit down and turn on the TV. As soon as I turned it on, I switched to the national station with a clear goal. And now it's 7:30 p.m. just when the news is being broadcast. Good evening, viewers. Today is the 7th of September. The lunar calendar, for recently the glaciers at the North and South Poles have been melting at an abnormal rate, and the coastline is expected to rise sharply. 13 freighters including our country have sunk within the high seas of the Pacific Ocean one after another for no apparent reason within a month. Jiang Bui listened as he took out a bunch of grapes and a yellow peach from space. Took it to the kitchen to wash and plate it, and walked out to hear this sentence. The expression stared up. If he wasn't wrong, those 13 freighters should have been dragged down by the undersea mutation of the tentacle system sea monsters. The network was still able to connect in the first few days of the end of the previous life, and changed a few local channels, and even entertainment gossip channel. He also harvested a lot of out of the ordinary, and even hunt for strange conditions and messages. There are these days home plant crazy growth. And the northwest region for many days without rain, weather drought hot and abnormal. Even in the agricultural channel. He also saw the village residents' home raised a large white pig at once can calculate primary school maths. And this large white pig, he just saw it in the variety channel to perform lasso. It is also difficult for this pig, wearing several jobs to support the family, until he flipped to the next provincial station. Jiang Bui all of a sudden tensed the muscles of his body, and his face sank more and more. Recently, there is a new type of virus invading our province, and some citizens have a high fever and a persistent coma. On the screen, an ambulance stopped at the entrance of the residential area. The first to come down is a stretcher, followed by a few paramedics hurriedly into the district. Not long after, a wave of people appeared at the entrance of the district. Jiang Bui stared at the person on the stretcher in the middle, until the ambulance disappeared into the frame, and the screen narration switched with it before he withdrew his gaze. He had just looked closely. The man's fingernails were blackened. His eyes were black and blue underneath, and he even caught his unnatural trembling twitch from time to time. He was already half zombified, and would turn into a zombie before too long. Chapter 13, Opening a Vegetable Field. Last night, only the ground floor of the small building was cleaned, and there was still the first floor and the cellar that hadn't been tidied up. On the ground floor, taking into account the habits and size of the animals, he had the entire floor in addition to the load-bearing walls all demolished, leaving only a toilet and kitchen, as well as the sofa and TV in the hall. Each small animal room is separated by translucent tempered glass, and blackened bed curtains are installed on top to block out sunlight and protect privacy. He deliberately transferred the 2 Nile crocodiles and the 2 small turtles' residence to the floor-to-ceiling windows where the sunlight could shine, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were replaced with one-sided translucent bulletproof glass. It can be said that the ground floor of the first look is a large room hanging everywhere over the black floor curtains. As long as you do not open the door, the whole room is not a ray of light. Dark. The first floor was originally used to entertain guests in all the guest rooms of the farmhouse. A row of corridors, 3 rooms on each side, are double beds. The beds were all piled into one room by Jiang Bui. He only occupied the one at the head of the corridor. The other rooms were all used by him to store supplies. On the left side of the corridor, when you opened the door, you could see bags of rice and flour piled up to the ceiling. On the right side, when the door was pushed open, there were baskets of turnips and cabbages in all the corners, all of which couldn't fit in the space. The entire roof was he found someone to paste solar panels. The first floor comes with a small balcony garden, was also Jiang Bui mercilessly find someone to seal, with steel welded to death. At this time piled up all kinds of sealed food. The cellar is only 6 square feet in size. The ground is damp. Fortunately, the former owner of the house put waterproof tiles, but also by him to put full of cabbage and radish. After cleaning up the interior, he picked out a few packets of vegetable seeds from the space, pulled up his trouser leg, and carried a hoe to the front yard, throwing out a few small ancestors that were lazily paralyzed inside. Jiang Bui began to work, sweeping the country romance version of the garden round. Decisively picked the left side to start destroying flowers. The left side has more sunlight, while the light on the right side is blocked by the small building most of the time, which is not suitable for planting vegetables. Most of the flowers were wild roses of various colors, with the occasional unknown variety mixed in. The person who planted the flowers was probably not very careful, and the branches of the flowers were all wrapped around each other, and each one of them grew in all directions, so it was very difficult to pull them up. At nightfall, Jiang Bui got up, simply put together a meal, and went upstairs to rest. He left a door open. The little animals would come back on their own. They all knew what they were doing, and he was able to leave them alone without having to worry about them. At least that's what he thought the moment before he lifted the quilt. Jiang Bui casually grabbed the white shadow child that flew towards him, and disappeared for a day now to his teeth and claws of the small snake wide-eyed. Reassured early, he also raised such an uncaring thing. Caught easily, the little white snake was furious, and a fierce expression could be seen on its small face. His painstakingly planned sneak attack assassination had failed. This human was so strong. Jiang Bui looked at it thoughtfully. This snake did not look like it had just broken out of its shell, but rather like it had been living in the wild for a long time. All beastly habits, high alertness, and a state of thinking, and it seems to have killing intent towards him. Jiang Buwei has always been sensitive to such dangerous emotions. Do snakes also have the innate psychopathic mania of humans? Jiang Buwei pinched the snake and stood on the edge of the bed. Thought for 2 seconds. And finally coiled it into the thermostat and closed the clasp. He couldn't stay awake and keep a close eye on it all the time. Could he? Pinching the bridge of his nose. He lifted the covers and got into bed. By the time Jiang Buwei had completely reclaimed the vegetable garden, a week had already passed. And during this week, he would go to that storage supermarket in the suburbs every day after planting a portion of the vegetables to buy things, including but not limited to French fries, jellies, and milk teas, as well as a variety of canned fruits and other regular daily necessities. The car had been brought up a few days earlier, and this time, all 2 cars were driven into the only remaining concrete floor in the front yard and set up. The supplies in the space were taken out by Jiang Buwei to take out some long-preserved sealed food. Boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, canned food, biscuits and so on piled up in every corner of the house. Even the sofa was requisitioned. And the empty place, he added some medicines, and fresh meat and vegetables. The increase in supplies did not make Jiang Buwei's mood more cheerful, but instead full of sadness. His face became more and more gloomy. There are more and more weird and unnatural events in the mobile phone posting or chatting software. But the abnormal events on the TV news suddenly reduced and disappeared. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the abnormality and seriousness of the situation now. Prices had begun to rise dramatically, but under the strong control of the state apparatus. There was no chaos yet. Otherwise the end of the world did not come. Many people will because of rising prices cannot afford to eat, causing widespread panic riots. The riots in the outside world he couldn't intuitively feel yet. But what alarmed him the most was the abnormality of the animals in the house. These 2 days the 2 Nile crocodiles had not much movement. 6 bats of 3 entered the dormant state. Just not yet entered the feverish and hungry state. The old and young size of the 4 have long entered the dormant state. Now still awake only 2 turtles and 3 lizards. Oh, there is also a leaky fish. Jiang Buwei looked at the small white snake that was coiled at his feet, and was staring at him intently. The mood is really complicated. He likes cold-blooded animals, especially snakes. But he can't help but have such a pillow snake that stares at you viciously with a murderous face every day. Yes, this snake now sleeps on his pillow every day. Like a person's head must be next to the pillow. Otherwise it will bow up and bare its teeth. Like a gorilla. Constantly harassing him, causing him to sleep badly all night long. Jiang Buwei is now angry when he sees it. And he loves it and hates it at the same time. If emotions could be visualized, there would be countless tic-tac-toe characters on his brain right now. No matter how angry he was, he had to fix dinner for his ancestor. From the space, he took out a large piece of beef and a piece of sirloin steak. The steak was cut into small squares. The sirloin is frozen. Put it aside to thaw first. Take out 2 tomatoes and cut crosses. Boil water. Boil and put in. Cook for a while. Then put into the cold water prepared in advance to stand. Onion cut into segments. Garlic patted into a puree. Put into the pot to stir fry. Tomatoes Jiang not for the purpose of cutting it into very small pieces. Simmer the juice. And then put the beef stew. Sirloin by this time has melted almost. Simply fried. Sprinkled with some black pepper. This meal is complete. Turtle and lizard have been fed this morning. So this meal is just a dinner for him and the little white snake, which is considered to be a small stove. 1 person and 1 snake divided the meat, tacitly leaving a pot of rice and soup. Looking at each other a few times, both decided to ignore the other's evil behavior. The youth picked up the basin and walked into the kitchen, deciding that he would have egg fried rice in the morning. White snake, on the other hand, swam away in a dignified manner. And in the past few days, his figure had skyrocketed from 2 fingers wide to now being as wide as an adult's arm, making him a snake that could scare people if put in an outside pet shop or kept at home. The seeds he bought some time ago have been finished. Jiang Buwei had planned to go to the farmer's market in the suburbs tomorrow, buy a few more boxes, and then go to the supermarket to buy some cooked food. Plans are done. Just to the next day. And expected compared to a little more tired. From the farmer's market finally to the supermarket underground garage. Jiang Buwei headache looking at this way on the passenger side of the end of the thermostat. He was awakened this morning by a nightmare. A dream in which huge vines bound him tightly. Tightening and tightening, until finally he was about to suffocate all of a sudden to struggle up from the dream. Drenched in cold sweat, he opened his eyes. And while his heartbeat was still bouncing violently, the whole person stood still when he saw exactly what was on him. All that filled his head was one thought. Eat snake soup today. Chapter 14, Zombie. But can't help White Snake will hide all. While he opened the car door, at once leaped into the car under the seat to hide. If it is not its own sleep confusion. Exposed a tail out. Jiang Wei still do not know his passenger is not empty. Fortunately, the back seat of the car is always prepared with a snake box. Because of the fear of the car and the white snake, Jiang Wei this supermarket shopping very quickly. With a clear purpose. A supermarket straight to the destination. Buy cooked food. The place is very remote. Jiang Wei delayed some time to find cake, lasagna, chicken leg steak, codfish fillet. Puff, what amount of take which? Pushing a very high shopping cart directly to the cashier. Jiang Wei, after checking out a hand holding a mobile phone, head down with a shopping bag to the car side of the walk. Who would have thought that a change of heart would happen at this very moment? A scream rang out less than 5 meters away from him, followed by the sound of panic and commotion. A man and a woman in couple's clothes were surrounded in the middle of the crowd. Two people show intimate love. Couple dress has been red and white, blood and brain soaked. The man dead hold down his girlfriend's head. Bloody mouth and the already bloody face tearing and swallowing. Close to the onlookers, heart horrified at the same time has regretted squeezing in. The front row of a few while spitting while squeezing back violently. Jiang Wei stopped pressing the green button finger. Paused down to look back. Under the horror of his heart is followed by the stomach nausea. Even the hilarity of the disregard. Peeled away from the crowd of onlookers who still keep moving forward, causing a sound of continuous complaints and abuse. He carried a few large bags without a care in the world and ran wildly out. And in his panic, he also dropped a few boxes of vegetable seeds out of the bags. The man, by now a zombie, seemed to be bored of eating or had found more fresh meat. His greenish-gray face twisted at an incredible angle towards a baby mama with a child who had been squeezed into the front row by the crowd, and who was busy soothing the baby who was crying in her arms. However, the surrounding crowd seemed to be stunned. The ones inside were eager to get out, and the ones outside were rushing in. All of them had no time to pay attention to the scene. Jiang Wei took in the general situation with a sweep of his remaining light. Seeing that no one noticed the impending danger, and the sound of the baby's cries also attracted the zombies, his pace became a little hasty. Jiang Wei's hand had already touched the door of the car. See the situation. Teeth clenched. All the things in his hand into the car. Quickly got into the driver's seat and pressed the horn, in the hope of attracting the loss of attention. Underground car park is empty. The horn out. Almost the entire car park are looking at the direction of Jiang Wei. The zombie that was about to pounce on him also paused, slowly turning his head to look at the place where the sound came from. He was about to wobble and raise his step towards the car. The crowd directly in front of him then took a step back. But he only took half a step before stopping, because the crowd behind him was already blocked. It was hard to move an inch. But the zombie in front of him was already infinitely close to the person in the front. And he was almost about to get his nose bitten off. Looking at that precious mother out of danger, Jiang Wei's heart slightly relieved. But when his eyes swept into the crowd that had just almost been bitten off by the zombie's nose, his face sank, and his hands secretly moved. When he was concentrating, a loud bang interrupted his concentration. Fixing his eyes, it was a middle-aged man on the side who lifted up the shopping cart beside him with both hands and smashed it hard at the male zombie. And all of a sudden, brain matter and blood erupted onto the surrounding people in unison. Murder? What's going on? Call the police. Now everyone hadn't realized that what was smashed to the ground could no longer be called a human being, and was still maintained in a pre-apocalyptic social order, since they were horrified and panicked. Oh my god! Monster! Suddenly a female voice directly overrode everyone's noisy voices. With this sound, all the people around were horrified to look at the female corpse on the ground that was gnawed on the face that everyone later ignored, only to see that she actually slowly climbed up on all fours. The eyes of the crowd all stared at this place. The fear value reached the peak. A time of screaming and smashing sound 4 times. In a flash the whole car park is a chaotic and bloody. At the same time, in the panic, few people noticed that some of the people in the crowd, who had been running in all directions, suddenly stopped, turned back, and began to gnaw on the people around them. Situation all of a sudden more panic and bloody. Jiang Bui saw the situation slowly loosen the gun handle hidden under the seat. Close the window. The outside world of the angry cursing, crying, screaming isolated. A foot throttle speeding ready to rush out. Seeing that will soon arrive at the exit of the car park. Originally empty place, but suddenly in a diagonally inserted posture rushed out of a large black SUV. The body directly and recklessly across there, blocking the exit. Seeing that it is about to collide, Jiang Bui's mind was shocked. Reacted quickly with both hands to sharply hit the steering wheel. White Jiao in a box on the side of a burst of shaking left and right. 7 meat and 8 veins. Prick law. After a sharp braking, the cross-country and SUV in side by side, parked in just a step away from the exit of the place. Jiang Bui slumped over the steering wheel, feeling the burning and unbearable heat emanating from within his body. He knew clearly that this was a precursor to evolution, and couldn't help but panic for a moment. He had already awakened his spatial ability. What was going on? The clamor and screaming outside forcefully reminded him to return to his senses, calming the feeling of tremor and palpitations brought about by the sharp braking. His right hand loosened the thermostat he was tightly gripping, and he glanced at the condition of the little white snake before raising his head. The scene outside could already be seen through the car window. Outside the car is already a piece of hell on earth. Limbs and blood scattered all over the place, gnawing at each other. There are zombies gathering in the front and rear direction of the car, and the car parked at the front exit has been surrounded by the front of the car cannot be seen. Jiang Bui made an immediate decision. Foot on the accelerator and blasted to the car park. 3 turns and 2 turns to narrowly avoid the panicked people. Encountering zombies will directly run over. In the end, the car was parked at the corner of the innermost part of the car, which is a blind spot of the surveillance. The riot is mainly concentrated in the entrance of the supermarket underground. But here because usually no one comes. So away from the chaotic image. Jiang Bui looked at the bottom of the thermostat box, flashed deep thought in his heart to measure the danger value and loyalty degree of the small white snake. As well as he now let it out, it will not bite back. After thinking for a while, he still decided to let the little white snake out. The next journey does not need to think about it to know how difficult and dangerous it is. Carrying a half a man-high box is not only eye-catching, but also very troublesome to move. The little white snake seems to know the next situation, as if it is in its own nest. A small snake face is full of good behavior. Jiang Bui pulled out the small snake. It obediently wrapped around his arm. Fortunately, the small white snake grew to an arm's length, and then did not grow any further. Otherwise it would grow further. Not to mention whether or not it could drag this fat snake when the time came. Just its danger and instability is a huge hidden danger. After all, it's not like other animals that he raised from childhood. And after evolving, the animal nature is astringent and has a lot of aura. Outside, he put on another loose jacket, hiding the snake under his sleeve, got out of the car and observed the surroundings. And with a wave of his hand, he simply put the entire car into the space, and rushed in against the flow of people while they were all running outwards. The exits were all blocked. Going further out would be a dead end. Besides, his body was now showing signs of evolution, and was starting to gradually weaken. He had to find a place to avoid the danger and settle down. After experiencing just now, how could he not understand that the end of the world happened in advance? The reason was unknown. But Jiang Bui only kept one thing in mind, which was to return home. Since the end times had come early, his pets would also enter the evolutionary stage, and once again face the danger of starvation and invasion. Jiang Bui's forehead veins tensed up. He absolutely could not accept that a do-over would once again face a situation where he still could not redeem his pet. Chapter 15: Upgrading Space. Supermarket. At this time, the door is still very chaotic. Jiang Bui quickly from the side door to go in. The sleeve is not honestly always want to head of the small white snake pressed down. Inside the supermarket at this time, there are still some unknown people shopping. But in Jiang Bui's opinion, some of them have been green. Stiff movements. Zombification is not far away. Jiang Bui walked in and dragged a trolley at the exit. And while walking quickly, he threw commodities into the trolley from the shelves around him at a very fast speed, all of which were sealed food and freshly made food. His eyes quickly scanned the supermarket in general, heading straight for the least crowded and most isolated aisle of groceries. He had to hurry. He could feel the blood in his body as if it was on fire. The burning sensation was bothering him all the time, and his consciousness was starting to fade a little. I don't know if it was luck or not, But the miscellaneous food section was right next to the fresh meat section and the cold storage section. And there were a few people wandering around aimlessly a few rows of shelves apart. But luckily, because of the chilled food, there was a small iron door right after a few rows of rice shelves, which looked like it should be a warehouse. Jiang Buwei resisted the urge to rush in now. After the end of the world, the power cut will have to wait at least 3 days. And large supermarkets usually have their own backup power supply. He went in now, that would be the rhythm of freezing to death. He thought he was not that brave. A little more than 1 meter of a man tucked into a snake. Agreed curled up in the dead corner of the 2 shelves. Backed by a narrow aisle, leading to the cold storage. To give themselves a critical moment can retreat. Jiang Buwei while soothing the small white snake in his arms. Eyes deep heart secretly warned it to take advantage of the situation. Choose to give it up. While feeling a burst of searing pain inside his body. Exhaling a heavier than a breath. Wai Jiao was held in the arms of the youth to smooth the non-existent hair strokes. Really comfortable. He naturally also felt the body of the person underneath him is not in good condition. At this time is the key time to take advantage of the weakness. But he rare hesitation. However, he soon found a reason for himself. He had not yet recovered his full strength. And still had to rely on that human, who was still sensible. Cunning and determination came alive on the snake's face. The snake's body slowly swam and threw itself around Jiang Buwei roughly, turning towards the outside world in a half-protective, half-attacking stance. This action interrupted Jiang Buwei's deliberation. His eyes lowered as he looked at the snake beside him, the corners of his mouth smirking. It seemed that in a life-threatening moment, they were still able to reach a temporary reconciliation and work together. By now, Jiang Buwei already had an incredible guess. But he didn't dare to be sure, because the guess was truly amazing, even beyond the realm of science. But on second thought, he was able to be reborn. So what was a little white snake that had become a spirit? As his consciousness gradually faded, Jiang Buwei fought for his last waking consciousness to lift a house out of space with his bare hands. A tin container of only 7 square meters. This was originally Jiang Buwei arranged for their own final retreat. Did not expect the end of the world came early. The beginning of the family skills must be taken out. Container was originally tin, and was reinforced by him with steel on all sides. And the early zombies have not yet evolved. Generally slow action. Poor attack power is a valuable survival space. Enough to withstand most of the zombies to attack. And in the supermarket, this confined space, there is no large-scale zombie tide. Using the container to get through this crisis was still an impromptu decision, because he felt his physical abnormality in the car. Otherwise, if his physical strength allowed it, he would have preferred to just drive Meng home. The little white snake was shocked by the tin box that suddenly fell from the sky. The whole snake was frozen. And finally was Jiang Buwei single-handedly carried into the container. This kind of are ready to fight for their lives as a result of suddenly being taken lying down to when the dumbfounded feeling is what is going on. Jiang Buwei chose the perfect location. 7 square meters of tin box hidden in the depths of several rows of remote shelves in the dead corner is not at all abrupt. As long as you do not walk into the corridor from the outside to see here cannot see the existence of the container. Supermarket surveillance will be completely destroyed when he leaves, to prevent anyone from finding anomalies in the future. The reason why he waited where he was before and didn't take out the container was to take a breather. And secondly, he was also thinking about where White Snake was going to go. And it could be said that any deviation from it would be a reference to whether or not they ended up as fellow travelers, as well as measuring whether it should exist or not. Jiang Buwei's eyes flashed with a deep color. And then he restrained his eyebrows and lowered his head to hide the flash of killing intent in his heart. So beautiful little white snake, since he can't get it, there is no need to exist. Simmering eagle to insist. But hopelessly simmering is just a waste of time. Jiang Buwei went in and directly took out the mattress and bedding from the move in the villa and spread it on the ground. One person and one snake laid down on it. Even the posture and expression are as similar as one. The left hand pulled over the quilt leaning on it. The right hand very naturally pulled out the thermostat from the space and moved his gaze to the small white snake that was swinging and coiling. Little white snake. Where did the revolutionary friendship that was in trouble just now go? Jiang Buwei mercilessly moved the box containing the little white snake to a corner he couldn't see before settling down to recline on the mattress, waiting tormentedly for his body's unbearable heat wave to pass. The burning and stinging pains were getting stronger and stronger one after another, and the fine pains were like needles sticking on the skin. constantly stimulating Jiang Bui's drowsy and uncomfortable nerves. Fortunately, it was much less agonizing than the first time he awakened his spatial ability. Jiang Bui felt that he probably didn't need 3 days this time. 1 or 2 days would be over. And by then, the animals could add a lot more life to their lives. When Jiang Bui opened his eyes again in a daze, he glanced at the time displayed on his mobile phone. It was already 3 in the morning of the next day. Outside there has been a faint hissing sound into the ears. The container's iron skin only a few small dents. The rest of the place unharmed. The degree of sturdiness on the good. Looks like it can still be in the post to hold on for a few days. Casually wiping off the cold sweat that had seeped out from his forehead, he looked back at the little white snake, but found that it was still in the same stacked plate position as it had been a day ago before he fell unconscious. And the meat in the thermostat on the side hadn't moved in the slightest. Jiang Bui's complexion stared, and he hastily reached into it to test it. There was still undulation. Before he had time to let out a sigh of relief, he was surprised again by the little white snake's scorching exhale. Jiang Bui frowned. Was this entering evolution? But the state of the little white snake did not match that of an animal or even a human. Chapter 16 Sweeping. Just when Jiang Bui wanted to take a closer look, outside suddenly came a few shouts. And listen to the movement seems to be coming towards his side. The number of people is quite a lot of looks. The moment of decision quickly fished over the box of small white snake into the sleeve. Inside the things are collected into the space. And finally a wave of the hand. The entire container also disappeared. Space is now 4 times the size of the previous. Nearly 2,000 square meters. The original crowded full of supplies now only occupy a corner. The original place was empty all of a sudden, leaving only Jiang Bui's figure draped in a white coat. The people running not far away caught a glimpse of him and hurriedly shouted, "There's someone there! Quick! Help! Brother!" Several people behind him followed at the sight. The several zombies adorned behind them were then revealed to Jiang Bui's eyes. Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows slightly and stroked his sleeves, under which the small white snakes were unconsciously wrapped tightly. Moving his arms slightly, he took out a long stick from space, and he stood in place without moving. In this moment of effort, the first person who saw Jiang Bui screaming out had already arrived in front of him. A young man with fried hair and a student appearance. He panted and ran past Jiang Bui. And when he raised his eyes to see the closed cold storage door in front of him, he despaired. Shit! The heavens are killing me. Turned around to run back. Saw Jiang Bui is still standing still in the same place when the more anxious. Quickly run, brother. What are you waiting for? He didn't have the time to explain the current situation outside to Jiang Bui sentence by sentence, and could only anxiously urge him. After all, he didn't have the obligation to sacrifice his escape time for someone he didn't know right now. Solely Jiang Bui didn't need him to explain in detail. He could instantly understand what he meant. Follow. Dropping a sentence in a low voice, he ran straight towards the cold storage door, leaving behind the surprised hairy youth to react in place for a few seconds. Looking behind him, the zombies were already close at hand, and gritted his teeth to follow. Cold storage door opened inside the cold air directly on the face. Fried hair freezing shivering. Look inside to see a touch of slender silhouette standing in the depths. In this environment, the sudden appearance of a silhouette standing in the depths of the horror film effect immediately pulled full. This time the fried hair is real deeply shivered. This time is not frozen. Is scared. Closer look. More and more do not feel like a real person. At this time behind a few people also one after another to get rid of the zombies stuck point into the cold storage. Was about to close the door. A long stick from the corner of the sudden horizontal insertion. Stuck to close the door. This change immediately ignited the doorway followed by a few people came in anger and fear. Holy shit. What are you doing? Nuts. Quickly take away the stick off. Several men and women are mostly college students look. All turned back to look angrily behind Jiang Bui. One of them to see as Jiang Bui froze for a moment. Looked at the situation did not squeak. Jiang Bui coldly looked at these people covered in a mess. Some are still stained with blood. The back of the hand was bitten teeth marks are still big prickly exposed. Coming through. I'll go out. We don't agree. Won't the ghostly things outside come in as soon as you open the door? That's right. Do you want all of us to be buried with you? As soon as the words fell, 2 girls chattered and screamed away. The 2 men and 1 woman behind them also showed approval and dissatisfaction. Jiang Bui had a cold face. His dark eyes swept over everyone, including fried hair who had been cowering at the back and didn't dare to interrupt. And spoke. I opened this door. I naturally have the power to go out as well. And I don't need your consent. After going out the zombies, he would also take care of himself. When these words came out, only fried hair and a girl behind him were red in the face, hiding and not daring to look at him. The rest of the crowd all blew up. What do you mean? How can you be so selfish? Besides, you're not still sending yourself to death if you go out by yourself? The man who had been forcibly held back from speaking did not hold back this time. Jiang Bui, you don't be so selfish. Now that it's so chaotic out there, it's more important for everyone to get together and share the pain. The words looked like a good advice. Jiang Bui only then recognized this person is previously met in front of the supermarket he opened the university classmates. He was accompanied by a college student looked like a girl. The girl is called Wang Yi. At this time, and her classmates are surprised to look at the two of them. Like in surprise between the two of them actually know each other. After all, the man in front of him, leaving out his psychotic behavior, the whole person is a male god-level characters. Look at the appearance is simply the early 20s. Living in the picture of the characters. But Wang Yi's boyfriend they all know. All work a few years. Elite faction. Looks not ugly. But how to say, and God character cannot be connected. Now they even said that these two people knew each other. The atmosphere was all of a sudden subtle. Zhang Dongqing naturally can also feel the meaningfulness of the gaze that fell on him. The face does not show. The heart has secretly hated and annoyed to the point of turning rivers. Cannot say what taste has been sour. Jiang Bui see these people do not make sense at all. Originally to remind the words of the scratched people also swallowed in the throat. People also saved. He did not want to meddle in the matter. Send Buddha to the west, that is bullshit. Straightforward to the stick-out half. Originally closed the door all of a sudden half open. Right on a stiff and cold zombie face. Shocked the door side of the people all of a sudden screamed and fled in panic. In the panic, I don't know whose hands pushed Jiang Bui. Fortunately, he has always maintained vigilance. Did not relax. In time to stabilize his figure did not jump straight on the zombie's face. Jiang Bui's dark eyes swept back. Taking advantage of this time when the doorway is finally not blocked. Carry the stick rushed out. Anyway, some of these people have already been bitten. In the confined space of all people, do not go out at the end can be imagined. The door of the cold storage and Jiang Bui walked out of the moment on the bang of a tightly closed and locking movement. Jiang Bui 3 times to solve the front of the two zombies. Heard their own death of the movement of the heart does not have the slightest fluctuation. Just not much sincerity, regret a few lives lost. The zombies at the beginning of the end of the world's strength is generally low. Adult men can even solve 2. As long as they are not surrounded. In fact, they are not very difficult to defeat. But at the beginning people are not defensible because of the side of the people who were caught unawares bites. Or by the appearance of the zombies are afraid of the only focus on escaping. Easily solve a few zombies. Jiang Bui directly began a sweep. The shells can be swept into the sweep. Large pieces of direct rows of shells to move away. In the space, the southeast corner of the space is piled up with supplies from the previous editions. The original vacant remaining triangle in the southwest corner is also a large number of frozen meat and seafood stocked full. And Jiang Bui is still constantly adding shells to the inside. Earlier, Fried Hair saw him standing deep in the room, just tinkering with this. Except for the front. There was still a thin empty shell to cover the back. And the back was basically emptied out by him. On a large supermarket, supplies are rich. Jiang Bui almost 2,000 square feet of space to the end, has not even a screw cannot be stuffed into. He had a kind of space is squeezed to be in his head, to blow up the same illusion. These supplies he did not collect all. Too much to take away. But also unnecessary. He is only a person, a few animals do not need to rely on the space alone enough to feed a small base of supplies. Moreover, there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket. And there are also a lot of survivors. And every time he meets with a narrow road, he avoids far away. Less trouble. He holds such a strong supernormal ability. And can even evolve again to become more heavenly. But there is no strong means of self-protection. The situation is not much better than not yet inspired supernormal ability. He only collected half of the rice, flour, grain and oil. Fresh vegetables and fruits are all collected into the space. No preservation system will soon rot. Cigarettes and alcohol he meant to take a shelf. High number of white wine accounted for a large part of the end of the world. These should be hard currency. Then a variety of beverages. Bottled water. On the contrary, A lot less. He collected the majority. Remembered that the drinks can also be used as a substitute for supplemental water and sugar. But also half of his collection. A box and a box of high base. Supermarkets are mostly sealed snacks or ready-made food. Ready-made not put in the brain of Jiang Bui swept in. Sealed only collected a third. The rest of the scattered types are also Jiang Bui swept in. Ice cream is the whole refrigerator to move in. The kitchen cookware where pots and pans are all kind of swept into some of the whole set of knives more did not let go. Now hungry as how can not hungry him. Only lack of one thing, coal quilts and clothing. Chapter 17, Risks and Obstacles. Jiang Bui last stopped in the liquor area. The remaining light to look around. A meal. The hand collection of high number of white wine action but unchanged. He looked down at the milk beer in front of him. Picking and choosing to take away several kinds. Behind a pair of eyes to see him did not seem to notice. Flashed jealousy and I read. Red lips hooked up a malicious arc. A pair of hands clenched in the hands of things. Quietly high probe. Boom. Scratch. A collision sound. Ah. Followed by a female voice, so short it sounded like she was being choked. The short-haired woman didn't dare to look down, as the tip of the knife was already against the aorta between her neck. She hastily put away the grimace on her face. But it was not put away in time and replaced reluctantly, resulting in a distorted face aimed directly at Jiang Bui's eyes. A twitch between his eyebrows. Under the warmth and calmness there was a hidden dislike not shown. Only the force of his hand was a little heavier. What do you want? Killing is against the law. You can't kill me. That distorted face kept switching between light and dark. Angry and weak. Screaming with no sense of reason. Why did you sneak up on me? They had never met before. So why was there so much malice towards him the moment they met? Who sneak attacked you? You hurry up and let go of me. My boyfriend will be here soon. The woman being questioned did not have the slightest remorse on her face. Still insisting on what she said. Her eyes, however, deliberately avoided Jiang Bui's eyes. And she couldn't help glancing at those hands of his. She just hid in the shadows to see clearly. It was these hands that casually swept. The things on the shelves immediately disappeared. She usually read some novels. Knowing that there was such a golden finger as carry-on space. Looking at that man's right wrist between which there was a flash of white jade luster. Her heart immediately felt that she was clear about everything. Unwillingness was instantly ignited. Why can he be this kind of heaven-defying space, and he himself can't have this golden finger? Thus ambition was constantly fueled, and the scene just now occurred. Jiang Bui's heart was clear. This was staring at his space. Knowing her purpose. The force in his hand relaxed. Only the woman's smug expression was stuck on her face forever before it surfaced. Jiang Bui didn't even look back, and cleanly put a force under his hand. Ending her life. Neglecting his hand that was hidden under the sleeve of his coat. The whole process was lightly. Without changing his face. It just now, he did not see the shelf behind the smear of the corner of the clothes. Then the death is him. He cannot be soft at this time. Jiang Bui took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Noticing that the blood set over here gradually caused a commotion of the zombies. Vaguely having the tendency to gather and surround. And quickly left the place. Did not notice not far behind the row of shells. A man blemishes cracked looking at this scene. The small jelly in his hand fell down helplessly. Jiang Bui's figure quickly shuttled between the shells. Fortunately today is Monday. Not too many people. Supermarkets are in the suburbs. Usually families take advantage of the weekend to drive themselves to purchase a week's worth of ingredients and daily necessities. Weekday people are few and far between. And most of them are concentrated at the entrance to the supermarket and underground garage. Jiang Bui had escaped several times surrounded by zombies without any danger. The knife with blood has long been put away into the space by him. The weapon with the smell of blood is sometimes better not to take. Now from the door out is not feasible. Two glass doors do not know who was closed. But also with a mop dead against the handle. Outside the door gathered a large group of zombies are squeezing on the door frantically banging and slapping. And the glass door after a long time of violent impact in the middle of the part has been densely covered with white cracks. Shaking. It looked like there were no survivors left in the car park outside. Jiang Bui's expression was grave. And he quickly moved away from the door. When the supermarket was built, there was only one floor of an oversized warehouse. And there was not even a layer of partition in the middle. Only 3 rooms were created. A cold storage. An ordinary warehouse. There is also a staff lounge. Yes, there is a small door behind the staff lounge. Jiang Bui forced himself to endure the burning pain in his lungs, and went straight to the staff lounge according to the map of the supermarket he remembered before the end of the world. When he passed through the main entrance, his afterimage found that the door of the warehouse on the side was wide open, and the sounds of arguing and fighting and screaming were faintly heard from inside. Faintly there were a few clear words. Has he got rabies? Oh my god. He's biting me. And the voices gradually moved towards the warehouse door. The man at the door had obviously seen Jiang Bui, and his eyes lit up. Kala. There was a crisp sound that no one noticed. Jiang Bui couldn't tell what he felt at that moment. Just a kind of uneasiness wrapped around his heart all of a sudden. Suddenly, there was a click from his left-hand side. The sound of glass breaking, followed by a clatter. Suddenly, there was a click of glass breaking on his left, followed by a crash. He turned around in horror at the sound, only to see that the zombies that were originally blocking the door had finally smashed through the obtrusive glass door, and were all crawling in his direction. And the sounds of scuffling and cursing to the right suddenly came to an abrupt end, before suddenly bursting into a few hasty cries of alarm and screams. A body covered with a layer of fire wearing a supermarket manager uniform man took the lead in running out. Several wearing a supermarket staff uniform, legs followed by 2 legs swinging fast, ran out. Several people on the face of panic and shock are not like a fake. Another look. Behind the tightly falling 4 or 5 staggering stiff, greenish-gray, covered with blood people. Now, the left and right-hand side of the 2 sides of the attack. The rest of the sides are narrow dead end. Out of the middle of the Jiang cannot help but direct low swearing. There is no time to allow him to think again. Clenched his teeth, using the backpack as a cover to take out a long machete. Eyes a deep rush to the direction of the warehouse, where the supermarket employees came, running in the forefront of the flames of the man sweating. Pale. See Jiang Bui actually rushed towards this side, froze. With his angle cannot be seen to break through the door of the hordes of zombies, only to feel that he is in a death sentence. Quickly go back. Idiot. There are monsters behind you. The moment the 2 brushed shoulders, the man looked hesitant for a moment, and eventually, unable to defeat his heart, he gritted his teeth and shouted, although he wanted this person to be able to go to his death. Those monsters ate people, and ate them abrasively. His death alone could at least be exchanged for a group of them's precious escape time. But, Chi Wailon viciously pinched his arm, his eyes glowing red. He Chi Wailon stepped on the horse is not such a person. Although he was usually ruthless in his methods, held grudges, and was selfish at critical moments, he wasn't the kind of person who sacrificed irrelevant people and only thought about his own survival. He still had kindness towards people. Yes, kindness. Jiang Bui heard it when Chi Wailon shouted out, understood his good intentions, and turned his head sideways to him. Back. Run back. The zombies are rushing in outside. This sound of gold and jade colliding with each other was like a thunderbolt from the sky that immediately split Chi Wailon in place. One foot stepping out, the other foot hesitant to fall. His eyes stared at the cleverly designed corner in front of him, which was originally a small design to make it easier for customers to put their shopping carts away. Usually he was more than familiar with it, but who knew that now it had become a lifeline for him. He wanted to comfort himself that Jiang Bui might have swindled him. But after seeing Jiang Bui's desperation to run back, he really couldn't convince himself. Countless thoughts exploded in his head, but in fact only after a few seconds, stabilized by the later rushed up a push away from the figure, immediately decided to pull his legs back to run. His old mum had been right in one sentence after a lifetime of useless nagging. Good people get good rewards, and the replacements go to hell. Thinking about it is not bad. At this end, Jiang Bui has already faced the head of a zombie, which has the most blood on its body, and lunged at him with open teeth and claws. Jiang Bui's right hand holding a knife body shape is still quite easy. These are still low-level zombies. A few days before the end of the zombie aggressiveness and speed are very slow and debilitated. Even a grown man can easily dry down a few. If you don't look at the horror of a face, it's more than likely to send food. He worshipped so many years of otaku experience. His physique was not as good as a grown man, but with a weapon bonus, it was not much worse. Just now the man who called out to him at a glance is the fire system supernormal ability. The end of the world 3 days before the awakening of the potential are not to be underestimated. And he just one day will be able to put out surrounded by the body of the flame. You have to know that the general just awakened the alien can only put out a fingertip-sized small flame. But also a blow will go out. Then the roll of the matchbox is still useless. Soon, he heard the footsteps behind him hurriedly following up, and he unobtrusively sidestepped a bit to protect his back. Chi Weilon, who followed up, did not have the time to notice this. Panting and standing in front of the zombies, watching in horror as Jiang Buwei hacked one to death with a single slash. Suddenly gulping uncontrollably. This is a wolf extermination, ah. Chapter 18 Silent Cooperation. Chi Weilon looked behind him for a few moments and noticed that the youngster's slashing movements had become labored. He turned his head to look to the left and right, and soon drew out a long knife for cutting marinara on a side dining table and carried it in his hand, hesitating for a few seconds before directly mangling into the fray. Jiang Buwei, his tense veins between the forehead and cut hard to the front, suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in the ear, pupil shrinking, in time to reverse the body to the side. But see, just a zombie waiting for a rabbit on the ground. The moment of shock. A long knife clanging, the head of teeth and claws of the zombie split down to the ground. Both of them didn't have the time to be distracted. Quickly stabilizing themselves, Jiang Buwei didn't dare to turn around. So he had to suppress the discomfort in his heart and said, "Many thanks." Chi Weilon awkwardly wanted to scratch his head, but found that he was holding a long knife in his hand. So he could only silently pray in his heart that the youth didn't realize that the first knife just now was also his own chop. It was as if he had just planted a pair of prosthetic limbs, out of control. Otherwise, how could he have chopped there? Clang! Jiang Buwei suddenly turned back to block a claw for Chi Weilon. The stiff claw and metal blade colliding with each other actually made the sound of solid iron colliding. Chi Weilon was shocked. Hastily swung the knife to cut off the green and black claws with long nails that probed into his neck. Chopped a little. Did not cut off. Fortunately, Jiang Buwei made up a knife in time. Looking at the zombie corpses lying on the ground, Chi Weilon, heart palpitating, patting his chest, but was caught unawares by the flames on his hands burned. Only then did he remember that he was on fire. And when he raised his hand to look, he saw that the hilt of his sword had melted. Looking at his present appearance and the zombies lying on the ground in front of him, the knowledgeable Chi Weilon was enlightened. Chi Weilon was enlightened. This is the last days of the world. The end of the world where many people will die. His eyes darkened for a moment, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Jiang Buwei, only to find him staring intently at the knife in his hand. Chi Weilon also shifted his gaze to his knife, and froze at this glance. The blade was curled. When he looked at the one in his hand, it was actually curled as well. Chi Weilon stared incredulously. He clearly remembered that just before cutting the zombie that probed into the claws between his neck, the knife was intact. This means that the zombies have evolved. Their bodies have strengthened. Jiang Buwei frowned and murmured out these words softly. This was bad news for all the humans that still survived. The two of them quickly entered the warehouse, and Jiang Buwei knew in a trice where the coldness he had just felt came from. Rare pure black eyes stared intently at Chi Weilon as if he wanted to pry open his little brain to see just how much water had been mixed in there, and how badly the cerebellum had shrunk. Seeing as his last blow still saved him, Jiang Buwei didn't bother with him any further. Anyway, counting that knife just now, the two of them were also clear. Chi Weilon faced that pair of calm, cold quality eyes, resentfully averted his eyes. Subconsciously want to touch the peace talisman on the neck. The result of a touch. But it is empty. Chi Weilon's head is also empty for a moment. Panic fumble all over the whole body of all the pockets. Fingertips are trembling when suddenly remembered. The face of a dark sink down. It seems like at that time, it was gone. However, he felt his chest reassuringly, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a sweet smile. Jiang Buwei saw that he stopped at the door for a moment and did not move, while the sound of the zombies outside the door was getting closer and closer. He could not help but frown a little, and his body shape also slowed down, only to see the man feigning a subdued smile. There's something else. I won't be joining you next. See you again sometime, brother. The man in his 30s is still bubbling with fire in his fallen body, smiling with his 8 teeth showing. The man who was still a bit worldly just now even looked sprightly and regretful in this way. Looking at Jiang Buwei froze for a moment. His lips squirmed open and close a few times without uttering a sound. He is not alone, but also burdened with countless small lives. Two people also just meet in passing, who do not have their own obsession and must be done. Moreover, to put it bluntly, he still had misgivings about that stick of his. Watching Chi Weilon rush towards the zombies without looking back, Jiang Buwei slowly closed the door of the warehouse. In the next second, the body froze. The surroundings were dark and silent. Jiang Buwei listened with his side ears for a long time, but did not find anything unusual again. But just now, he clearly felt a wind swept by his side. And there was also a rotten odor. Suddenly, there was some movement between his sleeves. And it was the little white snake. Jiang Buwei secretly said bad. Now the situation has increased the variables. Either double-sided attack, or Jedi counterattack. Just do not know which one. The white snake opened its squinting eyes, and spat up its fork, arching its body, and observing the surroundings, realizing that the situation didn't seem too good. It moved towards its current owner again, its fishy red fork keenly retracting and releasing. In the past, when his divine sense had not yet been restored, he had to rely on the serpentine tongue of his main body itself to distinguish the environment and sit when he couldn't see with his fiery eyes in the darkness. This time, when he was dormant, he had in turn recovered 70 to 80%. And was able to see at night in the darkness. Able to see objects and distinguish colors like a human. With the limitation of not being able to externally release more than a mile away. Just when an ordinary little white snake went a bit too long. Do not have to look at people's habits for a moment cannot be changed. It squinted its small eyes to get an inch further to the current owner. Swept Jiang Buwei's eyes when the eyes could not help but flash the color of inquiry. Is this blind? It has only slept for a while. This mortal is blind? Jiang Buwei felt the small cool wind in front of the left and right. Accurate grip. A hand cold and slippery. Fling away. Don't move. Little white snake anthropomorphic like skimming. Face with disdain arrogant. Who cares? However, the white augur twisted around and stared dangerously at a place in the darkness. There was an aura of danger there. In his heyday, this kind of small mole he could carelessly crush with one finger. But now, Little White Snake looked back at the blind man behind him, and had to admit that even the two of them together now couldn't beat the one outside. Cooperation was the only way to solve the crisis at hand. They had no other choice. Jiang Buwei's face was half hidden in the shadows. His face half bright and half dark. His fingertips, hidden under his sleeves, kept rubbing against each other to ease the anxiety and panic brought by the sudden darkness. He thought, this time, if he could go back alive, he still had to nibble on some hard carrots. One person and one snake were at a stalemate, when suddenly a fishy odor swept across his face. Jiang Buwei hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid it. His body staggered for a bit before he could stabilize. The right foot just landed. Felt the left ear side of another fishy wind attack. Jiang Buwei froze in place for a second before reacting to the right quickly rolled. Feeling the touch of close contact with the body limbs underneath him, he was directly disgusted and cursed out, not waiting for him to get up with a palpitating heart. There was another creepy sense of crisis behind him, and he subconsciously rolled to the side. The next second, he heard the piercing sound of fingernails clawing at the blackboard, followed by a hissing sound that was not like a human being but more like a beast resounding from one side. Cold sweat dripped silently. The crisis hadn't passed. It was even closer. In the next second, he felt something gently hooked between his wrists. His mind went blank for a second at the sudden coolness that creeped him right out. And his elbow couldn't help but shake lightly. Scared. With this toss, he had forgotten that there was a snake in his sleeve. The white snake is still constantly hooking the wrist. Hooking and hooking suddenly pulled forward with force, and directly dragged the prostrate Jiang Buwei to the ground. The force of his wrist suspiciously paused for a moment, and then he yanked him forward even harder. Jiang Buwei's complexion was condensed. This moment of mind and soul actually understand the meaning of it. The image also do not want to. A brain to crawl forward prostrate. In the next moment heard behind the roar that implies anger. More sure of their own guess. Panicked fleeing, not forget to deliberately raise that arm. Not let it rub on the ground. After one person and one snake avoided several attacks one after another in an invisible tacit understanding, they finally seized the opportunity in an inadvertent pause to make a desperate counterattack. Jiang Buwei sidestepped a claw, finally able to face the zombie squarely. The opposite side of the fishy stench of the zombie has begun to slightly rot, staggered straight to. Between the sleeves of a pair of narrow light flashed. The snake body in the dark circled into a certain shape and then suddenly tightened. Jiang Buwei simply closed his eyes and held his breath. A handful of silently appeared in his right hand, coiled with the snake. Feeling the twisting force and direction on his arm, he lightly exhaled. Boom! Poof! Chapter 19 Chi Azure. Jiang Buwei didn't move when he heard the sound of a shell casing entering his flesh, still maintaining the position of holding the gun. It was still the little white snake that dispersed its divine scents and made sure that the zombie had become a puddle of dead flesh. Hooking Jiang Buwei with his tail, his whole body force relaxed and hung loosely on his wrist. Only then did Jiang Buwei put the gun away in space, slowly exhaling, holding back the frown that he squeezed tightly with his own blood-stained hand. But just as they all relaxed, there was a soft pop, and the lights of the entire warehouse burst into life. The person who came let out a nervous light laughter, with a louder than a clap gradually in the empty warehouse echo. Jiang Buwei heard the inexplicably familiar sound of the whole person, even with the wrists are frozen. Turned his head to look at the source of the sound. The door had sometime opened a mouth. The door through the vaguely unclear light. Just now Jiang Buwei with his beloved pet fierce battle zombie battlefield in the inner side, coupled with a high concentration of energy, who did not notice when the door was opened, as well as the man standing there. Jiang Buwei squinted his eyes thinly, trying to identify the figure, until the man seemed to dislike the door being in the way, and pushed it outwards a little bit more, and the incandescent light from the supermarket all of a sudden scrambled in. Now, Jiang Buwei completely saw that face. Even with Jiang Buwei's character of going in one ear and out the other, he still remembers this face very clearly. After all, he has just seen it. The fingers that had just stopped moving began to rub unconsciously again. The man stood in the doorway. Backlight. Cannot see the face of the complexion. The body is still wearing just stained with red and white unknown liquid manager uniform. Inexplicably looked a little ill-fitting. Around the body of the flames have disappeared. Lethargically leaning on the door frame applauding, as if he could see what Jiang Buwei's brain was thinking. He tenderly stroked his chest, as if stroking the love of his life in general. Kindly gave him the answer to say, just suddenly remembered that she has always been by my side. Good shot. Actually not an embroidery pillow. As he said that, he actually laughed. Bai Jia straightened up all at once from his comfortable lord's plate as soon as the lights came on. His eyes narrowed and his scarlet parting spat out every now and then in an attacking stance. Jiang Buwei and the man in the doorway stood opposite each other, his form completely hidden in the darkness, unable to see his complexion. Then do you want to see my level of embroidery? There was a rare smirk in his voice. Only there was not the slightest hint of friendliness and gentleness in it. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Buwei's figure rushed out like a sharp sword piercing through the darkness, with a bit of sharpness at the tip of the blade infinitely approaching Chi Weilon, pointing straight at his face. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resounded simultaneously in both of their ears. Chi Weilon skimmed his head to the side, his scarlet tongue licking off the blood running down his cheeks at a bizarre angle, ignoring the blade that was close at hand. The corner of his mouth curving up into a smile with a sense of aggression. Jiang Buwei's eyelids slightly drooped, feeling the tingling sensation in the middle of his neck. Instead of retreating, he took another step against the blade, and the knife in his hand turned at an angle to plunge straight into the ribs of the person underneath him, with a plopping sound of the blade entering the flesh at the same time. Chi Weilon also let out a muffled grunt. Jiang Buwei looked at the man within arm's reach with an even more scarlet and evil smile at the corners of his mouth, casting his eyes away in disgust. The force of his hands increased, and he began to turn and stir from side to side. Chow! A sharp pain that felt like it was about to be churned came from between his ribs. Chi Weilon fumed and pushed Jiang Buwei's grip away, pulling out the hilt of the knife in the process. Large streams of fresh blood gushing out all at once, causing his face to become abnormally pale all of a sudden. This retreat actually pulled a trace of pain. Looked down. At some point his abdomen also broke open a large hole, as if it was torn and ripped by something. And such a ferocious wound. He just did not feel. Now the pain came in bursts. Actually called him straight to want to pass out. Chi Weilon looked at Jiang Buwei in disbelief. The culprit was elegantly nestled in the crook of his master's arm, as if this should have been his place in the first place. It was only then that Chi Weilon noticed the white snake between Jiang Buwei's sleeves, and a bit of shock showed on his face, causing the white snake to bare its teeth in displeasure. Its poisonous fangs had a short-lived paralyzing effect, which, coupled with a high level of emotional excitement and concentration, was naturally unnoticeable. Round 1. After a few moves, Chi Weilon grinned. You win. But the figure had rushed out like an arrow off the string. Jiang Buwei stood in place and gently moved his neck, ignoring the surroundings and the blood spreading from the neck wound. Just by looking at his calm and collected posture, anyone would think that this man was in a business meeting or a showroom at this moment. staring at Chi Weilan stirred up close. The part that revealed blood and flesh narrowed his eyes for a moment, raised his hand with a cold smile, and met him straight on. But his right hand was hidden between his sleeves without moving. Another cold weapon collision. Jiang Buwei, however, felt that the opposite side's force was not as strong as just now. It could even be said to be weak. With a furrowed brow, he felt that something was not right. His remaining light glimpsed the red and swollen brand between Chi Weilan's fingers, and he instantly understood. And before he had time to retreat, he was embraced by the person in front of him, who was suddenly glowing with fire, with force and tightness. The pain, like a branding iron burning on fire, hit his brain straight at once, his eyes unconsciously widening as he stared dead into Chi Azure's eyes, while the corners of his mouth grinned in an untimely and arrogant arc, making a gag. Boom! Boom! Chi Weilan's smug demeanor was still frozen on his face, his eyes full of incredulity, as he fell backwards to the ground, immediately followed by a few more boom. Boom! The person on the ground also burst out a few blood fireworks at the same time. The body is still in physical convulsions. Neuropathy is not uncommon. Know that he is a good shot, but also dared to leave the waist and abdomen weak point, and do not leave a way back is rare. Jiang Buwei added a few more shots. Touched the barrel of the gun are hot. Turned his hand to send it back to the space. Glancing a few times towards the corpse lying there, he turned around without any attachment and walked out of the warehouse door. A few words murmured out from his lips. Round 2. It's still my win. Chapter 20. Going home. Jiang Buwei stopped when he stepped out of the warehouse door because he found a little something missing between his sleeves. With a tight heart, he returned to the warehouse to look for it. And then he saw a white snake sneaking around the head of the zombie that he had shot in the head with a shrug. Not knowing what it was doing, his hasty pace stalled. He paced behind the snake one step at a time, watching closely and wondering what the hell it was doing, only to see the white snake very disgustedly using the tip of its tail to quickly pick at the puddle of reddish-white brain matter. Jiang Buwei stiffened. When did this snake develop such a heavy hobby? Looking more closely, he realized that it wasn't there simply picking and pulling for fun, but rather as if it was purposefully searching for something. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw his tail scratch out a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice. Jiang Buwei raised his eyebrows slightly. This is a diamond? A zombie brain grows diamonds? That head of the little white snake just pulled out the diamond with joy and peeled it in front of his eyes, ready to absorb it. As a result, a hand wearing a black rubber glove suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and took the crystal one step ahead of the snake. Where's my big crystal core? Opened his mouth to bite the person who stole the crystal core, narrowly grasped that person's wrist, and was just about to viciously insert his fangs. Suddenly noticed that the breath is not right. Inexplicably familiar look. The more you think about it, the more wrong. Small white teeth loose. As soon as he raised his head, he met the man behind him at eye level. The white snake froze in his hand, followed by two pairs of green bean eyes looking docilely at Jiang Buwei, its tail unconsciously curling up in an attempt to muddle through. It might be more convincing if one ignored the fact that it had stuck Jiang Buwei's wrist with its mouth and was hanging in midair, ignoring its blearily little eyes. Jiang Buwei switched his two hands, switching the crystal nucleus to his other hand, and observed it in front of his eyes. It was only when he got closer that he felt the difference. He could actually feel a very abundant and powerful supernatural energy in the transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice. Jiang Buwei was shocked for a moment. Vaguely recalled that in his previous life, the radio reported the discovery of a new energy source that could be upgraded and used by psychics. I just didn't expect that it actually appeared in the zombie's head. Then, how did Along know about it? Jiang Buwei looked down at White Snake, who was still playing the churlish persona, and was silent for a long time. From the space, he took out a glass jar to put the crystal core in it, sealed it, and confiscated it. Looking at its current appearance wrapped in brain matter, he directly moved the thermostat out and placed it on the ground, signaling the little white snake to be sensible and go in by itself. Little white snake. What do you mean? After delaying some time in the warehouse, the zombies at the entrance had already dispersed by the time he went out. Jiang Buwei carried a box and carefully avoided a few wandering zombies to the entrance. In the end, simply from the space out of a small electric donkey, Pink took out the flash of colorful dazzling light. Jiang Buwei turned off the lights with his hands and feet, put on the same pink puffy helmet, and put the box on the place where he put his feet. The little white snake in the box was still coiled in the corner to shut itself up, oblivious to Jiang Bui's ability to take things out of thin air. And even not surprised. Cultivators in the cultivation world, everyone has a storage bag. What's so rare? Dilly. A twist of the handle. The small electric donkey on a ride out. The small electric donkey 3 round 2 round. Body shaped flexible to avoid a few attracted by the sound of the zombies. Riding to the original blocked in front of the underground garage door of the black SUV before stopping. Collect the car. Lift the box. Take the knife. Tried to move forward. Approached only to find that the left side of the car wing has been violently dismantled. The car has a lot of either dried or fresh blood stains. Dragging and bloody handprints everywhere. Hideous and gruesome. Jiang Bui was stunned by the sight inside the car. And was silent for a few seconds. Making sure that his surroundings were safe, before he rolled over and crossed to the front cover of the car. The front cover of the SUV was very high. He just went up and slipped a little. Almost not stable. Staggered for a moment before standing firm. And then another flip before flipping down from the other side. Out of the car park. Jiang Bui looked up at the clear sky outside. Stimulated by the warm sunshine. His eyes, that hadn't seen the light for a long time, all of a sudden uncontrollably flowed out of tears. Using his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. The white snake in the box noticed the warm sunlight and wriggled a little bit. Jiang Bui noticed the movement and then came back to his senses. After observing no living person in the 4 directions, he found a vacant lot. Took out the car and started. Inside the ground floor of the small building, several people, men and women, were sitting or lying on the sofa. Chow. In the end, what kind of person lives here? The home is decorated in such an oozing manner. At this time, a man came out from behind the surrounding black curtain cloth and cursed with an obscure face. The hall was decorated like a spiritual hall, with transparent glass and black curtains everywhere. Going to the toilet was like going to the grave. Sitting on the long sofa, the man choked. Be content. At least it's sturdy outside. That's true. The reason why they had set their eyes on this house in the first place was because of its unique shape and sturdiness. Plus the fact that no matter how much they called the door, it didn't answer. So they just went along with it, and stayed in this house that had no owner. Even if there was an owner, it was nothing. There were so many of them. Were they still afraid of him alone? The big deal was that it would take a little more time to convince him. At this time, sitting in the middle of the sofa, intimate, snuggling a man, with a full-face beard of the woman pouting open. When can we get through the first floor? We have been living for 2 days. There is not even a bed. The night's sleep is not good. The last few sentences said while glancing to the side of the man, with electricity in his eyes with meaning. The few people present all laughed, with a knowing and evil smile on their faces. The man who was being prodded by the woman in disguise also laughed out loud at this, and was happy to answer. Just today. Rocky just said that the iron gate will be melted down this afternoon. By then, we'll be completely settled. How could he not be anxious these days? When the room for supplies and rest might be on the first floor, which he could not see or touch every day. Whether there was a room on the first floor or not he didn't know. And it didn't matter. But just by the fact that all the doors and windows were securely welded shut with iron. There had to be something precious in there. Probably food. All of these people were tourists from out of town. Except for him and Iwako, who were locals. Trapped directly when the end times happened. The rented place was also evicted. With nothing but a few clothes and simple toiletries on their bodies. So where was the food? And this family not only has food at home. The outside is built especially strong. The fence is 3 meters high. Or Rocky took 2 days to melt the locks on the big door outside to get in. In connection with the end of the world. One can't help but ponder whether there is any connection between these. But Su Laosan is too lazy to think of those conspiracy theories. He only feels that this is the gods' customized encounter for him. He not only awakened the novels like the kind of supernormal ability. The same village brothers awakened supernormal ability also want to follow him. Do his little brother. Because of the end of the world. He is not only the strength of the status of a rise. Younger brothers and women is a wave of the hand thing. Now the food and shelter security problems have been solved. So how can he not be happy? The more Su Laosan thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. And it just so happened that at this time, there was a shout from the stairway. Third brother. The door is open. At the same time, the sound of a car's engine came from outside. Chapter 21 Monster. Third brother. Come on. Door open. Open Help. Third brother. Su Laosan and his group had just gone up to the first floor when they bumped into the youth called Roxy just running out with a terrified face, pissing his pants. Seeing Su Laosan, he immediately acted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Third brother. The first floor has monsters. A piece of it all. Really cannot describe it. Rock-sun feel that he is going to faint just recalling the picture just now. A group of people looked at the Rock-sun's snotty appearance. Cannot help but also gave birth to the hesitation to retreat. Su Laosan saw that his men's ability to withstand the situation was so fragile. And when it came to the end of the matter, they even planned to retreat like this, forcibly pressing down the uneasiness and panic in their hearts, and rebuking them in a rough voice. Rocky, what are you talking about? Maybe it's another ghostly decoration. You guys are scared out of your wits here? Seeing that everyone is still hesitating, the woman on the side is a bit anxious and rushes to help. In such a big house, there is water and rice and flour on the ground floor. Would there be no food on the first floor? We've been here since the end times first appeared. How could there be monsters? Saying that, but once they thought about the strangeness of the house they had lived in for the past few days, their hearts began to drum. What if the one who used to live in this house was really a pervert? And inside was his cruel and bloody laboratory. Seeing Su Laosan's face getting worse and worse, a weak voice interjected. But we don't have enough water. A sentence woke up the crowd that was still hesitating. Everyone turned around to look. It was that Zhang Qi who could only cook with less strength than a woman. Usually silent. I didn't expect to hold back a big one when he opened his mouth. Su Laosan's face was gloomy and glared meaningfully at Zhang Qi, who cowered at the sight of it, not daring to come closer. His words were not as useful as a cook who cooked. Jiang Bui felt something was wrong when he approached the farmhouse. His house was located in the southernmost part of the entire village. And in the past, he had to go through the entire village unless he went through the mountain road from the south. But the mountain road had long been closed because of the end of the world. But now this small road, which no one usually passes by, is covered with the marks of car tires. This ominous premonition finally came true when he saw two vans parked in front of their house. Jiang Bui stopped the car, pulled the handbrake and got out. There were no other households around that were too close, so he simply stowed the car directly into the space. His face was bright and dark as he looked at the break in the gate that clearly had traces of fire blazing. Another fire-type psychic. The little white snake in the box he carried in his hand looked agitated and became aggressive as early as when he was in the car. Its divine sense could only spread out to a distance of 1 kilometer. But beasts were instinctively exceptionally sensitive to sense, especially the delineation of territory type. Now, the originally familiar scents disappeared or were destroyed in unison, and a few unfamiliar scents that were messy and muddy were everywhere. Whitesnake felt bad. It was still trapped in the box at this point. In case there was a conflict in a while, the situation would be dangerous. Before Whitesnake could think carefully about what to do, a pair of cold white hands appeared in front of it. In front of the box door bar to be precise. What the Whitesnake could think of, Jiang Bui could naturally think of. Thinking for a moment, he opened the door of the thermostat box and placed it in a hidden place outside the main door, and said in a low, helpless voice, "Run away when you see the situation." He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of it at that time. Locking it in the box was originally because he disliked it for arching all over his body and being dirty. But now not letting it out instead harmed it. Whitesnake looked at the wide open door of the box, not daring to move. Happiness came too suddenly. It is still a bit not quite adaptable. Is this the treatment of the legendary good boy? Jiang Bui naturally didn't feel Whitesnake's feelings of being flattered. And after thinking for a moment, he replaced the knife in his hand with a middle and index fingers tightened. This scene was too similar to his previous life. The same unpredictable life and death switched to now seemed to have a few more hints of drama. Blame him for being too comfortable since he was reborn, forgetting the sinister hearts of the last days, and boldly decorating the house in such a maverick manner, inviting people's eyes. When Whitesnake saw that he didn't have the slightest intention of taking him in, seeing as he was about to leave it behind, the feeling in his heart was neither relief nor ease, and he couldn't help but be flooded with a slither of subtle little bubbles. At least the divine soul trapped in the body of an ordinary small white snake could not understand. The youth's tall, thin form was as athletic and lithe as the feline that was hidden within it as he tumbled through the iron gates of his house without alerting anyone. His first consideration when reinforcing and refurbishing the small building at the time was safety and solidity. followed by concealment. So the entire first floor windows were sealed by him. The ground floor left a few floor-to-ceiling windows unsealed. That was specially reserved for Nobita and Doraemon to sunbathe with. Now it was convenient for Jiang. He hid at the side of the window and used a small mirror to see the inside of the house, and was slightly shocked in his heart. There was no one on the ground floor. Not even traces of animals. There were only snack packages scattered all over the floor. The youth breathed a meaty sigh of relief. Then his heart lifted high again. Not imagining a bad scenario was the only comfort he had in his heart right now. With that in mind, he turned his gaze to the corner of the stairs connecting to the first floor. The door leading to the stairway could also be locked internally, just in case it really came down to the last moment. Retreating to the first floor would at least give him time to give his last words. But with the main door breached, the door to the first floor wouldn't last long. He had to hurry up. Since there was no one on the ground floor, Jiang's original plans couldn't be used. In the end, he entered through the front door by pulling out the key. Nor did he notice the sneaky little figure trailing behind him. Over here, Su Laosan and his group had already walked to the door. As soon as they arrived at the door, they stopped moving, looking left and right. No one wanted to enter. Su Laosan swept around. His eyes flashed with a ruthless color, and soon stopped on a person. You? With a casual finger. It just so happened to be Zhang Qi. Go in first and take a look. The meaning between the words was to not give any room for refusal. The face of Zhang Qi, who was pointed at, went white, shaking in disbelief as he shivered and shivered in his voice. Me? He looked around at the people around him, his eyes full of supplication and fear. The people whose eyes were swept by his eyes all fled as if they didn't dare to meet his eyes, avoiding them like snakes and scorpions and moving away from him by a meter. Zhang Qi saw the situation is desperate. He simply cannot resist Su Laosan's orders. And even around him, and his 2 years together, with the university students out of the wind picking, all stood by and turned a blind eye to his pleas for help. See, the human heart is essentially so cold and selfish. Seeing that Su Laosan was about to get impatient and his sandbag-sized fist was about to blast up, Zhang Qi could only stiffen his limbs and walk forward mechanically. The body stopped outside. The head cautiously explored in. The side of the four Su Laosan Majesty followed up. The rock sun almost cannot help but scream out. The hearts of the few people hiding far behind were also raised to the highest level at this time. Zhang Qi made the final mental preparation, gathered the courage to open his eyes, took a look, and froze. The room was dim and lightless, but it was still possible to see that it was empty at this time, and there was nothing. ISNT had said that there is a monster. Zhang Qi drew a big breath. Limbs after the hijacking all of a sudden do not listen to the call to softly fall to the ground, but also did not forget to turn his head to Su Laos and a group of people back. No. The room is, said half. Eyeballs a turn. Pupils are completely behind the pillar coil behemoth occupies. The whole person by a huge shock. The whole person wordlessly spit out a few mouth. 2 eyes rolled over. Syncope passed. Once the person collapsed. The person outside the door naturally could see the scene inside the house, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, still snickering at Zhang Qi's small guts. As soon as he looked up, he was confronted with a pair of huge inorganic ice-cold vertical eyes. Chapter 22, Earth Alien Ability. Aha! A single glance directly scared a few timid young men to the point that they fell to the ground and fled straight back. Su Laosan was already dumbfounded. Or Rocky saw that he was still standing still, turned back and tugged him, shouting, "Run!" only to see the behemoth abruptly opened its bloody mouth. 2 poisonous fangs in the dim environment with a cold and bizarre luster. Screaming horror. The huge body twisted and chased after it in the eyes of several people in panic and despair. Chow! What the hell is this? Su Laosan cursed in terror and rage as he ran forwards as hard as he could with his hands and feet, not listening to his commands. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer to him, his legs were shaking more and more. Unable to take a step, a venomous color flashed in the bottom of Su Laosan's eyes. And as he staggered up again, he stretched out his leg and tripped the running Iwako on his side to the ground, forcefully shaking off Iwako's hand that was reaching out to him. Sango! Iwako, who fell to the ground with a face of disbelief and sadness at being betrayed, stared dead on at Su Laosan's unflinching back. It wasn't until a huge shadow fell over his head that he woke up and remembered his situation. They were now on the stairs. through the not-so-obvious light of the ground floor. Iwako then saw what the monster in front of him really was. He couldn't help but see that it was worse than nothing. Two people can only embrace to encircle the thickness of its waist. Fine scales glistening with black luster. The length from the angle of Iwako simply cannot see the head. A hideously large snake's head was as big as two of his, and its wide-open mouth was capable of topping the ceiling. A fear instinctively generated from the bottom of his heart swept through his entire body, making him tremble, both eyes staring at the movements of the giant python in front of him. Not daring to miss a moment, the snake's head slammed towards Iwako. He wanted to run away, but realized that his legs were so weak that he couldn't even move. He could only close his eyes in despair. A foul-smelling spit hit his face, but he was slow to feel the pain that tore through his body. Iwako waited for a while, somewhat puzzled, and opened his eyes with a shudder. Where is that python? The eyes were empty. Everything just now seemed to be his own fantasy. Su Laosan scattered his legs and ran to the ground floor, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he felt a coldness behind him. A dangerous aura wrapped around him. With a stiffening turn, he saw the monster that should clearly be on the stairs now behind him. Su Laosan was puzzled and panicked. It clearly should be tangling with Rocky right now. Rocky's supernatural ability was weak, but still a fight to the death could still drag him to escape. No matter what. The mountain wild snakes that he has seen from the former string of mountains are eating a meal to manage half a month. This period of time in addition to suffering an attack. In any case, it will not eat. How could it? Su Laosan couldn't understand until the moment after he was swallowed in. The python was filled with earth power to the point that its body was warm. The wounds on its body smashed by Su Laosan's dying struggle did not hurt. Contentedly dragging its huge body, slowly moving back to the first floor again. Did not bother to take care of chasing those fleeing little people. Many guys are still dormant. It cannot leave the first floor for too long. On the other end, after Jiang Buwei ignored the few that were frantically fleeing outside, he went straight to the room on the first floor. It looked like there were already awakened ones among them. In his previous life, it was Little Flower. But in this life, he didn't know if it was still it. Jiang Buwei's expression was grave. The statute of limitations for forcibly awakening from dormancy was very short, and the after-effects were great. If it was really Little Flower awakening, the time for it to enter a period of weakness would be even faster, because before it had completely evolved, the consumption of energy was linked to body mass and strength. That's why it's rare to see a fat-looking or overly large alien in the end times. Just up to the first floor, it was empty. When they got closer, they heard movement inside. So it's these beasts that are playing God and causing us to be like this. An indignant male voice caused Jiang Buwei's pace to lurch, and the words that followed directly stopped him. Let's not talk about it first. Hurry up and get rid of these things. It's too disgusting. A delicate female voice said fearfully. The upper half of the face of the person outside the door was hidden in the darkness. It was impossible to see his complexion. Only the curved and flat lips under the bridge of the nose were visible, casually pressed at the door side of the lamp. Snapped the room brightly. The two people who had their eyes pierced by the light at once closed their eyes tightly and exclaimed in shock. It also allowed Jiang Buwei to see the fruit knife in the man's hand and the immediate movement to strike. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. The man's right hand holding the fruit knife exploded in a shower of blood, while the woman was killed with a single shot, right in the throat. He never felt emotions like pity or softness towards such bandits. Ah! Who? The sudden loud bang and the sharp pain in his right hand made him jerk his stinging eyes open to see who it was. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned to see a blackened gun pointed straight at him. Only then did he realize that he had run into a tough guy. Just don't understand where he actually offended the gun thugs. He has never seen a real gun. But the severe pain on his body is all the time not reminding himself that this is true. He did not realize that the owner of the villa was in front of him, and remained under the impression that the gunman was a criminal who sought to kill people. Noticing that Jiang Buwei did not have the intention to fire a few more shots, his eyes skittered a few times. A face of pleading open. Big brother, I beg you to let me go. I'll leave right away. This place is left to you. Jiang Buwei heard the meaning of black eating black in his words and laughed. The guest laughed. He left him behind, naturally not wanting to spare his life. Sometimes it would be easier to kill him with one blow instead. Jiang Buwei replaced the snatch in his hand with a knife, put on rubber gloves, and was about to let him understand that death can sometimes make people yearn for it. At this time, there was a heavy dragging sound outside. Jang paused, turned back, and the next second a large snake head poked in. For eyes relative. Is a familiar flavor. The small flower spat out its huge fork, sensing the scent of a stranger here, and hung its head in front of its own master in a vain and lowly manner. It smelled the smell of the earth crystal core, and somehow woke up. It was lured out in a flash, and didn't take care of its little friends, causing them to almost lose their beastly lives. Boing boing. Jiang Bui saw this with a face full of helplessness, being sidetracked from his attention, and didn't want to be distracted by the stupidity anymore. So he simply resolved his life with a single slash under the man's shocked and hideous gaze, removing his gloves and dropping them to the ground. He stroked Hannah's large head, and the python cooperated by shrugging its head to the ground. It's gotten quite a bit bigger again. It was at least twice as big as it was originally, and it was fortunate that the entire first floor had been opened up to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fit on its plate. Little Flower obediently cooperated with being touched, and suddenly, as if sensing something, spat out a mouthful of mud towards the door. White Snake, who was smeared with mud. Are you polite? Jiang Bui was a little surprised when he saw the white snake that was sneaking in the doorway and burrowing here. It actually followed him in, and didn't choose to just run away. When the white snake was glanced at by him, its hardiness and whatnot immediately ceased to exist, and it proudly straightened its chest, and it even helped him beat down a few leaky fish that tried to sneak up on him. Jiang Bui inexplicably read the meaning it was trying to convey. Silence. Turning back, he looked thoughtfully at the lump of mud, and then at the mischievous Little Flower. This is an Earth-type ability? So Little Flower was an Earth-type ability in its previous life? Then why is it able to use its powers now? These questions went round and round in Jiang Bui's head a few times, and all of them were swallowed back when he glanced at Little Flower's sudden, and all of a sudden weak breath appearance. Before exploring these questions, he still had a lot of loose ends to clear up, such as replenishing the animals with meat, dealing with a field of debris, and repairing the destroyed house and White Snake. Eyes coldly fixed on White Snake, full of blood and brain matter, with another perfect layer of mud wrapped around it, dirty enough to be wrapped in mortar. Chapter 23, Yellow Flower Girl. The aroma of the meal in the kitchen drifted across the living room to the forked tip of the white scaly tongue on the staircase, and its divine sense couldn't help but be hooked towards the kitchen end. It smells good. The white scaly snake's face was solemn, and it turned its head away, determined not to look at the class enemy that tempted it. It has been 3 days since he came back that day. He felt a tremor in his soul on the second night, and while he recovered some of his injuries, his sanity also cleared up quite a bit, and the beast's incompetence and wildness were difficult to train to become calm. The most obvious thing was that he had regained some of his ability to think in human form. Therefore, Bai Jiao firmly refused to admit that the gluttonous snake from before was him. At this time, Jiang Bui came out of the kitchen with 2 plates. A plate of green and white shredded pork with green pepper, and a plate of trembling braised pork, and placed them on the dining table. Dinner is ready. After speaking to Bai Jiao, who had already climbed down the stairs, he turned around and went to the kitchen, serving a bowl of rice before returning and sitting down. These days, White Snake didn't know what was going on, and suddenly got real with herself. Before she carried whatever she wanted, but now she couldn't even touch it. Now, he can't even touch it. He's like a big girl in a yellow flower, making him look like a bully in the village. White Yellow Flower Big Girl Jiao climbed on the dining table. On the rules of turf on the dining table belongs to their own corner. Good face and so on rice. Jiang Bui. More like, what to do. Specialized in serving out a large portion of the braised pork on its exclusive plate. Thought for a moment. Picked a few chopsticks of shredded pork with green pepper to add to it, and raised his finger to place the plate in front of its eyes. Jiang Bui watched as the white snake ate its lunch intently and seriously. Only after the large pieces of braised pork were swallowed, the smaller pieces, and the shredded green chili meat it couldn't do anything about on its own. He watched its attempts to eat in various directions for a while, but still got up and went to the kitchen to serve another bowl of rice, and came out with his hands already wearing transparent kitchen gloves. The white ogre opened its mouth wide and full of ferocity at various angles while keeping up its image, trying to leave not a single morsel of food behind. But unfortunately all these efforts were in vain. Suddenly a hand jerked the plate in front of it without a word of greeting, and before the fierce look in its eyes could appear, it saw that the owner of the hand was there with gloves mixing its food with a ball of what looked like spirit rice. Kneading it into a ball, just the right size for it to swallow easily. The dangerous fork swallowed back before it could spit it out, and coiled there in silence, waiting for its secondary processed meal. It had to keep a careful eye on it. It couldn't afford to miss a single morsel of its meal. After settling a lunch for one man and one snake, Jiang Buwei went upstairs. He had only been busy with one thing in the past 2 days, and that was cleaning up and rebuilding the home. There was still some steel left in the space, only enough to repair one door. He first rewelded the main door. The first floor will wait until he finds the materials. The entire small building inside and out was cleaned up by him with disinfectant. The walls were all painted, and the 2 corpses on the first floor had already been dragged out by him. Originally, he also wanted to drive and pull to the back of the mountain to bury. But as a result, when he went out to see, the village is now zombies roaming around. Hissing sound may not be audible through the courtyard wall, but once he came out, it was much more obvious. Before he drove to the back of the mountain, the car's engine attracted more than a dozen zombies to follow at the back. Jiang Buwei saw the situation is not good. Hastily step on the accelerator to accelerate. But no way, the village road is steep and narrow. It is not a good place for a car. In the end, 3 turns and 2 turns still made a ruthless corpse thrower. The gore of the corpses temporarily confused some of the zombies that were chasing and not letting go, and the car quickly shook off most of them and rushed all the way back to the farmhouse. The gate was closed, largely isolating the fresh air from the people, leaving only a few sporadic zombies crashing and slapping the gate outside. Jiang Buwei breathed a long sigh of relief and decided that at least until he had the power to defend himself, he would never leave the yard without leaving the gate. Just went up to the first floor to see the little flower woke up and was about to climb down, busy from the space to take out 10 disemboweled chickens and a few scallops of ribs with blood. Normal snakes are fed once every 10 days and half a month. But the demand for food in dormant evolution is almost 1 meal a day. There should be a large number of exalts evolving right now, and their thirst for food was absolutely lethal, and there were not a few who starved to death alive. Later on, the Central General Base had also compiled a piece of data. In the early stages of the end times, because of insufficient energy from the food supply, the alter egos died, accounted for a full 1/5 of the total number of alter egos. Another 1/5 of the deaths were due to being killed as zombie mutations by people close to them or people who were entangled in the early stage. It was equivalent to the loss of almost 1/3 of the human's combat power at the initial stage. Jiang Buwei's eyes softened as he watched it wolf down its food, feeling its way through the darkness skillfully, accurately locating each critter, and then pumping the mashed up meat paste down its mouth with a syringe. Little Flower's early awakening should just be a coincidence, and it seemed to have evolved halfway through its forced awakening, making it all the more necessary to replenish its powers with the energy produced by the food. After he fed 6, he was about to move on to the next one when he suddenly felt something crawling on his feet. Looking down, he couldn't see it. Bending down to touch it, it was cold and angular. When touching the 4 small short legs, Jiang Buwei was clear which little thing it was. 2 fingers together, pinch its small tail to carry to the eye to look at the color. As expected, it was little yellow. The appearance of the small lizard has not changed much. Originally was picked up still twisting limbs, struggling. As soon as Jiang Buwei, in front of the pretending to be dead not move, was placed in the heart of the hand obediently as a pendulum. Just spit out a stream of water. Poor Jiang Buwei hand. Jiang Buwei was forced to wash his hands and looked at the innocent little eyes of the culprit, and found that he really can't be bothered with it. The white jiao coiled in the doorway withdrew its divine sense with a deep face. And in his heart, he was greatly dissatisfied and puzzled as to why Jiang Buwei did not have the slightest bit of temper towards the other small creatures, in stark contrast to the treatment he gave it. Just knowing to be mean to it, selectively forgetting that its earlier rebelliousness and untameness was what made Jiang Buwei's treatment of it cautious. After Little Flower and Little Yellow awakened in turn, Jiang Buwei's attitude towards White Jiao became even more cautious because he didn't know what its special ability was, and whether it even had one or not was still up in the air. Its short hibernation that day and the outside world were different from any of the small animals at home, and the direction of the mutation was all hard to predict. Add to that its unusual intelligence and behavior. It could be said that it itself was a variable that required caution. However, Having had the experience of working side by side in a supermarket warehouse made their relationship maintain a very delicate atmosphere for the time being. In the afternoon, Jiang Buwei sorted out some seeds with the intention of restripping the vegetable plot and planting it. And all of the small cabbages and radishes that had already sprung up were savagely plucked out, with the soil and rotten leaves brought to one side of the flagstone path. A row of small cabbage, a row of rape, a row of carrots and potatoes and sweet potatoes mixed together. The last row he put up shells, half-planted cucumbers, half-planted beans. The vegetables that you like to eat are naturally more diverse. Chapter 24, Tortoise. Just building the shelf took him an afternoon. Once the seeds were buried and the water was poured, Jiang Buwei's entire body was directly spread out on the sofa. Not to mention that he is physically disabled. Is a daily bubble gym people to do an afternoon of farm work cannot stand. Gratitude to Uncle Farmer. Cherish food. He now had a space of 2,000 square meters of supplies. At least, he would not be worried for these decades. Then the most important thing right now was to raise his strength. The only thing he had in his hand that had the greatest killing power was that only had 5 bullets left. Other than that, there were a few kitchen knives, iron rods, and hammers and golf clubs that he found from the tool shop and outdoor sporting goods shop in his space. He sighed without a trace. After shooting those 5 bullets, he had no other effective means of defense. If it really came down to a knife and gun fight, with his few fancy moves, he still knew in his heart what level he was at. Fortunately, there were still many small animals accompanying him. Thinking of the small flowers and small yellow awakened supernormal abilities, cannot help but think out of the box. At this rate, he will not have a whole team of supernormal abilities. Right. Water system. Earth system. Jiang Buwei, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was indeed possible to happen. Thinking like this, resting on the back of the sofa, hand was rubbed. Is the white snake, immediately after feeling the palm of his hand, was also rubbed. He turned his head in puzzlement, and saw the white snake coiled obediently around his hand, watching him intently. After staring at it for a while, and realizing that it still hadn't moved, he turned away. After a while, there was another cool touch on his hand, poking his wrist rhythmically. He turned his head over again, and a pair of small green bean eyes innocently stared at him. Still no movement. After a few back and forths like this, Jiang Buwei suddenly blessed his heart when he turned his head over for the last time without tiring of it. It couldn't just want him to keep looking at it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this answer was actually the best fit for the current situation. Lunch was eaten together. He knew very well how much it ate. A meal like this could probably top half a month. So it wouldn't be hungry. So it would only be idle. If the white Jiao could hear his reasoning, then the whole snake would probably be annoyed and leave with a slap of its tail. He had been busy cultivating all day to recover and mend his divine soul. If he hadn't seen that scene at noon, he would have forgotten that his current owner could have more than just him as a beast. And the whole snake had a sense of crisis. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had the time to come in front of him to brush up on its existence. Jiang Buwei didn't know that it only came in front of him because of the beast's instinct to carve out a territory, and thought that the white snake had finally remembered that it still had a master. He lifted his hand and placed it on the side of the sofa, opened the tablet, and found the film he had downloaded before, enjoying the leisure time under the sunset sunlight in a rare leisurely manner. White Jiao remembered that he was on a mission today and rarely resisted to be quiet, and was immediately attracted by the variety of new things on the tablet. Narrow snake eyes flashed a trace of astonishment and deep thought. What kind of world is this place? Or what was the original world like? This night is Jiang Buwei Rebirth since the most leisurely and at ease night. There is no worry about the future predicament. There is no danger in the tight, pre-apocalyptic film even let him appear in a trance. There is a kind of still in the end of the world of the warmth of the fireworks. But after only a few hours, Jiang Buwei overturned his earlier thoughts. Is this mouth of his enlightened? In this beautiful night was hard pressure pain after waking up Jiang Buwei brain only this idea. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met with a pair of buring small green bean eyes. So he had no choice but to get up and lift off the culprit that had crawled onto his body at some point. Just see a big turtle carrying its own black back armor staring at him with eyes full of confusion and sadness. It was as if he didn't know how he lifted it off all at once. Jiang Buwei also didn't know how to explain to Xiao Chao that it was no longer a size that could lie on its master and pamper him. Silent for a long time, touching its back armor, He tried to move it with his own strength, and finally despaired that he couldn't even pry a corner off. Half a man's height and size shouldn't be this heavy. Jiang Buwei felt that he had missed a crucial point. Crouched down to take a closer look and found something strange. It turned out to be its back armor has a mystery. The surface actually has a black metallic luster, cold and hard to the touch. The edge of the cold light. He did not need to touch it to know that it is very sharp. As if Xiao Chao knew Jiang Buwei's doubts. His eyes were full of anticipation, and a little show-off, as he showed off his new ability. Only to see the black turtle armor suddenly began to extend in all directions and increase in height. Jiang Buwei was shocked for a moment. It was actually a body evolution class. The turtle armor was still growing outwards. And there was still a tendency for it to continue to grow outwards. And when he saw that it was about to touch the wall and fill up the whole room, he called a halt in a hurry. This will continue to grow outwards. He does not want to take his own house to personally experiment, which is harder. Jiang Buwei was forced into a corner by it, and stood in a hasty manner, flexing his fingers to knock on the pitch-black tortoise armor on top of his head, making an inconspicuous clunking metallic sound. Startled by this sound, Jiang Buwei touched the retracted finger, touched the tip of his nose, looked at the small grass located in the center of the room, and couldn't help but be surprised. Just now, he didn't pay close attention to it, but there were 2 layers of tortoise armor. Originally become taller, and larger black turtle armor below actually have a layer of the original general size of the brown turtle armor attached to it. Jiang not for the sake of natural. Otherwise he is also difficult to imagine no turtle armor turtle underneath what looks like. He patted the tortoise shell, indicating that the grass can be put away. Vision back to light. Now also see the scene inside the house. Many furnishings are twisted, broken. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and under Xiao Chao's eagerly awaiting gaze for praise, he took out several pots of large cut pork grains from space. I can't tell whether it is joy or anguish in my heart. But after the little grass master leisurely dragged its rice and crawled away, he rolled up his sleeves and cleaned up for half the night. By the time Jiang Buwei finished dumping the last dustpan of glass, the skylight had already begun to show at first glance, and was still leaking out. He raised his eyebrows and paused in his footsteps. It was rare to see the sunrise. The fatigue of the half-night seemed to dissipate in this moment. Thinking for a moment that he didn't need to feed anyone but himself today, he contented himself with an open breakfast and walked briskly towards the bedroom king-size bed, intending to catch up on his sleep. Waking with a start, he drew back the curtains to find the sun already high in the very center. Firstly, I inspected the vegetable garden before returning to the kitchen and making myself an easy lunch, incidentally planning out what I was going to do in the afternoon. After lunch first, he went to feed the animals that were still evolving. After feeding them, he planned to use this afternoon's free time to clean up the ingredients in his space, and use the gas canisters that were still left in the house, to make some cooked food that would be easy to eat outside on the go. Jiang Buwei thought for a while, or decided to make noodles first. There are many types of pasta he wants to make. Vegetable buns, sugar buns, fried cakes, steamed buns. Dumplings also cook a few pots of standing. The dough is made with both hot and cold water. And after Jiang Buwei divided the cold water directly into small squeezes, ready to wrap dumplings, he mixed 4 kinds of filling. A Spanish mackerel filling, a kind of 3 fresh shrimp, a kind of gourd pork filling. The last kind of filling is cabbage pork. There were also 4 fillings for the buns. 1 for fresh meat and shrimp, 1 for vegetarian sancho, 1 for vermicelli and cabbage and tofu, and 1 for pork and cabbage. Sugar buns and fried cake filling is the same. Our sugar with ground peanuts. Fried cake he also made savory. Finally began to steam steamed buns. Steamed when Jiang Buwei incidentally sweet potato taro peanut wash put in together steam. After doing this, Jiang Buwei rubbed his sore neck, raised his eyes to look out the window. The sky had already darkened without him realizing it. He planned to continue making some rice balls and stir-fried vegetables tomorrow. And in the future, when the conditions were not as convenient as now, he could just take them out and eat them. In this way, he did so for more than a week before coming to an end. Jiang Buwei just relaxed a breath. The change came without greeting. Chapter 25. Foreign Plants. This morning Jiang Buwei was woken up by a loud glass shattering sound. Last time the glass window was spared, but this time not so lucky. As soon as he lifted the covers and opened his eyes, he ran downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the downstairs, he saw the small flower in the broken glass. Huge body swinging hard waving tail. The sound of bang bang came one after another. Jiang Buwei fixed his eyes to look closely to find the cat. Under the small flower is wrapped in a thick and barbed dark green thorn vine. Both of them are wrapped tightly around each other and strangle each other. And they keep slapping the ground and the uncollapsed wall with all their might. Jiang Buwei's pupils shrunk for a moment and took out his longest knife. The one specialized in chopping ribs from the supermarket pork stall. Little Yellow and Little Flower's supernatural abilities. One water type and one earth type. Didn't stand much of a chance against this kind of plant that had mutated to who knows where. Taking advantage of Little Flower's advantage in size to pester it. Jiang Buwei waited for the opportunity. The machete slashed directly at the interruption. Slash after slash. The vines were attacked and twisted frantically in an attempt to break away from Little Flower's entanglement. Vine crazy struggling action let originally sunk into the python body sharp barbs deeper into the python body muscle. As the two continued to entangle the barbs into the deeper, the huge body twisting began to flow down liquid. Jiang Buwei saw the situation frown more tightly. Under the action more ruthless. He do not want to use fire or chemical way to solve it. That is faster and more effective than a knife and a knife to cut. But the Little Flower, and it entangled with each other, will definitely hurt it by mistake. Thinking about the hand hard. A knife will cut the vine directly from the middle. Little Flower pursued the attack. A tail smashed in the root of the vine that has already retreated. Jiang Buwei looked at the ground is still constantly rolling writhing half of the vine. Pulled over the coffee table below a few rolls of old newspapers. Lighter ignition. Waiting for the fire is growing. About to burn his fingers. Before waving his arm thrown to it. As soon as the ball of fire hit the thorn vines on the ground it began to ignite. And the vines that were still active immediately began to shrink and tumble. Rubbing and scraping green drag marks on the ground. He followed it up by throwing another ball of fire accurately at the one that was now retreating backwards at speed. But the rooted vine wasn't just the first half of the limb's memory. And the ball of fire had the intention of extinguishing it just as it landed on it. Little Flower still wanted to rush over to stop the tumbling movement it was about to extinguish. But was stopped by Jiang Buwei. Little Flower went up to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. Now is not the point to take his partner to the fish death net. Letting it retreat was the fastest solution now. But not the best. Because he wasn't sure if the mutated plant at this time had its own thinking ability. If it did, would it hold a grudge? Remember this place? And come back to attack again 3 times? Needless to say, this was where his worries lay. Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking. Therefore, Jiang Buwei decided that he couldn't just let it go so easily. Patting Little Flower's head, he handed it Little Yellow, which had been picking at his clothes, and drove them to where they should go. Jiang Buwei wasn't sure if it understood. What could be done was done. The rest could only be left to fate. There were several thumps. The bullets hit its vines without seeming to cause any effect. Only its backward movement stopped. Jiang Buwei put down his gun and frowned. He only fired 2 shots just now. The sound seemed wrong. Just the current situation does not allow him to have a moment to think. Just ready to run fast to attract attention by lengthening the battle line. But his left foot just took a step. His foot was immediately pulled by something. Jiang Buwei's heart alarm bells rang loudly. Looked down and found that it was actually a thin cucumber vine hooked on his trouser legs. He tried to raise his steps. But immediately after, the cucumber vine seemed to be dissatisfied with Jiang Buwei's struggle and wrapped tighter. The best part was that the end also branched out into a thinner vine that gently hooked his trouser leg for a bit. As if to appease him. Jiang Buwei. Seeing that Jiang Buwei was the only one, that giant vine couldn't help but feel evil from its heart. And it grew bold. Rolling its stance and slamming straight towards him. Seeing that it was about to rush over, Jiang Buwei raised his leg and couldn't break free. Simply crouched down and reached out with the intention of breaking free. Very strange. He can feel that it is not malicious. And even vaguely have a kind of goodwill full of obedience. As a result, Cold White's long and slender hands only just touched the fine vine, immediately being wrapped around it in a smooth manner. His body shook. A strange subtle feeling at this moment through Jiang Buwei's fingertips to connect a certain crystal within his brain and the fine vine under his fingers. He rarely failed to react and stood frozen in place, letting the thorny giant vine swing its body to pounce directly on his doorstep. This scene fell into the eyes of the white scroll, as if it was on 0. Several times slower. The process was so detailed that it made its pupils suddenly widen. Because his body had fallen back into hibernation since yesterday. He had only just woken up. not expecting to see the scene as soon as he came downstairs. The long, icy green eyes immediately gathered into an almost vertical line, sharp and oozing. Jiang Bui came back to his senses and wanted to evade too late. His pupils unconsciously dilated. But he saw a swift white shadow flashing in front of his eyes, instantly blocking between him and the giant vines, turning his back to him in a protective stance. Before he had a chance to see it clearly, that white shadow turned from one to a white color, frantically lunging towards the giant vine. Not knowing what happened, the huge thing suddenly deflated all of a sudden, followed by no movement. After he saw what it was, he froze. The white scaly dragon swam from a distance and originally had a shriveled and weak aura. But when it came to Jiang Bui's heel, it was immediately transformed, as if it was all better at once, walking that called an unfathomable, calm and self-confident, as if the battle just now was just him casually showing his hand. When he moved in front of Jiang Bui with a halo full of light, his aura was already full. After this dormant recovery, his mind and strength had unlocked another section. Just like at the very beginning when he only had the mind of a 5 or 6-year-old. Now he had the thinking ability of a 14 or 15-year-old. Because of his environment, his 14 or 15-year-old mind was already quite mature, except for his occasional middle-agedness. So naturally he could think through the rights and wrongs between Jiang Bui and him. Or at least be clear that that mortal had no malicious intent, and even had the grace of caring for him. Therefore, even if it was taken as repayment, today's matter had to be saved. Moreover, with his current spiritual power wasn't enough to kill that demonic plant in one blow. Just that for some reason halfway through the fight that demonic plant suddenly weakened, allowing him to finish it off without any effort. He didn't have the habit of taking all the credit for himself. Jiang Bui looked at the white snake that had already come in front of him, ignoring the fine vines that kept hooking around his fingertips. Nor did he straighten up. And in a crouching position, he said in a solemn tone, "Thanks a lot this time, Ah Lang." It had been a long time since this name was mentioned. The white Jiao was still a bit in a trance when he heard it. Silent for half a moment. Didn't make a fierce confrontation. Just the tip of his tail slightly bent over Jiang Bui there, indicating that he understood. When Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao together chased the roots of the foreign plant to find the small flowers and small yellow, he finally put down his heart. Before coming to the old home of the foreign plant, no one knew if there was a greater danger hiding in it. It was only when there was really no other way that he would let the two little creatures take the risk of sneaking up behind the enemy's rear. After all, the two of them, a water system, an earth system, just awakened aggressiveness cannot be talked about. But let them go to the roots of the plant to suck out the water. Pumping off the sand and soil is still more than enough. And look at that alien plant was chopped in half to be in a hurry to flee to the old home. But the single plant without reinforcements is very likely. Jiang Bui admitted that he had the element of gambling. Chapter 26 The Little Goblins. At noon several small animals ate a big meal for the first time in peace and beauty. The biggest credit belongs to the white Jiao. After all, he sat quietly and full of harmony. To eat a meal is still not easy. Waiting for Jiang Bui to remember the abnormalities of the family vegetable garden is already in the afternoon. He brought the white Jiao, who refused to recuperate from his injuries, with him to the vegetable garden. At that moment, the mood is absolutely helpless. Although the heart has prepared, they are not ordinary plants. But when really see the whole row of rattan frame again, or shocked. A noontime that row of rattan shelves, like a hormone as crazy upward. Green lush to directly overflowed. Directly sprawling accounted for half of the vegetable garden. He stood in front of the green hill, trying to find the previous cucumber vine. To no avail. In the end, it was a tender green thin vine that stretched out the small tip of a fallen leaf to carefully touch his arm, followed by a small cucumber that still bore yellow flowers. Now, Jiang Bui was completely sure that the words he heard in his head this morning were true, because it had just said another sentence. Eat, no. No pain, like it had only just learned to speak. Stumbling between utterances, Jiang Bui froze, full of doubt, lowered his head and carefully looked at the small cucumber, reached out to know whether this is real or not. As a result, as soon as his fingers touched the cucumber, no, before he even touched it, it fell on its own, and landed with particular accuracy in the palm of his hand. He looked at the small green cucumber in his hand with a rare look of confusion. This is touching it. The white auger by his feet had already erected itself when he entered the vegetable field and started the alert mode. It was strange, Obviously the aura of the demon plant here was very strong. But there was not a hint of aggressiveness. When the green cucumber was handed out by the rattan, his eyes changed instantly. This is, if it is, then it is hard for this mortal to be a spiritual plant master. Bai Jiao was in a state of disbelief. Before his eyes fell from the sky the small cucumber that he had just been spinning in his head. Although only half. Jiang Bui came into contact with the white Jiao's gaze towards him, and thought that it was suspicious of half a cucumber, or wondering why it was being given a cucumber. Explaining, "It should be useful for your injuries, and that half is reserved for the little flower." He knew it could understand what he said. Just now, after several small green vines stuttered and explained, Jiang Bui also finally understood its usefulness. At this time, when he saw the white Jiao was slow to move, he thought it was because of the animal's vigilance, and it was uneasy about the food he gave it. So he broke a small piece of it on top of the original half, put it into his mouth and ate it, signaling that it was really safe. White Jiao, who read his meaning, he didn't mean that. He just couldn't believe that Jiang Bui understood the function of that fruit and was still willing to give it to him to use. Well, it was a little bit, but he swore that it was really only a little bit, because he could not believe that Jiang Bui will actually put the precious healing spirit fruit to him. To know that his previous life in the cultivation world, the healing of the spirit of the scarcity of a piece of out of the world by all parties of the great powers competing for, even he as a demon emperor, but also only 3 melons and 2 jujubes, flattered to swallow that half of the cucumber. The white Jiao rolled his small tail, enjoying this moment of comfortable warmth flowing through the whole body of the magical feeling. Sure enough, it is the fruit of healing. The injury is all healed in the blink of an eye, even more lively than when he first woke up. When returning to the villa, Bai Jiao has been at the back thinking that she is stealthily stealing glances at the man walking in front. Her small eyes hesitant. Jiang Bui sensed the sneaky white snake behind him from his afterglow and felt a little amused. So, the next second, he obeyed his heart and directly laughed out in a low voice, leaving a puzzled and stunned white snake in place. He himself strides into the house to prepare today's dinner. For the next few days, Jiang Bui squatted in the vegetable garden to study the vegetable that could communicate with him. He felt sure that there was more than just that one plant. As expected, when he voiced his question to the little cucumber, a large swath of little knockers disguised as ordinary vegetables around him popped up one after another and greeted him in a variety of ways. He was actually a bit overwhelmed for a while, and after answering one by one, Jiang Bui counted and found that there were a total of 5 exotic plants here. 1 cabbage essence, 2 carrot essence, 1 potato essence, and 1 each of vegetable bean essence and cucumber essence. Looking at the vegetable bean clip that danced in front of him, it dawned on him where the extra ones came from when he was shooting. These alien plants could only communicate with Jiang Bui in his brain consciousness with the strongest will right now. Sometimes a word. Sometimes even a word. So, they had no anthropomorphic thinking ability at all, and were merely a mutated plant. This discovery made Jiang Bui feel regretful and relieved at the same time. If even the alien plants had anthropomorphic thinking ability again, would there really be a way for humans to live? After figuring out the direction of the mutation of these alien plants, and after realizing that the neglected crystal in his brain might be the plant system's alien energy core, he had to wonder if he had taken some kind of protagonist's golden finger script, and that such a heavenly good thing as dual systems alien energy could actually fall on his head. Thinking too much is not beneficial. These days he was not only in the kitchen to study cooking skills, but also in the vegetable garden to promote plants, as well as to practice the proficiency of plant manipulation. Even the small animals are a little concerned about. So, this day, the kitchen door appeared by the white Jiao secretly flurry. Small flowers to play the head. Small yellow to help. Small grass far in the back pressure formation of a regular small square. Jiang Bui has a little bit of heart. Think hidden in the hands of the experimental mashed potatoes hidden back, only to find that the small flowers on the body. Only when he got closer did he realize that there was actually a silly little bat standing on the little flower. He hurriedly went forward, took the small bat, carefully looked at the lines between the neck to distinguish this is Xiao Lu. Little 6 and Jiang Weiwei took it immediately spirit. Left look, right look. Suddenly ear alert movement. Across the small building in the direction of the door called. Jiang Bui looked at the place where its gaze reached, his vision slightly condensing. He followed a few small animals behind him, and went up to the first floor in unison. and saw some of the scenery in front of the building through the reserve circulating exhaust holes. First the vegetable field, then the gate, and then he slowly put down the binoculars in his hand, and did not want to think about the few zombies outside the door that were banging on the door. Thinking about the zombies, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something, and covered his head, lamenting his poor memory. He now understood that Xiao Lu's supernatural ability was not elemental, and was probably biased towards perception or body smell or hearing enhancement. He used a large pot of meat to send away a few small animals that were reluctant to leave. If he ignored the fact that their eyes were clearly focused on his hands that could change things out of thin air, then this scene would definitely be touching to the heavens and earth. A deep love between master and servant. Unfortunately, it could not be ignored. Jiang Bui walked to the other end of the first floor, pushed open another door, and found that White Snake was lying on his back in his nest with his eyes closed, taking a nap. Gingerly, he pulled the crystal core out of the space and placed it on the side of the snake's head, closing the door and leaving. Originally, he was not sure of its usefulness, collecting it was just to prevent the White Snake from having any bad thoughts. But he didn't expect to be delayed by a lot of things these days. He was about to forget that there was still a crystal core in the space. After he left, the White Jiao, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and thoughtfully sniffed the scent remaining in the air. It hadn't been switched off. It was still the original. Humans are really fickle creatures, unlike their snakes, who are honest and simple, and don't play with their minds to make the snake's mood rise and fall. Chapter 27 Can. This White Jiao was still concentrating on refining the crystal cores. Over there, Jiang Bui had already started preparing to go out and hunt zombies. After these days of crisis, it was enough for him to know how important pure strength was in the face of danger. And crystal cores were a heavenly ladder essential to raising strength. He only planned to take Little Six with him this time out. The other critters were either inappropriate for their supernormal abilities or inappropriate for their size. Like Grass's current poundage, he hadn't even carried it on his shoulder to spread his legs and run before he flashed his back. Jiang Bui's first time to clean up the zombies only intended to range around the door. Push open the door. A figure under the moonlight quickly flashed out. Look closely at the shoulder is still hanging a black unknown object. Jiang Bui adjusted the shimmering night vision goggles again. And when he lowered his hand, his index and middle fingers inadvertently rubbed a few more times. Little Six on his shoulder suddenly chirped a low, dangerous sound to the right front position. He stared, gripped his long knife tightly, eased his steps and slowly approached. And it took him 4 or 5 consecutive steps before he vaguely saw a figure with strange limbs wandering not far away from his night vision goggles. He couldn't help but marvel at how useful this plug-in of Xiao Lu really was. He walked until he was 2 or 3 steps away from the zombie, when the zombie seemed to have smelled something, and its figure paused and began to turn in his direction. Jiang Bui's pupil shrunk. He couldn't think of anything and grabbed the first opportunity to swing his hand down and slash. Only when he heard the sound of the body falling to the ground did he slowly move up. The night was a paradise for zombies, but for humans, it was a hunting ground of crisis. His reason for coming out at night is also simple and plain. Because bats cannot see the light. Strongly endure nausea with a long stick and a shell-like thing stirred half a day. Washed with mineral water. Directly through the gloves collected into the space. Collected a few more crystal cores as he did. Jiang Bui's expression became more and more bad. When he was in the supermarket, only the special zombies had crystal cores in their brains. But now almost every one of their brains had them. And it could be clearly seen that their strength and speed had increased significantly. And their limbs were no longer as stiff as in the beginning. The zombies were unknowingly evolving. After rinsing another one, Jiang Bui narrowly avoided a sharp claw attack and decided to unilaterally end the night's action after feeling his stamina was a bit low. Under the command of Xiao Lu's chattering, he ran back to the small courtyard in a somewhat lousy manner, slamming the door shut with a bang. The sound attracted some zombies, and after banging on the door for a while in vain, one after another gave up this fly's leg that didn't have much meat. Jiang Bui leaned his back against the courtyard wall until the banging sensation behind him disappeared before getting up and entering the house. Changed down the thick set of leather jacket boot suit. Casually touched the sweat-wet forehead. Now it is already early autumn. The dry heat has not reduced at all. He went out for a while. This effort clothes are soaked. Forced to pick on his body in love with a small 6 tear down. Use up to throw ground thrown on the sofa. Tonight is another day to set up a ruthless persona. The first thing he did when he walked in the door was to take a shower. and when he walked into the bedroom all fresh, he found that the bedside lamp had already been switched on. A hand wrapped in a towel to wipe his hair gave a lurch, followed by a walk towards the bed and a seat. The sinking of the edge of the bed caused the coiled white Jiao's body to tilt uncontrollably to one side, and he twisted his body and recoiled the position he had just assumed, staring at Jiang Buwei and the crystal core in his hand with a serious face. Jiang Buwei raised his eyebrows, threw away the towel in his hand, and put a small bag of crystal cores that he had brushed hard with a shoe brush a dozen times in front of Bai Jiao. What? Bai Jiao heard the flirtatious intent, and almost immediately wanted to close his mic and turn around and shut himself up. But the fragrant crystal nucleus is straight in front of the eyes. Hooked him dead. Hold down his stupid tail. Field snake also has dignity. In the next second, the hungry little tail hitched onto the corner of that heartless man's coat. Think. A teenage voice that was still in the voice-changing stage appeared out of nowhere in Jiang Bui's mind. Jiang Bui's action of lifting the quilt was lurched, and his face was astonished as he looked at this idyllic snake that could speak human language. These days, it seemed like there was no limit to becoming a spirit. Everyone could speak. As if seeing Jiang Bui's surprise, the white Jiao answered, "It's that spirit jade. I want to make a deal with you with the spirit jade." He endeavored to use his jumpy cockney voice to make a serious trading appearance. Jiang Bui mulled over the meaning of his words in silence. He understood that spirit jade was a crystal core. But how come? He couldn't quite understand it. Spirit jade is the language of which world? He remembered that, until he died in his previous life, he had never heard of this new concept word for crystal cores. An unbelievable guess rose in his head. Bai Jiao thought that Jiang Bui had not seen his sincerity, and that was why he was silent. And hastened to add, "When my strength recovers some more, I can go with you to kill the walking corpses. And we'll split the spirit jades we get 37 times. 3 for me and 7 for you." His current energy was limited. He couldn't combine killing walkers and recovering his strength. Moreover, before his strength was fully restored, once or twice would be fine. More times would inevitably not be able to hide it from Jiang Bui, who had a bunch of eyeballs. So it would be better for him to give an account himself first. When I recover my strength, I can help you complete 3 things. Yo. Still a big brother full of seizing little munchkins? Jiang Bui's inner theater was full of drama. But on the surface, he still pretended to be cloudy, as if suddenly hearing about the chosen incident of an old goblin appearing beside him was just a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. After rubbing his 2 fingers together, he spoke. "Yes, but I have a request. I need to know where you come from and what your world is." Lowering his head to look directly at Bai Jiao, he said, "Also, during this period, I want you to maintain absolute cooperation, or at least listen to my commands at critical moments." Bai Jiao pondered for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and felt that there was nothing he couldn't say, so he simply returned, "Can." There were a total of 9 crystal cores, much smaller than the one in the supermarket. All of them were transparent. Jiang Bui guessed that maybe that zombie that attacked quickly had supernatural powers. Since the deal has been reached, Jiang Bui simply and neatly scratched and pulled the crystal cores, and scratched 3 of them in front of the white Jiao. The white Jiao erected his tail to pick up one by one, and counted in his heart to find that there was actually half a piece more. Well, and look at Jiang Bui acquiescence look. Small tail directly a scratch, hidden into their own body. Jiang Bui was angry by his petty Bara-style laugh. Originally on the big brother's scruples also dissipated a lot. He opened the door and swept out the snake with the crystal core. Boom! Startled the small animals watching outside the door. And as soon as they turned around, they locked eyes with the protagonist of the incident. Probably because last night's encounter had irritated what was left of Mr. Demon Emperor's pride. Jiang Bui hadn't seen him this entire day today. But soon, he didn't have the time to care about that as he started refining those attribute-less crystal cores. He looked down at the tiny transparent crystal core in his palm, emptying his head of thoughts, feeling the sudden rise of warmth in his palm, and letting his thoughts sink into it. Slowly, seeping into it, and breaking through a layer of transparent film, a warm and full of vitality energy at once surged into his body. A few minutes later, Jiang Bui moved his body, feeling the majestic and abundant energy in his body that he had never felt before, looking thoughtfully at the crystal core in his palm that had long since turned into nothingness, admitting that he was indeed excited. So for this entire day, he had locked himself in his room, not even bothering to eat. But apart from the first one, which went exceptionally well, the next few took longer and longer. And by the time he came out of his room exhausted, it was already the next morning. And the crystal core only refined to the third. Apart from giving one to each of the little animals, he now had 2 more in his hand. For the long term, he planned to go out every other day to clean up the zombies and store some crystal cores. Chapter 28, Protecting Food. Half a month later. Early morning. The youth who sat in the vegetable field without caring about the dirt around him was staring at the bit of green under his fingertips with a party spirit, watching it probe its head one by one and forcefully rise upwards. Finally, the buds have sprouted. The sprouted branches and buds climbed up to the cold white fingertips of the youth in a tangled manner. The youth let out a long breath. The taut body also relaxed a lot. The heart cannot help but also relaxed. Snapping. The thick white tail was flung on the small black tail that was sneaking around and trying to get closer. And I knew how hard it was just by the sound. Jiang Bui turned around. From his angle, he could only see the tip of Xiao Hei's tail curled in aggression. The hand against the dirt paused in its retracted movement, slowly panning his eyes to the culprit. The culprit stared back at him innocently. The tail didn't forget to sweep back a little, slapping the little black tail out of the picture completely. After a few seconds passed, Jiang Bui was the first to move his eyes away. Lowering his head, he fiddled with the flowers and plants on the ground in front of him, as if he had suddenly discovered something rare and interesting. Satisfied, the white Jiao retracted its tail and coiled back to its original position, enjoying up the last few minutes before going to bed. The sun got bigger a little while later. Only Blackie, who had been mercilessly bullied the entire time, waved a teardrop and walked away with a small handkerchief in his mouth. Jiang Bui wasn't looking at the flowers and grasses all because he wanted to pretend to be blind to avoid the Snake Clan bullying incident. At least, not today. He had been repeatedly hopping sideways between absorbing crystal cores and cleaning up zombies these days. And he could feel that the energy in his body had been constantly filling up, popping out, and filling up. The upper limit to withstand the energy of the crystal cores was also constantly rising. This feeling was like the meridians in his body were constantly being widened and flushed. It lasted until this morning, when he was experimenting again in the vegetable garden. The ability valve felt like it had been flushed all at once without notice. He used the seed to spawn a foreign plant that could talk to him. Jiang Bui tapped his fingertips on the small green buds that were still engrossed in the hook and loop, and went back to the kitchen after watering today's portion. Today, I'm going to eat braised pork ribs, roasted pork, shredded pork with fish, and finally add a small green vegetable. Jiang Bui since the absorption of crystal nuclei, energy consumption has increased suddenly. Daily consumption is almost as much as 2 adult men. He thought that if it was before the end of the world, this kind of enviable talent will definitely be able to bring out a lot of big appetite king. Unfortunately, what was most lacking in the post-apocalyptic world was food. Halfway through cooking, he remembered that he had forgotten to make rice. Hurriedly smothering the rice, when he turned back around, he bumped into the Golden Lord, who couldn't wait to visit the class. The Golden Master hung a pair of vertical eyes. The longing in them was about to overflow. At this moment, when Jiang Bui came out, the tip of his tail was all excited to poke in. Jiang Bui looked at the behemoth that blocked the doorway and directly deformed the door. After a few seconds of silence, he still couldn't hold back. If the door is broken, take your crystal cores to pay for it. I also don't know whether it is a fun mutation, or because the food is too good these days. With the zombie brand nutrient solution, the volume all the way up, directly catching up with the evolved small flowers. The tail's action of probing inwards one by one immediately stopped at the words, and quickly recovered towards the recovery at a speed that didn't match his current size. Jiang Bui. It seems that it's still the crystal cores that are useful. I forgot to mention that the evolved Golden Lord's original staple food volume had also evolved, and it was very considerable. Jiang Bui simply did not mix its meals with his, according to the measurement of once a week, once a round or 3 to come separately. So he usually has to make many pots of stewed meat and roasted chicken every week. And occasionally the other critters like to have a taste, but mostly they prefer to eat fresh meat. It would be a lot easier not to for as well. The rice took its time quickly, and by the time the last dish, roasted 5 flour, was brought to the table, the rice was cooked as well. Clip a chopstick of braised pork ribs and press it on the rice. The fragrant sauce leaves a trace on the grainy white rice. He instantly felt that his entire soul was sublimated after this meal, with a bunch of grapes and a few macaroons of various colors after the meal. Sinking into the soft sofa, Jiang Buwei was surrounded by drowsiness, and his eyes were about to squint over. Suspended outside the sofa under the palm of the hand suddenly touched a burst of jade-like cold, but also arching. He dozed off, instantly scared away half. Instantly awake. Opened his eyes to see a black, followed by the ground to find the soul. Looking for souls. Who dared this bold offense of stupid snake? When he opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was not his head or body, but a vertical eye that was also frightened. You can imagine how close it came, slapping the tail away before it could be withdrawn. He huffed. What are you doing so close? The harpies were all over his face. White Jiao was slapped by him, also not angry. After these days together, he has learnt that there are times when the cheek should be put on the release. To take the ability to put down is the nature of the Lord. These are still his conclusions from watching those small box-shaped boxes that can peep into the lives of people of all colors. Tail tip humanely pointed to the table. Jiang Buwei did not have time to clean up the remnants of cold food, and pointed inward to himself. And finally that pair of small eyes blinking stared at Jiang Buwei. Very graphic and honest description of his own eager and sincere heart. Jiang Buwei. He was already reflecting on whether or not he had really abused him. Getting up, he went to take a look in White Snake's food bowl and found that there were clearly 2 or 3 roasted chickens and half a fan of ribs in there. Could it be that he was tired of eating? This doubt didn't occupy Jiang Buwei's mind for much time, because the next second, the White Snake flicked its tail to meet and protect the food bowl behind itself. That battle, that posture. Jiang Buwei shook his head for a moment, and actually saw from it the shadow and momentum of the day the White Snake saved him. And the two overlapped at once. Jiang Buwei. It's just quite outrageous. Since he didn't get tired of eating, he was simply eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Jiang Buwei roughly took in the situation on the table, and with 1 bowl of braised pork ribs and half a roasted 5 flour left at the bottom of the bowl, he turned around and went back into the kitchen, taking out several fans of chopped ribs from space. He put them into the pot in batches to blanch, and took out a few plates of prawns and 2 whole pigs' heads to defrost on the counter, while the meat was all simmering in the pot. He planned to be a little more preachy today and dealt with the shrimp threads, only to get impatient halfway through picking them and shrugged them off. Rinsed his frozen red fingers with warm water and clenched his fist hard to ease the fine pain of pins and needles. After blanching the prawns in boiling water, he threw them into the frying pan and started to fry them, not forgetting to do some self-persuasive brainwashing as he did so. He couldn't even eat a shrimp thread that fine. It definitely couldn't eat it. As a matter of fact, Bai Jiao really couldn't eat it either. Seemingly stable, but actually anxiously waiting for the White Snake in the sight of a large plate of oil-blasted prawns brain has been the aroma hooked to find the north. Open mouth a grin. Like a pig nibbling ginseng fruit, like directly swallowed. It is estimated that even the taste did not taste out. Jiang Buwei slowly put down the bright and clean plate in his hand and fell into a suspicious silence. He can be too relieved. Not to mention the shrimp threads. Even the taste did not taste it. He was now filled with only one thought. It's a pity that his red oil dipping sauce is gone. He didn't even bother to eat it himself. This side of the White Jiao, unaware of the wolf swallowing to solve the braised pork ribs, finally decided to let go of their own quickly rounded waist. Just as he lay down flat and was feeling snakeborn complete, he saw Jiang Buwei walking over with another steaming pot of pig's head. How is there more? Feeling his stomach, which was really just a little bit, he instantly felt that he had missed out on 100 million spirit jades. As he approached, he was shocked by how miserable and hideous the fan of pig's head was in its deathly state. Just as Jiang Buwei turned his head to meet his eyes, the White Jiao hiccup. It was sudden and uncontrollable. The aftermath of the sound was so wide that Jiang Buwei paused for a moment. Jiang Buwei turned a corner without a trace and curled his lips in amusement at an angle Bai Jiao couldn't see. He hadn't intended to give this tub of pig's head meat to the White Snake. He still had a good idea of how much it could eat. Putting on his gloves once, he disassembled the 2 pigs' heads into several large pieces. The pig's ears and tongue were separated out, and put them separately into 2 transparent lunch boxes, and put them into space. Another disassembled pig's head was put into a couple of large pots. A large plate for each animal, except for Little Flower, who got a pot of small snacks alone to add to her meal. Without looking back, he slapped away the large, unfaithful tail and continued to portion up the rest of the meat in front of him without changing his face, putting it into space. The tail owner was very eager and curious, but he was unable to do so, and he was indeed propped up by the food. Chapter 29, Little Beggar. Bai Jiao was hooked by that time no end to steal food for a few days, did not sleep, but finally rushed in a dark and windy night, called him blind cat, caught the dead rat. The dead rat cold face. Against the middle of the night by its successful sneak attack of the annoyance of getting up. In the kitchen coal pots and stoves began to give it to do 2 pigs' head. No. 4. And a bunch of debt collectors. Upstairs, led by Blackie, there was a bustling pile of them, huddled together for good measure. Basically, all of the nocturnal activities were here. And Jiang Bui's eyes went dark for a while. What kind of little ancestor has he raised? Another night dawned. Jiang Bui casually wiped off the blood stains splattered on his forehead, gloomily looking around, more and more surrounded by zombies. Did not have the strength to open his mouth. Beside him, a large python with alabaster luster on its scales turned its entire head sideways to protect Jiang Bui's body, in a highly guarded attack posture. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Bui harvested another crystal core, a vine with an abnormal dark green color, which could be seen everywhere, swept over the corpses of the zombies, and obediently rolled up a fiery red crystal core and handed it to Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui looked at the red, and white still does not hide its glory of the crystal core. Handed out a transparent small box. Inside is a variety of colors mixed with red and white crystal core. Most of them are transparent. Snapped. The vine loosened. The crystal core fell into the box smoothly, putting it into the space. Jiang Bui once again drove the vines to disappear into the pile of zombies. The python at his side flung its tail as if it was tireless, and another row of zombies were all knocked to the ground by the backward charge. If you look closely, you can see that the row of zombies that fell to the ground were broken from the waist or from the chest. It was evident that the force of the white Jiao's tail was horrifying. Don't look at its appearance of scale armor like warm jade. In fact, unusual steel drill can't hurt the slightest. With a spoon handle tap and the sound of metal collision. The latter is Jiang Bui in the kitchen door personally experimented. And those corpses that were collectively decapitated were handed over to Jiang Bui, who was manipulating the vines. White Jiao's body had become bigger and stronger while also making him unable to complete some delicate work. Thus, this further division of labor cooperation was born. After the sun slowly climbed up, one person and one snake made a quick battle and quickly returned to the farmhouse. One could only say that there was as much pull when they came out as there was when they fled back. And after so many days of practice, the posture of one person and one snake escaping in the lousy and bring a few heartbreaking skilled. After circling around a few times to make sure no zombies were following them, they returned to the farmhouse. As soon as they entered the courtyard door, Bai Jiao plunged into the inflatable pool at the side of the vegetable garden. When the cool water flow touched his whole body at once, he couldn't help but flick his tail hard. Who knew that the small wave that ensued slapped head on the face of the person resting behind him? Jiang Bui, who had been covered with water over his head for no apparent reason. The sea overlord Big White Snake at this time also became quiet. Big Head rested obediently in the inflatable pool outside the steps, looking at the sky and the ground. Just do not look at Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui closed his eyes and wiped his face, took a deep breath, and told himself not to be angry, not to take into account. Not angry. Not to take into account. Not. Opening his eyes again, he did not even look at the head of the white snake that was still pretending to be crazy and playing beans, and went straight into the house. First, he went to the first floor and placed the dark vine in the flower pot on the bedside table, which is his new personal bodyguard. It was the only one that survived after he had spawned a dozen or so alien plants that all withered one after another. As for why it survived, Jiang Bui guessed that it might have mutated midway into a dark green magic vine with its own corrosive effect. If you don't say it, I don't say it, and everyone doesn't say it, then no one will know that its predecessor was actually a cucumber seedling. For breakfast Jiang Bui ate a bun hastily and went upstairs to make up for his sleep. And on the table were several plates of roast chicken and beef bones left for Bai Jiao. Just did not expect that this sleep did not make up in the end. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of a woman hissing and a car engine woke up Jiang Bui, whose 5 senses have evolved to be sharper these days. Immediately followed by the sound of a frantic banging on the door. Jiang Bui suspected that if he kept on banging like this, the gate of his house would be scrapped soon. Help! Is someone there? Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Grass. Open the door quickly. Don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. See outside the door of all shapes and sizes a tone more and more impatient poor. Threatening intent also began to show. See inside the people still cowering not come out to open the door. The leader of the sweatshirt man looked at the surroundings slowly began to surround the zombies. Cursing, wait for the old man himself open the door. Have your good look. I'll put. On one side of the side directly facing the zombies of a skinny man legs have begun to cannot help but open his mouth to interrupt the sweatshirt man's obscenities. Quickly, don't curse. The zombies are attracted. First look for a place to hide for a while. The wives and children behind him also followed and nodded in response. The group of people also all began to triply claim yes. That's right. Xiao Cheng. You said that there are so many of us. There are also some old men and women. After rushing all day, our bodies and bones can't take it anymore. Right. There are still children. Rest. Rest. I'm tired too. Sweatshirt man sniffing fists between the sleeves pinch creaking. This group of timid and fearful tired, if not their group of people is a temporary partnership. He does not have the right to speak. In which there are other alien. In order to their own safety, he will not drag together with them to come here. Nowadays, one of the idle food also came to command him. But, the sweatshirt man glanced scornfully to one of the team. And once again chose to back off. Only face poorly spat towards the gate. Unwillingly looked at the farmhouse decorated like a small fortress. The heart of indignation and greed almost overflowing. With a twinkle in his eye, an idea came to mind. From his pocket, he took out a piece of Nokia that was so old that the paint on the back casing was peeling off. And after adjusting it to the maximum volume, he played a song of the good old days. And as soon as he slammed it on the gate, he let out a bang. Seeing this, the group of people gathered in front of the door eyes flickered for a moment. I do not know out of what heart. Actually did not have a person to oppose. A group of people saw that the zombies were going wild and rushed to run for their lives. Who knows that after running a few steps, the sweatshirt man who rushed in the forefront suddenly fell backward in a strange posture, as if he had been knocked to the ground. Behind the group of people for the time being has not found the oddity here. Still a drum of vigor to rush forward, followed by a thin and short old lady, holding a big fat grandson stronger than her. Wrinkled knots into the old orange peel of the hand forced to the veins exposed, straining from time to time to be lifted up again. All the way so difficult to be able to follow the sweatshirt man behind. See sweatshirt man now paralyzed on the ground directly a push away. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. But soon. She knew just now also very arrogant men now why a face of fear panic. Boom. There was a not so loud thud. It was as if she had hit some hard flat surface and directly knocked herself to the ground. Being thrown to the ground the eldest grandson cried out and was rolling all over the ground. And the old lady at this time already could not care about coaxing her precious grandchildren. With a face like a lost soul panic pounced to that horrible thing, groping left and right. By this time, quite a few people also noticed the weirdness over here. There are flexible minds. Immediately run to the south side. If the south side didn't work, just run to the west and east. But immediately, they discovered a desperate fact. All three sides were dead ends. There was no way out. In every direction there is that horrible piece of unknown stuff. This place is like a sealed box. And they are the people who are trapped in this box by this terrible unseen unknown thing. Even the enemy is not sure what it is. This terrible conjecture coincidentally floated up in all the brains and could not help but shiver in unison. Since the east, west, and south sides are all out of reach. What about the north side? A trembling voice broke the excessively quiet atmosphere at this time. The north side, that is not. They were at this moment actually strange together to look at the way they came. And all together inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Behind them in the unconscious crowded with zombies. In the past, the zombies that always hissed and made a lot of noise were so quiet today. And their movements were silent. Ah! The woman on the side let out a short scream before she was slapped to the ground by the middle-aged man beside her. With a low growl of rage. Shut up. Bitch. The voice sounded hard. But the legs hidden under his trousers were shaking with nervous convulsions. There wasn't a moment when the crowd realized that they were afraid they were going to have to give their lives away today. Ah! This time it was a different person who explained in shock. his eyes suddenly widening, as if he had seen something unbelievable. This time, however, no one was there to accuse him. Everyone saw the originally closed door was now wide open, and there was a robe-clad youth leaning on the door frame. From too far away, they couldn't see the person's face, but that alone was enough to terrify them, because with the youth as the boundary there seems to be an invisible barrier separating them. On one side is the youth leaning on the edge of the door. There is also a handful of shadows that are not very obvious under the feet, a leisurely and comfortable. On the other side, they were covered in woeful conditions, sharing the same space with the zombies, and were about to face a battle of life and death. Despair immediately spread in this sealed box, in everyone's heart. This scene and the scene just a moment ago was reversed. Cannot be said to be not ironic and ridiculous. Jiang Buwei had just gone down to the first floor when he heard the doorway wantonly outside the good old days. His face was cold. Turned around and went up to the first floor again, intending to wake up Little Grass first. These days the little animals were also working with him on using the crystal cores to enhance their supernatural abilities, and Little Grass had broken through last week, smoothly upgrading his little turtle armor into a real fortress. Now that he was here, none of them should leave. Propped open the shield. His steps downstairs are not in a hurry. Halfway down the stairs suddenly stopped on a good day, and opened the door without slowing down, only to find that in front of his own door sits a slightly downcast little beggar. Small beggar gray face sitting on the doorstep, full of helplessness to fumble in front of the eyes cannot be seen blocking her way the wall. When she got closer, she realized that she was still holding a Nokia in her arms. After looking at her for a while, the little beggar on the ground realized with hindsight that there was an extra person beside her, and like a startled stray bird, she raised her head full of vigilance, realized that the person in front of her was staring at the mobile phone in her arms. They showed a trace of panic. Subconsciously wanted to hide the mobile phone back. After hiding it, only then remembered why she had to hide this. And it was not her doing. But this person will think that this is her. Afterglow thought that it was hidden and glanced at it. Jiang Buwei did not let go of her small eyes. Low smile in his heart. Did not break it down. He actually did not feel that this little cub in front of him did it from the first sight of seeing this mobile phone. This situation was obvious at a glance. And if he wasn't wrong, the music on the phone should have been switched off by this little beggar. That said, he should still thank her. Chapter 30 Master and Favorite Silent Understanding. Jiang Buwei looked down at his robe and did not choose to sit on the steps on the floor. So he just leaned on the door frame and looked into the field. The little beggar saw that he even had the intention of standing here all the time. His body was a little uneasy, but the legs and feet seemed to be not very nimble. His face was reddened, but also not able to move the slightest bit. Jiang Buwei originally in the arm to watch the show. Helpless little beggar movement of the impatient startled him. Naturally also noticed her inadvertent nimble legs and feet. But also very sharp-eyed to see get long scars. Very deep. Whitish. Years old or can see the menace at that time. The little beggar seemed to be unusually sensitive to the gaze of the onlookers on her leg, trying not to show her cowardice to stare back at that strange unfamiliar man. Jiang Buwei also felt the inappropriateness of his behavior. And just as he was about to open his mouth to apologize, the little cub twisted his head away with force. Sardonically, he touched the bridge of his nose in disguise. The large and small group froze in the excessively quiet atmosphere for a while, both turning their heads in unison to look at the increasingly chaotic field. In this moment of effort, the field was already in complete chaos, and outside the invisible wall, there were still quite a few zombies trying to guide off the field. And it looked like it was getting worse. So when Blackie went out to look for his master to feed, what he saw was such an unusually harmonious scene. He froze for a moment, sneaking a peek from behind the door with his doggy sneaky little steps. The small eyes probed a vertical, sensing that the atmosphere at this time was a little unusual, like the feeling that their family was going to have another little animal. No, it has to go and tell Boss White that another little friend is coming to their house. Jiang Buwei glimpsed a sneaky black shadow from his afterglow, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes a little bit full of dangerous meaning, and didn't say anything. Seeing that Jiang Buwei had no intention of taking care of her, the little beggar's face gradually eased up, but her body did not relax at all, always keeping her guard up. From where? Coldly, such a sentence rang out, exploding in the ears of the little beggar. There was a long silence before a tender and hoarse little girl voice rang out, slowly answering. From the town. Jiang Buwei was surprised in his heart when he heard the timbre. The dirty little kid was actually a girl. He thought it was a little skinny monkey. The words spoken subconsciously softened a bit. Just you? Jiang Bui felt that he might have stayed here for too long, and was lonely without even someone to talk to. That's why he's so talkative today. Living like an empty nester. The lively child, however, glared at him again with strange eyes this time. Are you checking your account? The strange uncle stopped talking. Little brat. A sharp old man's voice broke the harmony of the moment. The little beggar beside him cringed at the sound and didn't move. Jiang Bui cast his eyes on the person shouting in the arena, and found that it was actually a skinny old woman dragging a big fat kid. That old woman cowering at the back of the crowd. Borrowing the people around her actually survived peacefully until now. Discovering that her money-losing granddaughter was actually sitting there peacefully with the owner of the place. Watching herself and her big grandchildren dying. She didn't even know to come to her rescue. As expected, a money loser was a money loser. She spat and went straight to cursing. You heartless. Can't you see that your brother and I are still here? Same as that mother of yours. Useless thing. After cursing, he immediately changed his face and smiled towards Jiang Bui, late-born. You are a capable one. Look, this grandson of mine is much more useful than that girl. Seems to feel that the opposite side of that man's face is unchanged. And then hastily added, no more. Put him and that girl together is also okay. He can be obedient and smart. Can help you a lot. Milk. I don't want to be with her. The fat brat's face was not happy. Feeling the uncontrollable trembling of the little cub beside him. No matter how insensitive he was to affection. He felt a hint of ridiculousness. He gauged the time and felt that the time was almost up. Ignoring the proud and certain old lady at the bottom, and the crowd that eagerly expected them to have a chance as well. He straightened up and went down the steps. Only the process of going down was hindered. Jiang Bui looked down at the corner of his robe, where there was a small thin claw that was comparable to a chicken's claw. That claw was gripping that corner of the robe so hard that its knuckles were white. The little cub still refused to look straight at him. Her voice thin and weak, I'm smart too. Please. She guessed that she also felt that her bottom was not enough. And gradually lost her voice. Jiang Bui interrupted her to continue to the next words. There is no need to force a child to say such words. Don't worry. Only after feeling her hesitantly relaxing her strength did Jiang Bui step down. At this time, the invisible wall was no longer considered invisible. The surrounding area, including the sky overhead, was splattered with blood and liquid in various shapes. And the general outline was already visible. The entrance to the wall had long since melted shut. But there were still quite a few zombies, and a few standing people inside. A burly man was protecting his wife's look-alike, swinging a huge hammer with one hand. Jiang Bui guessed that he should be a strength-based psychic. There was also a pair of brother-like people. Both of their arms transformed into a pair of black bear arms. Both stained with varying degrees of blood. The few families that had started were all down to men except for one family of 3 that was still intact. The one that surprised him the most was actually the sweatshirt man. The body had actually turned into a puddle of mud. And from afar it looked like a flesh-colored humanoid maggot writhing endlessly. Jiang Bui couldn't help but feel a chill and goosebumps came up. The seed was pinched between his 2 fingers, secretly storing up his strength. A blood-soaked dark vine sprouted and broke out of its shell, suddenly shielding its master like a large tree rising from the ground. The entire vine encircling him vainly in a protective stance. The nearest zombie smelled the unusual smell of human flesh around him, and suddenly turned his head to stare at Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui turned his head sideways, dodging the rotting wind that came to his face. And the vines followed the smell in a direct lunge. With a sound of sticking into the flesh and blood, the zombie let out a meaningless hoarse wail. And the skin and bones of the body fell to the ground softly, as if it had suddenly lost the strength to support it, and let out a toothsome sound of bones colliding with each other. This hand of clean kill directly deterred the presence of the small, now originally wanted to approach the people are in the heart again way a little. Jiang Bui wanted to achieve this effect. He harvested zombie head all the way. Blood stains covered the front end of the vine, and constantly absorbed by the rhizome, disappeared, together with the people present who still had some strength left. By the time Jiang Bui put away the dark vines once again, there were no more standing zombies in the invisible space. As for outside the invisible space, as soon as he turned back, he locked eyes with the white python that was outside the space through the transparent wall. The other party flicked its tail in 100 chatty ways, illustrating its strength an attitude with the zombie corpses lying around it. Jiang Bui smiled. For this moment of master favorite tacit understanding. Picking up the little cub that was staring at him with wide-eyed shock. He threw it inside the threshold where it wouldn't be affected by the battle. And directly through Blackie, who was still leaning against the threshold to watch the show. Out of the house. Blackie, who faced many outsiders at once. Jiang Bui adopted a policy of ignoring Blackie's pitiful and supplicating gaze. Looking at this lazy cancerous snake in the nest. And then looking at the laboring white snake outside the wall. His heart became hard-hearted all of a sudden. Counting a few seconds in his heart. There was a bang. And the sound of glass breaking was faintly heard in his ears. In the next second, the shape of the box splattered with blood and white pulp around him collapsed with a bang. Shattered into stars. And disappeared into nothingness. Taking advantage of this moment, when everyone's minds were drawn to the box, Jiang Bui made a preemptive strike. And the vines silently appeared beside the flesh worm that the sweatshirt man had transformed into. Their barbs razor sharp and glistening with an eerie luster. Now, the others can leave on their own. I'll only leave the ones I like. He stood on the lowest step of the dais. Having been in the melee for a long time without even a stain on his body. As if he had just woken up from his bed. It was enviable. As soon as the words came out, the faces of those who were still alive in the arena varied. Half of them looked at the meat worm lying on the ground, revealing a horrified expression that couldn't bear to look at it. That little girl who was bullied to stay, they understand. This one who clearly wants to stay alive is also the one he likes. This unavoidably taste is also too heavy. Jiang Bui of course liked it. How could he not like it? This is a crystal core that was sent to the door by himself. He had never seen the crystal core of an alien before. And other people in his eyes, even zombies, cannot catch up. After all, and cannot be randomly people crystal core to dig. That naturally is not important, not like people. This is also he gave them a chance to live. If there is something else in mind, then he can only send them off full of loss. Chapter 31, Dark Vine. Jiang Bui's meaning was clear in his words. And everyone else dispersed except for those with complicated eyes looking at the sturdy and unusual farmhouse behind Jiang Bui. Not long ago, in front of the gate, only the previous old lady is left standing there with an unwilling face. The puddle of flesh on the ground wanted to leave. But he couldn't get up at all. The spikes of the vines would be stuck into his flesh if he moved a little, causing him to roll all over the ground in pain. Sweatshirt man at this time in his heart regretted that he did not read the calendar today. Kicked on the iron plate. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Afterlife. No. Boss. That you see, my big grandson is not worse than that little girl. Usually can give you fun. He is good to feed. As long as a day to give an egg and a bag of milk on the line. I can give you cooking. Laundry. The old lady said while looking at Jiang Bui's face. See, he is still not moved. And even the vines are beginning to stretch out barbs towards her. Heart suddenly panicked. See, he really does not seem to accept their grandchildren's intention. The mouth also began to have no door backslash after the ah. I see you look quite good. Do not heart is a beast it. You accept that girl piece in the end, what do you want to do, backslash. The last word was still stuck in her throat. And a thick white snake's tail slammed in front of her, with a warning-like thud. Then under the old lady's horrified gaze, the stone slab that was smashed cracked inch by inch. Jiang Bui, who was originally ready to strike when he saw her talking more and more unlike her, slowly copied back into his pocket. The old lady's eyes just turned. One hand made a gesture to cover her chest. But the result was a sudden burst of her eldest grandson's cries from the back. Now she couldn't care less about pretending to be dizzy. And looked back, horrified, only to see that the only sapling of her old Lin family was actually rolled up and trapped by a hideous vine, hanging from a plum tree 10 meters away. You ungrateful beast. Quickly put my grandson down. How could you do this to him? The old woman stared at Jiang Bui with unbelief and hatred. You cursed angrily. Jiang Bui was already too lazy to care about the rest and waved his hand at the vine, signaling it to drag him far away. Now, the old woman also had no time to point at his nose and cursed his family ancestor. Step with small feet hurriedly went to chase their own little golden grandchildren. Jiang Bui turned to the still fuming little beggar and said, "Not following?" The little cub shook his head and slowly stood up and walked down the steps. Jiang Bui did not say anything. Look at her, this posture is to live by herself later? When she walked to the last step, the black boy couldn't he help it. Look at the master. Look at the new partner. How'd it go? The little beggar felt a resistance in his hand. Looked down and found that it was Blackie, tugging hard on his sleeve again. He found that he couldn't tug at it at all, and could only turn his gaze for help to Jiang Buwei. Stay. If you believe me. Well, Buwei was not silent this time. His silence just now was also due to concerns. Although what that old woman said just now was not pleasant to the ear, some of it was reasonable. And if Jiang Buwei didn't know himself what kind of person he was, then he would inevitably think the worst. After all, he is a mature man, living alone and keeping such a group of slightly strange pets. After all, he is a mature man, living alone and keeping such a group of slightly strange pets. Not to mention the inconvenience of life, but also psychologically. The little girl cannot trust him all. But to let Jiang Buwei let a little girl alone in the end of the world words really cannot do it. The little beggar is also silent for a while. Stopped. Hesitantly turned back. There are guarded in the eyes. There are hesitant. There is looking forward to. There is unbelievable. There is even careful. The complexity of which led Jiang Buwei next to say to export words or pause for a moment before saying, I will be before you have the ability to self-protection to ensure your safety in life. The house here you randomly choose A. After that is your home. The housemates will be a little special. After thinking, he added, don't be afraid. They are all good children. But after saying that, Jiang Buwei felt more like a perverted villain in a TV series. Good boy or something. The little beggar still lowered his head, picking at his nails that hadn't been cut for a long time, and didn't reply. Blackie originally wanted to go up and encourage the new little friend to join them, but was stopped by Jiang Buwei with a glance across, and could only turn back in resignation. Jiang Buwei only looked at the child, waiting for her answer. They couldn't bully their way through this kind of thing. It had to be her own decision. After a long period of silence, the little beggar boldly looked up at Jiang Buwei and lowered her head again to whisper back. Good. White Jiao was hanging on the side with vertical eyes watching the scene in front of him, inexplicably a little upset, waiting for him to react again when the tail has already had its own mind. Squeezed into between the two, provocatively spitting at the little beggar with a fork. Straight to the small beggar scared backward 3 steps far. Small face white. Jiang Buwei looked at the big head in front of his own unexpected hard to come together. Held back. Repeatedly told himself that this is their own. Only to hold back their restless right hand on its big head. White Jiao, who did not yet know that he had almost been slapped, had not yet reacted to the fact that he had unknowingly completed an unqualified competition for favor, and was still proudly lamenting his quick reaction. Jiang Buwei had made a table full of hard dishes in order to welcome the new members of the family. And in the end, he almost couldn't hold down the starving brat who was crazily stuffing things into his stomach. That night, the little beggar took a full 4 anti-diet tablets before sleeping peacefully in his new room. Jiang Buwei watched with a smile on his face as the little beggar entered his room, and the smile immediately disappeared the moment he closed the door. The small animals on the table that were still feasting were startled by this perverted and villainous aura, shaking the goosebumps from their bodies, and continuing to dry their food as if nothing had happened. Their master was really becoming more and more like a villain in the end. It was better for him to dry his own rice. Jiang Buwei didn't pay attention to those little animals that had a lot of drama, and coldly looked at the dozens of crystal cores placed on the table in front of him. Among them, the slightly larger crystal core that glowed with yellow color was particularly eye-catching, which was the puddle of meat slime's alien energy. He carefully put on his vinyl gloves, and with a disgusted expression, he picked out this crystal core and threw it aside. He didn't intend to use this crystal core, firstly because he wasn't sure if the core properties and powers needed to be compatible, and secondly because he simply resented the fact that it had been picked out of a puddle of meat slime. The meritocracy on the side, however, became anxious at the situation and swayed left and right in front of him, living like a seaweed swaying in the wind. It vowed to use its own practical actions to show its master's position of disdain. But it doesn't disdain. Jiang Buwei calmly dodged the swinging range of the vines, and let out a sigh of relief without a trace. As clean as it looked, it couldn't change the fact that it had literally been in and out of certain spherical containers and stirred around inside. On top of that, it hadn't bathed today, throwing the crystal core casually into the box. He was just about to close the lid and put it away when a slender shoot poked in and hooked the core right in front of him. Jiang Buwei was too late to stop it. When he saw the dark green skin on the vine suddenly began to crack and peel off in large areas. The entire vine anthropomorphically rolled on the ground in pain. And the roots and stems continued to curl up and prop open again. Jiang Bui hastily took out a large number of crystals and placed them on the side of the vine, and squatted on the side with his hands tied, not daring to move it easily. With the number of crystals on the ground gradually reduced, the vine also changed a little bit. Dark green rhizome gradually turned into dark green, and there is a trend of blackening. During the period of the barbs also became sharper, but also with a look as highly toxic metal luster. The biggest change is that the original is still a plant touch of the vine has now been transformed into a transformer. Hand touch is the touch of steel. A whip. It is estimated that the concrete wall can be smashed down. However, after Jiang Bui took a look, he had no time to pay attention to the new dark vines, because his whole mind had been attracted by the dark green dragging traces on the ground, which looked like a murder scene. The dark vine, which was still straight and exceptionally proud, faced Jiang Bui's death stare. Chapter 32 Sending Away. Space clothes a lot. The little girls, but not much. Most are too lazy to pick out, incidentally all collected into the space of the supermarket discount children's clothing. Jiang Bui searched for a long time before he took out a few pieces of children's clothing and handed them to the child, who was in a hurry. The child's name was Lin Yi, chosen by her mother. She cherished wearing the new clothes. Clean little face finally saw a smile. Jiang Bui also smiled when he saw this, but his heart was a little hard to bear. Wash off the dirt on the face. Put on new clothes. The child's health is very worrying. 7 or 8-year-old child stood there restrainedly. Obviously the big one, but then her brother a whole circle smaller. But the palm-sized face did not even have a bit of baby fat. The chin is so sharp that it can poke people. And the eyes are concave. Lining the pair of large eyes are particularly large. Large and a bit scary. Her face was a waxy yellow of malnutrition, but also can vaguely see the outline of her face clean features. He didn't say anything. Turning around, he took out a breakfast from the kitchen and placed it on the table, thinking that before the end of the world, she should have just started primary school at her age. He took out a few more children's extracurricular books, and only then did he go back to his room. Only after Jiang Bui left did the little girls tot back completely relax. She understood that this was her savior and the last straw. But in the end, she was a stranger, and Jiang Bui himself still had a strong sense of distance, which caused her to be very nervous when she saw him. Instead, she played well with Blackie and wasn't scared at all. Breakfast was a sandwich and a fully cooked omelette, and there was a glass of warm milk on the table. She carefully reached out and gently rubbed her fingers over the brand new pages, cold and smooth, and there was a smell of printer's ink as she got closer. She picked up the sandwich from the table and swallowed it in one big gulp, her expression serious as she worked her way through the mouthful. Only her taut white fingers and the slight saltiness dripping off the sandwich to show the tumultuous ups and downs of her mood at the moment. Last night's meal still felt like a dream to her, or the kind that she didn't dare to touch easily for fear that it would shatter. What was a sparse and ordinary New Year's Eve dinner before the end of the world was now a steaming hot and simple meal. But even many aberrations felt that it was a luxury. Not to mention the ordinary people struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. Even simple survival and filling their stomachs had become incredibly difficult. It was enough to see Jiang Bui's strength and goodwill. Lenny clenched her own fists and secretly vowed in her heart that she would repay him properly. And she couldn't eat for nothing. She had to show her big brother that she was useful so that she wouldn't be given up so easily. She had to carry her mother's expectations and love with her, and live well and hard. The little girl's thoughts were unknown to Jiang Bui. After he entered the bedroom, he didn't have time to think about anything else. These days, together with the crystal cores left over from yesterday, even after he divided a small half of them to Bai Jiao, and divided half of them to the animals that had not yet awakened, and the small animals that had already started to cultivate their supernormal abilities, the amount was still considerable. This was also one of the things he found strange. He couldn't figure out how a small, sparsely populated tourist village could have so many zombies, and more of them lately, as if they were attracted to something. Speaking of which, yesterday's group of people were able to arrive here without any danger and Jiang Bui's share of the credit. Every time he went out these days, he used his house as a starting point to clean up the outside of the village. Under the great intensity of the village, zombies are pitifully few, and even the surrounding night are quiet a lot. At a later time, Jiang Bui was planning to take White Snake to the town to expand his business. Moreover, he vaguely understood that there seemed to be levels of psychic abilities. He could now already feel that he had absorbed to some sort of bottleneck. And at this point, absorbing more crystal cores would be useless, and could only rely on his further control and manipulation of his supernormal abilities. Thinking of the 2 separate times he had had the same feeling before, thoughtfully opened his eyes. So he has considered the 3rd stage. Simply put down the crystal core in his hand, and leisurely lived a few days of leisure. During this period, he took care of the flowers and grasses, cooked, fed a lot of cubs, patrolled the small animals, and went out to clean up the zombies with the white Jiao. There were so many recreational activities that it almost made him overjoyed. Maybe it really is the old saying, what goes around comes around. Jiang Buwei didn't understand why fate was still so tricky, once again playing tricks on him here. The dark room was dull and gloomy. Little Grass climbed up step by step from the doorway, moved to the feet of the young man squatting in the middle, comfortingly tugging on his trouser leg with his mouth. The usually cheerful little animals were unusually quiet at this time, each hidden in the dark, without a single movement. Even the white snake was rarely cooperative, spitting its fishy red fork in silence. Lenny stood at the doorway at a loss for words, affected by the stoic atmosphere inside, inexplicably also a little sad. Jiang Buwei had stroked the already stiff and cold crocodile scales over and over again, and in his heart, he still couldn't believe that this was true. It turns out that the unfinished business of the past life is this ending. After a long time, the pair of mechanically moving hands finally stopped, slowly dropping from the corpse, clenching, for a long time, and then relaxed away. After pacifying Lin Yi, who had sent him away at the doorway, he turned to look at the animal corpses that had been laid out around him. And in a trance, he was actually a little unsteady on his feet. It was the white Jiao that had been paying attention to his state, and only then did it stop his tendency to fall with the tail. It was only 5 days ago that he realized something was wrong. The first to notice was Blackie, who liked to play at night, and the small snake that usually played with itself was unusually pestering Jiang Buwei that night. This was followed by the daily vigilant white Jiao, who quickly broke open the door to his room and woke him up. The little brown lizard hadn't survived the trial of evolution, and had stopped heaving at 2:10 in the morning. The blow to Jiang Buwei was no less than that self-immolation in his previous life. In particular, he checked several other small animals that had not yet awakened and found several others that also showed signs such as weakened respiratory rate to varying degrees. Today this was the last one Jiang Buwei had sent away. When sorting out the animals' remains, Jiang Buwei paused for a moment, remembering that this was already the end of the world, and even corpses were still fresh flesh and blood to the zombies. He didn't dare to gamble, but could only put them one by one in a wooden box that he had ground out overnight. He looked at the silence of the burrs on the wood, which was still stained with specks of his blood. One by one, he polished them smooth with his hands before carefully placing them into the empty space that he had specially moved out in the space. The entire process Jiang Buwei was very calm, and the movements of his hands were meticulous to the point of being meticulous. Bai Jiao watched from the sidelines, inexplicably somewhat unable to bear the youth, who was running like a cold machine at this time. The night after releasing the space, Jiang Buwei hid in his room, leaned on the edge of the bed, and slowly collapsed. The body that had been taut unconsciously curled up. The pair of hands, that were full of tiny scars, finally began to tremble lightly uncontrollably. For a long time, the room resounded with a thin cry. White Jiao, who was guarding behind the door, only then closed his vertical eyes, and peacefully hung his head for a nap. Just in his heart, he couldn't help but think, he is also a little sad. But that person vulnerable really want to bully Chapter 33, Cucumber. The next morning, the first thing Xiao Lin opened his eyes was to put on his clothes, folded up the quilt, and went upstairs to see if Jiang Buwei had come out. The white python still lying in the doorway opened its eyes, and glanced at her in 100 chatty ways, and closed them again. Lenny tiptoed close to the door side ear to listen to the movement inside. Really cannot hear anything. And lost downstairs. Bai Jiao coldly watched her leave, lazily changing positions behind her, firmly protecting the closed door of the room. There was plenty of stuff in the kitchen, but none of the Engine's pets needed her to pitch in or eat every day, so she only had to do Engine's and her own. She twisted on the tap and tested for water first, making sure there was water before she moved a small low stool to cushion her feet and began cooking breakfast. She lived here for nothing. Her heart was both uneasy and resentful. and she simply took the initiative to take on the task of doing housework. Jiang Buwei at first did not allow. Only 8-year-old child. Later on, he really couldn't argue with her, so he had to compromise. Now, Lin Yi was finally satisfied and relieved. This showed that she was still very useful to this family. In the past, as long as she was at home, as soon as her mother left for work, her grandmother wouldn't let her sleep in anymore, and was rushed to make breakfast. It was even more so after the end times came. So when Jiang Buwei came downstairs, he saw this image. His footsteps paused for a moment, staggered over to take the small milk pot in her hand, and smiled. "I'll do it. Bring the rice to the table." An 8-year-old child. Other things were fine. Knives and stove fires, he wouldn't dare let her touch. Lin Yi was taken aback. She thought Jiang Buwei wouldn't come down for the next few days, and was planning to serve the rice up to him. After dismissing the child out of the kitchen, he began to make breakfast in an organized manner. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles for one, plus the eggs the kid had boiled earlier. He fired up a few more pot stickers before he started dinner, placing breakfast on the table, looking at the worried eyes of the child across from him that he wouldn't hide even if he wanted to. Jiang Buwei was helpless. He wasn't vulnerable enough to be worried so much by a child. Right? But it's also very warm, is it? Hard to be sad, is there? But those 5 days, almost every day, to send away 1 or 2. Day by day. Blunt knife grinding flesh. Pain early numb. After breakfast it was time to feed the animals their meals for the month. The dark room has been cleaned. Ming Ming and Lin Lin, 2 small snakes Jiang Buwei left their previous snake molt. Small brown and small green, 2 small lizards, and Dolmite he left their previous molted individual scales respectively. When he went over there, Nobita was lying on his back where Dolmite used to rest. And Little Yellow kept wandering around the perimeter of the 3 lizards' territories, trying to find their previous scents. He was silent for a moment as he went over to pet the heads one by one, feeding all 6 of the remaining reptilian critters before heading to the kitchen to cook. After losing a few of his dependent animal companions, Jiang Buwei didn't seem much different from before. If he had to say there was a difference, it would be that he was more protective and nervous of the animals than before. Anyone who was under his watchful eyes seemed to have been taken under his wing. This point, Bladdered White Scaly said he felt the most deeply. Recently, Jiang Buwei, whose original attitude was not cold and warm, at most a side-by-side fighting partner, has been very attentive to him, and can even be said to be highly favored. Favored by this favorite at this time is lying under the eaves of the small building to rest his eyes. The afternoon sun is too strong, although his own strength is enough not to fear the scorching sun. But do not like the sun is not like. How would he force himself to do it? Just thinking about it, he heard the person who favored him lazily called out, "Ah Lang, come over, bask in the sun," only to see the original still lying on the big white snake all of a sudden as if transformed into a big white dog. Wuxia dragon swinging tail on the good behavior lying in the sun at the feet of the youth. When he reacted to Jiang Buwei actually called himself like a unique Samoyed in this world. And the outrageous thing is that he actually responded to the fart. The whole snake was quiet. Jiang Buwei did not really want to let the white snake in the sun. Warming animals in the morning appropriate sun is to regulate body temperature. But hard sun will be uncomfortable. He just wanted to pull it over to try out his newly spawned little tomato. He wore a long-brimmed straw raincoat. His trouser legs were tied into his water shoes. He was sitting on a pony. And in his knitted farm gloves, he was playing with a few small tomatoes. If not for his superior posture and temperament, he would have been a skilled tomato picker. He casually turned a few small tomatoes in his hand. The weight is not light. Placing the tomatoes on the ground in a row, he signaled for White Snake to smash them with his tail. White Jiao looked at the tomato bush next to him that was still swaying its branches and leaves to its heart's content, and realized that this was a test for him. With a sharp swing of his tail, he was not expecting it. But the moment he smashed it up, he felt the tip of his tail pinch against something hard. It wasn't big. There was a hint of pain. This hint is enough to make the White Jiao surprised. After all, demonic beasts cultivation is mostly based on refining the body. He is even the best among them. His tail hardness, he is clear, even though it is in a relaxed state, is not to be underestimated. Looking at the white snake's somewhat frozen reaction, Jiang Buwei knew the result. Raising his hand, he casually pulled a small cucumber from the cucumber vine and handed it to White Snake, then waved his hand to send it back to the shade. White Jiao looked at the cucumber handed in front of him. Once again deeply felt that he is a tool snake. as if a small hammer to smash walnuts, hit a stick to give a sweet date. Only the back of the lonely, and nest their own nest. Coiled up tail sleep. Jiang Bui thoughtfully measured and played with a few small tomatoes in front of him. His heart was not less surprised than the white Jiao. White Snake's body was now like steel. But he didn't expect that a few small, insignificant tomatoes could not be crushed by the heavy blows, and could even fight back in his own small way. Time always flies when you devote yourself to one thing. One look at the clock at 5:30, and it was time to eat. In the ground pulled 2 tender green baby vegetables, pulled a small onion, and pulled 3 more small cucumbers from the cucumber shelf, and finally yanked a lot of small red chilies. When I entered the house, Lenny had already cooked the rice. Jiang Bui also does not know how things have developed into what they are now. Inexplicably, there is a little housekeeper. He said a few times the child is still like that. More or less understands something in his heart, and did not bring up the subject again. Children are insecure at the beginning, and they will get along with each other later, and slowly get better. He took out 2 boxes of sliced fish, intending to make a boiled fish fillet. Only the spiciness is reduced to the level that only children can eat. Take out a few steaks and fry them first. Then cut them into strips one by one, and drizzle them with black pepper sauce. Then stir-fry up baby vegetables. Cold cucumber slices. Half of this meal will be completed. For the remaining half, he planned to have a small barbecue tonight. His own easily scalded boiled fish fillets were brought to the backyard, and the rest was grabbed by Lenny and brought out. He didn't grab it from her, and went back to the kitchen intending to make White Snake's meals for the month. No matter how wise or close to the demon, the snake's favorite food was still chicken. Took out 6 well-treated raw chicken and a small suckling pig, inside and outside of the barbecue ingredients, and then took it to the backyard. Set up several barbecue grills outside. Skewer the largest roasted suckling pig and the roasted chicken first, and then began to handle the meat skewers and vegetables. A group of little ones all gathered around, eyeing the source of the aroma, the grills. The charcoal fire evaporated the charred aroma of the meat to the greatest extent possible, and the barbecue ingredients added more flowers, plunging the entire courtyard into a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Bui looked at the fire, pulled the little one who was still trying to skewer over. First took the blade and sliced a dish of roasted suckling pig, then broke off a chicken leg and put it on the plate, handing it to her for her to eat first. Chapter 34 Water Injection Daily. The aroma of barbecued meat was naturally not satisfied with circling around the courtyard. The outer perimeter of the courtyard was also wrapped in a burst of aroma. Not far from Jiang Bui's Nanjiajia courtyard, several men gathered together to pass half a cigarette back and forth, swallowing smoke. Chow. Really damn will enjoy all. One of the twins really couldn't help but make a sound. The man in the old shirt on the side slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, sniffing and glancing back at his wife and son, who were curled up in the corner with hunger, his eyes obscure. Brotherly. It's just that one little white boy. Let's be afraid of him. How about? The first man to speak out continued to chant. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Chung Zi, the oldest strong man among them, hastily stopped him. A person. Those foreign beasts around him eat their food. Upon hearing these words, a white sky-swallowing python appeared in everyone's mind coincidentally, and the few people who had already begun to move around when they heard the harsh words settled down. And even the man who had let out the harsh words didn't dare to speak. Calm down. In fact, everyone understands that, to be able to build such a house in this place, there are also giant beasts and exotic plants beside him. He himself can be what simple person? Then what should we do? Brotherly. The wife and children at home are starving. After a long time, these words spoke everyone's heart. The unfinished meaning was clear to everyone. Some of those who didn't have time to take their family members with them, even if they only had themselves, they still needed to eat and drink. The food they brought on their own was simply not enough. Subconsciously, all the people present cast their eyes on the burly man squatting on the threshold. After the sweatshirt man sought his own death, he had unconsciously become the backbone among them. The strong man who was tightly stared at by a group of people with focused and expectant eyes felt a somewhat suffocating sense of oppression. And after a moment of contemplation, he finally made a decision. Firstly, search the other households in the village to see if they still have any food stocks. Villages generally have the habit of storing food. These stocks of food should last for a while. After we finish eating, we'll search for food in other villages. Most people agreed with this decision. and only a few people showed dissatisfaction with his decision. Letting go of such a big piece of fat meat and not gnawing on it. To go through so much effort to gnaw on those few fly legs. The crop fields are either coarse grains or grains. Where is the meat flavor? Growing up so big for nothing. Rat's guts. But due to the fact that the strongest force value of this small group is now Li Yuan, no one dares to be a leader and provoke the new boss. After a barbecue, a group of Guyu guys, coincidentally paralyzed in the backyard, lazily or touching, or holding, or patting the belly. Jiang Bui also rarely drank some wine. Look a little drunk. In the recliner closed his eyes to rest. White Snake stared at the youth without saying a word. His eyes flashed dark colors. Recently these days, there were some big movements in the village outside. Jiang Bui couldn't even pretend he didn't know if he wanted to. But he didn't have the heart to care about those movements. His mind was all on White Snake lately. That big white dog these days don't know what's going on. Unusually silent. How to tease but no movement. It was like a lively Samoyed turned into a deep white bear all of a sudden. Just still, quite abrupt. Jiang Bui couldn't figure it out. So he had to start elsewhere. Blackie, Dad asked you, what's going on with Ah Lang these days? When he asked this sentence, he all felt like a stupid dog that was sick and desperate. Who knew that silly dogs also have spring? Blackie's little eyes gurgled and headed for the backyard, not forgetting to turn around to signal Jiang Bui to quickly follow. He followed Blackie all the way to the backyard and stopped at a corner piled with masonry that was left over from redecorating the house at that time, and was piled up in the corner by him for a rainy day. At this moment, some of the inside of the masonry pile had been red into powder by something, and the biggest slag was no more than the size of a pinky fingertip. The culprit was still coiled in the innermost part now, and the whole snake was surrounded by some invisible but felt air currents. The whole scene was like finding a practitioner of evil kung fu in a village straw bale and arresting the scene on the spot. Bai Jiao had noticed it as early as they stepped into the backyard. But he didn't move. It wasn't until he finished a round trip of exhaling and refining that he opened his vertical eyes and shifted his gaze to the youth who had paused in his steps. As you can see, I'll be able to recover soon. Jiang Bui was a little dazed. If it wasn't for today's outburst, he would have almost forgotten that they were only short-term partners. So he hid the slight loss in his heart and smiled. Congratulations then. Bai Jiao paused for a moment. Don't worry. I won't forget those 3 things. 4 more words. He didn't speak again. This was because he was still unsure if he wanted to stay. If he wanted to be bound by a mundane cultivator from now on. White Snake's several inner struggles Jiang Bui didn't know. But he was relieved when he heard that his promise was still there. Losing a partner to fight side by side is not sad. But if even the sale is gone, then it will be sad. After figuring out why White Snake was suddenly so quiet, Jiang Weiwei focused his energy elsewhere. Those people outside don't know what's going on. In the past 2 days, there are often people wandering around outside the farmhouse. And from time to time, they also look at the inside. He was afraid that people would not know that they were up to no good. He was speechless. But he couldn't completely ignore these spare people. Jiang Bui woke up the dark vine and allowed it to grow full of vines around the outer wall. From afar, it looked like a decoration on the fence. However, seeing the countless greenish barbs up close, no one dared to treat it as a harmless climbing vine. With the dark vine wall as a guard and defense, he felt much more at ease. In addition, he also placed the newly spawned tomato pitchers in the backyard, a place most easily overlooked. In this way, apart from regularly warming up and combing the spiritual energy of the exotic plants, they themselves would go and capture zombies or exotic beasts and plants other than those within their own territories to replenish their energy consumption. When Whitesnake left, they would have one less powerful combatant. He had planned it perfectly. Dark Vine for defense and alert. Tomato for fixed shelling. Blackie was good for mopping up sneak attacks from the shadows. Nobita, on the other hand, was a must-have for the blazing sun and cold winter. It could regulate the temperature of 10 meters around itself. And if it focused on 1 meter at close range, the killing power could directly scorch and melt or freeze and crack any creature. Xiao Huang is a water-based logistics will be guaranteed. The Chinese grass turtle Xiao grass can turn out a hard armor. Small flowers and grass can be the last defense. Together with himself, Jiang Bui was not worried at all about their future situation. No more. The eagle can instantly move. The last moment can also bring out some small animals to escape. The idea was perfect. But the reality was very boneheaded. Because the most crucial part of this plan went wrong. No matter how Jiang Bui looked forward to it, the white snake would not leave. In the kitchen for another month of cooking, Jiang Bui thought more and more cold face. Under the hands of the chopping knife danced more and more hard ferocious. Brother Jiang. Xiaoleni shouted and poked her head in. The vegetable garden is gone again. Both of the little girl's trouser legs were stained with mud. Running all the way into the kitchen with flowers and dirt. Jiang Bui glanced back, and his head felt even more painful. Against the blear-eyed little black eyes on the opposite side. The words reached the edge of his mouth, and swallowed back. This day by day. One or two of them are all not worrying. The old father sighed silently in his heart, and took out 2 bundles of vegetables, and several large boxes of beef and lamb rolls from space. Hurry up and go wash. Seeing her smiling heartless look, Jiang Bui had a bit of a headache. A good little girl was raised by him to be a troublemaking tomboy. However, on second thought, it's the end of the world now. So it's good to have a strong character. Lenny saw Jiang Bui out of thin air out of food is not surprised. This month Jiang Bui's space had not avoided her. At first it was shocking. But after a long time, Jiang Bui is a very unusual look. So that she also slowly feel that this seems to be a rare and common thing. This more than a month together with the little girl from full of constraint to grab the work. To gradually dare to talk to him. And finally heartless playful on the roof. The process of her gradually open heart also led Jiang Bui a long sigh of relief. To be honest, to raise a so big little girl his heart pressure is still very big. Chapter 35, the base moves in. In a field of zombie debris, the youth carrying a bone-chopping knife stood in the middle of it. Behind the back of the dark green vines and the silent teeth and claws, the white python beside him slowly coiled around the youth. With an inviolable posture and aura, Jiang Bui shook off the meat slag and red and white on the bone-chopping knife. Found that he could not shake off cleanly, simply raised his hand and beckoned Xiao Wang, who was lying on the eagle, and signaled him to release the water to rinse, as a temporary faucet of the small yellow from only a finger-sized mouth, but not the usual sprayed out a diameter of half a meter of water. Over and over again, it washed over the dirty knife. The people hiding in the shadows and observing saw this and secretly smacked their lips, angry that this person could be so extravagant. It was the end of the world, and there was still this condition to be preoccupied here. Unlike them, they couldn't even settle for food and clothing. Going to settle those little flies? Jiang Bui of course knew that there had been a few small flies crashing behind him. Although it didn't matter and couldn't be a threat. But the flies didn't sting but harass people. Don't worry about it. If they follow them to Nanjiale, then there's no way out. The implication was clear to both of them. Getting to the Nongjiao was crossing the line of being at peace with each other. Both the man and the snake fell silent and didn't speak again. Something's not right. Lately, Jiang Bui broke the silence. Looking at the crystal cores handed up by Dark Vine in his hand that were twice as many as before in thought. Indeed, there are a lot more zombies here than before. But now the question is, how could a small tourist village attract so many zombies to come here for no reason? Something that can attract zombies, blood and flesh? The core of the crystal? Or living people, or a large number of living people? Jiang Bui silently added in his heart. Hearing the low and deep bass in his head is still a bit of a trance. I don't know when. This snake has gradually changed from a crisp and husky teenage voice to a thick adult man voice. A large number of living people. Jiang Bui gradually locked his gaze behind him. Big brother. Don't do it. Really. We really were forced. Yes, yes, yes. Our boss let us come. Spare us. Don't dirty your hands. The two people were so scared that their whole body was shivering. After all, they had witnessed this youth killing so many zombies just now in a ferocious and decisive manner. Jiang Bui looked at the pair of twins, who were paralyzed into a pile in front of his eyes, and tried to squeeze out his gentlest and most harmless smile as he asked in a low voice. Is there a base that's going to be relocated here recently? Unbeknownst to him, the two brothers shook even more when he smiled. His face laughed. His smile disappeared with some unnoticeable exasperation, and his eyes looked at the two men with icy coldness. Answer me. Yes, yes. Some days ago, when we were collecting grain in Lijiatuan in the east, we encountered people from the army. It was the advanced exploration team sent by the base in S City. I heard that the first batch of people are already on their way. Jiang Bui could no longer listen to the rest of the words. He now had only one thought in his head. Had this matter of the relocation of the S-City base happened in his previous life? The answer was no. He maintained his calmness on his face, slowly and methodically taking off his gloves, delicately removing them, and throwing them on the ground. Only Bai Jiao on the side of the vertical eyes obscure, keenly aware of the man at this time under the heart is not calm. Right now Jiang Bui's mind was filled with all the timeline of his previous life, where he survived compared to the present time, and realized that it couldn't have happened after his death in his previous life. Moreover, the recent broadcast did not say that there was a large zombie wave or beast wave in S-City, unless there was a variable here that didn't exist in his previous life. On the way back his face became more and more gloomy. He kept thinking, and kept overturning his conclusions. Bai Jiao had to take Jiang Bui's place, sending intimidation away from the twin brothers, letting Xiaoying first take Xiao Huang to instantly move back, and he followed behind the youth. When Jiang Bui came back to his senses, he found that he had already walked to a place he hadn't been to before. Looking around, his eyes were filled with unfamiliar sights. He was frowning in confusion, when he suddenly felt a cold and slippery breath coming from his hand, long and thin, clinging to the back of his hand, slowly traveling and sliding. With a start, he reacted to the fact that this was the tip of the white Jiao's forked tongue. The white Jiao used its tail to gently slap the youth at his side, signaling him to look in a certain direction. This was a highly uniformed and disciplined squad. Although they wore civilian clothes and were scattered in twos and threes, their military aura could not be concealed. Jiang Bui surmised that they should be the advance force that the twin brothers had mentioned. After carefully observing the surroundings, he was not reassured until he saw a corner of his house's very iconic fence in a nook. He should have been on the street not far from his house, where the mountain road and the brick house were. The row of trees had blocked his view earlier, but now the question arose. Why were they here? There were a number of large and small villages between Lijiatuan and their place, and now it was really hard to figure out where exactly their exploration destination was. He watched as the men knocked on the door of a villager's courtyard, a kiosk with a whitened doorway and unreadable handwriting. The door knocked for a long time before it opened. In fact, Jiang Bui was surprised why the door opened. He guessed it should be the people outside the door took some not-so-friendly measures. The owner opened the door trembling, and shivered even more when he realized that there was a group of strong, tough, well-trained men outside. Jiang Bui didn't know what they had negotiated later, and didn't listen anymore, as there was no need to do so. He took White Jiao, and quietly walked away from another hidden path. There was something not so good going on. He had to quickly go back and arrange the next path. Bai Jiao was quiet on the way, and didn't speak until he reached the front door of his house. Those people are important. The words were a question, but the tone in which they were spoken was a statement. Important. He figured that in addition to the low density of people and superior traffic, this place had one other advantage that attracted people who had to come here. As many as 2,000 square feet of large warehouse-style supermarkets. They should have been tripped up or held back by something to delay exploring that supermarket first. Otherwise they would have found out what supermarket, and it would have been emptied by him long ago. Although the cameras were destroyed by him at that time, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't have been some slip-ups or witnessed by someone. And it was all probed there. Sooner or later, he would have found out about his unusual farmhouse. And as for the surrounding, he didn't dare to say everyone, but the twins alone could say a lot of unusual things about him. To sum it up, he was in danger. Maybe he'd have to move house, escape or something. As soon as he entered the house, he immediately took back the dark vine that was still flailing on the outer wall and ordered it to be honest. The dark vine now evolved into a look as not an upright and kind everyday upward small pet, but like the villain kills it to pass the knife of the small follower. Turning his head to look at it aggrieved and pitifully curled up on the inside of the wall, he raised an eyebrow in amusement and helplessness, soothed the little tomato whose branches were waving about, and went inside to knock on the door of Lin Yi's room. After only 2 knocks, the little girl behind the door opened it with flushed cheeks and a book in her hand. Jiang Bui politely restrained himself from letting his afterglow catch a glimpse of the view through the doorway. Pack your bags. You might have to move in the next 2 days. The little girl's face was panicked. The hand holding the book clenched tightly, so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and she froze and answered, "Uh-huh. Okay, Brother Jiang." Then the book also don't want. Scattered legs and ran to the house. followed by a ping-pong collision sound. Jiang Bui was silent. He was reflecting on whether his tone just now was really serious. So much so that the little girl looked like she was being killed at the door of her house, packing her bag to run for her life. Although the result of having to run for her life was correct, there was always a feeling that something was not right. Seeing that the movement inside was becoming more and more like some kind of creature tearing down a home, he had to come out to discourage it. "Don't panic. It hasn't killed the home yet," jokingly, he said, "just preparing in advance. Don't worry. They can't touch us yet." The soothing implication in his words successfully quieted the little girl, who was in the process of tearing down her home, poking out a small head from the side of the door, timidly asking, "Really?" Only after receiving Jiang Bui's affirmative answer did the little girl throw the luggage in her hand on the bed, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief, and ran upside down in front of Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows. The little girl looked like she had something to say to him. "Will we be back?" He was silent for a moment, dryly dispersing the child's beautiful expectations and fantasies. "No. Leaving this place is not hard for him. Here are brick and tile. All kinds of ingenuity. Professional defense are his hand design and transformation. Spent so much effort and financial resources. If not, he really do not dare, and a large base to bet on the sturdiness of his house or not. He is not reluctant to give up. After figuring out that they were bound to move out, Jiang Bui began to make preparations for his future upheaval on the road to escape. But before that, he had to talk to that white snake who had been keeping his mouth shut about leaving. "When will you leave?" The youth calmly spoke first. "The time has not yet come." The man's voice paused suspiciously before he returned. "It won't be hidden and safe here anytime soon. And I'll be leaving soon. Speaking now, I also want you to plan before it's too late." Will not, for that matter, didn't have the heart to pick at the details. This time it was one word. Short and concise. After Jiang Bui left, Bai Jiao was still thinking about this matter. He was thinking about where he was going in the future. Originally, leaving this place when his wings hardened was his goal. But now he hesitated. Everything he had spent here, everything he had spent with that man, had given him a different meaning and explanation for living than what he had known before when he had only survived. The greenhouse had stayed so long that it was going to make him forget that this was just a short and unreal dream. Now, the dream was about to wake up. But the beast that crawled out of the mud doesn't want to go back to his disorganized and bloody gladiator. He wanted to stay here, preferably for a little longer. But every time this thought surfaced in the white scaly heart, the beast's instinctive sense of crisis jumped out to remind him. Can't be like this anymore. Can't stay here, around that man, raised in a greenhouse for a long time. Even a fierce Bengal tiger would turn into a Muppet cat that could only be cute. Just like the crocodile Zine on Rogue Mountain. Deceived by the cunning-minded human clan. Its offspring were domesticated as if they were mounts and pets. He didn't want to repeat such a tragedy. Nor did he want to be a domesticated pet snake. He was the emperor of the demon race. A Jiao that was only one step away from being able to reach the dragon gate and turn into a dragon. How could he grovel to a human race and be at their beck and call? Then what was the reason for him to crawl out of the mud, screwed up little ditch, bruised and battered, and live so hard? Though there was a tail-tip-sized hint of enjoyment in being made to do the man's bidding. Eyes blinked suspiciously. But soon, the floating thoughts were forced down by him. His snake eyes, erected into a line, glowing dangerously cold. Chapter 36, Third Group Army. In front of the storage supermarket, a military truck stopped in succession in that open space in front of the door. Countless gun muzzles on the military trucks fired in unison, and the zombies that were drawn to surround them quickly cleared a road that allowed one vehicle to pass. Soon, the middle truck managed to enter the cleaned-up underground garage of the supermarket, which is the temporary command center of this operation. A few people came down from the front and back of the car, and in the middle there was a clean and brightly dressed girl. A car to see the environment is so simple. The face cannot hide the intention of dislike. To come to meet the person's face accosted. "Hello. You are Li Chu Tingli, miss it. For your surname Jean. Jean Wang. Responsible for this period of time you hear all the needs of life." The man who had come to receive him had put himself in a humble posture. After all, this was the guest of honor of the S-City General Base, and the origin of this operation. Li Chu Ting's corner of her eye rose up and didn't reply, with a stance that she didn't put the man in her sights. He wasn't embarrassed either. He smiled right back and said to the accompanying officer on the girl's side, We've arranged a temporary rest room for you and your family. We're tired of running around on the road and it's getting late. So I'll take you to move over to take a rest first. Where's Army Commander Lin? How come I don't see him coming? It just so happened that they were all tired as well. The Li family line along with Jiang Wenwan all came. At this moment, Li Jiayan stared wide-eyed and asked in a gruff voice. He, the usually cheap door-to-door son-in-law of the Jiang family, was now raising his eyebrows because of his daughter's good fortune, and no longer had to look at his wife and her mother's family in the eye. As soon as Jin Wang heard this, his movements gave a few inaudible stutters, which he quickly covered up and smiled back. Military Commander Lin is currently busy with the initial cleanup work for the next few days. So when the arrangements are made, he will come to see you right away. The group, including Jiang Wenwan, were all exceptionally flattered by this praise. Not to mention Li Chuting, who was originally not very experienced in the world and had been blown away during this period of time. Naturally, they didn't notice that Jin Wang turned around with a strange look on his face after finishing his speech. After sending this family away, the remaining soldiers in the bucket of the car only dared to poke their heads out, one by one getting out of the car and undressing to be inspected. Jin Lai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that they all looked as if they had sent away an ancestor, as if they were counting their blessings. So scared that they only dared to get out of the car now. He was a lot more gentle and unconventional than his brother, and everyone didn't hide their complaints from Jin Lai. This time, the mission is really the road to fetch the scriptures. 9981 difficulties. More golden than even the longevity monk. Yes, Vice Battalion. You quickly chattered to Jin Lai. Quickly, don't let the brothers suffer like this. That's right. I'd rather go to a Class A danger zone than escort anymore. Going to a Level A danger zone to kill painfully is also more pleasant than suffering in such a miserable manner. Jin Lai listened to the complaining sound in his ear, amused and helpless, and smiled bitterly. There's no way. This is an order from the top of the base. And even Army Commander Lin can't intervene. Seeing that their faces were really bad, he added, half comforting and half warning. Can any more suffocating be as suffocating as the Golden Troop? Anyone else of you who feels bitter, go and take his place. Facts prove that this kind of consolation of comparing who is more miserable is indeed very effective. As soon as the words fell, they were immediately as quiet as chickens, and a few of the ones who screamed the loudest even cowered. Everyone's expression was heavy. One thought of training them on weekdays to train into a dog. In addition to the army chief, who is not convinced of the boss now endured humiliation. To the little girl as a slave to call. This heart is especially good to bear. Jin Lai looked at one of their face, cannot hide gloating and sympathy. Had to see the heart is not annoying. Pretend not to see. Sorry, big brother. He did not want to. But at this time, you do not go to hell. Who goes to hell? I'll leave the job of serving the ancestors to you. Brother will leave first. Jin Wang managed to finish dealing with the Li family, leaving behind a poor and helpless orderly in a hurry to get away. He rubbed his cheeks hard in front of the door that had stiffened with laughter before he raised his hand to knock on the door. As soon as he stepped inside the room, he was startled by the scene inside and was just about to retreat behind the door and leave. Lin Hoven, who was sitting at the far end of the room, however, raised his hand to gesture for him to come in and find a place to sit. Jin Wang hesitated in his mind, but his body was used to obeying military orders first, and his intuition gave him the feeling that something unforeseen had happened. Jin Wang just sat down at the bottom of the conference table, sitting very formal rules. By a room of clouds swallowing fog, 7 twisted old soldier ruffians set off like a small white rabbit into the wolf's den. Expression in that year to participate in the parade is also serious, but the heart is very confused. Suddenly a rough voice interrupted his continued tension. Those sons of bitches at the base. Do they really want to watch thousands of our third group army starve to death alive? While cursing, he kicked the table in front of him with force, receiving an inadvertent glance from Lin Hoven before subsiding. Net let us do the hard work, but not give us food. So many brothers and rescue people rely on these days to search a few surrounding villages for supplies. We'll soon not be able to hold out. In the unusually quiet environment, a voice that was quite a bit calmer than just now took over. Since the base isn't giving support, we'll withhold that person as well. I propose that we also figure out exactly which force emptied the supermarket in advance and blew up the exit. I'd like to. We've even put a few lads' lives on the line for this exploration. Major General. This, Linhoven listened to the sound of several subordinates, who had been arguing noisily in his ears, remaining silent and staring at the cigarette held between them, as if he had suddenly become intensely interested in the rising height and shape of the tobacco. Jean Wang sat in the middle of it, originally confused about the matter, this time also understand. The more he listened to the more gloomy face. Body cold, but the blood in the bones, but not obeyed the call to boil. Cannot help but cast his eyes to the head of the seat of that silent and cold man. The roof of the room is almost lifted. Do not know also thought that the inside in the rebellion. The presence of the entire army of the main bone, but always clamped smoke silence. Eyes fell in the air virtual point. Do not know what to think. He suddenly realized that now may be the key moment to decide the fate of life and death and the future. A careless. Their third legion suffocated all the army. But this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. A new beginning. The start of a new journey. As more and more gazes were thrown at Linhoven, perhaps realizing the overly long silence of their own army chief, the argumentative voices that were capable of toppling the roof gradually died down. The room was finally quiet. In the end, Army Chief Lin gave a brief summary of the meeting. Detain the people, block out the news, reveal the news of sufficient supplies to the base, and move our team inland in batches. The meaning of the words was clear. That is to start another boiler. The base they will not serve. Everyone's expression was solemn. And then, they couldn't hide their excitement and pain. As city base is considered to be a big base in the country. The end of the world came but half a year time. The whole base can be said to open the speed of the general, and quickly establish a complete defense facilities and systems. The progress is far behind the other bases. Inside the base, the relationship between forces is complicated. But there are only 4 camps with the most power. Among them, the biggest forces are the He family in the political circle, who led the establishment of the base, and facilitated the process of the base. And the 3rd Group Army led by Commander Sun of the Military Department. The 7th Group Army, and the Special Company of Special Abilities, specially set up for the soldiers, who have awakened their special abilities. The Jia family, which is one of the richest families in S City. And the Li family, which was originally unknown, and is now dependent on the He family. There are also many other big and small political and business families. Originally, when the base was newly built, the military forces steadily pressed the hands of the He family without the barrel of a gun. But the operation of the base is to play political control. The two are also barely considered interdependent. But with the increase in the number of awakening of the aberrant, the strength of a single soldier is far stronger than ordinary people. The He family took advantage of the situation to recruit a lot of aberrant for his service. The two between the suspicion of the gap is constantly expanding. It wasn't until the Li family brought Li Chuting to defect to the He family that the entire situation became one-sided. The army's power continued to weaken. And in the end, even their internal division began. In these 2 months, their 3rd Group Army had had enough of injustice, and was full of pent-up frustration. They were the ones who did all the hard work and death squads. But even the basic protective clothing and supplies were not in place. And they were only given 1/3 of the same arms as the 7th Army. The same arms, they only get 1/3 of the 7th Group Army. They don't even give the guys to save their lives. And only 2,000 to 3,000 of the 10,000 people who died on the mission are left. And their army chief is running around, begging for food and supplies with his face, and secretly being mocked by all the people. So why do they still have to sell their lives for the base? The departure of the 3rd Group Army was silent. S City is still busy fighting for power and profit for their own family. Collusion, there is no time to care, has been placed under house arrest in the enemy's internally family of a group of heart but some wrong, noisy, and even escaped to be captured back to be alarmed. But they simply cannot pass on the news. And no one here to take care of their own. Can only be secretly reluctant to comfort themselves. It's okay. That group of soldiers do not dare to take them. They are the guest of honor of the head of the He family. Li Chuting is also a credit to the construction of the base. They will definitely come to save them. In the meantime, the squad that was searching for food in the village, however, had already approached the abnormally high small courtyard. Reporting to the squad leader, there is an abnormal discovery ahead. The young brat looked nervous as he reported the discovery to the old squad leader. Upon closer inspection, there was also a transparent 3-dot silver mark shimmering on his forehead. The old squad leader also saw it, and his tone became grave. Notify the other 2 squads to come over as well. Something is not right in this room. Upon hearing this, everyone gripped the guns in their hands. Their complexions tightened. Boom! They kicked open the door, and quickly dodged to the side behind the door, holding his breath. No one. Nobody. Report? None. All the rooms were empty. Not to mention the figure of a human being. Not a single thing that would indicate the footprint of someone. The old squad leader looked at the bandit sweeping vegetable garden in front of him, and waved his hand. All withdrawn? It should have been not long ago. Just as he was about to ease his taut nerves, the soldier who had earlier searched the backyard suddenly startled everyone with a voice. Squad leader? There's someone here. Chapter 37 National Road. At this time, the National Road 10 kilometers away from the farmhouse was crowded with randomly parked private cars. Sprawling across the road, unable to find a road that could accommodate a car to pass through, Jang put down the binoculars, pushed away the big black head that poked in front of him and blocked his view, and pulled the curtains closed. The room returned to darkness and silence. He went out last night and drove all night to get to the middle of the national highway, and then drove further and was blocked by countless private cars that had suffered an untimely death, and was not allowed to enter by an inch. He had no choice but to stop in the middle of nowhere, avoiding the line of sight, put the car into the space on the side of the road in residential buildings to find a clean and safe household to settle down. By the way, then rerun the route later. Jiang Bue again checked the locks of the house, and outside the house are still intact. By the way out of the door to move a little body, the door and the hallway of the zombies to solve clean before going upstairs. Once he entered the door, he saw the little girl was already squinting her sleepy eyes, as if to lift her back to get out of bed, and saw him coming back. Uncle Jiang. Good morning. She originally called him brother, but Jiang Bue had other plans. Not to let her call him brother. Uncle is possible. The end of the world in this situation. He was alone and comfortable before. One person, and the animals have enough to eat. The whole family is not hungry. But now there is one more little cub. There is one more attachment. He wanted to raise the little girl as a daughter. So naturally he couldn't be worse off in terms of generation. Morning. What do you want to eat? Jiang Bue put down the knife in his hand, and casually placed it by the door. Changed the jacket that was splattered with dirt on his body. Washed his hands, and rolled up his sleeves in preparation for cooking. Bubble noodles. The little girl, who had already run to the door of the toilet, shouted with both eyes shining. As expected, there is no little child whose childhood escaped the temptation of instant noodles. Jiang Bue was helpless. His hand movements were unceasing. But he still opened his mouth to emphasize, this is the last time this week. Only 2 times a week for instant noodles. This was a rule they had set from the earliest days. The little girl covered her ears, and ran into the bathroom without looking back with a "I don't listen. I don't listen. I don't listen, cover your ears" posture. The house wasn't that big, and little Flower was struggling to curl up in the living room. He was a little distressed, and had a plan in mind. Animals are destined to belong to nature. By the time Lin Yi cleaned himself up and came out, Jiang Bue had already made breakfast and placed it on the only small coffee table in the bedroom. A large and a small bowl of steaming bubbling noodles both lay with a poached egg, a fried sausage, a few small sandwiches and sliced fruit on the plate, and a bottle of milk on the kid's end. After breakfast, the large group of children started to make their way in the opposite direction of the national highway. The usual private car is still too suffocating for the critters nowadays, and he doesn't want to subject them to that kind of aggravation. As soon as he got downstairs, Jiang Bue went straight to the purpose he had observed upstairs earlier and ran wildly. Unlike the small van in the space, it was a van that was on the large side. And just before he arrived, before he had time to open the door, a zombie pounced out of the vehicle. Jiang Bue narrowly avoided it. A vine to whip it away. Digging the core of this set of tactics, dark vines have been very skilled. In order to prevent another accident like the one that happened just now, he did not get into the car first, but let the dark vines get into the car first and roam around. He found the car keys on the zombie just now, opened the rear compartment, and breathed a sigh of relief. This car is estimated to be transporting furniture. The compartment is covered with a lot of plastic foam. The environment is quite clean. However, he looked at the 2 refrigerators and a TV in the compartment. Some headaches how to transport down. He quickly collected them into the space, and took out the energy of running 800 on a college physical test, and ran all the way back to the entrance of the neighborhood. Little Flower was waiting there obediently with Lin Yi and the large and small animals. Jiang Bue casually glanced upwards and could see that the curtains of several homes had been quietly pulled up, with several pairs of eyes flickering behind them. It was no wonder the people were there. The members of their team were indeed a bit appalling. Not to mention waiting for Jang for a while. There were quite a few zombie corpses piled up around them. Hoarding a wraparound quarantine zone out around a few animals and a little girl. He frowned a little. So he did not want to be able to hide the supernormal ability and special features to hide it. He had Hannah throw down the fridge and the TV. And a few of the animals quickly got into the rear compartment, where he had them jam the door to the cargo compartment from the inside. He also sought to wait until it was safe to take a saw through the front and rear cargo compartments, which would be much easier and safer. Lin and Daxiong, who liked to sunbathe in the sun, stayed in the front carriage, together with Jiang Bui. The old squad leader's face changed, and he hurriedly led his men to break into the backyard. When they arrived, they saw the soldier who had started shouting, looking hesitantly at the people in the corner, the gun in his hand going up or not, only to see two people huddled in the corner, looking at the body shaped like a pair of grandchildren. Tattered clothes, yellow face, the skinny one shielding the big one cowering. What person rushed to the scene behind the estimated did not expect to see the scene. There are some stunned. The hand of the gun do not know whether to take or to put. It was the squad leader's stern rebuke that reminded them. And they all came back to their senses and gripped the guns in their hands tightly. The old squad leader's face is not very good. Full of hate and steel to look at their own under this group of new recruits. At no time can you put down your gun, even if they are unremarkable and even weak and helpless. Knowing the face of a person does not know the heart. Judging a person by his appearance in case he encounters a pig in disguise to eat a tiger. The loss of life is a small one. After several questions, the two finally stumbled out their identities. And their guess is almost the same. This pair of grandchildren by the owner of the farmhouse was taken in here to work. But not out of good intentions. Not only non-beating or scolding, but also often do not give food. This time, that some neurotic youth learned that they were coming, fearing that his evil deeds would be exposed. He even left their grandparents and grandchildren to run away alone. Once this was said, combined with the empty scene in the small building, everyone present except the grandchildren who knew about it were very indignant and sympathetic. The old squad leader pressed down the uneasiness and defiance in his heart, temporarily believing the grandparents and grandchildren's words and bringing them back to the temporary base. Jiang Bui, who was already more than 10 kilometers away, naturally didn't know how his image had been defamed, and he was wandering around the highway exit to do something big. Boom! Boom! A few empty barrels were thrown together, making a few sounds that brought back rattles. Jiang Bui moved his arms that were sore from dumping the petrol drums back and forth. Too tired to even get into the car, Lenny ran over bumblingly holding up a wet towel and warm water, followed by the two turtles and a crocodile that had come out to bask in the sun. It was because they were there that he was relieved to let the children move around at will. Half a bottle of water went down in one gulp before he slowly eased up. He walked for 2 days to walk less than 300 meters. The main reason for the road blockage. All kinds of unknown cars in a position that you cannot think of. No, you cannot see across the road. It is difficult to move. Of course, there are secondary reasons. These unknown cars on the road either mutated into zombies that day, or were surrounded by people who turned into zombies and ate only the bones and guts left. All kinds of car accidents directly blocked a large number of people fleeing the city. Naturally, the cars were mostly well stocked with petrol. Of course, there was a lot of danger involved. Dark Vine had been eating all the way to the top, and was more or less mentally exhausted from the fight after he was full. He had to release the little tomato again to share the pressure. The little tomato was the small doppelganger of that big tomato, whose roots were uprooted by Jiang Bui in the vegetable garden because it could condense into a fruit and take it away directly. The red small tomato just detached from the root. It rolled round to Jiang Bui's palm. Cold white palm and red small tomato color contrast sharp stimulation. Seed Blackie almost a mouthful of swallowed the small tomato. Fortunately, Jiang Bui pressed the snake in time, only to save this miserable and full of twists and turns of the fate of the foreign plant. The little tomato nestled in his palm. The green stalks and small leaves at the top shrunk themselves in response, and patted their fat red bodies as if they had palpitations. Except for the tomato vine. The plants in the yard could not be taken away by root. They were just mutated plants without spirit. So Jiang Bui only thought for a second, and then chopped them up and made them into bento dishes, and put them into the space. Just as he climbed into the car and was about to take a break, Little Six suddenly woke up from hibernation and fiercely howled away his doze with a fierce wail. Jiang Bui's face instantly became serious and grave, calling back the few animals still outside and Lin Yi, locking the doors and closing the windows. Little Flower also poked out her big head from the back compartment, dangerously gulping scarlet splitters back and forth, giving off a demonstrative breath. After a slight rattle, all the animals in the back stared at the left front of the car with their whole bodies on high alert. Fortunately, as soon as he had found a suitable place yesterday, he had taken a chainsaw, a welding torch and a steel plate to open up the front and rear compartments, and had reinforced the bodywork in all directions with what was left of the steel plate. With a slow but steady rumble, the source of the palpitation stepped on the mountains and finally revealed itself. Everyone in the car and in the shadows had their pupils trembling tremendously at this moment. Chapter 38, Behemoth. What is that? Someone unconsciously murmured out. No one answered him, and the silence in all directions was so great that only rough and suppressed gasps remained. Fear was so extreme that everyone felt like their bodies couldn't move, couldn't escape, and could only be compulsorily fixed in this moment. Run! This cry of run from an unknown warrior finally brought them back to their senses and hurriedly fled for their lives. And this warrior, whose name was not only given, frantically folded the steering wheel and plunged headlong into the old forest on the side of the national highway, rushing towards the scenic area behind the tourist village. The footsteps behind him came closer, and the neat pace began to become jumbled. Lin Yi froze in the passenger side, staring straight ahead, out of focus. What are those apes? The words came to his lips with an unbelievable hesitation. Jiang Bui did not answer her. He was fully concentrated on the stumbling path in front of him, and every now and then he had to pay attention to the behemoths behind him. But no matter how much he increased his horsepower, the shadow that loomed over his head lingered on, even gradually approaching. The stronger the aliens' powers were, the more tempting their crystal cores and flesh and blood could be to the alien beasts and alien plants zombies than those weak and tedious little crystal cores. It can't be dragged on like this. His face didn't change. Only his eyes suddenly became vicious. And without looking back, he said to the hawksbill turtle, "Little eagle, stop the car in a moment and take Lin Yi and run towards the east side of the mountainside. Don't look back." Before Lin Yi could react to the meaning of the words, she was thrown by a sharp brake and flung straight towards the car window. And then she was thrown out of the car door by a strong but restrained and gentle force, and fell on a rugged and smooth tortoise armor that was not flat. The turtle armor beneath her was still extending outwards, expanding its riding area until it could barely accommodate another turtle and a thin little girl, while Xiao Huang was held in Lin Yi's arms. Jiang Bui stuffed another bulging backpack into her arms and wrapped Blackie around her wrist. Boom! A sound of skin colliding with flesh rang out above them. The little girl watched wide-eyed as the giant claw with hair above her head was forcefully blocked by a dark, crystalline serpent's tail, and her mind went blank, only to gasp sharply, like a stranded fish desperate to suck the oxygen it needed to live from the air. Her last memory was reduced to her unconsciously widening eyes being gently yet forcefully covered in sight by a soft, crisp, dry palm. Immediately after that, she lost consciousness. After Jiang Bui sent Lin Yi away under cover, he directly threw out the dark vines and small tomato seeds, and the two took root on the spot in the forest and frantically grew upwards. The giant gorilla tangling with the massive black snake was caught off guard by the swarm of vines that swept madly upwards. Roar! It let out an angry, earth-shattering roar, startling Jiang Bui's brain, who was in close proximity, into buzzing. Along with the roar, its arms spread out with such force that the vines wrapped around it crumbled and fell off as much as they could, the force of its arms waving even more angrily. Suddenly remembering something, he snapped, "Little Six." A little six hidden in the shadows received his master's instructions. A howl rustled and immediately came out a dozen small black bats. Little Flower quickly ended the entanglement, not hesitating to let the chimpanzee punch the snake's belly to evacuate its side, and returned to Jiang Bui's side. Jiang Bui took a deep breath and squinted his eyes a little in preparation for the wave of sound waves to come. Wordlessly, an indescribable timbre spread out directly through the 11 bats. The bats carefully zoned themselves out of the sonic range and increased their attacks on the focal point of the sound. The chimpanzee that was being focused on shook his head furiously, tortured by the pain that hit his brain straight on, only to let out his anger and swing his arms frantically, pulling the small weeds around him and pounding the ground frantically. The people and a few animals on the ground were shaken by the force and staggered. And just as they stood still, they welcomed a few saplings that it had casually plucked and thrown away. With a swing of its tail, Little Flower threw a few trees out of the middle of the room, only to avoid being crushed into a puddle of mush. Jiang Bui stabilized his stance, coldly and casually wiping away the tearful blood left at the corners of his mouth and the side of his ears, ignoring the large tree that fell in front of his eyes and was about to smash into his body, manipulating the dark vine and tomato to continue to attack the orangutan, whose state was already epileptic and unstable. Roar! The orangutan, who had been poked and prodded by the frequent attacks, was thoroughly annoyed, and his fur stood up all over his body as he lunged towards the villain that he had judged to be the weakest in the room. The locked villain did not move at all when he saw this. A pair of eyes that were calm to the extreme stared straight at the imposing behemoth in front of him. A pair of hands gently pinched the tips of the dark green vine's leaves, counting silently in his heart and waiting. Boom! Creak! It was the sound of metal smashing against solid ice and hitting each other, followed by an inch of tooth-achingly chafing sound. A delicate vine that was still glowing with a weird purple-green luster abruptly broke out from the frost-covered orangutan's eye socket that had been fixed. As the frost-covered head gradually dried up, the greenish luster slowly grew a tiny bud that was about to bloom, causing people to feel pity. The orangutan's head faltered. And finally, with the last vestige of flesh clinging feebly, the body separated. The huge body collapsed as if the remaining strength from its life could not support it anymore, kicking up a cloud of dust and a foul-smelling wind. Jiang Bui covered his mouth and nose, ignoring Dark Vine and Tomato, who were happily wandering through the gore of the ape's headless body, resisting the urge to shiver. He took the crystal corset by Dark Vine in his hand and examined it carefully. Dark gray with some flocculent white sediment inside. As soon as he turned around, he saw that the animals had also come up to the orangutan corpse with salivating eyes. But because Jiang Bui had not given the word, they did not act rashly to join the feast. Jiang Bui froze for a moment, for the first time truly and clearly having the knowledge that these animals were in fact essentially foreign beasts, and that it was the norm for them to devour each other. Blinking, he simply waved his hand and left them to their own devices. Then he knelt down on the ground beside the corpse as if the bloody feast around him didn't even exist, examining its death in detail, his eyes flashing with contemplation. He had unilaterally decided on its death when the chimpanzee had rushed headlong. On the spur of the moment, he had the crocodile hide behind him, and as the hideous, still salivating giant head opened its bloody mouth and infinitely approached him, the temperature around him plummeted to -40 degrees, instantly freezing everything. Jiang Bui hastily took a few steps back. The fishy stench that had lingered at the tip of his nose just now seemed to still be around. With an unchanged face, he took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth and nose before slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Daxiong can usually control the temperature of about 10 meters around his body. On the lethality is only equivalent to a small sun and air conditioning, a must-have product for home travel. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to narrow it down to a range of 1 or 2 meters. But the difficulty was that the mutated ape's head alone was more than 1 or 2 meters in size. He was gambling, using his own life as bait to bet that this 1 or 2 meter range of alien energy release would be able to freeze the cerebral cortex and life core of the mutated orangutan's head. He also had Plan B, in case the release range focused on its mouth, jaws, or ears. The dark vines would wrap him and the crocodile at the first opportunity, and together with Little Flower and the bats, they would both resist the first wave of attacks. Facts proved that he won the bet. But things don't seem to be that simple. He looked down at the break in the body in front of him, where there seemed to be another means of attack that didn't belong to them. The rest of the light looked to the side of the body of the twining branches. Crazy growth of the abundant green flashed a white shadow, the bottom of his eyes thoughtfully. At this end, Lenny had already been carried by the giant tortoise underneath her and instantly moved to a remote path. She had been stunned into fainting. As soon as she remembered how useless she was, she had actually been scared into fainting. He felt both a little hard and guilty. On top of that, there was also a sense of apprehension and panic about whether she would be abandoned if she was useless. She wanted to turn back, But in her heart, she understood that her presence was not only useless, but would also drag down Uncle distracted Jang. She could only touch the tortoise shell of the eagle-billed turtle, wanting it to find a hidden place to hide and wait for Jiang Bui and the others. But the eagle just stayed where it was, like it couldn't understand her. In the end, it was Blackie who curled his tail and flung it over the tortoise's armor, before the turtle underneath him took a step and flashed into a visual dead end where the grass was thick. Lin Yi just lasted the first 2 days with the food in her backpack and the water released by Little Yellow. But things were different on the 3rd day. She was helping Little Yellow drift off to sleep when Blackie was suddenly alert and poked out his fork to test the waters in all directions. Outside, the usually untrodden mountain forest path was now filled with noisy and chaotic noises. Lin Yi was startled. This path was only separated from their hiding place by a patch of sparse bushes. As long as they peeled back the messy blades of grass, their silhouettes were instantly recognizable. The voice of a young, greatly grinning youth resounded from the end of this long line. Squad leader. Where are we going? Why aren't we going back to the temporary base and heading inwards? Looking closely, there were still 3 locks of white flame marks on his forehead. A little darker and more lifelike than last time, as if they were going to jump out in the next second. The old squad leader glared at him fiercely, full of helplessness but unable to do anything about it. Obey military orders. Don't ask what you shouldn't. There was no way around it. Who let this half-grown kid who was not originally an active soldier be recruited by the army because he had awakened his psychic abilities and was assigned to their squad from the psychic company? Oh! The youngster who had been lectured was like an aubergine that had been hit by frost. The 3 handfuls of hair on top of his head wilted like a husky, and he responded shriveledly. The old squad leader skimmed his head and didn't look at him, and originally would have been softened by his appearance, reflecting on whether he had been too harsh on this halfway decent kid. But after so many times, how could he not figure out that this is all this little brat's pathetic routine? 3 handfuls of hair. See, the old squad leader does not pay attention to him, also do not care, and returned to a look of joyfully curious about everything. And to open his mouth, was the old squad leader raised his hand to stop. There seems to be a commotion in front. The entire squad of soldiers were all shaken up, fully loaded, and raised their guns to the front. Several of the little ones adjusted their breathing to the lowest frequency, all of them staring vigilantly and nervously at the fast-moving group in front of them. Suddenly, a shadow struck overhead, and there was a darkness before their eyes as a pair of hands roughly peeled away the grass in front of them. Chapter 39. Setting a Trap. Jiang Bui heard noisy noises in the distance just as soon as his feet stepped into the bushes, and Xiao Lu began to howl lowly in warning. His figure stalled, frowning as he stroked little Six's small head, signaling it to look for the scent of a few animals, pressing down the growing unease in the bottom of his heart. His journey had been delayed for too long, and he had been able to find the people the day before yesterday. But halfway through the journey, he had encountered a swarm of man-eating ants passing by, and one person and a few beasts, covered in woeful conditions, were chased in all directions by the swarm and nearly dispersed. They could not bring the ants to the forest side, and circled around the forest for 2 days to get rid of the ants before they dared to come to seek for people to join them. As a result, as soon as they stepped into this area, the animals became a little restless. Little Six, if not for him holding it down, I'm afraid that he would have leapt up. A lot of unfamiliar scents intermingled here, instantly stirred up the danger valves of one person and several beasts, hidden behind the lush green branches and leaves. Jiang Bui gently used his fingers to pluck away the leaves in front of him, and through the trivial light and shadow saw a scene that could be called lively, making his face instantly cold. A few spirit dressed and a strong young man, exuberant face red, clothes are soaked with sweat, also do not feel, surrounded a group of knives and clubs knocking something on the ground. Jiang Bui's heart tightened. The young man at the very edge did not do anything, but when he got closer, he could be heard muttering to himself with excitement on his face. Such a big turtle. There should be a lot of meat inside. Someone over there was not happy. Zhang Quan. What are you doing standing there? You don't know to come and help. You still want to eat meat. The boy called Zhang Quan hurriedly to agree, just to look up on the words stuck in his voice. Cannot speak? The eyes rolled over. Actually want to pass out immediately. Unconsciously stood on the side of a man a head taller than him. Handsome, not like a real person, but also smiled at him. Just a little cold whoosh. But that chatty meeting wasn't what caused him to pass out. The problem was that behind the man stood a number of horrifying and bizarre mutant beasts. And the snakes he was usually afraid of were now as thick as 2 buckets. Their bodies coiled all over the place. And they were still slowly approaching him. The group of excited people on the head smash feel wrong. How today the sky is so dark so fast? No. It's only noon. A group of people whose brains had been overtaken by cravings finally came to their senses. And questions arose in their hindsight. Why is it that in this piece of forest, only their heads have a shadow hitting them? Somewhat stiffly, they slowly raised their heads, only to see a huge snake head was gazing at them silently above their heads, its fishy spit spraying on their faces, giving them the choking sensation of being strangled. A giant python was erecting its body to gaze at them, its vertical eyes full of creepy. Ah! Jang was awakened by the icy water hard. A jolt carp woke up. The lips that were dry from the scorching sun felt the cold water source. Still subconsciously pursing. Brain a muddle. Not yet clear what is now the situation. Found that he was left alone around the living. The original place is full of bloodstained traces of dragging. Like being in a large-scale massacre scene. The memories from before he fainted came back in a flash. And before the fear and panic could get to his head, he saw the man standing in front of him close at hand. And then look at the 2 turtles next to him. What he did not understand. 2 eyes rolled actually to pass out again. Not yet closed his eyes on the neck felt pasted a thin touch of cold. A jolt. The desire to survive, so that he was strong and opened his eyes. Only shivering to the man beg for mercy. Big brother. Spare me. Don't kill me. I'm just a handyman. Offending your pet this matter really can't help me I'm also forced to. Jiang Bue now, but did not have the patience to listen to his meaningless explanation. He only found Little Eagle and Little Grass in the neighborhood. The other 3 little ones are still unaccounted for. Originally he was not worried. But now, he did not dare to guarantee it. He looked down worriedly at the 2 turtles that had fallen into a deep sleep in unison for some reason. It is necessary to find them, as soon as possible. So, Jiang Bue slowly shifted his gaze to the man, who was paralyzed into a puddle of mud in front of him. There is not even a village in this vicinity. And they can't even walk out of the village or town alone. So there must be a means of traveling. Like a car. And there must be someone in it to watch home. This was the reason why he was certain that he had an accomplice. And it was also the quickest and most effective way to find Lin Yi and Blackie Xiao Huang. At first Jiang was hesitant with the idea that there would be a companion to save him. Jiang Bue sneered in his heart, and touched the abnormally fierce, looking big head of Little Flower beside him. Jiang 10 minutes later. Jiang Bue followed the one bald clue he explained, carrying a humanoid pathfinder, and crossed most of the forest to the second crime scene. He was hidden in the forest, and saw the situation behind the trees, and his expression became a bit gloomy. There was nothing else. There were too many people. The difficulty of the search had risen to another level of difficulty. The small path invariably divided 2 camps, forming a scorching tug-of-war. And the number of people gathered too dense. Around the not so many zombies already have a hidden encirclement. Come to the end. Several private cars of various colors and only one car through the narrow road lined up actually can have a kind of Wuyang. A glance cannot see the end of the team's visual effect. There are many people gathered around the car. Our gray. Can see is on foot. And they scorch the batch of people our troops' regular army. Countless military card behind the extension. Hidden in the forest, cannot see the concrete reality. There was no suspense between the 2 battle strengths. But the problem was that both parties did not want to fight. The people following around the private car were pleading and arguing, and kept surging towards the army side. The arms waving at the forefront were already dancing into the faces of the soldiers in the front row. Jiang Bue pinched the 2 seeds, left the small animals that were too conspicuous in the forest, looked after the 2 tortoises that were not able to resist, and was just about to take a step out, when he turned his head to pick up the humanoid bag and walked out again. Jiang, who was picked up, was dumbfounded, staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, and his entire person exuded a fascinating yet foul-smelling aura of lifelessness. Jiang Bue found a small fork in the road away from the center of the crowd's dispute, and silently blended into the crowded private car queue, resisting the resistance of being in close proximity to a crowd of strangers. He paused to observe the suspicious vehicle occupants around him. The vinyl glove-covered right hand dropped Jiang to the side of the clearing and gave a succinct order. Find. Jiang warily led the way in front, and he followed behind with a cold and stern face. all the way against the flow of people, and countless anxious and excited human faces, and then rubbed shoulders, while walking and frowning around to observe the suspicious places along the way. Zhang Quan was walking along the way with a lot of anxiety and trepidation. He was like a poor hostage being threatened by an evil gangster with a knife. One wrong step, and he would be killed. No. Not like. Yes. His only wish now was to complete his mission without any hiccups. There must be no accidents, or he will not be able to keep his head. Unfortunately, there are times when prayers always go against one's wishes. The car was empty. Not to mention people. Not even a living thing. Zhang Quan looked at this place with disbelief and despair, and immediately fell to the ground. Jiang Bui looked at the empty car expressionlessly. Within his expectation, he didn't think that the person who possessed hypnotic special ability and still had the heart to make this mess was a stupid person who was sitting around waiting for someone to kill him at his door. He stood still without making a sound, staring at the car's neatly arranged interior for half a second before turning around and walking back. Zhang Quan is still paralyzed on the ground, froze, cannot return to God. He originally thought that he was dead. The result of that man now even did not care about his intention. The limp legs and feet suddenly glowed. A cart jumped up and leapt into the crowd without a trace. Jiang Bui followed the flow of people all the way to the center of the bustle that he had avoided from afar. He didn't care about the crowd at this time, and quietly summoned out the dark vine amidst the sound of countless honking car horns, immovably protecting his surroundings. Dad? That guy's got grass on him. He had just passed a 7-seater van with the front window open, and hadn't gone far before he heard these childish words. It got more crowded the further he got to the front, and without the stalls of the cars. It was mostly a crowd. He got to that last part of the journey, and had to give up his disguise, and look as if no one else was there. Facts have proved that this method, in addition to too much flaunting, to set up a bright target, almost no disadvantages. Behind the tide of people also no longer scrambling, for fear that the army pulled down their own run, but instead of ghost-like retreat, scrambling away from Jiang Bui Farsum. He sensed the movement behind him and accelerated his speed. He was afraid that if he didn't hurry to get out of here, a stampede would occur behind him. He could kill like hell and ignore it, but that didn't mean he could hurt innocent people because of his negligence. However, soon he was going to be relieved, because the target was just too visible, as if it was deliberately waiting for him there. Perhaps it was deliberately leading him over step by step with a chain of accidents. He was originally thinking that everything that had happened in the past 2 days was too coincidental, as if someone had specially set up this hung-in banquet for him, and he was unknowingly at the mercy of others. It was a terrible feeling. There was also no large zoo near H City that could keep chimpanzees, and the city's only city zoo was still facing a facelift. So now there should be just 2 monkeys left there to bask in the sun. The chimps were artificially placed. So what about the swarm of man-eating ants and the fleet of private cars? This road, usually so remote, is now home to a large gathering of nearby residents who have been driving themselves out of the area, and who also happened to have a run-in with the army. To say that there wasn't a hint of something fishy here, he didn't dare to believe it. Jiang Bui turned his head sideways, and his gaze sank coldly to meet with a man sitting on the front hood of the car with a lazy smile. For a while, no one gave way. Chapter 40. Here we go again. The atmosphere froze. It was the man on the opposite side who was the first to avert his gaze and smiled at Jiang Bui with a friendly face. Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows and paced over step by step, stopping his steps and standing in front of the inexplicably familiar man. Stop smiling. It's too ugly. Jiang Bui didn't look at the man as he spoke, looking down through the windscreen car window at a few children inside who were sleeping quietly. When the man heard the words, he subconsciously pulled the corners of his mouth down and saw that the person he had been focusing on was not looking at him, but instead was staring at the several beasts and a child inside the car. His face immediately looked a little less than good, and as he looked closely at the many tiny purple and blue currents flashing through his hair, he couldn't help but call out, "Brother." The person who was called, however, as if he did not hear it, swept the surrounding area roughly once, estimating in his heart the possibility that he would be able to retreat in one piece with a few pups. As for the current just now, he took in as much as he could. In his heart, however, he was clear that he was not the one he was looking for, and that there was still a hypnosis-like spirit-type psychic alien still in the shadows, not showing up. Narrowing his eyes slightly, He felt the familiar aura around him with his heart and brain, trying to identify a certain heel. Brother, don't look. You won't get away today. This was said with a smile on the man's face. Only there wasn't much laughter in his eyes. Upon observing the several dissimilarities around him, Jiang Bui couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy in the bottom of his heart. And on his face, he didn't move as he asked the man in front of him. You put so much effort into preparing all of this, just to leave me behind? It was to change the topic to lower his guard. But also the truest thought in his heart right now. Just how much high incense did he burn to provoke so many immortals to come down to earth? Jiang Bui's stomach is now on fire, but also have to suppress the fire. Face smile and gas. Not embarrassed. At the same time, the mind secretly poked and prodded Zhuang Jinong as if he did not see his brother's irritation and questioning. Still smiling and said, Brother, don't be in a hurry to reject me first. Our team is full of adepts. There are no weaklings that will hold you back. This is the most suitable place for you. Isn't it bad to stay? Jiang Bui didn't bother to look at his immersed self-absorbed look anymore. And for him to be full of bullshit like a salesman, he only returned 4 words. But there's you. As soon as the words came out, the corners of Zhuang Jinyang's mouth froze. Understanding that this conversation was destined to only involve the use of force, he glanced grimly at the 2 groups of people behind him who were still pushing and shoving and arguing, and in a low voice cursed those useless ordinary people who couldn't even control a small scene. But no matter how unwilling they were, the army they didn't dare to provoke for the time being. So they had to endure the pain and give up the ambush they had set up here. However, fortunately, Liu has long anticipated that there will be an unexpected error, early prepared for the backstroke. Towards the end, he also gave Jiang Bui a weird look, before reluctantly jumping into the car and moving the venue. Jiang Bui did not stop. He also did not want to start a war here. There are too many ordinary people. The supernormal ability to put out a large number of accidental injuries. Of course, there was also the reason of being disgusted by his last clinging look. He waited until the people in the darkness had all withdrawn in 2s and 3s, before bringing the animals to crash behind the last person. No one noticed a huge white shadow following noiselessly behind them, the branches on the ground crunching and rustling with unbearable weight as it snaked around. As soon as Jiang Bui's right foot stepped into this area of the forest, he felt something strange under his feet. He didn't choose to remove his foot immediately, but instead, he smoothly exerted a downward force, and the dark vines at his ankles moved with the vines' hearts and directly plunged into the soil under his feet with a jerk. A few seconds later, a sharp wail like a rodent's resounded from the ground. The dark vine also climbed up in the next second. The rhizome is still stained with a few threads of blood that has not yet been absorbed cleanly. Absorbed cleanly before full of good behavior again climbed up on the master's ankle. Jiang Bui continued to walk forward, not yet aware of how much fear and shock this action of his brought to the several people spying in the shadows. Cough. In a small corner of the forest, 3 neatly dressed men and women were squatting neatly, and to the side quietly stood a huge cage with a small girl curled up asleep inside, her arms bulging as if she was holding something. Looking closely, it even moved a few times from time to time. It was this scene that the white shadow behind the forest saw when it followed the scent guide all the way here. At the same time as that miserable scream rang out, one of the youths instantly became pale and bloodless, and couldn't help but cough out. The 2 companions beside him hurriedly came up with worried and puzzled eyes. The youth could not care to respond to the companion's concern, panicked and grabbed the arm of a side person. Couldn't believe the trembling voice said, "The mole is dead, dead." Several people who heard this reacted with incredulity, but slowly, looking at the youth's weak appearance with a head of cold sweat, they all began to fall silent. Vitality Instrument never jokes in front of life and death because of its alien ability. They had no reason to disbelieve. That one who plays with snakes. Is he really that powerful? The girl with a double ponytail was the first to speak out. A 16 or 17-year-old girl, dressed as a good girl, and the only female in the team. She was usually taken care of by several teammates. Now that the mole was dead, she was the most indignant and sad. The glasses man saw her look like she was so impulsive that she wanted to take revenge immediately. His eyebrows frowned without trace, and then quickly hid it, making a look of empathy and hastily comforting the girl, as if he was too busy to do so. Vitality he forced to endure the pain in the mind like constantly churning. Have no time to pay attention to the 2 companions pretending to be blind and stupid. took out a walkie-talkie, and whispered a few words of explanation to the person on the other end, before resting and squinting to recuperate. Walkie-talkie out. There is a gentle wind and rain for spiritual enlightenment of two people are subconsciously silenced. And so on the life meter sleep. Only dared to make a sound again. It can be seen how much the person at the other end of the intercom scares them. The figure behind the forest silently watched the scene. Clearly not far from life instrument. But he seemed to be invisible in the eyes of those people. Completely non-existent. The long vertical eyes looked at the walkie-talkie in the man's hand, flashing with deep thought. The three people on the other end were still secretly glad that they had escaped again, not knowing in the slightest that the danger was already approaching, and that the scythe of the god of death was already gently resting on their necks. Jiang Bui stopped and stood in the middle of the forest, cautiously observing his surroundings. He only left Little Flower by his side, and Da Xiong was left outside the forest to look after the two turtles that had difficulty moving. The man in the dark saw this and sneered. Zhuang Jinong didn't let him wait too long. Only his face didn't look too good when he appeared. I don't know if it was because he had just witnessed the tragic death of his companion, who was easily crushed to death by him with a single finger. Jiang Bui tapped the dark vine that was resting obediently in the crook of his arm, signaling it to do it on its own. The dark vine shrunk its little neck and pretended to be innocent with a look of incomprehension. Jiang Bui was helpless when he looked at its dead pig's unwilling face. So its master had to personally destroy the flowers. Picked up its little neck, shaking hard, before being forced to spit out a gray-black crystal core full of humiliation. Jiang Bui noticed that the moment the crystal core was spat out, Zhuang Jinyang's eyes changed again and again, finally resting on greed and indifference. He secretly said that it was true. Unsurprisingly to him, that mud rat was the cannon fodder they had released to test his strength. A dead chess piece that had been abandoned. A person's life was not as useful as a crystal core after death. Jiang Bui intentionally dragged his feet. How many crystal cores for those little brats? Set a price. Zhuang Jinong looked at the crystal nuclei of his former teammates, without the slightest excess emotion in the bottom of his eyes. Only utter indifference. He said to Jiang Bui, ransom for hostage problem, but shut up, brother. How do you still, and so I see outside. You can rest assured to stay here. To leave them here also give you to relieve boredom. Stay here? Your companions are at this level. What good is it for me to stay here? Seeing that his tone had finally loosened up, Zhuang Jinong didn't care about the cold mockery in his words and laughed. He's just a pathfinder. A little bit of small ability, and you think how can you compare to him? As he said this, he looked at Jiang Bui's eyes, thinking that he was uneasy about his future situation, and hastened to add, we have many more stepping stones like him. But don't worry. You will never be placed in this kind of situation. Jiang Bui squinted his eyes, always feeling that something was strange. Being looked at by his unusually carnal eyes made his heart feel a bit diabolical and flooded with physiological revulsion. Frowning and averting his eyes, he said with some impatience, after saying so much, the person behind you still doesn't dare to show his face? He couldn't wait to get to the point. Zhuang Jinan wasn't annoyed at being disliked. He just looked at Jiang Bui meaningfully for a moment before returning. He will naturally show up. The hand hanging underneath his body, however, was viciously pinching himself. He didn't care. He didn't care at all about Jiang Bui mentioning other men in front of him. He didn't care. Zhuang Jinong hid the insane jealousy and possessiveness under his eyes, and smiled unnaturally at Jiang Bui. There it is again. Jiang Bui averted his eyes, and suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, thinking that that unpleasant and evil feeling had appeared again. This line of sight had been like a nail in his body. If not for Li Yu's timely arrival to interrupt this visitation, he would have been unable to hold back his hand immediately. The person who came was greatly unexpected by Jiang Bui. Red lips and white teeth, so coyly smiling at him. A face of youthful students, wearing a regular high school uniform, living like a little prince in the ivory tower of the world. Only the age-defying depth in those eyes revealed his true mental age. Now that sight was locked in his eyes with a harmless and gentle smile. Hello. I am the person you are looking for. Li Yu. Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui saw his extraordinarily different white pupils, and cautiously did not choose to continue to stare at him. He also saw that this teenager still had traces of gauze bandaging on his right shoulder. And judging by the freshness and amount of blood, it shouldn't have been more than half an hour. Jiang Bui associated it with the fact that he hadn't heard any movement outside for a long time. And it sort of dawned on him, and what he couldn't figure out just now, He was stalling because his arrangement needed a time gap. But Zhuang Jinong was not in a hurry to make small talk with him here. So he was puzzled. Now there was an explanation for what didn't make sense. Liu could see that Jiang Bui didn't want to meet his eyes. Instead, he cast his eyes on his right shoulder, and didn't care to tell Jiang Bui what he had just dealt with. I'm ashamed to say that I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang. I just went to deal with some chores that my men didn't take care of, and delayed our meeting. This is my fault. He was about to open his mouth again, when the intercom on his waist suddenly rang. He froze. This matter was not in the plan. Jiang Bui raised an eyebrow, understanding that it was the time for the season of harvesting fish and crabs. Chapter 41. Single Eyelid, Addendum. The walkie-talkie only rang once, and then went silent. Liu's face immediately changed. His eyes as sharp as a sword looking at Jiang Bui. Not angry but smiling. The corner of his mouth hooked up a fierce and playful arc. It seems that our Mr. Jiang still has outside help. This is against the rules of the game. Jiang Bui's face was expressionless. But in reality, he was provoked by his sentence of our Mr. Jiang, and goosebumps fell to the ground. Were these people together because they were all mouthy and greasy? Over the intercom. He leaned on the door of the car, waiting for the instructions from the intercom side, while listening to the two men gradually changing from comforting to flirting in his ear. His eyes closing rather boredly. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his face became serious all of a sudden. And in a low voice, without turning his head, he said to those two, "Something is wrong." The other two were startled by him for a moment, and got up and stood on guard. The glasses man's right hand began to deform, becoming long and soft, like a Play-Doh. The twin ponytailed eyes with purple pupils blinked hard and brightly. Vitality slowly gripped the gun in her right hand, and closed her eyes to fine-tune her senses. The three of them were on guard for a long time. But nothing happened. It was the double ponytail who couldn't hold out first, blinking her dry, reddened eyes, and gave up her job. Seeing the man with glasses still hesitating there, she rolled her eyes, and opened her mouth in a nonchalant manner. "Where's the danger? I'm only afraid that some people are addicted to pretending to be a god. People are close to the boss. They really take themselves for something. It's just that we, the fighters, are suffering. Don't you think so, brother Sun?" Sun Hua, who was pointed out, was in a dilemma. After all, on one side was the beauty girl with an ambiguous relationship, and on the other side was the boss's beloved. Vitality listened to the yin and yang of the twin ponytails. Her face didn't change at all, obviously having heard such words more than once. Only her brows were still furrowed. Sensing carefully, something wasn't right. Clearly another strange aura had suddenly appeared around just now. Don't take it lightly. The opponent this time isn't that simple. The twin ponytails bristled. Sun Hua was being a peacemaker on the surface, but in his heart, he was also a bit unimpressed. Vitality took in the look that neither of them were taking things seriously, and didn't bother to explain to these fools anymore. Brush pull. A sound of leaves scratching against each other sounded like the sound of wind. But it suddenly made Lifegiver's nerves tense up. He suddenly stared wide-eyed at the bushes between the trees behind him, while he could hear his own broken voice shouting, "Run!" Vitality struggled to suppress her breathing, but she couldn't stop the trembling sensation in her chest that sounded like thunder hitting a drum. Bang, bang, bang. It was quiet around them. So quiet that it was a little unnatural, and the only sound that could be heard in their ears was their own thunderous heartbeats. "Found you. Last one. Leaky." The man murmured mentally, adding the second half of the sentence. It was the sound of a blade plunging into flesh and blood. Livestream only felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness. White Jiao got up, shook the beads of blood off the dagger, and squinted at a certain part of the forest with a pair of uninteresting shrugged single eyelids. Little Six flapped his wings and slid to stand on the man's shoulder. "Come on, Little Six. Let's go find your master. Over here." Jiang Bui detached his dark vine to hold Zhuang Jinong at bay, while Tomato was placed behind him, frantically projecting tomatoes in an attempt to suppress the two on the opposite side with firepower. Another knife slashed through. Jiang Bui inclined his head and dodged, narrowly avoiding it. Liu failed to land a single blow, and just as he tried to land another, he was slapped out by the tail of a thick black snake and fell into a tree. He stumbled up, gritted his teeth, and wiped off the blood spilling from the side of his mouth, and viciously spat another mouthful of bloody foam. Jiang Bui's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. The pain from the overdraft of his alien energy was constantly challenging his nerves. Zhuang Jinong chopped off another section of vines with another iron blade. Dark green sap splattering on him. He casually wiped a handful of it, and his eyes glanced at Jiang Bui with a fierce and greedy look. With a forceful movement of his right hand, countless screws floated up in front of his body, like raindrops falling heavily, but harbored endless killing opportunities. Jiang Bui's eyeballs shrunk, and subconsciously took out a piece of the villa's then demolished tin door plate from space to block it. Boom! 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 Zhuang Jinong finally laughed. You really do have a second supernatural ability. The iron blade in his hand hidden between his sleeves was on the verge of congealing, when suddenly a hand plunged across to grip that hand of his. Zhuang Jinong reacted quickly back to his senses to forcefully turn backward. But the person behind him did not move. Did not have the slightest reaction. Like the person who hit was not him. A blood-stained dagger suddenly plunged hard across his neck. He could not react enough to see that his neck was about to be cut. Jiang Bui shook a god's effort around the environment as completely changed and modeled, surrounded by only himself and an endless dense primitive forest. This is by no means the small forest just now. On the other side, the white Jiao had also changed its environment, leaving him alone in a muddy swamp. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, his snake pupils gradually erected into a line. Clatter. Two almost simultaneous sounds of glass shattering rang out. The two people who took a left foot at the same time glanced at each other, looking at the scene in front of them that was nothing but a puddle of wreckage without even a single human figure, and fell silent. Why should I sit in the back of the bucket? You're doing this to me. When I return to the base, the He family won't let you off. The sharp and mean young female voice almost pierced the eardrums of those around her. Jin Wang changed from his previous fawning, and returned with a skinny smile visible to the naked eye. Fine. Then we'll wait. However, before returning to the base, Miss Li, you'd better sit down first. In his heart, he was snorting lightly. Back to the base? There was no such day. You? He finished putting people off in a few words and left with a flourish. The temporary command was busy relocating in the past 2 days. He didn't have time to serve his ancestors. Of course, the Li family cannot accept this argument. Just look at the front and back of the caravan have departed, leaving this one parked in front of their eyes. And then resentment is only really afraid that he left himself behind. And finally can only curse on the car bucket. A vast army truck loaded with supplies and soldiers drove inland, with countless private cars crashing along the way. Lin Hoven's decision was not all because he wanted to avoid his old employer's base in S-City. But more importantly, the coastal area was economically developed and the population density was too high, which was not conducive to their subsequent development. Moreover, recently, there was a large number of mutant octopus and crabs coming ashore in Huang City, and the beast tide was enough to destroy a small base. After a while, the seashore wouldn't be safe anymore. So after an internal discussion within the 3rd Group Army, it was decided that they would first evacuate to Shan City in batches. And over the past few days, a lot of them have been evacuated one after another. The 14 was also besieged by a mass convoy 2 days ago, and nearly caused a disaster. But fortunately Vice Battalion Jean arrived in time to defuse a large riot. Today they were the last and most important batch, because they were escorting the most important people. Army Commander Lin and several senior officers. On top of that, there was a large amount of arms and survival supplies. And at this moment in the dense crowd crashing behind the army, Wang Tong was clutching a bag of little raccoon dry noodles in her hand, with a bottle of mineral water, with only the bottom of the bottle left in her hand, curled up in the back seat of her house. At this time, her attention was not on the lunch in her hand. Her eyes staring straight through the car window, at the closed door of the car, not far away from the medium-sized van. To be precise, it was the simple cooker smoking in the open space beside the back van. She sniffed hard and greedily at the sour scent wafting through the air. Yes, it was the smell of old pickled beef noodles. She could never smell it wrong. Greedy at the same time, but also remembered the end of the world before the big fish and meat. Instant noodles thrown into the box of luxury life. The heart cannot help but a sour. Almost to tears. The parents in the front row are naturally also greedy. But they looked at a few eyes and hastily retracted their eyes. Looking at more cannot eat. The heart is still difficult. Of course, she was not the only one staring at this family. There were quite a few people staring greedily and timidly at the pot of noodles. Beside the pot there is also a small girl who is not too big, cleanly dressed, hair tied in a messy way, sitting obediently on a small bench and watching the fire. Looked very good bully look. But those stupid line of sight also stop here. No one dares to go forward to do that head out. Because beside the car lies a crocodile with the size of 2 or 3 people, lazily basking in the sun, flicking its tail from time to time. Every time it flicked its tail, those malicious sights around it would subconsciously converge. After a few more minutes, the little girl standing guard by the pod got a little restless and looked back at the van several times. Finally, the tightly closed door seems to be through a thick layer of steel plate to feel the little girl's urgency and sit still. The door opened and down came a tall man wearing black short sleeves. The surrounding line of sight also shifted their gaze the moment the man came out. Like a mouse seeing a cat. Generally silent. For no other reason. This physique can't be messed with. The man more than 1 meter 9, almost 2 meters high, revealing the small arm muscle line tight full. Arm solid broad. Slim short sleeves will be strong bulging chest taut. And black short sleeves and body contrast is cold white to glowing complexion. Shaved to the scalp of an inch of the plate can still see the roots of the silver white hair. Under the sword eyebrow is a pair of narrow single eyelid. Introverted serious to the extreme. Lit opinion is he down. Timidly stood up. Shouted Uncle Bai. But did not dare to move. If it wasn't for Bai Jiao's amazing hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear her grunt that was no bigger than a mosquito. With a face of impatience, he walked to the pot and squatted down in front of it. His body was so large that he directly turned the large frying pan in his hand into a small milk pan in seconds. Picked up the child's special cartoon small bowl. Placed in his hands like a dipping dish. The movement carefully into a small half bowl. Added a little soup. And picked out a lotus egg and grilled sausage buried in it. On the outside wrapped another layer of thick insulation pad to prevent scalding. Before handing it to the little girl waiting with bated breath. Slowly. Be careful of the heat. The delicate cutlery. The meticulous and careful movements. Seemed out of place with his fierce and strongman appearance. Lenny held the small bowl that wasn't hot at all. And then the cold face of the impatient-looking man didn't seem so scary anymore. Bai Jiao finished feeding his new pet cubs and gave a dark cry of trouble. Glancing at the blazing sun overhead and turning his head to get into the car with a big stab. There was that mutant crocodile watching outside. And by leaving Lenny outside, there was nothing they were uneasy about. As soon as he got into the car, he saw that the youth wearing the same black short sleeves as him was picking at a few potted plants placed on the front window of the car with his head down. The rice is in the back. Go eat it yourself. Jiang Bui heard his footsteps and said without looking back. Bai Jiao paused for a moment before hemming and turning around to find his own meal in the back. Also a pet. His own attitude towards his pet was much more attentive than Jiang Bui's, and his rice was served to his mouth. Unlike him, his attitude was indifferent. And now that he was back, he simply didn't even cook his own rice. Jiang Bui didn't notice the mental health of his own little pet. Not that he wanted Bai Jiao to eat some supermarket cooked food full of additives and various colored seasonings. He didn't have a lot of pre-made meat and vegetables in his space because Bai Jiao had already left at that time. And he simply couldn't finish it if he made too much. Who would have expected him to come back upside down again? And even change his body along the way? Jiang Bui no longer wanted to recall how humiliated he looked at that time. Like a stunned and speechless earthling. Moreover, they were still mixing with the army and residents. So it was not a bad thing to keep a low profile. Cooking pots of noodles and making pots of meat outside was still different. At most it was a little bit more extravagant. Not to the point of causing people to hold grudges and hatred. People were also mostly envious and jealous that they still had the heart and conditions to set up a pot at this time. And would not attract too much attention. In the end of the world, most people who have a vehicle and follow the army are still able to maintain their standard of living. And are far from being at the end of their rope. So they are not so bad as to riot and kill people for a bowl of instant noodles. But if you change into meat, not to mention a pot, or a bowl, during the day, they are afraid of the army. Action, there are concerns. The night will come to a big trouble. The secret of the space will not be able to withstand the test. He does not want to be so loud and clear to the world that he is a fat sheep to be slaughtered. The front and rear compartments were opened up with a layer of cloth curtains to make a perfunctory compartment. And Bai Jiao lifted the curtains to find his lunch on a table near the side of a group of animals lulled into a deep sleep. A few tubs of deli meat neatly arranged. This was the scene Jiang Bui saw when he entered. body size of almost 2 meters of robust and fierce man squatting on the ground. One hand posture skilled to heartbreakingly clip the steamed buns on the meat to eat. One hand in the pull on the ground on the blanket hair. Beside a bunch of different sizes of animals sleeping on all fours. Not like a demon emperor, but rather like a longtime laborer who had been used to being called upon. After serving the master's little master, he was sent by the master's family to the nooks and crannies where they couldn't see to hide and eat. Jiang master's family not for, making it seem like he was abusing him. When he came in by, Jiao was gnawing on a chicken leg with a face full of serious concentration. And when he saw Jiang Bui, he froze, putting down the half-gnawed chicken leg in his hand and subconsciously hiding it back a bit. Both of them for some reason had a sense of embarrassment and heartbreak of the host family crashing through the shabby eating scene of the kitchen boy. A faint awkwardness filled the air, and neither of the two opened their mouths. Bai Jiao clutched the chicken leg with a blank mind, wanting nothing more than to kill himself for subconsciously hiding it a moment before. He ate his own leg. Hide what? Jiang Bui looked at Bai Jiao, who was hesitant to meet his eyes, and suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Seeing this, Bai Jiao slowly relaxed his taut body, also wanting to laugh a little, and then froze. It seemed like he rarely remembered the events of the previous cultivation world lately. He stayed here to forget his former hideous and stern appearance, slowly unloading his whole body's defenses, and even began to put down his heart to try to trust this youth in front of him. Have to say, this kind of day originally led him some panic. When he walked out of the door, but suddenly realized that he still want to live that kind of day can fight side by side. Relaxed life. He did not want to go back to the old days of fighting alone. That idle and no sense of crisis life. Let him have the warmth of leisure, should not have the greed and obsession. Jiang Bui finished laughing for fear that White Snake would be uncomfortable, and turned his gaze to the group of animals that had inexplicably fallen into a deep slumber to the side. And the laughter in his eyes turned into coldness. They were waiting in the forest 2 days ago for the master envoy to show up and close the net together. And the white scorpion, who had lazed with them in the dark, had already started the hunt. As a result, there were some unforeseen mistakes on the way, leading to the last-minute release of the masterminds Liu and Zhuang Jinong. He had always thought that Liu's supernormal ability was hypnosis or something like that, and had paid attention to his unusual white pupils from beginning to end. But at the last moment, when his surroundings had changed drastically, he realized that his guesses were more than just wrong. They were simply wrong. It wasn't the hypnotic powers emitted from the eyes. It should have been the illusion triggered by the aroma. Liu's illusion seems to be able to play a surprising effect on the mutant beasts. In addition to the big male who stayed outside, a few into the forest animals had been trapped in it to sleep. There seemed to be no abnormality or danger that could be seen from the body alone. But they were always in danger the day they didn't wake up the culprit and fled without a trace. He could not, so he had to drag his family down the south, where they should be going to the south to find people. Liu and Zhuang Jinong will never want to hide in the mountains and old forests. The kind of peaceful people. They want to establish their own alien power in the chaotic world called the wind and rain. It is inevitable to go to the densely populated alien generation rate is much higher in search of new aliens. With the alien, there are also countless crystal cores for them to develop their power, enhance their strength. It is best to be closer to the city where the zombies gather, and not far from H-City Jingzhou City base, close to the original Jingzhou City, but not too close to the city. Is their hasty escape under the manpower in urgent need of the best choice. Here to Jingzhou City base of the road through the large and small cities and towns. The two of them also with a car of sleeping animals and children. Combat effectiveness greatly weakened. The result is coincidentally encountered the civil-military mixed team. So it is logical to mix into the private car, which, this section of the road from here to the Jingzhou City base was their last section of the common route. And by the time they reached the base, they would have to go their separate ways. After all, the team was going inland, and the Jingzhou City base was just their last stop along the coast, while he was going to continue south to the high-risk areas along the coast. It was that the two of them would end up hiding in no man's land, and he would drip blood and step over corpses to Mangyan. Chapter 42. Facing the wall. Jiang Bui used a large syringe to feed the mincemeat into the mouths of the small animals one by one, watching them unconsciously swallow and squirm before he was relieved. He pushed the door and got out of the car, ready to clean up the cutlery and makeshift stove underneath, when he saw the child was like a hungry wolf pouncing on the edge of the pot. The bowl also do not want to copy the chopsticks and into the mouth. Look closely at her feet. There is also a thin and long black snake, also devouring struggle on a sausage. Jiang Bui gave a start, his face uncertain as he slowly walked to her. The more he looked at the amount of noodles in the pot, the darker his face became. Linny raked the noodles into her mouth, felt someone standing beside her, thought it was Bai Jiao. Happily looked up. Her whole body froze, her mouth still bulging with noodles. Plop! It was the sound of the chopsticks in his hand falling into the pot. Lin Yi's mind went blank, and the only thing left in her eyes was Jiang Bui, whose face was dark and scary. It's over. This was the only thought floating through her mind right now. Eating enough and still hugging the pot and stuffing it inside. When bubble noodles are something good? A large and small group lined up inside the rear bucket towards the carriage. The youth behind the two chortled coldly, his tone full of helplessness and grasping. He hadn't gone down to keep an eye on it just once today at lunchtime, and it was like he'd lost his mind. The smaller one's ears were hanging down to the floor, and the larger one's mouth hadn't even had time to crack before Jiang Bui caught him. And you? The spearhead immediately turned to the big one. I asked you to watch her, and you just left her unattended after the feast? This time the tone is not so hard, just face smiling. Tone soft does not mean the mood is very good. At least set fire to the center of the white jiao was his smile, like a knife scraped a face of white hair sweat out. Face to the carriage. All give me stand. You've lost your instant noodles for the past 2 months. Turning his head again, he said to Lin Yi. The little girl was struck by thunder when she heard this. Her figure couldn't even stand still. Jiang Bui treated it as if he didn't see it, and went out of the back car, taking the time to clean up the mess underneath before he left at noon. The car shaking driving. A small and large 2 droppered rabbits can still hear Jiang Bui in the front while driving while drinking coffee to wake up the sound. Look at each other inside. The two stood for a while. Jiang Bui parked the car again, lifted the curtain, and came in to hand Lin Yi a small mat. The droopy-eared rabbit alliance is officially broken. The speed of the convoy traveling is very slow, although the gunfire in front has never stopped. The middle and back section of the team cannot stop the harassment of zombies, coupled with the overall slow convoy like a tortoise. The back of the traffic jam is like a rush. For the zombies, it's really a buffet like a fair. The car is fine. Followed on foot is like a piece of bloody and fragrant meat in front of the zombies are defenseless. Jiang Bui eyes in front of another blockage of 1 or 2 points. Frowning at the front window, countless oozing messy palm prints. Fishing over a few pots of grass out of the car. Bai Jiao also took advantage of the situation to relieve themselves. Followed Jiang Bui behind a step directly down the car, but also did not forget to backhand the car door lock. The man in front of him glanced at Bai Jiao, didn't care about his lazy behavior, and threw him a long knife without looking back. Bai Jiao didn't move at the back and breathed a sigh of relief. With the appearance of the dark vine, it greatly shared the pressure of the people around him, and with a wave of his hand, a row of zombies was cut off at the waist. Jiang Bui ignored the astonished glances of the people around him, commanding the dark vine to harvest the crystal cores in the flailing pile of zombies again and again. It wasn't that the military hadn't sent people to support the masses at the back. It was just that they themselves were too busy to take care of themselves, and the number of people who came to support them was limited. So there were inevitably places that they couldn't take care of. A small group was rescuing not far ahead, and were surprised when they saw Jiang Bui being able to manipulate plants. However, it had to be said that his ability to manipulate plants had also eased their pressure. After all, in their team, there were only 2 psychics, and the others were ordinary people who could only deal with the zombies with guns that had little effect. Guns and ammunitions are not in a condition to be manufactured nowadays. They are equivalent to non-renewable resources. That is, the soldiers in the army who go to the front line also have to save the few bullets. Bai Jiao did not choose to turn into a prototype. This degree is not necessary. After turning into a prototype, post-war cleaning will take a life. Just the casualness of this casual/one is also enough to capture the eyes. After chopping for a while, Bai Jiao frowned, feeling that the surrounding zombies do not see less, but the more they fight more and more. Sweeping around, only to find that the people around them found that they have the ability to fight zombies. So they all spontaneously gathered around the car to seek shelter. The attraction of more people to the zombies is naturally greater. So in a while most of the zombies in this section of the road are gathered around them. And there is also a tendency to attract zombies from the front and back of the road to surge here. More and more. What's more, those survivors flocked into the middle of the 2 of them and the lorry, separating them. Jiang Bui obviously noticed it as well, and his eyes turned cold. He took a few steps back and directly pressed his hand on the car without looking back. And in the next second, a thick tomato vine directly rose up from the ground and surrounded the entire car inside. By the way, it pierced through a few zombies that were pickpocketing the car, hanging them high up on the front of the car. This scene directly shocked some people who secretly had small thoughts, and their movements near the car stopped. Others who saw this scene also sucked in a breath, carefully avoiding the seemingly docile, but secretly murderous tomato vines on the car. Only then did Bai Jiao drop his heart and turn his head to see an iron bar knocking down from behind Jiang Bui, looking to hit the back of his head. The person in front of him seemed to feel the strong wind coming from behind him, but he obviously could no longer avoid it. Bai Jiao's narrow eyes almost stood up in a line for an instant, and the knife in his hand was thrown out with force. With a man's scream, a section of his arm broke with a sound and fell to the ground. Only then did Jiang Bui sidestep and turn his head, his eyes cold as he looked back at the man who had sneaked up on him. The man with the broken arm was still screaming miserably and rolling all over the ground. When he saw Jiang Bui turning back, he quickly shouted away in fear, "Murder! Everyone! Look at this place! Someone is killing people! People are killing people! I just hit the zombie and missed. His companion even cut off one of my arms. Everyone look at how ruthless these two people are. See, not far from the soldiers have noticed here. Just in the way of the zombie siege cannot get out in time to come here." As if all of a sudden have the courage, and changed to a louder voice shouting, "You see those soldiers? You can't move me." Surrounding people and saw, also did not see. But the situation was urgent. Who can see where he really want to smash? Weighing the strength of both sides. Even though some people felt in their hearts that the man with the broken arm might have made a mistake with his hand, no one was being a headbanger in front of the two big men who were still their umbrellas now. Expectedly, no one said anything. All of them averted their eyes in unison in silence. Jiang Bui looked meaningfully at the murder weapon that had fallen to the ground not far away and snorted a little, having no intention of taking his revenge straight away now. Although this group of people weren't too cute, he wouldn't let the zombies get away with it for nothing. He still stood on the side of humanity when it came to right and wrong. Other personal grudges were better left to be resolved in private. Looking at the two men whose temperament looked fierce and cold, the big man did not bother about this matter anymore, but instead redirected the zombies that were eagerly surging up back to the cordon. All of them let out a faintly unnoticeable sigh of relief. And at the same time, there was some shame and sarcasm in their hearts. But their bodies were very honest, and they took another step back towards the direction of the lorry in unison. The man who was still rolling on the ground also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Covering his broken arm, quietly looked up at the two men who spared him. His eyes were indescribably resentful and smug. As a result, he didn't expect to be caught by Bai Jiao, who had been staring at him with cold eyes. Horrified that he scrambled to avoid that pair of icy and mocking eyes. And after that, his entire being frantically shrunk his presence. Just afterwards, when he wanted to find his own long stick, he searched for half a day and couldn't find it anywhere. In the end, he could only curse and consider himself unlucky. Bai Jiao kicked another zombie that was pouncing on him and took the time to look back at the lorry. Seeing that everyone was squeezing hard around the lorry like ants that had dropped ice cream on the ground and were calling out for help, not leaving a single gap. Everyone was trying to squeeze inside as hard as they could, but they were in the way of the strange vines killing people on the surface of the van, so they just had to scramble for the CC in the middle. He caught a sharp glimpse of a few old people and small children with no parents around them being squeezed to stand on the very outside, looking helpless and numb. His complexion suddenly became a little cold, and he transformed into a split body of his own, a small white snake slipping silently into the crowd. Immediately after several screams rose, there was a burst of chaos, and several children and elderly people also took advantage of the chaos to squeeze in. Jiang Bui glanced back and understandingly increased his alien energy input, concentrating on the zombies in front of him. The zombies surrounded in a disorderly circle. There were already a lot of people, plus the smell of blood from the broken arm, and the noise just now attracted a lot more zombies. His forehead veins tightened and throbbed vaguely. His right hand casually raised the crystal cores that had already shattered into powder, and took out a few new ones from space. Despite the constant flow of crystal cores, and the dark vines not forgetting to plug into the space to recover them, His alien energy was already starting to overdraw. His left hand still maneuvered the dark vine to keep stringing. And as he did so, he felt the pressure on his left side lighten and become much smaller. He was puzzled. Wasn't White Jiao on his right? Turning his head, he saw a dozen or so young and strong men with various homemade weapons had also joined the front line of battle, which was also interspersed with a few girls. Seeing Jiang Bui looking at them, they all smiled shyly. But immediately their minds were forced back into the battle by the zombies. Taking another look, a dozen men and women also stood on by Jiao's side. It's hard to say what kind of mood. Probably all the moving and exhilaration were expressed in silence. Not long after everyone's self-organized battle line had been established, support from the army on that side came. Because of the lack of experience in the first battle, those 20-some people are a bit lousy. And there are a few companions because of the reaction is too slow. On the spot was swallowed by the zombies. Thinking of just now also side by side, with the comrades now into a pile of bones on the ground. The survivors of the face white. The bottom of the eyes of both sad, happy, and palpitations. Chapter 43 Recruitment. With the army's large force of firepower suppression, the battle quickly ended. Waiting around the zombies are cleared out. Only a few sporadic still wandering around the periphery. See, the sky has already begun to darken. Simply prepared to spend the night in a side of the high-speed service area. In the gap between the army going in first to clean up, Jiang Bui's lorry welcomed an unexpected visitor. Come out and chat. The car is a bit humble. It's inconvenient to meet guests, so please bear with me. Jiang Bui only looked at the person waiting outside the vehicle before quickly getting out. The man obviously didn't mind, smiling and waving his hands. It's fine. It's fine. Jiang Bui was startled by his mouthful of Pekingese, and his face was full of apologies as he smiled back at him. The two of them walked behind a remote building away from the crowd before stopping. This time, it was the man in the army combat uniform who spoke first. Hello, Yi Rong. Hello, Jiang Bui. I don't think I need to introduce myself much. Yi Rong pointed to his somewhat wretched military uniform and smiled bitterly. This time I came to see Mr. Jiang, mainly to thank you for stepping forward in times of crisis and saving many lives. We didn't bring much in the way of supplies this time out, but a few bags of rice and grain are still evenly distributed. They're all in the first 3 vehicles, and someone will deliver them once we settle down tonight. Just by the way, no need to be so polite. Jiang Bui knew that his intention must be more than just to say this, so he was waiting for Yi Rong to say it himself. Sure enough, Yi Rong also simply got to the point. Of course, we also have an unkind request. Rubbing his hands together as he spoke. I wonder where you plan to go in the future. Perhaps our third group army would be a good choice. Jiang Bui listened with understanding and smiled as he declined the well-paid job. I'm dragging my family along and still have some personal grudges unresolved, so I might not be able to handle this job. Although Yi Rong was sorry to see this. He didn't force himself. To be honest, he didn't have much hope when he came. Botanical departments were rare, but not unheard of. However, he had rarely seen someone who had cultivated a logistic support department to be so strong. Based on this alone, Yi Rong sensed that the man in front of him was not one to be messed with and was a tough guy. Not to mention the fact that there was another man beside him whose body was too strong to be human. And he also heard the soldiers under his command say that there was a little girl and a giant crocodile beside those two. Listening to the description, it should be a mutated beast. The more Yi Rong thought about it, the more alarmed he became. And once again, he secretly decided in his heart that he must not cross paths with them until the critical moment. After parting with Yi Rong, Jiang Bui only turned his head to look at the corner of his clothes that he had not yet had time to retrieve behind the wall. Recalling the pair of eyes that clearly belonged to a child that he had just caught a glimpse of. Not intending to make a sound, he turned around and prepared to go back to the temporary camp. This time, the military and civilians had worked together to clear the buildings quickly. And in the time it took for him to go out and talk for a few moments, the people at the base had already begun directing people to move into groups for the night. Jiang Bui discerned which direction his family's car was in, found it with difficulty, and frowned when he looked at it. The front of the car was crowded with people dragging their families. Some people rapped on the door from time to time, and tried to jump up and peek through the windows with the curtains pulled tight to look inside. The tomato vines that surrounded the lorry before were taken by Jiang Bui when he left to replenish the crystal cores. But it was his negligence. Jiang Bui walked up to the front. And then his brain jumped at the noise of 7 voices. Please make way. Feeling that the dark vine in his hand was a little less restful, he gave it a placating squeeze. As soon as the pile of people in front of the car saw Jiang Bui return, their eyes lit up in unison, and they couldn't help but flock in his direction. Finally, in Jiang Bui's gradually impatient expression, they finally pushed out a representative to come out and speak. The representative who was pushed out to speak was a middle-aged man. His clothes were clean and tidy, and his outstretched fingernails were clean and free of dirt. So it was evident that the standard of living in the post-apocalyptic world was not bad. Or at least it had far exceeded most of the people who were still struggling on the line of life and death. The man saw Jiang Bui delayed his intention to shake hands with him, and could not help but feel a little annoyed, not hiding it well, and naturally brought some on his face. My surname is Yuan. Yuan E. Just call me Brother Yuan. He recessed himself in a svelte and decent position, as if this would change or ignore his current humble state. He waited for a while to see that the youth had no intention of exchanging his name, so he had to speak their purpose to himself against a face of embarrassment that no one was picking up on it. Look, we carried through this zombie tide together. This is fate. Comrades in arms. We all want to come to meet each other and get to know each other. After all, we still have to take care of each other when we get to Shan City base next. A paragraph was said with a crowning glory and deep affection. Hearing Jiang Bui wanted to laugh a little, so he also laughed out loud. This very faceless reaction caused everyone present to blush. Youngster, what do you mean by that? We all came to partner with you in good faith. Which one of us present is not older than you? This attitude of yours? Jiang Bui smiled meaningfully as he swept over the dozen or so young men hiding at the back, looking at several of them with some annoyance and bashfulness. I think my attitude is already obvious, and doesn't want to charge you guys and be a free bodyguard. The account of surrounding my car today hasn't been settled yet. And if you guys were truly sincere, you wouldn't still be blocking my car right now. 3 or 2 sentences directly singled out the fact that those people had been deliberately not mentioning, making them all a little snappy and annoyed and indignant. What do you mean by that? Although we didn't contribute today, it doesn't mean that we will always rely on you in the future. That's right. It's a bit selfish and rude for you to say that. It's as if we're relying on you. Jiang Bui looked at the scarlet nails that were about to poke him in the face. His eyes jumped, and the dark vines snapped out, pulling up and thickening, directly pawing away the people around him who had already danced onto him. A small chorus of screams and horrified voices rang out, followed by large steps back, forced to make way for a gap that allowed 2 people to walk through to the lorry under the threatening expansion of the dark vines. Jiang Bui got into the car with a calm face, and as soon as the door was closed, he flung the tomato vines towards the window, which was open a crack, and instantly grew all over the car. Thus another natural wave of gasps and curses arose from outside. Jiang Bui had been sitting in the car for a while, and had just given Lenny less than 10 minutes of maths problems, when he saw Bai Jiao getting into the car with a cold and annoyed look on his face. Do all those people outside need to be taken care of? Opening his mouth was a king bomb. It's not necessary. No killing if not necessary. He thought that he still needed to teach this snake that had become a spirit a lesson in morality and the rule of law, the ethics of human society. At the very least, he still needed to clarify his principles again with Bai Jiao. The tall man remembered what had just happened and was silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. The big deal was that in the future he'd be more careful and just avoid him. Jiang Bui heard his hesitation and avoidance, and in his heart, he understood that he would not change much for a while. After all, it is Bai Jiao that many years of standing principles and fundamentals cannot be rushed, but also cannot be forced. Chapter 44 The Scarlet Butterfly. Waiting for everyone to settle down. The sky outside is dark and heavy. The caravan has a lot of people. The house inside cannot live. The service area of the yard is a circle with half a person high iron fence cast. Private cars are parked in the service area of the yard. Outside is the army's military card. Above a circle of heavy machine guns. Jiang Bui, they also parked their cars in the periphery, to ensure that in case the zombies surrounded, escape can also have a back road. While the outer defense line at this moment was bustling with activity. Why does our family have to be on the outside? The young couple in front of me have gone inside. Sir, you also sympathize with us. There are still old people and children in the car. You're not bad. I'm at the very outside, and I haven't said anything yet. Jin Wang frowned tightly. Listening to the noise outside the car again, sucked hard on the cigarette, but in his hand before snapping his fingers and throwing it out the window. Get out, and tell them to disobey, then don't stay here. The orderly waiting for instructions was sweating hot. Smiled bitterly at the words. Jin Tuan. Will this work? Jin Wang touched his trouser pockets for half a day, pulled out the last crumpled cigarette, spat, and said in a bad mood, No! What if it doesn't work? The brothers are all stranded at the outermost end. How else can we arrange them? Waiting for the soldier who passed the message to go out. Sure Dai, who had not made a sound, just now slowly handed a cigarette from his trouser pocket to the man, who was still smothering the cigarette at that end. Jin Wang waved his hand and simply asked, How many more days can it last? If you only eat one meal a day, you can still last half a month. Seeing the disapproval in Jin Wang's eyes when he said this, he slowly spat out 4 words. 10 days at most. After 10 days, they would be completely out of food. The soldiers are going to the front line, gambling with their lives every day. And they can't fight the zombies if they don't have enough to eat and don't have the strength. 2 meals a day are hungry. And 1? No matter what. The brothers' daily rations can't be scaled down any further. I'll talk to the military commander. And starting tomorrow, I'll take my soldiers to scout the towns along the way. A word perfectly gagged Shurdai's mouth. And he too sighed deeply, and did not speak again. The smoke-filled silence of the van returned. The atmosphere in the van was cozy, and dinner was hearty. The main course was rice, and the dishes were teriyaki chicken thighs, braised pork and carp and tofu soup, and a plate of dry-fried kidney beans. Lin Yi in the afternoon grinding white jiao ate a lot of snacks. This time on the contrary cannot eat. She could only watch pitifully as the two of them shared the dishes on the table, silently wiping the drool that flowed from the corners of her mouth. When Jiang Bui chewed and slowly swallowed his last bite, Bai Jiao also happened to put down his chopsticks. He was a fast eater. In fact, he had already finished eating. But Jiang Bui was a slow eater, so he waited for a while before quickly picking off the last mouthful of rice in his bowl. The two big men both had a considerable amount of food, and the table was all bare. Jiang Bui is still normal. Most of the food on the table is due to Bai Jiao. He is now less than half the amount of food than when he was a prototype. After the meal, as usual, Bai Jiao washed the dishes. Tonight because he did something wrong again. So he was extraordinarily nimble and quick, carrying a bucket of water, carrying a basin of dishes and bowls down to the car. As for what was done wrong, just look at the culprit Lin Yi. Jiang Bui was both amused and angry when he saw the little girl's brow wrinkled in pain. But she still stared cravingly at the sight of braised pork and chicken legs. Who let her eat so many snacks this afternoon? The types are still very mixed. Not only eaten up, the stomach also have a hard time. Drink a bottle of patchouli water later before you go to sleep. This sentence managed to make the child blanch, and her mouth nearly burst into tears. Jiang Bui didn't look away from her, and thoughtfully added, Don't ask Uncle Bai to cheat for you. It's useless. Lin Yi's face was now filled with the sadness of impending death. Patchouli water is just too hard to drink. Why was it invented? Jiang Bui went out to change the tomatoes back and left the dark vines outside, which was a disguised shift for them. As a result, he happened to meet with the white Jiao that returned from washing dishes, and the man's small single eyelid jumped, and his heart began to panic. Who knows? Jiang Bui looked at the broken porcelain in the basin with an unexpected expression, and did not show the slightest sign of anger. Bai Jiao's heart snapped, but on his face he looked even more vicious, exuding cold air. Jiang Bui lost his smile. It seems his image has become so extinct. Send the bowl inside, let's go out for a walk. He still needed to talk to Bai Jiao about where they would go in the future. Bai Jiao froze for a moment and answered yes. Putting the bowl down hastily, he wiped his hand on the rag, not forgetting to cover the intact plate in over the crisps to hide his ears before he left. It was still a dangerous night in the suburbs, with occasional bursts of inhuman hissing and growling in the distance, followed by a few sharp shots. Just the crisis close at hand didn't seem to disturb the two people's leisurely walk. With a little bit of autumn's pleasant evening breeze, only a vine waving its body around was busy around the two people, like a diligent little servant. Tomato vine. Tired. Destroy. We're now going all the way south to find Liu and Zhuang Jinong. And the further south we go, the harder and more dangerous it gets. But this trip has to be taken. Not to mention if the animals are still awake. As long as the two of them are still alive, they are a hidden danger to us. Like today? Bai Jiao popped out coldly. Jiang Buwei gave a start and looked into his eyes. Yes. What he said next also continued to look straight into those narrow, cold-toned eyes. So, are you really thinking clearly about staying next? It may not be safe to stay. No more than it would be if you were spilling out and free on your own. So think it over. The man was silent for a moment and replied with certainty. Not leaving. Getting the desired satisfactory result of this conversation. Jiang Buwei was satisfied and just about ready to end this little meeting when he heard a playful and flirtatious sound coming from a short distance away. Ha 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 ha. You guys see? This is the little butterfly flying. Shit. So it's really a fragrant concubine. Grown like this, ha 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 ha. This alien ability is also too wasteful. It wasn't hard to hear the malice that was about to overflow from it. The originally leisurely two people's footsteps coincidentally lurched, falling silent in place and looking towards the source of the sound. A scarlet-colored butterfly fluttered its wings and staggered from the corner of the short room to Jiang Buwei's eyes, finally stopping on his raised fingertips. White Jiao, who was beside him, immediately frowned when he saw this. Jiang Buwei looked at the butterfly at his fingertips. Seeing that its whole body was anxiously trying to guide him to that mysterious corner, Jiang Buwei raised an eyebrow, admitting that he was aroused with some curiosity. The White Jiao picked up his signal and took the lead towards the corner with a shrug of its eyebrows. Jiang Buwei froze for a moment, and in a somewhat subtle mood, he followed behind him to catch up as well. Without the cover of the private houses, the view was much clearer. The provincial highway beside the rural narrow road on one side piled up with cornstalks used for burning. On the other side, in addition to a tractor front, there are several very conspicuous people are pulling. Conspicuous means literally. Jiang Buwei was shaken by the flowery colors of their clothes and hair, and without moving, he concealed himself behind Bai Jiao, trying to block the few faces that hurt his eyes. Bai Jiao sensed the small mind of the person behind him, and also covered the person to death without any trace. It had to be said that in terms of body shape, this was completely achievable. Jiang Buwei grew up in a place that was not south or north, and his height of 1 meter 8 3/4 was tall enough to stand proudly over most of his peers. But when he met the incarnation of the talented Jiao Dragon, 1 meter 9/78 was already the shortest limit that the White Jiao could suppress to. His body is not as strong as that dragon's, and his thin layer of muscle is like a decorative embellishment. However, not to mention Bai Jiao's 8-pack abs. Let's just say that his pectoral muscles, which were stronger and tighter than some girls, made Jiang Buwei envious. Apparently, the few people on the narrow path side felt the same way. When they saw Bai Jiao, their mouths that wanted to curse couldn't help but close before they reacted to their own behavior of admitting their weakness, and their faces grew angry with shame. What are you doing? Don't get in the way here. Hurry up and get lost. The man who was as skinny as a monkey conjured a lock of flame out of thin air with one hand and threw it towards the two of them in a threatening manner. Bai Jiao didn't even raise his eyes, reaching out and easily catching it in his hand, casually pressing it out. The man who was still shouting at the other end froze. Jiang Buwei's eyes were on the transparent box at the feet of one of them. The box was not big, probably only able to accommodate 2 heads. But at this time, it was crowded with scarlet-colored butterflies, so densely packed that some of the bodies were separated. He could feel the desperate suffocation of the butterfly swarm inside through the box, and the scarlet-colored butterfly at his fingertips seemed to feel the same, trembling all over. Associating those words of theirs earlier, Jiang Buwei couldn't help but look grave, thinking of a speculation that was closest to the truth. Old Bai, I want that chest. Bai Jiao also understood the connection between the back and forth and Jiang Buwei's meaning, and as soon as his words fell, his figure moved. At the same time, a bright green vine surged out of Jiang Buwei's sleeve and headed straight for that transparent box, swiping the person next to him in the process. It was less than 2 seconds later. The sound of several bodies gently falling to the ground came one after another around them. Even the spray of blood on the ground was restrained. Bai Jiao also returned to Jiang Buwei's side with a wet towel to wipe his hands. The captive woman had already softened her legs in fear and collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. Open up. The vines climbed up her neck threateningly as well. The woman was shivering in fear. She was just a person who had found a few people just now to be her backer on the basis of her special psychic ability and her good looks. Now the backing is gone. How dare she? Why should she go against these two men in front of her, who are not to be messed with at first glance? Trembling hand hastily retrieved the box. Retrieve the box a moment. Those scarlet butterflies scurry out, surging into a variety of twisted appearance. Seems to be in pain, struggling to roll. The woman looked at the scene in front of her with fear, and subconsciously tried to summon her own supernatural ability again, only to be wrapped up in a huge ball of scarlet-colored smoke in the next second. And her screams rose abruptly. Jiang Bui and White Jiao just watched silently, with no intention of intervening in its attempt to take revenge. Only when the woman was completely reduced to just a skeleton did the huge mass of butterflies leave, gradually transforming into a humanoid shape in the open space to the side. Gradually, it even turned into the appearance of an adult man, although it was not as fierce and strong as the White Jiao. But it was definitely not skinny either. The supernatural ability just now seemed to be no less impressive. How could he be bullied into this appearance? Chapter 45. Flowery green enchanting eyes. Thanks to you guys for saving my life just now. The man's silence was short. If I can come back alive, this life of mine will be given to you guys. After saying that, he bowed solemnly towards Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao. And then his entire body turned into a stream of scarlet butterflies and disappeared into the narrow path. Jiang Bui fiddled with the tomato vines that were begging for praise, and said somewhat tediously to Bai Jiao, "Go back. Been out long enough." Jin Wang was leaning against the car window to look at the moon, a rare occasion when he wasn't smoking. Suddenly there was a knock on the car window, and he glanced at the visitor and ignored it. Out of cigarettes? Jin Wang glared at Dai without a good look and opened the door to get out of the car. Heard something's going on today? Net nonsense. What day isn't there a situation? He still pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. Dai smiled. Not selling out this time. Today's spontaneous fending off zombies. There is an alien is very interesting. I can go to the front line to kill zombies. Plant department. Plant faculty? Jin Wang inexplicably associated it with today's news from the Shan City base, which was also a plant system. Yes, a person who drives vines. I heard that he and his power department companion directly intercepted 1/5 of the zombies in the entire road section. The plant department of the combat department is indeed rare. The rest of the words Jin Wang hadn't paid attention to. His mind was only left with the word vine. The man in the message from the Shan City base also seemed to be a combat plant-based alien who drove vines. Could the two be one and the same? Could he be related to that alien organization? Jiang Bui sensed something wrong as soon as they approached the temporary stationing place, and the people passing by were obviously more panicked and uneasy than before. The two of them split up, one going to the lorry to ascertain the safety of the family, and the other going to see why there was so much bustle at that end. Jiang Bui glanced at Bai Jiao, who had volunteered to go outside, and saw that Bai Jiao was a little weak. Before he turned around and headed for the car, his heart was helpless. He wouldn't still think that he didn't know about all the good things he had done. Right? That person who knocked a dark stick behind his back he didn't forget, just thinking about settling the score afterwards. But the black boy who followed him ended up with no success, because the targets had all gone cold. As for that unknown good person, he imagined the picture of Bai Jiao doing it with a cold face, and somewhat didn't want to admit that he actually felt a little carried away. Jiang Bui hurriedly cleared his head and jumped into the lorry. He probably hadn't seen a newcomer for too long and his brain was broken. Lin Yi inside the car was obviously bored to the point where her entire body was about to grow mushrooms, and Da Xiong originally closed his eyes to rest his head, but she reached out and rattled the entire crocodile from time to time. Seeing Jiang Bui come up, the child's whole body is all stretched up, upside down, and ran towards him. Jiang Bui looked at her body dressed in flowers and greens, all kinds of headache, and then look at the small flower cat like a small face, and a burst of heart palpitations. To say what is the most difficult thing to raise a little girl, that is, in addition to basic food and learning knowledge, but also to give her clean and beautiful. These aspects of their two big men really can't interfere at all. All he can do is to stop Bai Jiao every time he puts her in some flowery colors that he can't understand at all. But there were always times when he couldn't stop it. Like now. Jiang Bui took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. But he really couldn't recall exactly when Bai Jiao had taken advantage of his absence to change her into these clothes again. He then took out a few buckets of hot water that he had prepared in advance from his space, and pulled out a large wooden basin, and hung up a small sealed bathroom with a black tarpaulin directly in one of the corners of the carriage. when he took out a set of beige Snoopy pajamas and put them on a small bench on the side. Jiang Buwei still couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to ask, "When did Uncle Bai find you these clothes? Where did you find it?" He remembered that he had hidden it very deeply when he first seized the stolen goods. Who knows that the child shook his head and retorted with an unhappy face, "It's not Uncle Bai who found it for me. It's me who found it myself." "How could Uncle Bai find it?" "It's in the wooden box under the passenger side." Jiang Buwei. Deep breath. Deep breath. He hurriedly shoved the shower gel and shampoo to the child, hurriedly got out of the car to avoid suspicion, and stood in front of the car door to let her off the hook. He was afraid that he would not be able to control the blood-bathing magic vine if he stayed 1 second later. Jiang Buwei looked coldly at the crowd that was still gathering not far away, thinking that he couldn't let Bai Jiao bring a child anymore, and it was all brought to the ditch. This aesthetic. Why doesn't he wear it himself? Over there is still hidden in the crowd watching the white Jiao behind the neck inexplicably cold. He keenly scanned once around, did not find danger before turning back in doubt. Continued to watch the fun. He is almost 2 meters tall and the pile of people have a kind of crane effect. Do not have to stretch his neck to see the scene inside clearly. First of all, a dozen or so armed and uniformed men were controlling the situation, forming a circle from afar. In the middle of the circle was a bloody corpse, only vaguely able to tell that it was male, although the surrounding people surrounded, but stood very scattered. The demeanor has taboo. There is panic and anxiety. There is also the indifference of the matter. After Bai Jia took a look at them and did not find anything fishy, he quietly left. And in the cornfield that had been deserted not far away, several people searched around with a tense and scared look, attempting to find the missed corn here. One of them, an old woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s, stumbled and fell to the ground as if she had tripped over something. Cursing, the old woman braced her hand to get up and threw her foot at the ghostly thing that tripped her. Who knew that upon closer inspection, it was a blood-stained, half-broken stick. She was dumbfounded, looked around, did not dare to say anything more, rushed to leave this bad luck place. White Jiao went back to see Jiang Bui's face from afar, no to suffer. Heart secretly bad. But he racked his brains for a long time. Did not think of what he did wrong. Until the next morning, that cruel man changed him into Lin Yi's same flowery 3-piece suit. Bai Jiao, Jiang Buwei, while holding the steering wheel, looked with amusement at Bai Jiao dressed in flowers and greens, hiding in the car like a little daughter-in-law, and did not get out of the car for a day, except to solve the necessary life activities. But then he looked at the side of the child playing without the slightest psychological burden. He was silent again. How can I break back the aesthetics of a juvenile little monster? Wait online. Urgent. Countless blood lessons and experiences have shown that zombie senses are sharper at night, and their eyes, which are almost useless during the day, are as if their vision has been restored at once at night. Combined with the already sharp sense of hearing, the night rush is no different from the delivery of food. So today, even if there is still some time before the sky completely darkens, the team does not dare to be brave, and can only camp and rest in places where there are buildings. Tonight, after Jiang Buwei and his team finished their dinner early, they welcomed 2 unexpected guests. Chapter 46, Transforming Butterflies. The people were still discovered first by Lin Yi. Children are already energetic. There is no place to play boredom, while the 2 adults are catching up on their sleep. She quietly lifted the curtains to look at the scenery outside the window. At a glance, she saw 2 people standing under the car. A strong man, a half-old woman. Both faced some fatigue and sadness. They looked hesitant and wanted to go forward, but were hesitant to knock on the door. When Lin Yi saw them, the 2 men also saw the little girl hiding behind the car window and looking at them. Chen Fong saw the dressed in flowers and greenery at a glance to celebrate the delightful little girl, paused for a moment, or clutched his son's sleeve and said, "Son, or we should go back. This is not a relative, non-relationship. Why do people help us all?" These words, however, strengthened Chui Chanting's heart to join those 2. He turned back to his mother and said, "Mom, I can escape from Zhao Lao Er and Li Rong. All because of them." Chen Fong froze for a moment, loosened her hand that was tightly clutching her sleeve, and after a moment of silence, she firmly said, "Go knock on the door. They saved your life. We can't not know how to repay them. If people do not need us, we have hands and feet, cannot rely on others. We have to return someone's life at the critical moment. After such a delay, before the hand knocking on the door touched it, the car door opened from inside. Open the door is that day that tall and fierce man. He seems to be disturbed sleep at this time. The eyebrow impatiently raised. Already single eyes this time actually have hidden vertical tendency. Chui Chant blinked again and found that there was no verticalization. Just now it seemed to be his own illusion. By his look, Chui Chant originally wanted to say the words out of his mouth froze, and did not dare to pop out again. He stared at the death gaze for a few seconds before speaking out. Do you still remember me? Last night in the cottage alley you and your companion saved me. This came back to bother you. Is to come back to you to thank you solemnly. In the future, as long as there is a need for me, you can call on me. My supernormal ability is special, and sometimes still very useful. That is, this life you can take it. Just my mother. The rest of the words, Chui Chant couldn't say any more. He felt that he was even conditioned to give up his life to repay the favor. His words were not exaggerated at all. Chui Chant and his mother had originally followed the still alive folks in the village to follow the army to find a way out. But halfway through, he had awakened a useless ground psychic ability, and the psychic teams in several nearby villages had recruited him. At that time, he was still naive, thinking that he could bring his mother to have enough to eat. So he followed them without even thinking about it. It would be great if his powers were useful. But unfortunately, his powers were Versailles when he said they were useless. But he couldn't even kill a zombie when he said they were useful. To be precise, he didn't dare to kill one. Chui Chant's ability to transform butterflies, to put it bluntly, is biased towards the body mutation category. Being able to eat everything sounded awesome. Almost like a strong and incomparable ability. But only if he could swallow it. Chui Chant never wanted to recall how he felt the first time he cannibalized a zombie. That taste of rotting flesh from 1,000 mouths at the same time. He swore he never wanted to do it again. So this way he had empty powers, but didn't dare to use them. There was no need to say how obtrusive it was to those who felt they had been fooled. The mother and son duo kept their heads down and did their work. Yet they were still seized by those who wanted to take advantage of the openings as a boring errand. He was trapped by the woman's powers that day. But if he had been a second later, his mother would have been used by those people as bait, and a meat shield to escape and move when the zombies attacked. It wasn't too much to say that the two had saved both their mother and son's lives yesterday. Say thank you for last night, you've already said it. There's no need to repay the favor. After Bai Jiao said this, he tried to close the door, pressing the child whose head was poking out inside in the process. Chui Chant saw that the car door was about to close. The eagerness in his heart couldn't help but show up on his face. Chen Fong patted his son's shoulder and shook his head, signaling him not to feel bad. Life must have its own time. Life is not the time, do not force. Son, since people don't have this intention, let's not rely on it. Chui recitation only then sighed and died. Defecting to them, he also has his own selfishness. Otherwise, in the back of the silent help dedication is also okay. He went back to save his mother last night. The anger in his heart will directly wash those people in blood. His stomach is still regurgitating. He always has a worry in his heart. If one day, he really cannot hold out. What about the mother? So Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao's act of saving him that day not only saved his life, but also lit up a trace of warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, nowadays it doesn't seem to work. Jiang Bui drove for a day. His head was a bit vaguely swollen and painful. This sleep was very heavy and peaceful. His eyes were still a bit open after being noised by the voices outside. His face is hazy with sleep. Just woke up, his body is still a little weak. In the futile struggle between the bedding for a while. And then had buried himself in the quilt. Okay, he admitted. He was sealed in a wooden plank bed by a quilt. Such was the sight that the white scullion saw when he returned from closing the door. He stood at the junction of the front and rear compartments and didn't move for a long time. Just quietly watching Jiang Bui's rare childishness. A certain place in his heart suddenly softened, as if it had turned into a pool of tender water. Crouching down in front of the makeshift plank bed, he looked closely at the youth's ears under his lightly trembling hair. Unlike his cold appearance, his ears grew somewhat juvenile, with shiny and warm flesh and bones, and some light-colored fine little fluffy hairs. A very cute feeling. Bai Jiao felt some heartache and powerlessness in his heart. Jiang Bui had to drive by himself for a long time every day, and he couldn't help with anything. The brain suddenly flashed over the mother and son who had just walked by. And that man should be able to drive. Right? He watched for a while longer before getting up and walking to the driver's seat to review what he had observed today. It was only after he left that the person on the bed rolled over and laid down to sleep again. White Jiao had just stared at the front of his head for so long. How could he not have noticed it? He just didn't bother to open his eyes, since the sight was not malicious. It should have been a different person to keep watch at night. Bai Jiao didn't call him. Jiang Buwei directly slept until dawn, in order to express his guilt for oversleeping and not waking up. Jiang Buwei specially took out a fan of roasted suckling pig from his bottom of the box. The journey was still long. He was originally worried about the conditions of cooking all the time and planned to wait until the second half of the journey. But now, he took it out also to appease this large and small group. Bai Jiao squinted his eyes, carefully measuring the distance between the pork, and the table knife in his hand kept gesturing. Lin Yi was also infected by his solemn appearance and gestured with his own small dinner knife in a similar manner. Jiang Buwei glanced back and laughed with joy. Bai Jiao's face got a little hot from the laughter, and he snapped, putting down his dinner knife and giving Lin Yi a serious look. "It's not even time for dinner yet. What are you doing here? Have you finished the tasks you set out today?" Lin Yi was dumbfounded by his betrayal, and had to carry his small knife back to the rear compartment, flipping through today's assignments and scratching them. Seeing Bai Jiao turn round to the co-pilot and sit down as if nothing had happened, Jiang Buwei had the intention to scare, and opened his mouth with a smile. "Are you done with today's assignment?" The man on the co-pilot's tiger body shook and slowly shook his head, then very consciously picked up a pen and paper tucked aside in the compartment box and practiced his pinyin. The family status was clear at a glance. Jiang Buwei drove his car to crash through the scattered zombies blocking the front of the car, while driving the dark vines to poke out the car window to hunt and collect the crystal cores on their own. He was still thinking about the mother and son that Bai Jiao had just told him about when he inclined his head and was able to see in the rearview mirror an unfamiliar model of car crashing not far behind their car from this morning. He remembered very clearly that there was no such van around before, something he was still very confident about, ever since he'd shown his hand that time. The spaces around them had become so tightly packed that every one that moved would start a minor argument, which meant that this van had appeared behind them this morning, unnoticed. It was a bit interesting. Jiang Buwei glanced at the rearview mirror, nothing undulating as he hooked his lips in a smile. When Jiang Weiwei was driving with multiple purposes, Bai Jiao on the side wasn't idle either. He first memorized pinyin for a while, and also carefully traced a dozen or so vocabulary words, completing his homework for the day before closing his eyes and letting his divine sense fly around him. Before some zombie hordes came to surround the caravan, he predicted a dozen kilometers ahead of time, and the two of them played a match, and the lorry drove out of the provincial highway in a direct diagonal thrust, drifting to the side of the wasteland. Fortunately, this road is not next to the high and low cliffs. The roadside guardrail is also in the end of the world on the first to be crashed to pieces, or a turn is to send food. Originally the surrounding people are still looking at them like a fool. The result is surrounded by zombies, and Jiang not for them to occupy a favorable position. Not only can kill zombies, but also will not endanger themselves. A few times down, the surrounding cars have learnt this trick. As soon as the lorry started to drift, they have followed and rushed out. Once the group dispersed, it was a way for the convoy to avoid being blocked by zombies. But it wasn't as good for the people without cars. Without the cover of the vehicle, their legs couldn't outrun the car, so there was no way to live except to fight with the zombies. Another flinging vine passed, directly interrupted the body of two zombies. The lucky survivors, hurriedly trembling, even rolled and crawled away. Jiang Buwei retrieved the vines. The tomato on his side had already rooted in the boundary between the provincial road and the wasteland, launching red fruits in all directions with open teeth and claws, and the roots underneath him dragged out a crystal core from the head of the smashed zombie. Jiang Buwei had just injected the vines in his hand with some more supernatural energy, and his body could not help but be a bit depleted, when he felt a cold, cool breeze coming from his ears. He didn't even turn his head back, and while the vines penetrated, a long knife also penetrated the zombie head. Jiang Buwei turned back this time, with some surprise on his face, asking the man behind him rhetorically, "Is that side cleaned up?" The strength of the two of them was more than enough to deal with a team of zombies, so when the army came to ask for reinforcements, they agreed very quickly. The two of them would split one out when the time came and kill the zombies with a platoon of soldiers drawing fire over there. The number is small. Bai Jiao only popped out a few words, and his ability to speak with his eyes open stunned the young man, who followed behind him to thank him. The number of zombies on their side was not at all small. After all, it was an artillery platoon that used heavy firepower to attract most of the zombies. More than a few times more than this side. Jiang Bui glanced at the weird and puzzled-looking little warriors behind him, holding a smile in his heart, oblivious to the fact that he had long been exposed cleanly by his temporary piggyback teammates behind him. Bai Jiao kicked one, quickly clearing this area with Jiang Bui, directly turning this place into a zombie vacuum. Chapter 47 Feast. Later on, Jiang Bui simply stopped doing anything and watched Bai Jiao's violent martial arts film with amusement from the sidelines. When his afterglow saw a familiar figure in the group of ordinary people and aberrants, who had organized their own resistance not far away, he squinted a little, and it took him some effort to remember that it was the man whose psychic ability was butterfly that he had encountered that day. Remembering that every night for the past few days, before dinner the front window of his car would be tapped a little, and a small bag of crystals would be hanging from the rear-view mirror. The quantity was not much, but it was rare enough for a person with specialized psychic abilities. And it was even something he could only get by cleaning up zombies for a day. Jiang Bui looked at the figure mixed in with the ordinary people, holding a wooden stick and attacking towards the zombies. His eyes turned deeper and slowly exhaled. Jiang Bui went back to the car first, and when Bai Jiao came back with a blood-stained pheasant that was the size of a sheep, he just happened to be handling the ribs. Without waiting for Jiang Bui to ask where the pheasant came from, Bai Jiao took the initiative to explain. Platoon commander's son was going to give me 3 bags of rice. I didn't ask for it, and when I came back, I happened to run into a few mutated pheasants. So I took a bit of effort to settle it all together. And I'll take one. Jiang Bui lowered his head and let out a hum. No comment. They didn't lack food or those 3 bags of rice. It was better to leave it for those who needed it more. Bringing a chicken back was nothing. 3 bags of rice could be eaten for a long time. A few chickens would not be for everyone. After all, Bai Jiao has contributed to the effort. It is not too much to reward the snake with a chicken. Bai Jiao saw Jiang Bui dealing with ribs. He was surprised for a moment. After all, Jiang Bui, in order to save trouble to reduce the trouble, they these days are eating space ready to do. Today so diligent, and not too much trouble. Is what good thing happened? Are there any happy events today? He pondered for a moment, but still couldn't hold back from asking. Does a new teammate count? Jiang Bui hooked up the corner of his mouth and returned, but his eyes stayed fixed on the work in his hands. Bai Jiao understood, understanding at once, knowing for whom this meal was prepared today. He didn't make another sound, asking Jiang Bui for a pot of boiling hot water in space, and carrying the chicken down to the car. So big a chicken is very conspicuous now, as the boiling water slowly soaks through the feathers. A white chopped chicken is freshly baked. Countless pairs of eyes around stared at the basin. Their sights were either hidden or eager or obvious or stupid, but they were all in the way of the man who was seriously plucking the feathers and did not dare to go forward. Wang Tong hesitated for a long time at the side, looking at the chicken in the basin and that strong and handsome man squatting. Her face was firm again. These days she followed this car and found that this team only had 2 men and a child. Yet they ate and drank every day. So there was no need to say that they were strong and tough. That child looked to be the child of one of them. Where would the 2 big men be able to take care of the child? Afraid that they couldn't even take care of themselves. But she and her parents were able to bring and those 2 men are very handsome. Before the end of the world, those campus male gods, and they simply cannot be compared. She'd give her life to either of them. But she preferred this one, who was stronger, taller and more muscular. She got up and tried to straighten her back to walk over there. Her parents, who were beside her with tired faces, as if they had aged a dozen years at once, became uneasy and frightened, and tried to pull her back in confusion. Wang Tong waved her hand, yanked her parents' hand down, and walked more firmly towards that side. While walking, she also quietly straightened up her somewhat dirty clothes. There was an intake of breath around her. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the people in this car were very strong. And this girl, in her current state, was afraid that she was going to betray herself. Her parents also saw their daughter's intentions, and felt ashamed and angry. But whether there was any hope in their hearts or not was unknown. At least they didn't even move a little. Bai Jiao didn't pay any attention to the strangeness around him, but didn't bother until he felt someone standing in front of him and frowned as he looked up. He saw a girl blushing like a monkey's arse, squirming as she stood in front of him. wanting to speak. Bai Jiao was puzzled. And when he saw her delay in opening her mouth, his heart was impatient. And his face took on some fierceness. Do you have something to do? If you don't have anything to do, walk away. The action of pulling the fur in his hand stopped. Bai Jiao said, as he slowed down his movements and raised his guard. She will not covet his prey. In fact, it was about as good a guess as any. Wang Tong not only coveted his chickens, but also coveted him as the person who could bring her chickens. What do you think of me? These words managed to make Bai Jiao freeze on the spot. And for the first time, he felt that he was somewhat unable to understand human language. For short, couldn't understand human language. His brows gradually wrinkled. His impatience barely suppressed. Wang Tong obviously sensed this, and she endeavored to display her clean-cut appearance to the fullest, throwing a wink while explaining. I said, how do I look? Am I good enough to give you that something? I can cook. Will also take care of the little girl. You two big men certainly cannot take care of. I eat a person especially little. Really. Encounter zombies will not give you mess. Just want to follow you. As for the existence of her parents, they kept their mouths shut, thinking that they would wait for Bai Jiao to take her in, and then discuss it in the long run. Bai Jiao now understood where she was coming from, and his face darkened for a moment. There's no need. I don't need it. Go back. Seeing as this was still a misguided young girl, he didn't say the words too harshly, but the rejection was already obvious. Bai Jiao was so stirred up by her. His mind of pulling out his hair was gone, and with one hand on the basin, he splashed out the water and poured it out, turning his head to go back. Wang Tong was rejected by him this time. Face from shy red to embarrassed red. Now see him actually want to go. See the duck in hand to fly. Heart anxious. Hastily reached out to try to stop him. How do you this person so, don't know good or bad? I take the initiative to find you. Bai Jiao with one hand on the basin, sideways flashed her to come to grab to his arm hand. Face completely cooled down. The long dagger affixed to the inside of his right direct arm was pressed against Wang Tong's neck, and the girl stiffened directly. Her body stiffened even more when a poof sound filled with mockery suddenly resounded around her. I don't like to say it again. This is the last warning. He used some force on his hand. Wang Tong felt like her neck was about to be cut by this icy coldness, and blood flowed down her neck. There will be a next time. Bai Jiao didn't say the rest of the words. Wang Tong understood and nodded frantically, promising that she would never dare to harass him again. Bai Jiao retrieved the dagger and somewhat disgustedly shook the beads of blood aside with force twice before carrying the basin to the car, leaving Wang Tong in the gloating and mocking eyes of the people around her. Her face gradually turned pale and red again, hanging her head so that she couldn't see her complexion. In the end, her parents could not stand it and pulled her away. As soon as Bai Jiao got into the car, he saw Jiang Bui's mouth forcefully tensed. His eyebrows curved up in an arc, and it looked like he was stifling a laugh. With a footstep, he found the culprit in the corner. Lin Yi was covering her mouth with her mouth, her two becks lifting around like a thief. And when she saw Bai Jiao looking at her, she hastily curtailed her hefty, sinister smile. He went over and picked up the back collar of the informer with one hand, raising an eyebrow. Is there less training, and you're all free to come watch the hilarious live broadcast? The tasks they set for her certainly had more than just written cultural knowledge, but also physical fitness training. Children growing up in the post-apocalyptic world naturally can't be taught like in peaceful times. They can't even run away when they meet a zombie. Right? What did you see? Lin Yi's eyes blinked. Auntie said she wanted to follow you. Her upbringing and experience at the beginning of the end of the world had made her much more mature and awake than children of her age. And she also understood a lot too much too soon. No. The man narrowed his narrowed eyes. It wasn't that he was worried about the child seeing his fierce side. It wasn't like he was a flower living in a hothouse. He was afraid that others would see it and misunderstand it. As for what to misunderstand, Bai Jiao's own heart was a muddle of confusion. Or perhaps pretending to be confused. Little Jiang won't let me see it anymore. The child obediently replied. Hearing this address, Bai Jiao raised an eyebrow and slowly spat out two words softly between his lips. Little Jiang? It was as if he had fondly warmed it between his lips before he gently spat it out. Lin Yi was caught by Bai Jiao in a momentary slip of the tongue. With a face of vain panic, shh. Don't tell Little Jiang. Little Jiang doesn't let me call him that. But he's just very small. And he still won't admit it. Said in the end. The small mouth simply pouted. Bai Jiao gave a start, thinking about Jiang Bui's quiet and soft look when he usually hangs his head down. It looked so good that it is indeed a very young look. Looked at Lin Yi. Surprisingly did not say anything else and left. Lin Yi originally had a face of fearlessness. Righteousness to die lookout. But the result was Bai Jiao high pickup. Gently put down. She escaped like this? When Bai Jiao walked out, Jiang Bui had already stewed the ribs and was peeling potatoes. He came out and went over to pick up the potatoes and the scraper, squatting down to scrape at the small bin. Jiang Bui surveyed his complexion. Nothing unusual. Thinking of the scene that Lin Yi had just said to him. On the one hand, he felt that it was impossible. But on the other hand, his mood was somewhat inexplicably poor and subtle. The movements of their hands were unceasing. And very tacitly both chose to remain silent at this moment. Lin Yi was writing today's vocabulary words. Embarrassed by this awkward atmosphere to sit still. The back root of the pen was almost gnawed by her. It wasn't until the door was knocked on again that the silence in the carriage was broken. Chui Chan, as in the past few days, hung the crystals on the rearview mirror, knocked on the door, and then avoided the two men staring at the side to warn those who were gawking. Only unlike in the past, the door of the car that had been tightly closed opened. Seeing the person inside about to come out, Chui Chan's mind went blank for a split second and he turned to hide. Please stay. Jiang Bui knew it was coming as soon as he heard the knock on the door and came out without even having time to put down the kitchen knife in his hand. As a result, he didn't expect that the man's first reaction upon seeing the door open would be to run away. Chui Chan heard the sound, looked around in despair, and found that after the friction just now, the surroundings were cleared as if he was the only one there now. Then this sentence could only be addressed to him. Chui Chan turned back with some hesitation and found Jiang Bui still holding the kitchen knife in his hand. His face turned even whiter. Seeing that he had been staring at the kitchen knife in his hand, Jiang Bui reacted by hiding the kitchen knife back and trying to make a friendly-looking smile at Chui Chan. Finished. Here is no silver 302. More like a murder of goods. Chapter 48 plunges. Jiang Bui felt that he couldn't explain it. Rather bitterly looking at the stiff-faced Chui Chan. His afterglow lit up. Without looking back, he shoved the knife in his hand directly to Lin Yi, who hadn't heard a sound for a long time, and came out to take a look. The child had come out to see what all the fuss was about, and was still a little confused when he suddenly had an extra kitchen knife in his hand. Send the knife back. Watching the child bumblingly holding the knife on the car, Chui Chan face to face with the unattainable savior. The nervousness is only slightly relieved. Jiang Bui did not yet know that the man in front of him, who was even stronger than him, had already completely demonized him in his heart, and only felt that the other party seemed to be a little nervous. He smiled, trying to ease the somewhat stiff atmosphere and get to the point. Do I look so scary that I run away as soon as we meet? Chui Chan scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. He couldn't say, you guys are too strong and too high and cold. He was afraid that he would be disliked by them for getting in the way or relying on them. Do you and Auntie have any plans next? Where to land? Chui Chan was surprised that he actually knew and remembered Chui's mother. However, he really didn't have any plans for the next path. The two of them, mother and son, were dependent on each other. Their home was surrounded by zombies, and they couldn't go back. The left and right two people didn't have any relatives to go to, so they just planned to follow the troops and take whatever steps they could. Now, Jiang Bui asked him this question. Chui Chan's eyes lit up, but immediately thought of reality, and his eyes darkened again. He is an alien who cannot use his powers. If he relies on the knife and stick to fight the zombies alone, which is his turn to come. Along the way, there were people who looked at his strong body and wanted to recruit him to form a team. But when they saw the condition that he had to bring his mother with him, they all retreated. Chui Chan smiled bitterly. Although this cannot see hope. Living a bit bitter. But as long as their mother and son depend on each other, where is not home? For the time being? Not yet. First follow the troops. Take a step and see what happens. Then you are willing to travel with us? The direct words made Chui Chan's eyes widen violently, unable to believe what he was hearing. But immediately after, he came back to his senses and cautiously stretched out his tentative little foot. Then brother. Then can I bring my mother along? After saying that, he was already waiting for Jiang Bui's refusal, because he had experienced the same thing many times. If Jiang Bui refused in the end, no matter how powerful and unapproachable they were, and how rare the opportunity was. He wouldn't join the team. Jiang Bui saw that he had been holding it for so long as if he was constipated, and thought that he had some big unspeakable secret. But he waited for such a sentence. He was somewhat speechless and amused as he returned a sentence or else. But his attitude became a lot closer and softer than just now. After receiving the other party's hodgepodge of gratitude, surprise, excitement, and respect, Jiang Weiwei sent him back to fetch his aunt together. After all, they would all be on the same team from now on. He and Bai Jiao, 2 big men and a child, plus their mother and son, 2 people, is a total of 4 adults and a child. Jiang Bui had made enough food for 8 people this time to ensure that they would be fed, in addition to a whole pot of braised pork ribs. Meat dishes include stewed chicken, sweet and sour fish, and dried squid shreds. The vegetarian dishes were fried mushrooms, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a scrambled egg with tomatoes. The portion of each dish is very solid. 3 aliens' meal is not covered. There were too many dishes for Jiang Bui to be busy by himself. And in the end, Lin Yi put down his homework to help. He didn't touch the mutant chicken that Bai Jiao had caught himself, intending to leave it all to him, and took out 2 chickens from the space, stuffed them with potatoes and all kinds of vegetables and spices, and stewed them in one pot. When Cui Chanting and Chen Fang arrived, the aroma of the stewed chicken went straight to their noses. Mother and son looked at each other, are a little afraid to enter. Chen Fang's eyes were even red. When her son came to her, she couldn't believe that there were still good people who could help them so much in the last days. Chen Fang looks very strong on the outside, but in her heart, why not blame yourself? Blame yourself for the son as a burden. Let him live so difficult. Will she disappear will be better. But whenever she was so bewildered, she would come to her senses again when she saw Cui Chanting. How can she think like that? If she kills herself because she doesn't want to be a burden, what will her son think? Mother and son have been together for so many years. She knows her son well enough. He will be trapped in self-blame and pain, and may even go astray. Still, Jiang Bui sent Lin Yi out to call the 2 people before they got on the car. 5 people plus so many dishes. The car inside the original reserved dining table place is a bit insufficient. He picked up the night sleeping planks, set up on top of the 2 benches. Temporary table is ready. The front seat of the lorry in addition to a row of driver's seat, and the co-driver does not have any spare space. Or Jiang Bui then modified when the front and rear compartments of the van train are open, leaving a curtain hanging to separate. The back of the carriage is very spacious. Just small flowers, and Big Xiong's volume accounted for a large part of the 2 of them left the position can just put down the size of 3 single beds. Their daily sleeping and resting is to put down the wooden boards now, laying thick bedding, because the wooden boards and bedding are usually not used when they are put away into the space. So there is no not ventilated will be humid and have a moldy smell of the pain. Jiang Bui took advantage of Lin Yi ran out to call for people Hong Kong Fu. Early feeding once again Maharaja. Look at the animals still sleeping soundly inside. And then thought. From the space out of the previous villa floor curtains, around the inside of the side of the animals surrounded it tightly. He looked at the effect with satisfaction. It was completely invisible. It wasn't that he was trying to hide his relationship with the mutated animals by doing this. It was just that the first time they met, and the older ones, he was afraid that they would take a breath and go over, or not be able to eat. It was better to make a prelude before revealing it, so that people could be mentally prepared. At this point, Lin Yi bounced back from a successful mission, followed by 2 heads emerging in turn from the passenger door behind him. Both of them were new to the country, and in the face of the novelty of the interior of the modified carriages, they both showed more or less amazement and exclamations. Cui Chanting helped his mother somewhat clumsily across the seat back to put flat-lying passenger seat, lifted the curtain into another world. A torch hung upside down on several corners of the carriage wall, illuminating the carriage not only not dim, but bright and warm. The back half of the carriage was surrounded by a curtain of dark gray cloth. They guessed that it should be a place for storing supplies. They didn't think too much about it, and didn't dare to look over there. Jiang Bui took out 5 scavenged small matzahs from space, arranged them in order around the plank bed, and took out a few bottles of coconut juice and a few cans of beer. Bai Jiao was still busy working on the makeshift stove on the side, occasionally pinching a cleaning trick as the fumes drifted up. This was the reason they were cooking in an enclosed space, but not worrying about the fumes. When the door of the car was slapped shut and another cleaning trick was cast, The air inside the car would be completely clean and fresh. Chui Chant and Chen Fong, however, looked dumbfounded. What kind of heaven-defying home powers was this? Especially after seeing Jiang Bui change a few small ponchos and a few bottles of drinks in his hands out of thin air. His eyes were stunned. I thought no wonder. But he trusted them so much. This only meant less than 3 times dare so assured to show them. Later on, when he thought about people's ability, he wasn't surprised anymore. When the two sat down, there was still some excitement and novelty on their faces that couldn't be calmed. When a dish was served, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Chui Chant looked at the dish of braised pork ribs in front of him. His eyes wouldn't even move. And after he managed to pull his eyes out, they fell into the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that were right next to him. God knows how long it had been since he had eaten scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The last time he ate steaming hot fried vegetables and rice was the days before the end of the world. His mom had made a table full of food waiting for him to come back because it was his birthday. As soon as he thought of this, he looked at the dishes on the table and his mood became a little low, trying not to show it and affect everyone's appetite and mood. Jiang Bui saw that both Chui Chant and Chui Mother looked a little baffled, and understandingly changed the subject. Greeting and eating first. Chen Fong back to God, looking at this table full of dishes. To Jiang Bui, they are a little embarrassed to smile and said, "So many dishes. We are really a little embarrassed nothing to do a come to eat. Hard work you guys." Xiao Jiang. Bai Jiao. Jiang Bui just gave her an introduction. Just call him Xiao Jiang. Don't call Mr. Jiang. It sounds weird. As for Bai Jiao, Chen Fong felt that no matter how much she prepared herself mentally, she couldn't stand up to such a strong aura and call him Xiao Bai. Aunt Chen, you won't need to be polite with us from now on. As he said this, he added a cup of coconut juice to her. None of the things that Chui Chant and Chen Fong were starting to worry about happened, as they found that Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao were not too high-strung and difficult to get along with. And there was also Lin Yi, who was such a small atmosphere group. The meal was a good one. On their way back, they basically also understood the reason why Jiang Bui needed them. Only one of them knows how to drive, so they need someone to switch over and share the pressure for Jiang Bui. The second was that Lin Yi was gradually growing up, and the two of them, mother and single men, really didn't know what to do, and she needed the guidance and companionship of an older woman on her way up. It just so happened that this was the time when their mother and son came into view. Not for lack of a better choice, but the most suitable. Ability comes second to character, and it's the ability to become trusted teammates that counts. Knowing Jiang not for why they chose them, Chui Chanting and Chui Mother not only did not angry, but feel more good. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and they've earned it. They'll be served with good food and drink, and they'll be teammates, not slaves of the ordinary people that the aliens have taken in. Most importantly, they would keep themselves safe, because there was no more room in the car. Plus there were still animals. Jiang Bui had no intention of letting them sleep here today. After discussing about coming over during the day, they went back into their van. In the future, during the daytime, the van will be put into the space by Jiang Bui. Now his space is several thousand square feet. A small car really does not take up much space. This way, in the future, he would come to the van to move around during the day, and at night, he would either spend the night in a passing residence or sleep in the van. Jiang Bui sent off 2 people, watched them safely back to their own car. Will be driven into the car immediately next to their side, before rest assured to leave the dark vines and tomato vines were coiled on the roof of the 2 vehicles to keep watch. This time, the original to the new do not know which person's car suddenly inserted their safety zone, and the heart of the dissatisfaction of the people also lay down. Do not dare to find trouble. The main man came out to support and protect them, so they didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Bui came back when Bai Jiao happened to be cleaning up the table, while Lin Yi was struggling to collect the small bench. He took the bench and put it away in space, waiting for Bai Jiao to clean up the boards before taking out the mattress and laying it on. There were many bed quilts in the space, in addition to the large number of cotton quilts he had pocketed in the first few days of gathering supplies. There were also finished supermarket quilts collected from those places he passed on the way. By all rights it should still be hanging on to the tail end of summer, but with the wind blowing, there was already a slight chill in the air that was unique to autumn, and Lin Yi had already switched to warmer, thicker quilts. This year's days seemed to be getting cold too early and too fast for it to be right. and the temperatures were pushing into early winter. He thought that Cui Chanting and Anshin should also need it. Tonight the atmosphere was too lively to forget about it, and he would give it to them when they met tomorrow. Jiang Bui looked up and saw Bai Jiao, who was a bit silent tonight, had been circling around the still hot stove, and didn't seem to move after cleaning up the dishes. Suddenly remembering something, he rummaged around in space and took out 4 large water-warming bags filled with hot water and handed them to Bai Jiao. And Lenny also shared one. The expressionless man looked at the warm water bag handed over and froze for a moment, looking at Jiang Bui several times before taking it. Sure enough, after holding it for a while his face looked much better, with a few hints of rosy anger. Hurry into the quilt. Still feel cold? If you still feel cold, lend Daxiong for a while. Jiang Bui turned around without forgetting to exhort. This is when the role of Daxiong, a necessary energy-saving air conditioner for home traveling, manifested itself. Chapter 49. If it wasn't for Bai Jiao's state reminding him, he was about to forget that underneath their strong force, there was a vulnerable side. Tearing open the dark gray curtains, he took out a dozen thick quilts from space that he had found along the way in unowned dwellings, and hung them one after another as felt blankets all over the walls of the wagon, attempting to wrap the heavy iron that was drenched in the cold outside and keep the animals warm. It took some effort to wrap up the whole carriage, and during the time, he even sent away Bai Jiao who wanted to help. It's not like he can't hang it by himself. Jiang Bui turned on the air conditioning and heating in the front seat of the car, put on a thin cotton jacket, and got out of the car. Originally in the car did not feel anything. Now a cold wind straight into the neck of the car, stimulating his bare skin with goosebumps. Took out a handful of crystals and gave them to the 2 vines outside. The cold weather will also affect the plants, but with enough crystals, the mutant plants to ensure the source of energy. The weather is cold or not cold will not make any difference. And even the essence of the spirit of the more full. Walked to the van next to the front. Knocked on the window. Whispered, "It's me, Jiang Bui." Hearing the sound, the people inside slowly pulled down the window. They picked up this van on the road. The car style is very old. The windows are still hand-cranked. However, there is an advantage. That is, you do not need to start. The car can also be manually switched on and off. This old engine consumes a lot of fuel, and usually they don't turn it on. Naturally, they can't afford to turn on the air conditioning. After the window was opened and the person outside exchanged a glance, immediately after the car door was also pulled open, Jiang Bui did not go up. Swept a glance at the 2 people each occupying the front and rear rows of seats. See inside, not even a bed. 2 people are freezing face are a little green. Did not say much. Threw several beds of quilts and 2 filled warm water bags inside and closed the door in a hurry. Just some hot air. Cannot let go. Cui Chanting stared at the heavenly quilts and warm water bags in his hand and froze. Or Cui Mother anxiously slapped him on the head and woke him up. He hurriedly pushed open the car door. Get out of the car to look for Jiang Bui, but did not even see a shadow of a person. After returning without success, Cui Mother also sighed. Smiled and relieved, forget it. Tomorrow. Let's talk about it. Self-esteem is also divided into situations. In the future are going to see each other often, but not so many scruples and polite. Jiang Bui from the van back ready to go back to the van just when the afterglow to the side swept a little. See, a lot of people are still wearing single clothes. No car is a shelter. Either cowering in a ball to keep warm, or jumping and moving their bodies to warm up. The face cannot help but be a little gloomy. Tomorrow, I am afraid that many people will be sick. If this continues, this year's winter will not be easy to live. Early the next morning, Jiang Bui was woken up by a gust of coldness. Before his eyes opened, he reached out from the blanket and touched his frozen face skin, and touched the coldness of his hand. He was startled by the coolness on it and opened his eyes, now completely awake. Lifting the covers, last night's warm water bag fell out. A coolness coming from outside froze him. Hurriedly put on his jumper and trousers. The warm water bag has already cooled down. Jiang Bui was shocked, and hurriedly looked at the situation of the 2 beds next to him. Lenny is okay. Small children fire. Only exposed outside, the quilt cheeks frozen red. He reached out to her feet between the bedding. The quilt is hot and baked. Jiang Bui was relieved to see that she was still sleeping peacefully, and then put 2 towels around her face, covering her tightly. Bai Jiao's situation was not so optimistic. He had never slept much. He used to wake up earlier than himself. But now his entire body was buried with his face and head. From his perspective, only a short layer of hard white stubble could be seen. Bai Jiao? Jiang Bui called out in a low voice. Expectedly, there was no answer. He reached into the crack of the comforter and touched it. It was cold. Jiang Bui's face paled as his hand shifted to the man's forehead. Unlike the coldness of the comforter, his forehead was hot. And Jiang Bui's hand could even feel the hot breath coming out of his nose. Scalded by the nose breath, Jiang Bui quickly retracted his hand. His brows furrowed. He reached out his hand again, this time groping under the man's duvet, during which he several times touched Bai Jiao's relaxed and somewhat limp muscles, which he expressionlessly avoided until he touched a cold and bulging warm water bag before getting up and withdrawing his hand. Repeating the steps from earlier, he took out another cold water bag. Refilling the warm water bag with hot water, he stuffed a few more into various parts of his quilt. And in the end, Jiang Bui simply reached into his quilt and touched it. Jiang Bui paused. This guy also wore 2 layers. He lifted the upper layer. In the clothes below, densely pasted baby warmer also gave him a turn. After the whole body was plastered, he was about to pile 2 more quilts on top, when the front window of the car was suddenly knocked. Jiang Bui then remembered that today Chui chanting mother and son are coming. It should be them. Just in time, Jiang Bui put the quilt hastily spread, while dark gray curtains tugged again. Put on the cotton clothes on the front to open the door. As soon as he lifted the curtain, he found something shocking. The car window has been covered by a layer of thin snow, and there is a tendency to continue to cover upwards. From the inside, you can see that the window is covered with different patterns of frost. It was snowing outside. At the turn of summer and autumn, it was snowing. The door opened, but outside the door stood not Chui chanting and Aunt Chen, but wearing a military uniform full of snow and wind. Looked tired and familiar man. Jiang Bui remembers that his name is Yi Rong. After Yi Rong met the inquiring eyes of the young man who came out to open the door in his cotton jacket, he smiled bitterly in his heart and was helpless. Immediately, he was going to cause suspicion. He was well aware of the consequences of him saying this, but couldn't help but say it. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I'll have to bother you again today. When Yi Rong said this, Jiang Bui vaguely felt that he should come with an uncomplicated intention. It was inconvenient to let him in inside. Jiang Bui said to him to wait a moment, went back to get the car keys, and got out of the car. Sure enough, the next sentence made Jiang Bui frown. You also saw that last night suddenly began to drop significantly in temperature. From 3 o'clock last night has been snowing until now. There is no trend to stop. Now the crowd with the car has almost no cold protection. From last night to now there have been more than a dozen people who froze to death outside. The military has been rescuing them, but the number of people is too many and too scattered. There are still frozen corpses that keep being found. He sensed Jiang Bui frowning tightly, but still continued stiffly. That's why the higher-ups came down with an order to split a squad to look for warming supplies close to the towns around the provincial highway. And the tentative decision was Qi City next door. Qi City was adjacent to the coal province of Shan Province, with well-developed cotton farming. And although the quantity was a drop in the bucket for a large base, it was plentiful for the army team that was relocating in batches, making it a good choice as a stop to collect warming supplies. So, Yi Rong had laid out so much in front of him, and finally got to the main topic of this conversation. But because this happened so suddenly, the army fighters are stretched thin, and can't be split up temporarily, so we'd like to specially invite you and Bai to join in on this operation. Of course, there are other supernumerary aliens participating in this operation, and the supplies obtained this time are yours, as much as you can take individually in addition to the amount the team collectively needs. I hope that you seriously can consider this, and then help me convey this matter to Mr. Bai. We want it too, Yi Rong said very earnestly. As someone who had fought zombies with these two, he knew very well how strong these two were. Of course, he very much wanted them to join. Unfortunately, Mr. Bai was having trouble protecting himself right now. Mr. Jiang listened to the coal and heating supplies heart is a move. But he cannot rest assured that now the ability to move are not necessarily have the white jiao, animals, and a child to stay here, or take to the danger. He could only refuse Yi Rong's invitation. I'm really sorry, Officer Yi. We probably won't participate in this operation. Letting you down? Although they had only met a few times, he could feel that the youth in front of him was the one who made the decisions in this not so big but strong team. And that power lineage alien listened to his opinions. So if Jiang Bui refused, there would be basically no room for maneuver. Yi Rong sighed with some disappointment. Still smiling, he said to Jiang Bui, "If you change your mind this morning, Mr. Jiang can still come to me. We won't leave until noon." Jiang Bui also apologized back. "I can't be of much help this time. Sorry. Officer Yi also stopped calling me Mr. Jiang. Just call me by my name. Jiang Bui." Yi Rong also laughed and spoke cheerfully. "Good. Elder brother Jiang. You also don't call me Officer Yi anymore. It sounds oddly uncomfortable." "Good. Big brother Yi. I'll call you that then." Both of them smiled and laughed. Both of them intentionally did not want the small episode just now to become a barrier in their relationship. Yi Rong had just excused himself when Cui Chant and Chen Fang came carrying a school bag. And upon meeting each other, they first thanked for last night's life-saving supplies, clearly aware of how serious the consequences of this morning's weather were. After the three came in, Jiang Bui went straight to the back. Lenny had already woken up. The little girl squinted her eyes, half lying in the quilt, the sleeves of her blouse still half set. Seeing Jiang Bui come in, she began to struggle to set up her sleeves again. "Wake up. Get dressed. Auntie Chen is here." Since last night respectively, she had been muttering about how Auntie Chen was doing. The little girl clearly had a great affection for this gentle and loving female elder. "Sure enough, as soon as I heard Auntie Chen is coming. Just now still sleepy and can't open his eyes." The child rubbed a high child up, anxiously put on his clothes. Jiang Bui laughed, gave way to Auntie Chen who had already walked to Lin Yi's front, didn't bother anymore, and walked to the front of Bai Jiao's bed. The man had not yet woken up. His brows still unconsciously knitted tightly in his sleep. His lips frozen white. The forehead is still hot. But it is better in the morning. Jiang Bui had wanted to go and hug the big bear, but he was unable to do so. And secondly, he noticed that Da Xiong was also a bit lackluster when he crawled over. So he guessed that he was about to enter hibernation as well. This was a blunder on his part, something he took for granted. Cui Chant, who had been standing on the sidelines watching, felt like the hairs on his entire body were going to stand up. His eyes staring straight at the huge crocodile in Jiang Bui's arms. That is, a crocodile right. He felt that his brain was a bit spinning, blinking his dry eyes. And then once he opened them again, he met Jiang Bui's calm eyes. He blanched and forced himself to walk over. Jiang Bui shallowly ticked the corners of his mouth, looking at his pale face. His heart suddenly wanted to scare people a little. "Like it? It's okay if you don't like it." Without waiting for Cui Chant to breathe a sigh of relief and recall what kind of mood he was in, he heard the youth follow up with a sentence. "There's always something you like here." "Wait a minute. This here?" Behind that piece of cloth, he slowly turned his head. Then Jiang Bui managed to see Cui Chant's face after hearing this. His entire body froze. His eyes creepily turning his head to look at this dark gray cloth in front of him. His eyes not daring to blink. It was as if he blinked, this piece of cloth would suddenly turn into a bloodthirsty and ferocious beast that would swallow him in one bite. This inside? Cui Chant shivered his fingers, pointing incredulously at the piece of cloth. Jiang Bui smiled gently at him, affirming his guess. Cui Chant. Cui Chant's face was wooden, not knowing what expression to make was good. Chen Fang was being amused by Lin Yi, a little girl, and when she glanced at her afterglow, her eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. From her angle, with Lin Yi and Jiang Bui's bed in the way, she couldn't see the crocodile lying on the ground. One could only see her son squatting there in a strange posture, still keeping a close eye on the supplies that were massed up to the others. Or Lin Yi points out the problem. Is Uncle Cui looking for Blackie? It's sleeping behind the curtains. Little Blackie? Chen Fang was puzzled. The car was such a big place. She hadn't seen anyone called Little Black. Little Black is Little Black. She had gone through Little Zhang's permission for this, and she could finally introduce all her little friends to Grandma Chen. The 7 or 8-year-old child's articulation was very clear, and in a moment's time, she introduced a dozen or so of her little friends. However, the child was also smart, only saying their nicknames and size, not mentioning how many of them there were, what species they were, whether they had supernormal abilities, and what their supernormal abilities were. But do not say. Cui Chanting and Chen Fang could also know that they are not simple. Listen to the voice must be more than a few. So many animals will certainly have mutant beasts. Otherwise no spiritually intelligent animals cannot stay in the carriages all day peacefully. There must be mutant beast suppression. And the mutant beasts would all have psychic abilities, which would be equivalent to a psychic. If the mutant beasts were heartfelt, it would simply be an existence that walked horizontally. Jiang Bui watched the whole time, sweeping the state of Bai Jiao from time to time, letting that villainous spirit Lin Yi fool around. He didn't just scare Cui Chant because of bad taste. He wanted to see if they could accept these little animals. That's why he let Lin Yi say it. Cui Chant, after a series of fright mood, instead calmed down. Looking at that crocodile heart actually also has no ups and downs. However, he looked at his mother with some concern. He was afraid that she would, Cui Chanting's entire body was numb. Looking at his mother, and Lin Yi joking, and discussing the scene, that those animals are not cute. He wondered if his mother hadn't understood the meaning of the words. But when the two of them next stroked the crocodile, that crawled over to him without a care in the world, he knew he couldn't fool himself anymore. He was the most unseasoned dirt dog of all time. Cui Chanting for the first time profoundly realized that he might really be like his mother said. Like his dad who died early, and did not inherit her good genes at all. In the past, his mother used to cook while rambling about her earlier years, as a flower of the countryside has a brilliant experience of how tough, if not his father, appeared. With him, she is now designated to dominate the countryside. At that time, although I could not bear to poke my mother's stiff upper lip, but in my heart, I did not listen seriously at all, and laughed and laughed. Later, she probably saw what was going on, and rarely mentioned it again. Instead, it was this accidental encounter that collided with his mother's vigor for the second time. He thought, it is nothing to live with a crocodile. It is not like sleeping under the same blanket. Jiang Bui was also surprised. I did not expect that the first one to accept it was actually Cui's mother, and could not help but feel that ginger is still old and spicy. Every generation has its own glorious era, just either temporarily or permanently buried in the river of time. No one is willing to listen. Naturally no longer mentioned. Heart, why not regret? Jiang Bui was in a daze. Suddenly felt that the person lying on the bed moved. Looked down. It was not an illusion. Bai Jiao had indeed woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Jiang Bui. He was supporting his head, reclining his body as if he was sitting on a small horse. His eyes were unfocused forwards, and the corners of his mouth were hung with a trace of a seeming smile, as if he was in a daze. His ears were full of Lin Yi's chattering and talking. Feeling something emanating heat from his body under the quilt, he didn't say anything, and just stared quietly at Jiang Bui's jaw for a while. It wasn't until the surface of his body felt overly hot that he had to move a few times in some discomfort. Only then did the distracted youth suddenly look at him as if he had been awakened. Awake? Eat something. Bai Jiao nodded his head and looked at the scene inside the car, instantly realizing what Jiang Bui was doing. The few people over there also noticed that the person who had been sleeping on the bed had woken up and had stopped their voices. Lin Yi's eyes also lit up when she saw Bai Jiao awake. Chen Fang saw Jiang Bui pulling things out of thin air again. And in her heart, she understood that this was probably a spatial ability or something like that. So she was busy handing him the backpack she had brought up. Little Jiang, this is some of the rations that the two of us saved before. There isn't much. Chen Fang was a little embarrassed. You guys have been the ones taking things out for the past 2 days. And I don't have anything here that can be used. This one backpack of stuff was what they had saved for over a week of frugality. It was also thanks to Chen Fang's fine living that she was able to survive the alien suppression during that time. How about this? I'll be in charge of cooking for you kids. And I can't help much else. After saying that, Chen Fang was worried that Jiang Bui would not want them to handle the imported food and precious materials, and was just about to open her mouth to say forget it. No need to make it difficult. When she heard the youth casually smile and responded with, "That's great. I was worried about being lazy and not wanting to cook every day. Luckily Auntie Chen is here, and I can still be secretly lazy." Lin Yi snatched the answer from the side. That's right. Last night's meal was unattainable. Xiao Jiang is usually too lazy to cook. Saying that, pretending to glance at Jiang Bui's face without thinking, her body subconsciously leaned towards Chen Fang. She now had Grandma Chen as her backer. Little Jiang would not say anything about her, because she called him Little Jiang. Jiang Bui's eyes rolled when she said the word Xiao Jiang. Seemingly smiling, but not smiling. Glanced at her face that looked like she had found a backer, but was actually a wimp. Too lazy to bother with her. Yes, Aunt Chen. And you see, this skin monkey will go up to the house when no one is in charge for a while. It's your task that's significant. The two of them amused Chen Fong to the point of laughter between their words. And the uneasy heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put down. At Chen Fong's insistence, Jiang Bui took the backpack in. But he turned his hand to pull out a small bag of rice and noodles, a large bucket of drinking water, fruits and vegetables, meat and eggs, seasonings, and so on piled up on the side of the stove. Chen Fong at this time from Lin Yi's add oil and vinegar also understand that they are afraid to eat a lot of days of sealed fast food. Boiled noodles and all kinds of fillings of the buns. Have long been tired of eating. Looking at this pile of ingredients in front of him did not say anything about the number of types is too much. Immediately washed his hands clean. Ready for breakfast. Jiang Bui only then remembered that there was still a Bai Jiao waiting for him. Busy sideways looking over. He saw that the man was lowering his head and tearing down the warm baby attached to his body piece by piece. His face was glowing with inorganic pallor. And he was expressionlessly repeating the action of tear, put. He walked over to hand it to Cui Chant, who was still squatting. And he glanced up at the curtains a few times now and then, his expression struggling, shifting between tangled biting handkerchiefs and sheer obliviousness. In a few seconds, Jiang Bui finished 2 rounds of work. For emoticons. Jiang Bui. He placed the small matza directly beside Cui Chant and decided it was better to leave him alone. It's snowing outside. A lot of people froze to death. I guess there isn't enough food. Yi Rong came by just now and wanted us to join together to go to Qi City to look for heating supplies and coal. I didn't agree. Jiang Bui casually finished his sentence and walked over to the curtains to pull it down and put it away. Mutant animals of various sizes and bizarre forms, densely entwined together, were thus suddenly presented to the eyes of Cui Chant, who was squatting in front of him. Cui Chant, who was forced to face the fear directly. Just kinda suddenly, Jiang Bui walked over, put a few iron buckets and a few not far from each other, poured boiling hot water into them. And as soon as the hot air came into contact with the cold air in the carriages, it turned into a white mist that filled the carriages. When he poured into the last bucket, the water only filled less than half of the bucket before it was gone. Shaking the water droplets in the vat, he threw it into the space. No more hot water. Just now was the last bucket. Had to make preparations as early as possible. With Aunt Chen's quick hands and the help of Lin Yi and Cui Chanting, the meal was soon ready. As they put together the other 2 bedpans and began to set out the meal, Bai Jiao slowly came down wrapped in a quilt, looked at the meal for a few moments, and then sat down. The whole movement was like lightning on slow speed. Big Bear also slowly climbed out of Lin Yi's arms at this time. 1 step at a time. Even slower than the lightning just now. Several people were silent at the sight of it. And Lin Yi, that little leather monkey child, was still covering her mouth and laughing. Bai Jiao didn't even bother to look at her squarely, only glancing at her with his afterglow to warn her. Chen Fong's breakfast was very patient and skillful. At least much more careful than Jiang Bui. Not too thick. Not too thin. Just right skinny egg congee. A plate of fried eggs. A plate of fried sausages. A seaweed and shrimp tofu soup, and a small pot of boiled dumplings. On the side of the big dustpan is still Jiang Bui at that time in the farmhouse steamed from the space out of the big buns full of various fillings. Lin Yi looked at the steaming breakfast as tearfully hugging Chen Fong, fake crying that she ate almost a week of boiled noodles, lying eggs and buns. Finally ushered in the road of food redemption. Glancing at the cold smile hanging at the corner of Jiang Bui's mouth, Lin Yi was so scared that she jumped headfirst into her grandma Chen's arms. Several people at the table laughed. Even Bai Jiao evoked a smile. Jiang Bui chucked a poached egg into his bowl, not bothering with that little drama queen, and lowered his head to drink congee. Well, the taste was much stronger than the one he made himself. Covering the edge of the bowl to hide the corners of his mouth that were quietly hooked up in contentment and enjoyment, he took another big gulp. Bai Jiao pinched the spoon and slowly began to scoop and drink, looking over at Jiang Bui for a few moments every now and then, and naturally saw this scene. Saw him squinting his cat eyes in enjoyment like a cat that had been fed. He froze a bit, then somewhat hastily lowered his head and frantically drank the congee to hide his blush, not realizing that his ears had quietly and indisputably reddened. Chen Fong saw that he started to eat slowly and then frantically raked it into his mouth. Somewhat worried and puzzled, "Is everything all right, Bai Jiao? Is the rice not to your liking?" Jiang Bui was surprised and looked at Bai Jiao, who had been named and stiffened by the violent staking of his rice, and answered for him. It's fine. Andy Chen. Don't worry about him. He's a snake alien, so the drop in temperature will have some effect on his movements. This was a perfect reason for Bai Jiao to make up the transformation. Alterans were now widely known, and were roughly divided into 4 categories according to how they used their abilities, and so on. The Elemental Department, the Body Strengthening Department, the Plant and Animal Mutation Department, and the Special Department. The Elemental Department was the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. And perhaps there should be light and darkness as well. Jiang Bui's plant lineage would be called the wood lineage, while Zhuang Jinong could manipulate metals, and was the gold lineage. The Body Strengthening Department, as the name suggests, is to strengthen the body. Speed, strength, hearing, smell, and clairvoyance can all be counted as body strengthening. The Animal and Plant Department is better understood. The body, or a part of the body, can become animals and plants. The Special Department is a very broad and mysterious classification. Jiang Bui's space is counted. Liu's illusion is counted. The Glasses Man's Sun Hua's Rubber Man characteristic is counted. I've heard that the A City base also has a healing lineage. And to this day, they're still debating whether it should be classified into the elemental category of light lineage or special lineage. White Jiao's ability is like a mix of strength, speed, and snake-like psychic abilities. But Jiang Bui, in order to make excuses convenient and save time over and over again, directly thought of what excuse to use to muddle through in the event that Bai Jiao transformed into an archetype in the future. Let's just pretend that he's a snake-type alien. Sure enough, Cui Chanting and Shen Fang were surprised and realized when they heard it. Surprised because they didn't expect Bai Jiao to actually be a snake alien. They were surprised because they didn't expect Bai Jiao to actually be a snake-type aberrationist. While they understood why Bai Jiao was suddenly slow and lazy, since the conversation had already reached this point. Jiang Bui simply discussed the future arrangements with everyone with a rooted gut. These 2 days the cooling down of the temperature drop is very strong. And then drop down. We in the car is certainly not lying. Jiang Bui's lorry could still barely make it through if they didn't have animals and white scaly scales to hibernate. But Cui Chant and Shen Fang's little old van with their lack of oil and leakage would definitely not work. That's why I'm planning for us to find a house nearby to settle down for the winter first. And then we'll think long and hard about it when the weather warms up. Going south in Bai Jiao's current condition would be a death sentence. Cui Chant also nodded his head in favor. One of the 2 with the highest force value in their team had fallen, and the remaining one had to pull a lot of animals. 1 old, 1 young, and him, a scrapper. In such bad weather, the difficulty was no different from reaching the sky. Indeed, it was not suitable to go further south to a more chaotic place. Resting in place was a better choice. Jiang Bui's eyes inquired about Bai Jiao, and the man nodded in agreement. In his heart, however, he was a little complicated. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to spend the winter and was dragging Jiang Bui's pace down, he wouldn't have delayed for such a long time. Seeing that the man was somewhat unusually silent, Jiang Bui decisively snuffed out his whimsical thoughts. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to walk here so easily. Or even walk here. Do you understand? Bai Jiao? Bai Jiao? Bai Jiao was silent again. Jiang Bui looked at his face. It was always like looking at Shizi holding the heart. Dai burying the flowers. Strange and very wrong. He sighed in his heart. He found that hibernation brought not only physical changes, but also psychological changes. Thanks to the White Demon Emperor's blessing, he had finally seen the fragile and pretentious heart of a generation of demon emperors during their hibernation period. Since several people were fine with it, Chen Fang naturally had no problem with it. It was all the same to her wherever she was. In the end, Jiang Bui even democratically pretended to ask Lin Yi once more, receiving a strong affirmation from the child. Once the few people had decided, they moved very quickly. Jiang Bui first went out with them to collect the quilts in the van into his space. As for the van, he didn't intend to ask for it. Now he was going to focus on departing. Instead it was redundant. He also had a small van and a modified cross-country in his space. Enough to cope with what was needed next. For this van, Cui Chanting didn't have anything to give up. It was just a temporary car he was looking for. It might be more appropriate to leave it behind for those who didn't have a car to protect them from the cold. Thinking of this, the two of them coincidentally didn't siphon off half of the petrol left in the tank. A dozen or so quilts were then left in the car before driving up to the arse end of the army truck in front of them. The old bread suddenly and brutally cut in, causing countless disgruntled people around them to curse angrily. The sound drew some attention, and soon enough, people came down from the army truck. Jiang Bui rushed before they came down, quickly pulled on the handbrake to stop the car, and left the scene in a hurry. Dozens of quilts. This was the maximum power he could get in right now, and leaving them in the charge of the soldiers was the only way to solve the distribution problem peacefully and fairly. At least there wouldn't be a fight or even a death because of grabbing a quilt. When the soldiers of the army arrived, they would find that there was no one in the van at all. Only a van full of quilts stuffed so full that there wasn't even a single gap. So what if they finally found out that the van was related to them? By then, they would have long since left the area. Only, Jiang Bui hurriedly left the van. A side crash in the tail of the team in the military car. There is a girl eyes shocked. Both incredible, but also difficult to indignation. Just now that is. Jiang Bui? She looked at his hastily departing back, and then listened to the mutterings of the logistic soldiers around her, incredulous that he was actually the one who donated dozens of quilts to these stragglers in a big way. She listened to the discussions and exclamations of surprise coming from her ears, and even though she knew who that kind person was, she didn't want to tell them who that person was at all, until the uniform distribution of food at noon, where her mother was calling her name loudly and blindly. She was still thinking about one thing. Where on earth did Jiang Bui get so many quilts for him? It couldn't be from the Jiang family's money, could it? As soon as Jiang Bui returned with the tomato vines, they set off. These days this big lorry has become the star favorite of all. As long as there is a movement, they can follow on. This time, when the lorry just turned out, everyone thought that the zombie horde was coming again, and they all saw the strange and cleanly followed the turnout. As a result, I did not expect. This time, the lorry has run out of a mile and not come back, and there is still one to continue to rush forward. Part of the car has given up and ready to return, and part of the car and chase for a while to find that they do seem to intend to break away from the team, and the army did not encounter zombie attacks. The rest of the cars have been chasing after the lorry's arse, probably firmly believing that they are going to eat and drink, or abandoning the army that will be attacked by the zombies to run for their lives. Jiang Bui of course saw the scene behind the car. He was teaching Cui Chant how to drive the lorry. Luckily Cui Chant had driven a sand truck for a while before the end of the world in order to subsidize his family. Otherwise, the principles of a lorry are completely different from the skills of a private car, and it would take a lot of effort to learn. As a result of watching and observing, they found a dozen or so cars following behind them. Hugely, in their previous follow the warning of the lorry together with the turnout to take refuge. Jiang Bui no. I did not expect this time to leave the army can also bring a group of people to go. Until he reopened on the provincial highway, all the way to the deserted field sprinting to run to the front of the army. Behind him, there are still a few persevering cars. Jiang Bui frowned and glanced at the rearview mirror, honked the horn, gripped the steering wheel tightly with one hand, poked out the window, and waved his hand to indicate that they don't follow, and then turned to the left, and drove straight towards the city. Behind us several cars followed by a beat. All do not know what to do. Now the number of zombies in the city is not nonsense. A small town can hide tens of thousands of zombies. Their group of people to go is not to send food. They looked at the surroundings of the village in front of them, and then they really regretted that they were obsessed and followed them up. Jiang Bui just in order to stop the loss in time, to get rid of them, randomly turned the direction of a city road stop sign to come in. Just drove out of a toll booth and met a petrol station. Looking at the appearance should not have been spoiled too much. Jiang Bui drove into it smoothly, intending to take a temporary break and plan his next route in the meantime. Just after stopping, Cui Chant picked at the map to find out where this was. Qing Town. Yeah, the county under Qi City. On the far side. I'll get out of the car first and take a look. Leave tomato vine in the car. If the situation is not right, you immediately lock the car. Jiang Bui said to Cui Chant while putting on his thin cotton jacket. Cui Chant was shocked and just wanted to say that it's too risky for you to be alone, when Jiang Bui blocked his words with a shushing gesture. I'm not as weak as you think. If you can't handle it, go wake up Bai Jiao. He's not wasted yet. It would be at least another month before Bai Jiao would be completely paralyzed into a snake corpse. Of course, if the weather was favorable enough and didn't continue to change drastically down the line. Cui Chant nodded his head in agreement with Jiang Buwei with a serious and solemn face. That look was as if he was going to die in battle out there in the next second. He was just going to a petrol station to find out what was going on. When he got off the bus, Cui Chant was really worried and broke off his little finger and handed it to Jiang Buwei. Jiang Buwei. Cui Chant's face changed. He looked at Cui Chanting's face did not change. As if there is no feeling at all. And then look at the finger cross-section of a little blood actually did not. That section of the small thumb also in his palm quickly turned into a small purple butterfly fluttering. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Buwei looked at Cui Chant's lack of psychological burden. His heart had to admire. This is a ruthless person. Chapter 50 Gas Station. Jiang Buwei pinched the root seeds of the dark vine in his right hand. Held a long knife in his left hand. His silver-gray punching jacket was buttoned up tightly. And he also carried a backpack on his body. Opened the door and got out of the car. The small purple butterfly lightly landed on the zip ring on his chest. Backpack he put a few bags of bread and water. Out of the house, who do not have something to bring. Empty-handed look is not right. As soon as he got out of the car, the whole scene of the petrol station with the word fossil on it came into view. A 4-square canopy high in the sky next to a row of white houses. Under the canopy of the petrol station some handles were roughly ripped directly to the ground. Usually piled up some daily necessities, or boxes of mineral water are nowhere to be seen. Only some bags that flutter with the wind were pressed under the handle. Scattered all over the ground. Now there is only a small car parked under the canopy. The door is wide open, and the seats are covered with blood and limbs. The owner of the car must have turned into a zombie, or been bitten by a zombie. The whole petrol station looked desolate and silent. Deserted for a long time. Without any human habitation. The winter sun shone on the roof. As if it had melted a roof tip. Jiang Buwei approached the house labeled with the word small supermarket in front of him with slow and quick steps. Through the gray glass window. He saw that the shelves inside were half collapsed. And the goods fell all over the floor in a messy manner. Like a locust infestation. And it looked like someone had lived there recently. He pushed the door open with one hand and sidled in. His foot crunching on a plastic bag on the floor. His figure stalled. And he waited silently for a moment before moving again. Continuing to probe. Jiang Buwei kicked away the second shelf in front of him. Without any obstruction. A figure from behind lunged straight towards him. Jiang Buwei reacted quickly and kicked at it. But he didn't expect it to dodge. He was caught off guard and was shaken for a moment. Narrowly sidestepped to avoid the ebony claws that reached his eyes. And after stabilizing his stance, he quickly took a few steps back to avoid the second claw that came at him almost without pause. The third tooth attack was stopped by Jiang Buwei's dark vine that he threw out. His left-handed knife was replaced by his right hand. And he slashed hard at the zombie that was trapped and fixed in place. And he didn't cut it off at once. And added a few more slashes before he completely cut off its head. The moment the head hit the ground, Dark Vine immediately probed in to search for it, and handed the crystal core to Jiang Buwei. He put on his gloves to receive it. And while alerting the surroundings for any other zombies that had suddenly appeared in the corners, he was distracted to look at the crystal core in his hand. Unlike the previous crystal cores that were the size of a grain of rice, this one was not only bigger, but also had a light red line in the middle. Jiang Buwei looked at this red line with a probing and gloomy expression. Do zombies also have levels? Will it also upgrade and mutate? That zombie just now was indeed different from the zombie in the supermarket warehouse at the beginning of the end of the world that started to have a rice grain-sized crystal core in its head. It was very fast, and its reaction was also quite agile. If the power was a bit greater, he wasn't sure if Dark Vine could still control it. Looking at Dark Vine's swaying and inviting appearance, Jiang Buwei didn't put it away this time and directly handed it over, absorbing it on the spot. Dark Vine previously absorbed rice-sized ungraded crystals. It was not easy to meet this kind of power zombie with directional mutation like a human. Of course, it must be fed to it first, to enhance its strength. In the post-apocalyptic world, without the strength to protect itself, no matter how big the space, no matter how rich the supplies are, it's useless. The Dark Vines cheerfully rolled the crystal core into the rhizome between the roots in one bite, wriggling a few times before digesting it. And the dark green vines deepened by another degree as far as the naked eye could see. Jiang Buwei continued to explore. And when he finished looking at the entire mini-mart in front of him, and didn't find another zombie. He returned to the lorry. And before he left, he inadvertently glanced at the back of the house with the doors and windows closed. Chui Chanting, who had already seen the whole process through Zi Dai, had waited at the door of the car, but did not get out of the car because of Jiang Bui's words. Now seeing Jiang Bui walking over in a relaxed manner, he opened the car door and jumped down. Brother Jiang, are you alright? The situation just now was too dangerous. My heart stopped. It was also almost impossible to control the swarm of butterflies that turned into butterflies and rushed into the supermarket through the car window. It's fine. Most of the things inside the supermarket are still there. Grab the time to move it, said and added. There's someone in the back there. I don't know how many. Just after he killed the zombies and walked out the door, he found that there were people around him secretly spying on him. And his afterglow swept back and saw that there were shadows floating on the windows of the house behind him that he hadn't explored. Seeing him look over and hide behind a wall, the probability is that it is a living person, and the strength should not be strong or not many. Otherwise, there is no reason not to occupy the supermarket in the front, but instead rooted in the back office. Unless the people inside couldn't beat the mutated zombies in the supermarket. There are actually people? Chui Chant was surprised. The peeping just now was only detected by Jiang Bui. He didn't see any other people at all. As they were talking, the car door opened once again. The two of them looked up. It was Bai Jiao wrapped in a big cotton jacket walking down. Seeing both of them looking at him, he painstakingly lifted his eyes and looked at Jiang Bui and barked. There's a nasty smell in there. It made him feel so uncomfortable that he couldn't even sleep. While Chui Chant was still confused, Jiang Bui had already been enlightened. There should be either mutated beasts or animal aliens inside. And they were also the natural enemies of certain people. Go up first, Chui Chant, and I will take a look. Bai Jiao weighed his options after hearing this, and went up anyway. He was afraid that he would be so nauseated that he would vomit when he saw that kind of creature. When he got into the car, he also casually carried back the leaping Lin Yi and threw it to Aunt Chin. Only after watching the car door close completely did the two of them walk towards the supermarket. As they got closer, Chui Chant also saw a silhouette swaying inside the room at the back this time. I don't know if it's because they are free to go in and out of the supermarket. The people inside started to get restless again. And from time to time, some people got bold and poked their heads out of the window to look at this side. I don't know if it's because they're free to go in and out of the supermarket. In the back of the house, a man with a shaved head stared at the lorry in the empty space in front of the petrol station and the two men coming in and out. His eyes glazed over. Literally two-eyed. Tubby, what do you see? A short, fat man, obviously more than a round older than the man he called Brother Pipe, asked cautiously, not caring in the slightest. Pipe Yutan eyes are still staring out. Head did not return to answer. Go aside. Do not get in the way. I'm looking at it. The short and fat man was disliked. His face snapped. And when he turned around to see a few people huddled over there, he turned his head and spread the anger that Guan Yutong had received there, yelling, What are you guys doing there? Every day just know to lie down and eat. Also do not know to go out to find some food. Useless waste. Guan Yutong acted as if he didn't hear the cursing in his ears, not even moving a single strand of his hair, continuing to observe the movements outside. A few people were yelled at by the short and fat man and shivered to get up, not knowing what to do, only to turn their eyes for help to the girl who hadn't uttered a word. That short and fat man saw this scene of anger ran higher. But in the way of certain things, he did not dare to say like those people say she. Only to say in a conspiratorial manner. Don't be like some people. On the basis of the watery look. Just be a freeloader here. Not doing any work. The girl who was stared at by many people's eyes just sat quietly, and curled up staring at her own toes without uttering a word. Named people also do not make a sound. This person thick skin sticking to people is. Okay. The man called Tubular Brother finally gave up some attention to him, and spat out two words. The short and fat man who spoke more and more vigorously immediately silenced his voice, as if he had been punched in the face. Those few thinly clad people cowering together also secretly sighed in relief at the sight of this. Sitting in the corner and pretending to be dead, Jiang Bui quickly reached out and moved his hand into the space. Jiang Bui quickly reached into his space to collect supplies. And behind him, Chui Zhanyan was frantically loading things into several backpacks around him. Chui Chant was searching between the shelves for what they needed. Crisps flattened, bread compacted, drinks, sealed chicken claws and duck legs, and some canned goods were packed into the bottom of the bag. He also quickly transferred to the outermost shelf of toiletries. Quickly to the bag to pull the fast consumption of daily necessities. Toothpaste, toothbrush, towels, toilet paper. Jiang Buwei turned his head sideways, and just wanted to say that he needed to put those into the space first. When he saw Chui chanting frantically stuffing sanitary napkins into his bag with a serious face. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. And a big question mark slowly rose above his head. He carefully recalled the members of their team. And the black question mark was almost plastered on his face. It can't be that he needs it himself. Right? Jiang Buwei looked at Chui Chant, who still kept collecting things. Not only did his eyes become more inquisitive and curious. Then in the future, isn't it necessary to change clothes to avoid it? Ah. Chui Chanting saw him look at himself. A look of treasure to Jiang Weiwei explained, Jiang brother. You do not look at it as small packet. My military training with it to do insoles can be comfortable. Jiang Buwei understood that he misunderstood and stopped his imagination. His university military training went directly to the hospital to open the certificate. No military training. And roommate relationship is only a nodding acquaintance. So on those military training, good use of small tips have not heard of. Jiang Buwei half knowledge of those. Was said by him to nod repeatedly. The more he heard, the more he said the right. The more he thought, the more he felt from the bottom of his heart to agree. With a wave of his hand, he took the entire shelf into the space. In the face of Chui Chant's eyes of grateful admiration. He paused for a moment to explain. / you're too slow to collect. / The touched mood was mercilessly doused not a second later. Chui Chant was just about to say something. His face suddenly changed, and he said to Jiang Buwei. Someone is coming. Jiang Buwei also put away his relaxed and idle expression, and went on alert. The two of them walked to the side behind a shelf, and hid their figures. Jiang Buwei looked inquiringly at Chui Chant. And the other gave him 4 fingers. The two men then held their breath and fell silent. Staring calmly at the supermarket door, that was still flapping shut after opening. Seeing several feet cluttering and wearing different styles of shoes. The short, fat man swept the supermarket and, not finding anyone, yelled out. Grass. These two are too good at pretending. They're almost fucking empty. Mouth cursing. Eyes swept over a certain place when the essence of light. Grabbed the sealed package of chicken legs. Tear open the package and cannot wait to stuff into the mouth. Eyes also scanning around, there is no good things. Guan Yutong didn't even bother to look at him. And only spoke warmly to the girl who was following behind the group. There are still people inside. So be careful. Shout you. If you're scared, hide behind me. The girl who was specially instructed raised her face. A pretty face expressionless. Without the intention to move. Guan Yutong looked at her insistently with a smile on his face. His eyes glowing fiercely. The two stalemated for a while. The girl compromised first and stood behind Guan Yutong. Her head lowered. Not wanting at all to see him reveal a satisfied smile. Guan Yutong was indeed happy. Because this time Xiao Chu finally compromised with him, first for once. He thought that as long as he continued to insist, Xiao Chu would always break the ice and open her heart to him. He hid a touch of sinister under his smile. What Xiao Si Qing? A dead man still dared to compete with him.